The air in Altair halls hung thick with tension as I strained against the limits of my sight, desperately searching for any trace of Elise. Each attempt felt like drowning in an ink-black void, her presence just beyond my reach yet still pulsing through my veins like a phantom heartbeat. The frustration gnawed at me. If King had taken her, he'd woven some dark magic to keep her hidden, and my gifts kept slamming against an impenetrable wall. Ryder's grip bit into my shoulder, snapping me back to reality. "Gabriel," he rumbled, his voice rough with urgency. I didn't need to answer. The emptiness in my chest said it all. Another failure. Another moment slipping through my fingers while Elise could be suffering God's know what. Around us, the aftermath of the battle still echoed through Aurora Academy, shattered windows, scorched walls, the distant shouts of professors trying to corner the chaos. Leon had vanished into the labyrinth beneath the weeping well, but I already knew it was pointless. My gut screamed that she wasn't there. She was gone, and the distance between us felt like a blade twisting deeper with every passing second. The only shred of hope, that faint, stubborn thread of her life still tethered to my magic. She was alive. For now. But if I didn't find her soon, I'd lose more than just my sanity. I'd lose the only thing that ever made the stars feel worth reaching for. If King dared to take her from this world, nothing in Celeria would shield him from the storm of vengeance I'd unleash. My atlas vibrated in my pocket, and I yanked it out to see a message in the group chat Leon had set up for us, our lifeline while searching for Elise. Dante's name flashed first. Any news? He'd been torn between duty and desperation when Rosalie needed a healer, but we'd pushed him to go. Now, half the Oscura family scoured the city, joining the hunt. Between them, my visions, her Elysian mate's relentless pursuit, and the deadliest basilisk alive ready to slaughter for her location. We should have found her by now. Yet here we were, 4 men ready to tear the world apart but with no idea where to start. Trust wasn't something I handed out easily, but when it came to Dante, Leon and Ryder, I didn't doubt one thing: they'd burn kingdoms to ash if it meant saving Elise. I'd seen the lengths they'd go, and the hunger in their eyes promised worse. There wasn't a line they wouldn't cross. I typed back nothing just as Leon's reply popped up: "She's not in the tunnels, heading to Ironwood." I exhaled, biting back the urge to tell him to stop wasting time on campus. I knew she wasn't there, not logic, just instinct, the kind woven into my gifts. Ryder's voice cut through the silence, rough with barely leashed fury. "Point me somewhere, Gabriel, give me a target." His muscles coiled like a spring, violence simmering under his skin. I gripped his arm. "I can't see them." The frustration in his green eyes mirrored my own. If I had a direction, I'd be right beside him, painting the walls with King's blood. But blind rage wouldn't help. "I need to get back to the black card," I said. "They don't know I've turned. If I play my part, maybe I'll get close enough to find him." Ryder gave a sharp nod, but before he could speak, the door slammed open. Bryce strode in, flanked by 2 smirking Lunars. Ryder's silencing bubble shattered as he rounded on them, fists clenched. "The hell do you want?" Bryce's gaze darted between us, wary. "The clans need their king," he said stiffly. Ryder's laugh was a predator's growl, sniffing me out like a pack of strays. "Bruce." "It's Bryce," he snapped, but Ryder wasn't listening. "I'll come when I'm ready." The Lunars didn't retreat, and the way they watched him sent a chill down my spine. The sight flickered a vision clawing at the edges of my mind. I let it drag me under. Ryder, shirtless, pinned by a mob of Lunars as a firebrand seared their crest into his skin. Their faces blurred, but the intent in their eyes was clear murder. The vision spat me back out just as Bryce and his lackeys vanished. Ryder turned to me, hope flaring in his gaze. Too bad I had nothing but nightmares to offer. "Did you spot her?" Ryder snapped, his voice tight with urgency. I hesitated, debating whether to share the fragmented vision I'd glimpsed, just one possible path among countless others. Right now, survival took priority. "Damn it," he hissed, raking a hand through his hair. "I need to rally the Brotherhood. They'll sweep every inch of our turf in the city." I grabbed his arm as he turned to leave, my pulse hammering. "Ryder," I warned, keeping my voice low. "Your own ranks might be compromised." A shadow crossed his face, his grin sharp as a blade. "Trust was never part of the deal, Big Bird. I command them. By sunrise, they'll remember their place." The sight flickered in my mind, confirming his safety for now. But as he strode out, unease coiled in my gut. The Lunars were a powder keg, and I'd be damned if Ryder got caught in the blast. Yet standing here wouldn't help. I threw up a silencing charm and dialed Bill the second I hit the hallway, my boots pounding the marble floor. "Kid." Bill's gravelly voice crackled through the line, a cigarette already between his lips. I could practically smell the smoke. You in one piece? Barely, I muttered, spilling the night's chaos. Felix Oscura attacked the academy, tried to take out Dante. It got ugly. A sharp inhale. You're working with Dante now, hell's bells, did he at least win? Yeah, Felix is done, but listen, Elise is gone. The black card snatched her. I need your contacts. Bill had eyes and ears in every gutter thanks to his PI hustle. He'd wrung intel from every two-bit crook in the city, using his Cyclops mojo to pick their brains clean. Ruthless, absolutely effective, like a scalpel. He exhaled hard. I'll poke around, but kid, she's got an Elysian mate now, that's not your cross to bear. My chest burned at the reminder. She's got me, Bill, that doesn't expire. A grudging silence. Then resigned, fine, but you're a stubborn bastard. Damn right. I'd pushed Elise away, played the villain, convinced myself it was for the best. But the truth, I was hers, flaws and all. Stars could decree 1,000 soulmates, none would hold a candle to her. I hung up and burst through Altair Hall's doors, my wings slicing the night air as I launched toward Vega dorms. Below, the campus lay in ruins, craters, smoldering trees, students herded like sheep. An illusion spell veiled me as I scanned the crowd for black card insignias. Nothing. Perched on the rooftop's edge, I waited, every muscle taut. The hunt wasn't over. King wouldn't stay quiet for long. His followers would rally soon, and I had to act fast. With every ounce of my power, I channeled the sight, desperate to find Elise, the girl whose absence was carving a hole in my chest. Losing her wasn't an option, it would destroy me. The basement was thick with tension as my gang gathered after the chaos. Professor Mars had stepped up, the only teacher with enough spine to restore order while Gratian cowered in his office. Now, under the flickering fluorescent lights, I faced my people, their distrust burning in their eyes like embers. Beside me, Ethan Shadowbrook stood bare-chested, his tattooed muscles coiled tight, sensing the storm brewing in the room. There was only one way to silence their doubts: violence, and honestly, I was itching for it. The fury over Elise's kidnapping simmered under my skin, begging for release. But patience was key. Let the rats scurry into the light first. Elise Callisto was taken during the battle, I announced, my voice cutting through the murmurs. If anyone saw something, speak now. Bryce scoffed, his lip curling. Why should we care? She's not one of us. The serpent inside me coiled, ready to strike, but I held back, waiting. A girl in the back shouted, "Why were you helping the Oscuras?" The accusation spread like wildfire, voices rising in agreement. Bryce sneered, "You're a traitor." Russell Newmoon, his ever-loyal brute, nodded along. That guy had always been Bryce's shadow, backing him up whenever he tormented Eugene Dipper. I glanced at Ethan, needing to gauge his reaction. His jaw tightened as the crowd's anger swelled. I didn't give a damn about their opinions, but Ethan's loyalty mattered. He was the only one I respected, a true alpha. If he turned on me, he'd be the first to fall. "Speak, Shadowbrook," I ordered. The room fell silent. Ethan's blue eyes darkened, blood still streaked across his skin from the fight. A smirk played on his lips. He thrived in this chaos. "Ryder is our king," he growled. "Anyone who denies it will regret it." His pack roared in approval and others joined in. Interesting. I turned slowly, locking eyes with Bryce and his little faction. "Still bold enough to defy me, Bruce?" He flinched at the mocking name, stepping forward like an idiot. "We deserve answers for your betrayal." "I owe you nothing," I snarled, my voice shaking the walls. The crowd recoiled. Bryce nearly jumped out of his skin. "I am your king. If you want to challenge me, do it." I spread my arms, advancing slowly, daring him to make a move. I wanted him to. I'd crush him, rip his head off just to prove a point. But the coward shrank back, his allies melting away. I closed the distance until we were nose to nose, my teeth bared. "Kneel." His defiance flickered, but fear won. Disobedience was a disease I'd carve out without mercy. If I wanted my crew scouring the streets for Elise tonight, this little uprising needed to be crushed immediately. The last thing I needed was whispers reaching Scarlet that Viper I was sure had already sold me out. Death would have been too easy, too reckless. It might spark the very rebellion I was trying to prevent. No, fear was the weapon of choice here. Bryce's knees hit the floor after a heartbeat of hesitation, and the crowd instinctively backed away, their unease thickening the air. Their respect kept them in line, but respect was flimsy. They needed to remember why I ruled Alestria's underworld, why my name alone made even the bravest flinch. My gaze locked onto the Minotaur lurking behind Bryce, and I crooked a finger, summoning him forward. "Name," I demanded, though I knew damn well who he was. Let him sweat, wondering if he was even worth the memory. Russell, he choked out, meeting my eyes with a spark of defiance that set my blood boiling. A wooden blade materialized in my grip, sharp as steel, and I tossed it at his feet. He scrambled to catch it, hands shaking like it was coated in poison. "Cut off one ear before I'm done with Bryce," I said, voice dripping with calm menace, "or you'll lose more than that." Bryce barely had time to flinch before my fist cracked into his jaw, sending him sprawling. I was on him in an instant, fists flying, each blow fueled by the image of Elise slipping through my fingers. The bastard took it like the coward he was, not even raising a hand to defend himself until survival instincts kicked in. His vampire strength lashed out, slamming into my ribs, but the pain was sweet a distraction from the hollow ache of losing her. Russell's whimpering cut through the haze. "I don't hear any cutting," I snarled, and his sobbing turned frantic, pathetic. Bryce's blood painted the floor, his screams muffled by the magic sealing the room. No one was coming for him, no one dared. When his struggles grew weak, I hauled him up by the throat, ice crawling up my arms from his useless magic. For a second I considered snapping his neck, one less problem, but corpses were messy and I had bigger priorities. A lesson, not a slaughter. I dropped him, turning to Russell, who stood frozen, blade untouched. "Both ears, then," I sighed, as if disappointed by a child's failed test. He shrieked, throwing up a flimsy ice shield, but one kick shattered it. Vines coiled around him, pinning him to the wall as I advanced, blade glinting. The first ear came off slow, his screams music to my ears. The second, a clean, brutal slice. Let him remember this every time he looks in a mirror. Ethan's healing touch steadied me as I stepped back, sweat cooling on my skin. The room was silent now, no defiance, just fear. Good. Tonight they'd hunt like their lives depended on it. Because they did, the agony drained the last remnants of my magic, yet it couldn't mend the hollow void left by losing Elise. I smeared venom across his gashes with deliberate cruelty, relishing his shrieks as the wounds sealed into grotesque, permanent scars. No potion would ever undo this damage. Ethan met my blood-stained gaze with a grin, unfazed by the brutality. "What's next, boss?" he chirped, the perfect loyal soldier. My orders were swift: mobilize the entire Brotherhood to scour our territory for Elise Callisto. With a mocking salute, Ethan rallied the others, dragging Russell and Bryce away like discarded trash. None dared tend to them under my watch, especially Russell, who'd never fully recover. This was temporary control, a flimsy patch over a festering wound. My men obeyed now, but loyalty frayed faster than a rotting rope. Death didn't scare me, the thought of losing Elise's light did. Betrayal slithered through the ranks like a viper, and if I didn't crush it soon, my reign would end in carnage. Traitors didn't just die, they were erased. But first I had to find her. Because now that they knew she was my weakness, she'd suffer worse than I ever could. Stars, damn it, where the hell was I? The world swam as I hauled myself upright in the pitch-black chamber, gravel biting into my palms. My magic reserves were gutted, a gnawing emptiness that sent panic clawing up my throat. Fangs unsheathed on instinct, hunger roaring through me like wildfire. How long had I been unconscious to crave blood this desperately? The dizziness was unbearable, my throat raw with need. I hadn't felt this hollow since before my kings became my living elixirs. Spoiled bastard that I was, I'd grown accustomed to daily fixes, their flavors an addiction I refused to quit. Silence pressed in, thick and unnatural. A silencing spell, trapped like a rat. Then a whisper of sound above me, water lapping, faint but deliberate. Someone was here, and they wanted me to hear it. I leaned my head back, straining my enhanced vision to cut through the oppressive darkness. A glimmer caught my eye, just a whisper of silver light dancing across the ceiling high above, barely enough to illuminate anything. "Anyone there?" my voice echoed as I moved cautiously, fingertips brushing against rough, icy stone. The walls were etched with intricate carvings, but even with my vampiric senses, the shadows swallowed the details. Tracing the circular chamber, I found only one exit, a heavy wooden door, smooth and handleless. Gritting my teeth, I summoned every ounce of strength and charged, slamming my shoulder into the unyielding wood. Pain shot through me, but I didn't stop. Again. "Open this damn door," I bellowed, unsure if my voice even carried beyond this cursed room. Just as I prepared for another assault, an invisible force wrenched me off my feet, suspending me midair like a puppet on strings. I thrashed uselessly until the door exploded inward, torchlight flooding the space. The sudden glow revealed the carvings in stark relief, shapeshifters entwined with celestial patterns, ancient script I couldn't decipher. Then I saw it, the ceiling wasn't stone. It was glass, and beyond it water pressed down, an amplifying chamber. But why trap me here? I had no sight. A figure emerged, draped in shadows, their cloak swallowing the flickering light. The magic holding me didn't relent, so I stopped fighting. This was it, King, the monster I'd chased for years. The reason I'd joined Aurora Academy, the reason my brother was gone. "Hello, Elise." The voice was a twisted melody, neither fully male nor female, sending chills down my spine. "Let's begin." I wanted to scream, to spit venom, but before I could, they flicked a handful of shimmering violet dust straight into my face. My body went limp instantly, my thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. If not for their magic, I'd have crumpled to the floor. As darkness crept in, my pulse hammered, not just from fear, but from the crushing thought of the 4 men I'd left behind. The ones I'd once suspected, the ones I now desperately needed. Pathetic, really. I'd set out for vengeance, convinced I could do this alone. Now helpless, no magic, no escape. Just the cold certainty that I was utterly, irrevocably screwed. Hope and love were all I had left, clinging to them like lifelines in the storm. My kings had to find me, there was no other option. I had to trust them now more than ever, because without them I'd end up just like Gareth, swallowed by the same suffocating darkness. The cold truth settled in my bones, I was going to die here. A tear traced my cheek as the shadows coiled tighter, dragging me under. The last flicker of my thoughts screamed that I didn't want to die. I'd been ready to throw everything away for justice, but that was before I had them. Now, the idea of losing them was unbearable. I needed them like air, like the pulse in my veins, and deep down I prayed they felt the same. The darkness whispered, icy fingers tracing my spine as it pulled me deeper. "Don't leave me, boys, I can't do this alone." 2 weeks, no sign of her. The bond between us burned like a supernova, relentless and raw. Losing Elise had been a nightmare I never let myself imagine until it happened. And here I was, useless, running on fumes and desperation, fueled by spells that kept me moving but hollowed me out. Gabriel found me in a grimy alley in Alestria's worst district, which was saying something, since the whole damn city was a pit. This spot, pure death for any idiot fae dumb enough to wander in. His wings folded tight, his expression as hollow as I felt. I didn't give him a choice, just pulled him into a hug, burying my face against his neck. He stiffened, then sighed, his arm tightening around me. Dante materialized in a swirl of starlight, jaw set, eyes sharp. "He'll be at Firefly Street in 5, Dante said, and my lion snarled inside me, claws scraping my ribs. We moved fast, Gabriel weaving an illusion over us. Normally I wouldn't give a damn who saw me tonight, they wouldn't live long enough to talk. But Gabriel's cover had to hold. If King caught wind he was helping us dismantle his cult, he'd be a dead man walking. And King. That bastard had been busy. Killblaze was everywhere, addicts dropping like flies, but no summons for Gabriel since Elise vanished. The silence was worse than a knife to the gut, yet the bond still screamed in my skull, alive, alive, alive. Gabriel felt it too, through whatever mystic crap he called the sight. Dante and Ryder didn't say it, but their eyes gave them away. We'd find her, or die trying. We were made for her, every one of us. The stars themselves shaped us into the perfect matches she needed, 4 souls crafted from cosmic dust just for Elise. Sure, my eyes might have gleamed with silver rings, but that didn't mean my brothers loved her any less. Their desperation mirrored mine, each of us hunting, aching, consumed by the same fire. If they'd ever doubted their place beside her, those doubts should have burned away by now. We moved through the grimy streets, past a battered harpy begging for coins and a half-transformed Lexian goat woman sizzling bugs in a dented pan over flickering blue flames. Once I might have joked about it, tossed out some dumb movie quote before swallowing one whole. Not anymore. Laughter had died the moment Elise was taken. These days, the only meals I choked down were the ones Gabriel forced on us at his place. I couldn't face my parents' house, not with the grief in their eyes. They'd already lost Rory. Now Elise was gone too, and my father's stare, that cut deeper than any blade, like this was my fault, like I should have been there. Hell, he wasn't wrong. I'd sworn to protect her, my queen, my lioness, the one the universe had carved from starlight just for me. And I'd failed. What kind of king lets his heart get stolen without a fight? Gabriel led us down an alley as clouds swallowed the moon. Across the way, a neon-lit betting shop buzzed with gamblers placing wagers on Pegasus races flashing across the screens. We pressed against the brick wall, waiting. Every muscle in my body screamed to shift, to storm in there and drag the bastard out by his throat. I wanted to taste his fear, hear bones snap between my jaws until he told me where they'd hidden my girl. But reckless rage wouldn't bring her back. We had a system: grab them quiet, let Ryder handle the rest. Dante's voice pulled me from the bloodlust. "Rosa's better," he muttered, though the weight in his words said otherwise. "Still won't talk about Felix. Mama's tried, I've tried, she just shuts down." My chest tightened. That kid had endured horrors no one should, scars from a son's steel blade, marks that wouldn't fade, and from her own father, some wounds never heal. Gabriel's whisper snapped us to attention. "He's here." The target slunk out of the shop, greasy grey hair, face like old leather. He tugged up his hood and a growl vibrated in my chest. Together we moved. Shadows coiled around us, Dante's magic masking our steps. 3 predators, 1 mission. The beast inside me snarled, hungrier than ever. This wasn't just rage, this was celestial fury. Tear a starbound fae from their mate and you unleash something worse than death. King thought they could hide her, let them try. When I found them, I'd paint the sky with their magic, watch it wither into the dirt. Elise belonged to us. And I'd bring down the heavens themselves to get her back. Our target ducked into a shadowy park that screamed bad decisions and worse outcomes, the iron gate groaning as it swung shut behind him. Gabriel didn't need words, just a glance exchanged between us before his wings snapped open, lifting him into the inky sky like a phantom. Dante's hands crackled with blue energy, while I rolled my shoulders, conjuring a sound-dampening field to mask our footsteps on the gravel path. The flickering streetlight ahead painted the dealer's silhouette as we closed in, close enough to smell the cheap cologne clinging to his leather jacket. I didn't hesitate. Fire erupted from my palms, carving a blazing ring around him just as Gabriel dropped like a meteor, slamming him face first into the dirt. Dante was already moving, knee digging into the guy's spine as he delivered a jolt strong enough to fry his nervous system. The stench of singed hair mixed with the park's damp earth, poetic justice for a killblaze peddler who turned half the city's addicts into corpses. But tonight wasn't about justice. It was about answers. Gabriel's vision glaze lasted only a heartbeat before he swore. Riders pinned down at the rusty nail. My stomach twisted. Every second wasted was another second Elise might be screaming in some hellhole. Without thinking, I hauled the unconscious dealer onto my shoulders, ignoring Dante's protests. The stardust in my pocket burned hotter than my fury, precious, stolen, and about to be spent. One shimmering toss later, the world ripped away, depositing me outside a bar that looked like it doubled as a murder venue. The rusty nail's door resisted like it knew I brought trouble. Inside, the air reeked of sweat and stale beer, the crowd a sea of snarling tattoos and raised knives. Ryder stood on the bar counter mid-speech, until the entire room swiveled toward me like wolves spotting prey. His silencing bubble shattered under my glare. "You got a death wish," Ryder roared, veins bulging in his neck. His gang erupted in laughter, fingers twitching toward weapons. "Let them try." Flames licked up my arms as I stared him down. "Elise isn't waiting for your damn meeting to end." The room went still. Ryder's expression darkened not with anger but something worse, fear, because he knew what it meant when fire and fury walked through that door uninvited. The Brotherhood's rules didn't matter anymore. Only she did. Scarlet Tide perched on the bar next to Ryder, her sharp gaze slicing through me like a blade before flicking up to him for direction. The scorpion inked on her cheekbone seemed to twitch as she studied me, her high ponytail amplifying the unimpressed glare that could wither steel. "Delivered you a lunar turncoat," I announced, jerking my thumb at the unconscious bastard slumped behind me. "Better to play it straight than wind up in a body bag tonight." A ripple of whispers spread through the room, but half the stares clinging to me weren't just curious, they were calculating. "That's one of the Knight brothers," a voice cut through the murmurs. "Runs with the Oscuras," another added, and the weight of my impulsivity crashed over me. Ryder didn't need this heat, not with his crew already side-eyeing him. But every second wasted was a second she suffered. The bond between us had reduced the world to static, no logic, no patience, just raw, gnawing desperation. My skull throbbed from magic depletion, my thoughts frayed at the edges. I'd have carved the truth out of the black card bastard myself if I could, but Ryder's gifts were the only key to bypassing their mental wards. His hypnosis didn't just scratch the surface, it clawed through layers of enchantments to unearth the rot beneath. Ryder's jaw flexed before he bent to murmur something to Scarlett. Her lips curled as she pushed off the bar, tossing me one last disdainful look. "Bar's closed for maintenance," she announced, though the smirk on her face suggested the only thing being maintained tonight was my impending reckoning. A few cheers rose, but most of the room's attention stayed locked on me like crosshairs. Ryder vaulted off the counter, landing inches from me before steering us toward a side door. His grip on my bicep could have crushed bone as he hauled me down a dim hallway, then a set of creaking stairs to a reinforced door. Magic flared under his palm, the lock disengaging with a hiss. The room beyond was all cold concrete and grim purpose, a drain in the floor, a single wooden chair. No illusions about what happened here. The door slammed shut behind us, silence swallowing the space as Ryder spun and slammed me into the wall, his fingers biting into my throat. I didn't resist. Somewhere in the haze, I knew I'd screwed up, but the guilt was drowned out by the drumbeat of urgency. "You got a death wish, Mufasa." Ryder snarled, his breath frosting against my face. "That piece of trash might know where she is," I shot back. His laugh was razor-edged. "You think I don't have enough knives at my back already? My crew's one spark away from burning me alive, and you just handed them the matches." The truth of it hit like a gut punch, and a low, involuntary sound of remorse escaped me. I can't think straight." He shoved me harder, my skull cracking against the concrete. "Then fix it," he snapped. "You're no good to her like this, and if you get me killed, we're both useless." Shame coiled in my gut as he released me, stepping back to drag a hand through his hair. His sleeves were already rolled up, tattoos writhing like living shadows as he turned toward our captive. The air thickened with the promise of violence, and I leaned into it, let the darkness coil around my ribs. "I'm staying," I growled. Ryder shot me a derisive glance. "You'll puke before I'm halfway through his skull." "Bullshit," I muttered, moving closer. "And cut the act there, your family too." His smile was all teeth as he crouched, summoning thorned vines to bind the man's wrists. "Fine, but when you lose your lunch, you're cleaning it up." The unspoken hung between us. This wouldn't be interrogation. It'd be a dissection, and I'd watch every second if it meant finding her. "Endure anything for her," I said with deadly sincerity, and Ryder glanced back at me, sizing me up. "Get over here, Mufasa." "Honestly, I'm feeling more like Scar today," I shot back as I stepped forward to help drag the guy into the chair. Ryder finished securing him with his earth magic, muttering, "You can't be Scar." "Why the hell not?" I snapped. There was a dark, vicious side to me, one that could roar just as fiercely as any lion. And right now, that was the only part of me that mattered until Elise was back in my arms. "Because I'm Scar," Ryder growled before grabbing the guy's face to jolt him awake. But I beat him to it, igniting a flash of fire at his feet, savoring the agonized scream that tore from him as he woke. "Where's my girl, you worthless bastard?" Ryder's hypnosis crashed over me like a tidal wave, thrusting us into a nightmare version of the room, blood slick on the floor, distant screams echoing, our faces twisted into grotesque lion masks. I smirked at the jagged scar slicing across Ryder's eye. On any other day, this would have been the highlight of my year. But right now, nothing mattered except getting Elise back. Ryder forced his will onto the guy in the vision, and he jolted awake with a gasp, eyes wide with terror. What is this?" he stammered. "Welcome to hell," Ryder rasped in a voice that wasn't his. I flashed a chilling grin. "And we're your eternal torment." "Nothing," the bastard died without giving us a single lead. The crushing weight of failure settled over me as I wiped blood from my face and stormed out, Ryder slamming the door behind us with a burst of magic. He caught my arm before I could vanish into the night, my wolf howling to run until my lungs burned. "Look at me," he ordered. I half expected comfort, maybe even a rare embrace. Instead, his hypnosis yanked me under again. Some rat from my crew's watching us concealment spell by the wall. Play along. The second I was free, I followed his lead, spotting the faint shimmer of magic in the shadows. "If you want in with the Lunars, you'll need to do better than this," Ryder barked. "Your ties to the Oscuras mean nothing unless you hand me something that gets me close to Inferno. Otherwise, you're just another corpse." Damn, I forced a smirk. "Dante trusts me, it won't take long." "Better deliver soon, or the only thing you'll get is a blade in your gut," he snarled. We slipped out a side door, Ryder sealing it with spells before casting a silencing bubble around us. "You should go," he muttered, eyeing the rusty nail like it was a prison. "Come with me," I urged. It was the weekend, and I wasn't about to leave him here alone. He was family, Elise's snakelet. I needed him close. Is Inferno staying there? He asked, meaning Gabriel's place. I shrugged. Truth was, I had no idea where Dante was tonight, maybe there, maybe gone. Either way, it didn't matter. All that did was finding Elise. Ryder only showed up when Dante was gone or when he absolutely had to talk to the group about our search for Elise. Your no usually means yes, he said, eyeing me skeptically. I exhaled sharply, dragging my fingers through my tangled hair. Fine, whatever, I'm out. I didn't have the energy or the patience to plead with him. All I wanted was to smash something, then collapse for a few hours before resuming the hunt. The street stretched ahead and Gabriel's place wasn't far. No reason to waste magic. Maybe I'd punch a wall or two on the way, or some idiot dumb enough to smirk at me. You're drenched in blood, Mufasa, Ryder called after me like I cared. I threw up a half-hearted wave and quickened my pace, my vision blurring at the edges. How long had it been since I'd eaten, slept, felt anything but this crushing weight of failure? My chest ached with exhaustion and I stumbled, rubbing my eyes. Sleeping felt like abandoning Elise, but my body was shutting down. My thoughts were a storm of guilt and fury. How could I rest when she was still missing? I'm sorry, little monster, I whispered, hating myself. The moon hung above, cold and distant. Was she looking at it too? Or was she trapped somewhere the light couldn't reach? My violet-haired vampire, lost in the dark. The growl of an engine cut through my thoughts, and Ryder pulled up beside me on his deep green motorcycle. Get on, he snapped, staring straight ahead like admitting he cared would kill him. I'm good, I muttered, but he shot me a look that said he'd drag me onto the bike if he had to. Too tired to fight, I climbed on, gripping his jacket as he sped down the road, a spell masking our movement. The wind whipped past, and without meaning to, I slumped against his back. He smelled like worn leather and oatmeal, weirdly comforting. My eyelids grew heavy. Such a softie. I mumbled, drifting off until his elbow jabbed into my ribs. Damn it, I grunted, blinking as we rolled into Gabriel's underground garage. Ryder dismounted, scowling. Move it, dumbass. The elevator ride was a haze. I leaned against the wall, imagining Elise curled against me, her head on my chest, my arms never letting go. I screwed up, I groaned. Worst Elysian mate in history, Ryder shrugged. There's gotta be someone worse. Doubt it, I muttered, but the corner of my mouth twitched. Thanks, Rydykins. My head lulled, a snore escaping as I nearly passed out again. The next thing I knew, Ryder was hauling me into the penthouse. Stars above, Gabriel sighed. Let me clean you both up, he said, the cool touch of his water magic washing over me like a gentle breeze. I mumbled my gratitude, reaching toward the sound of his voice before Ryder grabbed my arm and dragged me through the apartment. Well, any luck, Snake? Dante's voice was sharp, and I realized with a wince that he was in fact here, my mistake. Nothing, Ryder snapped before shoving me forward, sending me tumbling face first onto the plush bed. Ah, I exhaled, sinking into the crisp sheets. Dante stepped closer, his tone edged with authority. I can handle him, you can go. He stays, Gabriel countered from somewhere nearby. Like hell I will, Ryder snarled. You don't have a choice, Gabriel shot back. If you go back to the Rusty Nail tonight, they'll interrogate you, and we both know how that'll end. Blindly, I reached for Ryder. Stay, Scar, I murmured, half delirious. Keep me warm. I'd rather hug a sack of broken glass, he grumbled, but two sets of hands were already tugging at my clothes. Back off, Inferno, Ryder warned. He doesn't need you, I'm his best friend, Dante snapped. Leon, you hungry? Gabriel called. I can whip something up. Nah, I'm good, I mumbled as someone flipped me over. My eyelids fluttered open just in time to see Ryder and Dante wrestling with my belt buckle like it was some kind of competition. My energy was draining fast, spilling out like a river breaking through a dam, and I was too exhausted to care. At least my pride seemed eager to take charge, so I let them. Would have been nice if my queen were here, but she wasn't. Gone, taken, come back to me, little monster. Dante finally won the battle with my belt, and Ryder yanked my jeans off, tossing them toward the laundry basket. Dante made quick work of my shirt, ripping it over my head with a smug grin before adding it to the pile. Gabriel reappeared, holding my favorite mug Simba's face with a tiny leafy crown. Brought you some warm milk. I'd moved a lot of my things into his place, and after only a few minutes of yelling, he'd gotten over it. Thanks, Mindy, I sighed. What? Gabriel's voice turned sharp. Thanks, Gabe, I corrected with a lazy smile, taking the mug as Ryder yanked the comforter down and Dante claimed the other side of the bed. Gabriel looked like he wanted to scold me for the nickname but held his tongue as they tucked me in. Wrapped up like a burrito, I sipped the honey-sweetened milk, draining it in seconds before Dante plucked the mug from my hands and set it aside. He stripped down to his boxers and slid in beside me. "I've got him," he announced, pulling the covers up. Ryder muttered something under his breath but followed suit, shedding his clothes and climbing in on my other side. Gabriel lingered by the window, staring into the night before perching on the dresser beneath it. "I'll keep watch," he said. "Wake us if you see anything about her, Falcon," Dante urged. Gabriel nodded, his silent promise easing the tension in my chest. Surrounded by the warmth of my pride, I sank deeper into the mattress. The pain radiating from my lionesses was almost tangible, and I knew Ryder was drowning in it too. A quiet purr rumbled in my throat as I let the darkness pull me under, praying the nightmares would stay away. All I ever saw was Elise bloodied, screaming, begging for help. But tonight, with my pride wrapped around me, maybe I'd get lucky. Maybe the dark would be empty. Tomorrow, the hunt would start again. I found myself back in the same cold stone room. But this time I was sprawled across a pile of thick blankets, the flickering glow of an everflame casting warmth across the space. My head throbbed as I dragged myself out of sleep, my body weak and my throat burning with a thirst so fierce it felt like fire. The remnants of my dreams clung to me, visions of my kings, their powerful bodies against mine, the sharp pleasure of my fangs sinking into their veins. The hunger twisted inside me, unbearable, and with a snarl, I lunged for the heavy wooden door, slamming my body against it again and again until my shoulder screamed in protest. "Let me out!" My voice cracked as my fangs lengthened, my mind racing with violent fantasies of the first person I'd tear into once I escaped. They'd pay for locking me in here, every drop of their blood would be mine, and I wouldn't feel a shred of remorse. But the door didn't budge. The silence beyond it was worse than the iron bars of Darkmoor Penitentiary, thick, suffocating, absolute. I was trapped. I stumbled back, my legs giving out as exhaustion and hunger gnawed at me. The taste of my own blood filled my mouth when I bit my tongue, the metallic tang only making the thirst worse. No magic, no relief. My knees hit the blankets and I collapsed, staring up at the glass dome above me. The Everflame's light danced across the surface, revealing the dark shimmer of water pressing down from above. Why was I here? I licked my lips, the sting of my wound sharpening my focus. If I didn't get control soon, the thirst would consume me. I wasn't used to this kind of deprivation, not when my kings had always been there to feed me. Now, without them, my thoughts were a storm of hunger and rage, clouding everything. Falling back onto the blankets, I forced slow breaths, my gaze locked on the water above. Why put me in a seer's prison when I didn't have the sight? I sifted through memories of arcane arts lessons, Gabriel's teachings, anything that might help. But my mind kept circling back to them, my kings. Their faces flickered behind my eyelids, so vivid I could almost feel their hands on me. Then, like a half-formed vision, I saw them, Gabriel, Dante, Leon, and the fourth, all gathered in Gabriel's apartment. The image was hazy, distorted, but their tension was clear. None of them were fighting, but none were at peace either. Gabriel sat on the edge of his bed, Dante and Leon's hands gripping his shoulders. "What's wrong?" I whispered, my chest tight. The vision wavered, slipping through my fingers like smoke. Was this now, the future? I couldn't tell, but one thing was certain, something was coming. And I was stuck here, useless, while they faced it without me. Ryder stepped forward, his hand outstretched, jaw clenched so tight I could almost hear his teeth grinding. The pain in his eyes was unmistakable, raw and personal, something only I seemed to notice. But it wasn't just him. All four of them were suffering, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion, and I knew deep down it was my fault. Gabriel gripped Ryder's hand like a vice, his forehead creased in frustration as he strained to summon a vision. "It's useless," he growled, voice dripping with frustration. "That bastard's blocking me, they're doing something to hide her and I can't break through." A cold understanding washed over me. That's why I was trapped here. This chamber wasn't just some forgotten dungeon, it was designed to amplify celestial energy, making it easier for us to channel visions. But the effect worked in reverse too. The magic here was focused outward, shielding me from the stars' gaze. Without their sight, my fate was obscured and Gabriel couldn't track me. The realization hit like a punch, shattering my fragile grip on the vision. My eyes flew open just as a tear escaped, searing a hot trail down my cheek before vanishing into my hair. My chest heaved as I fought to claw my way back into that fleeting connection, desperate to feel close to them again, even if it was just an illusion. "Wait," I whispered, my pulse hammering so hard it felt like my ribs might crack. Then the sound of a lock clicking. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I launched upright, fangs bared, every muscle coiled to strike. Whoever was coming through that door was about to regret it. The steady rhythm of their heartbeat was the only thing that mattered now, a siren call I couldn't resist. The door swung open and I lunged only to crash into an invisible barrier. Magic coiled around me like chains, lifting me off the ground. I writhed, snarling, teeth snapping at empty air. Just one drop, that's all I needed. One taste and then I'd drain them dry, leave them hollow, their power surging through me like a second heartbeat. I come bearing gifts, King's voice echoed, smooth and infuriatingly calm as they glided into the room. Another figure scurried in behind them, pushing a cart topped with silver domes like something straight out of a high-end restaurant. The moment the cart was inside, the lackey bolted, slamming the door shut behind him. I'm going to rip you apart, I spat, still thrashing against the magic holding me captive, fury burning hotter than the thirst clawing at my throat. King merely sighed, unfazed. Now, Elise, let's not be dramatic. I know you're parched, but violence won't solve anything. Underestimating me was their first mistake. I hoped they kept doing it, it'd make their downfall that much sweeter. Why the hell am I here? I demanded, my voice a ragged growl. I'd like to talk, King said, the shadows of their hood obscuring their face. But I'm aware your kind struggles with civility when blood is involved, so, with a theatrical flourish, they lifted the first dome, revealing a glass of deep crimson blood, complete with a ridiculous pink straw. The scent hit me like a freight train, igniting every primal instinct. My control shattered. The beast inside roared to life, and I fought harder, my vision narrowing to that single, taunting offering. The king stood motionless, their face hidden beneath the hood, no shifting features, no recognizable expression, just an impenetrable void of darkness even my enhanced vision couldn't pierce. As my breathing steadied, they lifted another cover, revealing a set of gleaming metal cuffs. These weren't easy to acquire, King murmured, stepping closer. Fib issue. The same ones they use on Solaria's most dangerous criminals, keeps their magic locked down tight in Darkmoor Penitentiary. I scoffed. And, I want you to wear them, King replied smoothly. In exchange you'll get regular blood rations, no more thirst, no more suffering. A bitter laugh escaped me, but my eyes locked onto the glass of blood beside them, my pulse roaring in my ears. The hunger was a living thing gnawing at my insides. Why bother? I rasped, though I already knew the answer. 'Cause I'd rather not deal with another feral vampire like the one you unleashed beneath the academy. King's tone was almost casual, as if discussing the weather. This is a courtesy, I need you functional, not rabid. They turned toward the door and panic clawed up my throat. Wait, the word tore from me before I could stop it. My mouth watered, my focus narrowing to that damn glass. What was the point in resisting? Without blood, my magic was useless anyway. At least this way I'd have both power and relief. And I needed my mind sharp if I ever wanted to escape this hellhole. Especially now that I knew my so-called kings had abandoned me. King paused, tilting their head. Do we have a deal? I gritted my teeth. I wasn't stupid, I'd cave eventually. The thirst would win, why drag it out? Fine, I snarled. The restraints shifted, forcing my arms forward as King clamped the cuffs around my wrists. The metal was ice against my skin, the click of the lock final. The moment the magic released me, I lunged, a snarl ripping from my throat only to crash into an invisible barrier. Screw it. I whirled toward the cart, seizing the glass and downing the blood in desperate gulps. It was lukewarm, tasteless, barely worth swallowing, but my body didn't care. I licked the rim clean, then scraped my fingers inside, sucking every last drop. It barely took the edge off. Who the hell did this come from? I spat, blood smeared across my face like some deranged nightmare. King just watched, silent, and for the first time I wondered if this was really about control or if they were just enjoying the show. The most pathetic fae you could dig up. King's laugh sent chills down my spine, a bizarre blend of a child's giggle and an elder's rasp, layered with something unnervingly in between. Tell you what, next shipment comes from a stronger source if you scratch my back. Scratch how? No way was I doing favors for this creep, but I'd play dumb if it meant getting intel. King strolled back to the cart, yanking off the remaining covers to expose a feast, fresh clothes, and a heap of newspaper clippings. I need you to see the bigger picture, they said, drifting toward the chamber's far wall where earth magic hummed to life, sculpting something from the ground. Your help optional, your blood non-negotiable. The demand made my skin crawl. I recoiled, instinct driving me to summon my magic only for it to fizzle at my wrists, choked by those ornate cuffs. Not even a spark. Fantastic, relax, eat, read, King ordered, gesturing to the clippings. Maybe then you'll grasp why Alestria's rotting, gangs choking the life out of it. We need a phoenix, someone to drag this city out of the gutter. Let me guess, I sneered. That someone has a crown-shaped ego. King just shrugged, finishing the stone tub with a flourish. Leadership's a burden, but someone's gotta carry it. Steam curled from the freshly conjured water as I eyed the clippings. Why waste time on this garbage? Because you've been played, King's voice turned razor-sharp. Dante and Ryder, saints in your eyes, monsters in the shadows, those articles, proof, kids, families collateral in their wars, open your eyes before you bleed for liars. I bit back a snarl, arguing was suicide, play along, survive. Fine, I'll read. I snatched a fry from the cart, crunching angrily as I scanned the top headline. Lunar Brotherhood Oscura clash leaves innocents dead. Same old story. Turf wars, stray magic, bodies piling up. My gut twisted at the photo, a family gone. Yeah, the gangs were poison, but Dante and Ryder, they'd never sign off on this. Would they? The door clicked shut. Alone again, I stared at the tub, the water mocking me with its warmth. Clean clothes, hot food, King's game was clear. Break me with kindness and newsprint, jokes on them, I'd survived worse. But as I turned the next clipping, a detail snagged me, a timestamp. This massacre happened last night, while I'd been locked in here. What the hell are you two doing out there? As leaders of their community, they bore some responsibility for what happened. That realization sat heavy in my chest as I studied the article. Their vehicle had been struck by a stray fireball, sending it careening into an oncoming truck. Death must have been instant, otherwise healers could have intervened. My eyes lingered on the photo of the young siblings, and for a fleeting moment I envied them. At least they weren't separated in whatever came next. But as grief for Gareth twisted inside me, sharp and unrelenting, I realized something had shifted. There was a time when vengeance consumed me, when I'd have gladly traded my life to make someone pay. Back then I never imagined an after. Now though, now I thought about my men, the love we shared, the fragile dreams taking root despite the pain. I wanted more than just retribution. Tossing the articles aside, I carried my plate to the steaming tub, stripping off my grimy clothes and sinking into the water with a groan. The heat eased the tension in my muscles, and for a second I wished I still had my air magic just so I could stay submerged, hidden from the world. Lilac strands swirled around me as I exhaled a stream of bubbles, tears dissolving unseen. Miss you, Gerber. Wish you were here to tell me what the hell I'm supposed to do next. Dinner was a mechanical act, fork moving while my mind raced. My family rattled off updates from Alestria, each useless scrap about Elise's whereabouts tightening the coil of panic in my chest. But I clamped down on it, clinging to my father's old mantra, be the calm in the storm. The only silver lining, Felix's followers had been dealt with no mercy, no loose ends. Their crimes demanded nothing less. Then Rosa stood, her gaze urgent, but Nico wouldn't shut up about some twitchy Heptian toad in the eastern quarter. Blazers always act like that, I snapped, and he slumped back chastised, for Star's sake, not another dead end. Rosa, I prompted. She'd been relentless in the search for Elise, awakened or not. Try stopping Rosa, might as well try holding back a hurricane. Baggy clothes hid her scars now, a silent rebellion against what Felix had done. But the way she avoided mirrors, the way she flinched at touches, it screamed louder than words. Sooner or later we'd have to talk about it, whether she was ready or not. Elise was my only focus in that moment. It's probably nothing but, she started, hesitating. I leaned in, my gut tightening as I met her gaze. The pain in her dark eyes was something I couldn't fix, no matter how hard I tried. She still shut me out whenever Felix came up, pretending it never happened. But the faint scars trailing along her neck and vanishing under her collar spoke louder than words. Those wounds went beyond skin deep, and I'd give anything to erase them. Then she dropped the bombshell. I think I found a Killblaze lab. A few eager murmurs rippled through the pack, but Nico scoffed. Yeah, right. My fist slammed onto the table, silencing everyone. Mama watched me from the head of the table, a flicker of pride in her eyes. Go on, Rosa, I urged. I'm all ears. She took a breath. I've been tracking the old crystal roads outside the city. Nobody uses them much since the highway went in, just a few farmers hauling goods. And with the Cursus crystal mines dried up, the area's full of abandoned tunnels. She hesitated, chewing her lip. I started logging every car that passed through license plates, models, even driver descriptions. Every night at 9, a black van heads out and comes back at 1 in the morning. At first I figured it was just another transport rig, same make and all. But last night I got closer to snap some photos, and when it rolled by, I felt it. Felt what? I demanded, hanging on her every word. Nothing, she admitted, shaking her head. No magic, not a trace, and that's weird because crystal transports are loaded with protection spells. Plus, the cargo usually hums with energy, and even the Fae drivers give off a vibe. But this thing, dead silent. Like it wasn't even there. The realization hit me like a lightning bolt. That's how they're smuggling Killblaze in. I dragged a hand through my hair, grinning. Damn, Rosa, you're a legend. Mama shot me a sharp look. Language dolce drago, but my mind was already racing. When Killblaze first flooded Alestria, the Fib set up magical checkpoints across the city. Every vehicle got scanned and a few early shipments got busted. Then nothing, the dealers vanished. Now I knew why. King must have been using some twisted magic to cloak his transports, slipping them past the barriers like they were invisible. I shot to my feet, nearly toppling my chair. Rosa perked up. I can take you there. A glance at the clock, 8:30, we had to move. Then let's go, I said. Uncle Philippe stepped forward. You need backup, I'll gather the pack. No, I said firmly, this has to stay quiet. And I've got my own team waiting. I kept that part to myself, no need to ruffle feathers. I'll call if things go south. A few disappointed growls followed me as I nodded to Mama and strode out, Rosa on my heels. I grabbed my leather jacket in the hall, but Mama caught up, her voice tight with worry. A word dolce drago. Mama, I have to go, I said urgently, moving to kiss her cheek, but she grabbed my wrist with a grip that said she wasn't done. Her expression was unyielding. What's wrong? I asked, my pulse quickening. Rosa, already lacing up her sneakers, caught Mama's sharp glance. I'll be outside, she muttered, ducking out the door without another word. The moment it shut, Mama's magic wrapped around us, sealing the room in silence. Her silver-ringed eyes bore into me and my chest tightened. I've stayed quiet long enough, she said, squaring her shoulders. Despite her petite frame, authority radiated from her. I like Elise, my son, I truly do. But the Oscura clan is hunting her like she's your destined partner. I opened my mouth to deny it, but she cut me off with a raised hand. Don't lie to me. I see how you look for her, how you barely sleep, how you disappear every night with Leon Knight. But he's her Elysian mate, dolce drago. I won't watch you destroy yourself over a love that isn't yours to claim. Her words lodged in my throat like stone. The raw protectiveness in her gaze was almost too much. She cupped my face, her touch warm but firm. Yet I know there's more to this. I've seen the way she looks at you, like you and Leon both hold her world. So tell me, why does a girl with a fated mate stare at my son as if he's just as irreplaceable? For a heartbeat I couldn't speak. She deserved honesty, no matter how unconventional. Werewolves understood polyamory, but dragons not so much. Then again, I was never one for tradition. It's exactly what you think, I admitted, exhaling hard as I squeezed her hand. I love her. She's my true star, and Leon knows it. We have an understanding. Tears welled in her eyes and my stomach twisted. She'd always imagined me with one partner. A dragon's possessive nature didn't leave room for sharing, but life had other plans. Elysian mates don't work this way, she whispered. Your father and I could never have wanted another. It's different for us, I said firmly. Even if Elise's love for Leon ran deeper, I'd take whatever pieces of her heart she could give. This makes me happy, Mama, really. Her face softened, then split into a grin. Oh, Dante, she sighed, pulling me close. Then I'm thrilled for you. Leon's already family, and when you're all married, stop, I groaned, shaking my head. Let's not jump ahead, I need to find her first, and explain Gabriel and Ryder. Stars help me, that conversation would be a nightmare. Go, she urged, shoving me toward the door as the silent spell dissolved. Bring her home. The words hit me like a punch. Elise here as part of my family, it was everything I wanted. And I'd fight like hell to make it real. The night air filled my lungs as I stepped outside, catching Rosa's eager gaze as she sprang up from the porch. You good to go? She asked, bouncing on her toes. I grinned. You bet, ready to ride the wind, little wolf. Her face lit up like fireworks. Absolutely. Shedding my clothes, I tossed them to her and leaped off the porch. The transformation hit me like a tidal wave, muscles reshaping, bones cracking as the dragon inside tore free. Electricity sizzled along my spine, wild and untamed, but I reined it in before it could singe Rosa. With a flick of my wing, I offered her a seat, and she nestled between my shoulders as we launched into the sky. The thought of Elise pushed me faster, cutting through the clouds like a blade. No storm tonight, just silence and speed. We touched down in a field half a mile from the crystal roads, shifting back to my fey form as Rosa handed me my clothes. "This way," she urged, darting ahead. I threw up concealment spells, muffling our steps as we slipped into the tree lane. Rosa scaled an oak like it was nothing, laughing as I wrestled my bulk between branches. "Tuck in those wings, big guy," she teased, perched on a thick limb. I settled beside her, pulse hammering. Tonight I'd either find Elise or tear King apart trying. The van's headlights cut through the dark right on schedule. No magic pulsed from it, just some hooded guy at the wheel. No hesitation. I yanked Rosa with me as we dropped onto the roof, landing like shadows. Her grin was all the confirmation I needed. The mine tunnel loomed ahead, guarded by robed fae and shimmering with wards. One wrong step and we'd be ash. I hauled us behind a boulder, silencing Rosa's protest. Those spells, they're lethal, and that floodlight would have blown our cover. She huffed, plopping down in the dirt, but the glint in her eyes said she wasn't done yet. Neither was I. "What's our next move?" I asked, gripping my atlas tighter. "We need reinforcements." I pulled the device from my pocket and dialed Leon's number, pressing it to my ear. The line rang until Gabriel picked up, his breathing ragged. "Dante, damn, you found something already," he blurted before I could explain. The sight had its eerie moments. A scream tore through the background, followed by Leon's furious voice. "Where the hell is she? I swear I'll shove that killblaze down your throat along with everything else you're hiding." "Flip him over, Simba," Ryder snarled in the distance. "We've got a lead," I cut in. "Rosa spotted something, could be a killblaze lab, perfect spot to stash someone, she might be here." "Damn it, I can't see it," Gabriel muttered. "But I see you, and okay, got it, backup's en route." "How soon, Falco?" I pressed. "Just hold tight." The line went dead and I glared at the screen. "Real damn helpful, jackass. Is he coming?" Rosa asked, shifting closer. "Supposedly," I grumbled, leaning against the boulder. She rested her head on my shoulder and the quiet between us felt heavy. Before Felix died, silence never lingered like this. Now it clung to her like a shadow I couldn't shake. I didn't know how to fix it, how to be what she needed. "Rosa," I started carefully, "since Felix, has it gotten any easier?" "Yes," she said without hesitation. "Like I can finally breathe." Relief loosened the knot in my chest. "I know you don't want to talk about it, but I just need to know if your eye fumbled, afraid of pushing too hard." She wore strength like armor, but pain wasn't weakness. The fire in her eyes, the steel in her voice, they were proof of what she'd survived, but I couldn't stand watching it crush her, or us. "It's okay," she murmured. "I wasn't ready before, but I am now. Ask me, Alpha. Are you gonna be okay?" The words tumbled out. She exhaled slowly. "Yeah, someday. But these scars, they make me look weak to the pack." I growled, gripping her arm. "They're not weakness, Rosa, they're your damn armor," she scoffed, unconvinced, just as stardust shimmered in the air. Magic prickled at my fingertips as Ryder materialized, dropping into a crouch before us. "Holy hell," Rosa kicked dirt at him, shoving me hard. "Ambush move. Easy, Cugina," I snapped, yanking her back as I bared my teeth at Ryder. But how the hell was I supposed to explain this? "The hell are you doing here, Snake?" I spat. "You tell me, Inferno," Ryder shot back. One second I'm pounding some lowlife into the dirt, the next big bird's tossing stardust in my face. Rosa's gaze darted between us. What's happening? The only reason she wasn't losing it was because she'd seen Ryder help take down Felix. But years of hating this bastard weren't erased overnight, not for her, not for me. Still, we were out of allies. "Ryder's helping find Elise," I told her. "Call it a truce." The word burned like acid. "Temporary ceasefire," Ryder corrected, smirking. "Once Elise is safe, I'll take my time separating your head from your shoulders." Rosa's eyes widened. "You, him, and Elise, what about Leon?" Ryder shrugged. "The lion's not going anywhere, so we deal with it. Big Bird as well." Rosa's forehead wrinkled in confusion. "Quit filling her head with nonsense, this isn't your problem," I snapped before locking eyes with Rosa. "You can't breathe a word of this to anyone, cousin." The last thing I wanted was to erase her memories later, but if she couldn't keep quiet, the fallout would be catastrophic. My family would never trust me again if they discovered my alliance with Ryder Draconis. Still, I believed in Rosa resorting to magic was a last resort. She glanced at Ryder, then thrust her hand toward him. "Swear on the stars you won't lay a finger on Dante tonight." Ryder smirked. "You're not even awakened." But Rosa didn't back down, her fingers steady, her expression unyielding. I braced for him to vanish into stardust like usual, but instead he gripped her hand. Fine, no harm comes to Dante tonight or you, wolf girl. A flicker of magic sparked in his palm, though it was meaningless without her own power to seal it. Still, the gesture left me unsettled. Not admiration, hell no, but something else. All right, what's next? Rosa asked, her gaze still fixed on Ryder like he might strike any second. But he wouldn't, not while Elise's fate hung in the balance. I pointed toward the ridge. There's a tunnel up there warded with spells and guarded. Think you can scout it without getting caught? Ryder shrugged, yanking off his shirt to reveal a canvas of scars weaving between his tattoos. Rosa froze beside me, her fingers absently tracing the marks on her own neck, her eyes burning with unspoken questions. She stayed silent though, biting her lip as Ryder stripped down completely, flinging his clothes at me, his shoe smacking me square in the forehead. Piece of shit, I muttered, zapping him with a jolt of electricity. He just grinned like pain was his damn hobby. Psychopath. In seconds he shifted into a sleek black snake small enough to crush under my boot, but I held back as he vanished into the shadows, slithering toward the tunnel. Rosa whirled on me, eyes wide. Mom will murder you if she finds out. That's why she won't, I said, my voice edged with warning. She crossed her arms. I'm not stupid, Dante. You two are astral adversaries doomed to hate each other until one of you dies. The Fae don't just drop that kind of feud for anything. You love Elise, so does he. Don't bother lying, the moon doesn't miss a thing. I clenched my jaw, damn her lunar intuition. Lying was pointless, her gifts were too sharp. Ryder loved Elise against all odds. The serpent actually had a heart and there was nothing I could do about it. I'd seen them together. The way she looked at him, the way he looked at her. She'd given herself to both of us, and that was the bitter pill I had to swallow. Somehow we'd made it work by ignoring the tension, but the second we got her back, reality would slap us in the face. And then there was the mess with his father. That conversation at the Christmas cabin still gnawed at me. Ryder had no idea about Vesper's sacrifice or the peace deal I'd tried to broker. Someone had betrayed him, someone who'd fueled this war and all the bloodshed between me and the Lunar King. The truth was out there, and it was gonna burn us all. The weight of that truth felt like a sickness spreading through me, because knowing it chipped away at the justifications for this endless war. Part of me clung to the hope that maybe, finally, peace was within reach. But that also meant facing the bitter reality. I'd have to bury the hatred between Ryder and me. Not just for the sake of the city, but for Elise. Rosa's voice cut through my thoughts, sharp with worry. You're playing with fire, Dante. You know how it goes with astral adversaries. Destiny locks you in a cycle of battle until one of you falls. So tell me, if you kill the man Elise loves, do you really believe she could ever look at you the same? My chest tightened at the thought. Dying wasn't an option, but Rosa wasn't wrong. Could Elise still love me if I took Ryder's life? Just then Ryder reappeared, shaking off his fey form and yanking his clothes back into place. Just detection spells, he muttered. I can dismantle them. Rosa shot me a tense glance. We need to alert the pack. Not now, I snapped, locking eyes with her. Go home, rally the wolves and stay ready. She opened her mouth to argue, but I pulled a pouch of stardust from my pocket and leveled her with an alpha's glare. That's an order, cousin. With a frustrated exhale, she relented. I scattered the stardust over her, watching as she vanished, and some of the tension in my chest eased knowing she was safe. But now it was just me and Ryder, his glare sharp enough to draw blood. We go in quiet, I growled, crouching low behind the boulder. Find her without alerting the whole damn fortress. Ryder's jaw clenched. That better not be an order, Inferno. His fists tightened, knuckles white with barely contained fury. Electricity prickled along my skin, and I cursed Gabriel under my breath for sending this walking lightning rod with me. Sure, the Archangel probably had his reasons, but right now, all I saw was a liability. Ryder summoned a jagged wooden blade, and I instinctively wove a thin barrier of air around myself just in case he got any ideas. You handle the floodlight with your little storm tricks, he said coldly. I'll deal with the guards, I scoffed. Now who's giving orders? The air between us crackled with tension, two alphas locked in a battle of wills. Normally I'd relish putting a Fae in their place, but Ryder wasn't like the others. He reminded me of Leon or Gabriel, someone who demanded respect, not submission. And as much as I hated to admit it, I had to try. Because Elise needed us both, and every second wasted here put her at greater risk. Drawing a steadying breath, I stepped forward, channeling the composure of the Oscura King. My father had taught me to rise above petty rivalries, and today I'd honor that. For a heartbeat, I saw Vesper Draconis in Ryder's defiant stance, a man who'd die for what he believed in. Only Ryder's cause wasn't a kingdom, it was one girl. Elise had given him something he'd never known, a reason to fight for life instead of death. Against all instinct, I reached out. Ryder eyed my hand like it was a live grenade. Then, with a flick of my wrist, I wrapped him in a cocoon of swirling air, not as a threat but as protection. Maybe, just maybe, we didn't have to be enemies tonight. His expression flickered with shock, but he kept his mouth shut, typical Ryder, avoiding any emotional acknowledgement. Perfect. One each, I decided, then flicked my wrist. A surge of electricity ripped through the ground, racing toward the floodlight before exploding the bulb in a shower of sparks. The guards shouted in confusion as darkness swallowed the area. We bolted from behind the boulder, shadows clinging to us like a second skin. Splitting up, I lunged for the Fae on the left while Ryder went right. My target barely had time to summon a flickering Faelight before I slammed my palm to his forehead, frying his nervous system with a jolt of raw power. He crumpled, and I turned to see Ryder yanking his blade from another guard's throat. With a gust of wind, I dragged both bodies toward a mound of dirt near the mine entrance. Ryder split the earth open, and I dumped them inside before he sealed it shut, no traces left behind. A quick nod between us and we turned to the tunnel entrance, palms raised. The detection spells hummed under our fingers, but together we dismantled them faster than they could react. Then we were sprinting into the abyss, my pulse hammering at the thought of Elise trapped somewhere in this hellhole. I'd tear this place apart to get her back, no more hiding how much she meant to me. Ryder's shoulder knocked into mine as he pushed ahead, forcing me to match his pace. The tunnel sloped sharply, the air thickening with dampness. No Faelights too risky, but the static dancing along my arms cast just enough glow to keep us from stumbling. Then a deep rumble echoed from below, and an eerie blue glow forced us to slow. Rounding a bend, we froze. A colossal glass tank dominated the cavern, swirling with glowing blue liquid and thousands of Killblaze crystals churning like stars in a storm. Holy hell, I muttered. This wasn't just production, it was an industrial nightmare. Beyond it, a conveyor belt rattled, spitting out shimmering crystals while runoff drained into a waste tank. The operation was massive, efficient. We crept forward, but voices cut through the hum of machinery. Ryder yanked me into a shadowed alcove, his magic smothering us as I muffled our breaths. Pressed shoulder to shoulder, his skin cool against mine, I caught the faint scent of iron and ozone. Thanks, I muttered. His voice was a razor's edge. If that's fuck you in your pretty dialect, Inferno, we're good. Vaffanculo, I shot back. Why was I thanking this asshole anyway? The voices grew clearer. Double shipments by month's end. Between here and Site R will flood Alestria, a man bragged. A woman's laugh slithered through the dark. Nuvis City and Lanica District are already hooked. The Black Card's reach is unstoppable. The Card Master's reign begins, the man declared, reverence dripping from every word. Ryder's grip on my collar tightened. We were in deeper than we thought. The entire kingdom of Celeria would soon kneel before us. As Ryder and I stood our ground, the two Fae guards moved past only to have Ryder strike like a viper. Thick vines lashed out, coiling around their throats in an instant. With a sickening crack, he ended the first one's life before yanking the second into the air, her legs flailing uselessly. "Where's Elise Callisto?" he demanded, his voice a venomous growl. The girl tried summoning fire, but Ryder smothered her flames with a wave of dirt before binding her wrists. She was no match for his strength, and I watched coldly as she struggled in vain. "She can't answer if she's choking, Snake," I muttered. He dropped her abruptly, her knees slamming against the stone floor. Her screams for help were swallowed by the silencing spell, leaving her utterly alone. "Talk or you die," I snarled, electricity crackling under my skin. "I don't know who that is," she sobbed. "Lilac hair, vampire, impossible to miss," I snapped. Her eyes widened, but she kept shaking her head. "I swear I don't know." Ryder seized her throat again, locking her in a hypnotic trance. I waited impatiently, arms crossed. Couldn't have just taken me along for the ride, bastard. A sharp twist later, her body hit the ground. "Elise isn't here," Ryder said, scowling. "But this one showed me someone who might know the boss of this operation." Disappointment twisted in my gut, but the flicker of a lead kept me going. Finally something. "Where?" I demanded, shoving the bodies into a shadowed alcove before sealing them away. Ryder was already stalking ahead, leaving me to follow with a muttered curse. The tunnels branched and he veered left away from the Killblaze conveyor belt and deeper into the darkness. Soon we reached a wooden door, seamlessly molded into the tunnel by earth magic. "Break it down," I said. That sounded like another command, he hissed, glaring. "You ever heard of a suggestion, idiot?" I shot back. "Oh, let me try," he marked, pitching his voice higher. "Hey, Snake, maybe you could wreck that damn door for me." His terrible impression was so absurd I almost laughed. A smirk flickered across his lips before he schooled his expression and turned back to the door. I summoned wind to my fingertips, ready to blast it open myself, but Ryder pressed his palm to the wood and the door exploded inward like it had been hit by a wrecking ball. A scream erupted from inside. We stepped through the wreckage to find a bold, middle-aged Fae already hurling jagged ice shards at us. I threw up a wall of air, shattering his attack before it could reach us. Then I clenched my fist, cutting off his air supply. He clawed at his throat, panic flooding his face. Ryder sealed the ruined door behind us with a flick of his hand while I took in the room. Dozens of CCTV screens lined the walls, displaying every corner of the sprawling Killblaze lab hidden in these mines. My pulse roared. This place was massive, capable of addicting thousands. If King's operation was already supplying other cities, how long before they had enough power to overthrow the throne? I despised Lionel Eichtcrux and his polished elite, but at least they hadn't driven Celeria into ruin. King would burn it all to the ground. A blinking red light under the desk caught my eye. I cursed, striding forward to find a panic button beside it. Time was running out. "We're running out of time, Snake," I muttered, glancing at the tangled mess of wires crisscrossing the lab's ceiling like some kind of dystopian spiderweb. Ryder's response came through gritted teeth. "Then let's wrap this up and head back." There was something unsettling about the way he said it, like Gabriel's dingy apartment had somehow become home to any of us. Pathetic, really. I pushed off the ground with a gust of wind, fingertips brushing against one of the live wires. A reckless grin tugged at my lips. "Brace yourself for a light show," I told Ryder, and for once he didn't argue. Electricity surged through me, crackling under my skin like a storm begging to be unleashed. Somewhere high above, thunder answered my call, and the raw power flooding my veins was intoxicating. This place was about to become my personal fireworks display, a message King wouldn't be able to ignore. A storm dragon was coming for them, and I wouldn't stop until they were nothing but ash at my feet. "Damn it, Inferno, rein it in," Ryder snapped, and I glanced down just in time to see our captive gasping for air, his face twisted in panic. Static made Ryder's short hair stand on end, and I couldn't resist flashing him a taunting smirk. I could end him right now if I wanted, no struggle, no fight, but as satisfying as that would be, I needed him alive. For now. Ryder knocked the bastard out cold just as I unleashed the storm. Lightning erupted from my hands, surging through the wires and detonating across the lab in a chain reaction of explosions. The screens flickered with frantic Fae scrambling for cover, and I couldn't help but laugh. Then came the Stardust Rider's magic, yanking us through the cosmos in a dizzying whirl of light before we landed hard in Gabriel's living room, our unconscious prize sprawled between us. Leon practically tackled me the second we appeared, his nose buried in my neck. "Gabe said you hit a Killblaze lab," he babbled. "Who's this guy? Did you find Elise? Does he know where she is?" He lunged at Ryder next, only to get shoved onto his backside with a half-hearted growl. "Don't call me Gabe," Gabriel snapped, eyeing the bound man on the floor with cold detachment. I smirked. "Relax, Gabby." His glare could have melted steel. "Keep it up and I'll start calling you Dragonella." Without another word, he hauled the prisoner toward the bathroom and we followed. The usually sterile white space had been transformed, Gabriel's earth magic turning it into a grim interrogation chamber, all jagged stone and a single, lonely toilet in the corner. "Guess you saw this coming," Ryder muttered, exchanging a dark look with Gabriel. "Figured you'd bring back a guest," Gabriel replied. "Doubt he'll talk easy, but I'm betting you can change that." Ryder stepped forward, voice low. "Give me 10 minutes alone with him." "Not a chance," I cut in. "Just take us into the vision with you," Leon demanded. Ryder exhaled sharply before relenting. "Fine, but stay out of my way. I need him terrified, makes it easier to break through King's mental blocks." With a flick of my wrist, I sent a jolt of electricity into our captive. He jolted awake with a strangled gasp, just in time for Ryder's hypnosis to take hold. His gaze locked onto mine, and despite every instinct screaming at me to resist, I let my barriers drop. The world dissolved, and suddenly we stood on the banks of a murky river, our prisoner dangling above the water as crocodiles snapped at his heels. His screams were almost comical. I had to admit Ryder's magic was impressive. Not that I'd ever tell the bastard that our faces were hidden behind grotesque masks inspired by the Lion King, Leon as Simba, Ryder as Scar, and Gabriel as Zazu. When Leon snorted and mouthed Pumbaa at me, I barely reacted. The mask didn't matter. I was here for Elise, not some ridiculous costume party. The air buzzed with hypnotic energy, thick and sluggish at first, but the more I focused, the more it bent to my will. If Ryder wanted this bastard terrified, I'd make sure he got his wish. The man shrieked as an illusionary crocodile tore off his shoe. "What do you want?" he howled. "We're looking for Elise Callisto," Leon snapped, his voice sharp as a blade. "She's my Elysian mate. If you think you can keep her from me, you'll regret it." I stepped closer, locking eyes with the trembling man. Ryder stayed silent, working to dismantle the guy's mental defenses, so it was up to us to keep him on edge. With a thought, I twisted the illusion. Water beneath his feet erupted into roaring flames, licking at his skin. He screamed, begging ignorance, but I only fed the fire higher. The sheer force of the vision was staggering, and Ryder wasn't holding back. He was letting us run wild. Then from the inferno a monstrous fire beast lunged, its eyes glowing red, jaws gaping. "Leon's doing. Where has King taken her?" Gabriel's voice boomed like thunder, and the sky above the man split open, raining fire onto his shoulders. His skin sizzled, and I poured more heat into the illusion, my teeth clenched. He deserved this. Maybe he hadn't taken Elise, but he'd let Killblaze ravage our city, destroying lives without a second thought. Now I'd return the favor. The card master is. The man choked, King's dark influence silencing him. A growl tore from my throat. I wanted him broken. The flames seared deeper, peeling flesh from bone. I wouldn't stop until his mind shattered. Leon roared, "Where is she?" The fire beast obeyed, ripping off the man's leg in a gruesome display. Ryder's illusions didn't just look real, they felt real. For a second, I almost admired the terrifying precision of his power. The man's screams reached a new pitch, raw with the certainty of agony beyond comprehension. "In the sea," he wailed. "King lies in the sea." Gabriel's eyes glazed over, locking onto some unseen vision. "Keep going," he urged Ryder. Leon wasn't done. The beast tore off an arm next. Ryder gritted his teeth, pushing harder. I channeled my own energy, electrifying the flames, burning the man inside and out. His pain was a beacon, feeding Ryder's power like a dark feast. "Enough," Gabriel gasped. "I've seen it." He doesn't know more. The illusion collapsed like a downpour, and we snapped back to reality in the bathroom. Ryder swayed, stumbling into me. I caught him instinctively, then jerked away as his dazed eyes met mine. He looked drunk on pain, breathing slow and deep as the magic settled into his veins. The taste of victory was bitter on his lips as Ryder muttered, "Damn, that hit the spot." His voice edged with something unhinged. The man convulsed on the floor, trapped in whatever nightmare vision Ryder had forced into his mind. My pulse pounded as I turned to Gabriel, gripping his arm. "What did you find? Where is she?" My voice cracked with urgency, his gaze darkened. "King's holed up near the Russian Sea. The black card was called there. I was among them. Didn't see Elise, but I felt her." A flicker of hope lit his eyes before Ryder loomed over the twitching man, rolling his shoulders. "Guess this trash has outlived his usefulness." Gabriel's silence was answer enough. A vine lashed out, snapping the man's neck before his body hit the ground. I seized Gabriel's collar, my fingers trembling. "When do we move?" Leon pressed close, his tension mirroring mine. 2 days, Gabriel growled, the words heavy as a death sentence. 2 days, an eternity, when every second without Elise was its own kind of torment. But now we had a target. A place to unleash the storm inside us. And when we did, the world would remember what happened when you crossed us. Time blurred in this cage. Meals came and went, the blood in my glass stale, lifeless, nothing like the rich, vibrant essence I craved. Not just any blood, theirs. The cuffs stifled my magic, but my body still burned through traces of it, leaving me hollow. Fae weren't meant to be cut off from their power. It festered inside, a rot waiting to spread. I'd heard stories Fae driven mad, their magic turning inward like a disease. How long until that happened to me? Darkmoor Penitentiary flashed in my mind, that hellhole where monsters wore these same cuffs for years. My chest tightened. Rory. He'd risked everything for us, for me, and now he was buried in that nightmare. The guilt was a living thing, gnawing at my ribs every night. He'd saved Rosa, but the cost was his freedom. And Gareth King's damn newspapers had been full of stories just like his. Innocents caught in the crossfire. Gareth hadn't asked for this. He'd been dragged into the darkness for my sake. Some days the grief was a weight I couldn't shake. I'd curl into the nest of blankets or sink into the lukewarm tub, drowning in memories. But today the rage burned hotter. King had made a mistake. He'd given us a thread to pull. And when we found him, we'd unravel everything. Grief for Gareth and the ache of being torn from my kings were my constant shadows in this place. I'd attempted to pry more visions from the stars, but they'd been stubbornly silent except for a few fleeting, distorted glimpses of my men. One haunting image of Leon and Ryder drenched in blood still clung to me, a fear lodged deep in my bones. They were searching for me, that much was certain, but with King using this place to shield me from Gabriel's sight, I knew they'd never get close. Who the hell was King? The question gnawed at me. They had ties to the academy, that much was obvious, and they knew me well enough to anticipate Gabriel's hunt. But the pieces refused to click together. Memories of Gareth and me sprawled on the rooftop of the sparkling Uranus crashed over me, his arm warm against mine, the stars winking above as we laughed about nothing. Had those stars known his fate? Could I have changed it? The door's click snapped me back. I wiped my face, shoved my hands into the pockets of my pink sweats and schooled my expression as King stepped inside. "Apologies for the wait, Elise," they said, voice shifting like smoke. "The city's been busy, the world isn't what it used to be." I stayed quiet, watching. "Full moon tonight," King added, lingering in the doorway like a sentinel. "Which means I'll need your blood." My pulse spiked. I could bolt, maybe outrun them, but magic likely lined these halls, and with my own power bound, I'd be caught before I hit the exit. "Why?" I asked, though I already knew. Their twisted ritual required vampire blood to leech magic from Fae driven to despair. Disgust coiled in my gut, but refusal would only mean force. King studied me, then turned. "Walk with me." Not one to waste an opportunity, I followed. The corridor was damp, the walls rough-hewn, hastily made, unlike the polished chamber. King's magic prickled against my skin, a shield humming between us. Smart, I'd rip their throat out given the chance. "Did you read what I left you?" they asked, casual as if discussing the weather. "Yeah, the gangs, Alestria, total disaster, but I don't see how, exactly why this needs to happen. The citizens of Celeria deserve to feel safe in their own streets, free from the constant threat of violence, at least, that's what King claimed. Funny how their grand vision of peace always seemed to involve them holding all the power. A safer world for my people, they declared, as if benevolence alone justified their hunger for control. "Sounds fantastic," I replied, keeping my tone flat enough that they couldn't tell if I meant it. Sure, it was a nice idea if you ignored the part where we'd all be under the thumb of a power-hungry enigma wrapped in a cloak. King's voice softened. "Elise, I know you've suffered loss. You of all people should understand wanting to spare others that pain." "Right," I muttered. "If I had a wish, I'd bring back the dead, not play God with the living." For a second, I thought I saw a flicker of understanding in their shadowed expression. Then we turned a corner, and the cavern opened before us, a vast, echoing chamber filled with robed figures chanting in eerie unison. The air hummed with dark magic, sending a chill down my spine. My eyes darted to the towering ceiling, then to the tunnels branching off in every direction. One of them had to lead out if I could just figure out which. "This," King announced, sweeping an arm toward the crowd, "is the future. Loyal Fae united in purpose, ready to cleanse Celeria of its corruption." Their pride was palpable. "Every soul here believes in a world without gangs, without fear. They've scoured Alestria for recruits and sacrifices." My stomach twisted as I spotted the alcove. Fae slumped on couches, dazed and sweating, while robed attendants offered them killblaze. "Sacrifices," I echoed, bile rising in my throat. "Only those beyond saving," King said smoothly. "Their power won't be wasted, it will fuel the birth of a new era." I forced a smile. Inspiring." Every instinct screamed at me to run. "Do you see the vision now?" King pressed. "Oh, absolutely," I chirped, nodding like an overeager puppet. "Just one thing you want my blood willingly, bold ask." I scanned the crowd again, noting the hollow stares beneath those hoods. Loyal followers, more like puppets drugged into compliance. King's grand revolution was built on the backs of the broken. The real question was, did they even know? Or would they wake up one day and realize their savior was just another predator in a fancy robe? It was clear they had no intention of helping me. I was on my own. More shadowy figures kept slipping into the chamber, joining the eerie chanting, all funneling in from a tunnel to my right. That had to be my way out. Fine, I said, turning back to King with a quick decision. What's the price? They produced a silver chalice from their robes, small and delicate like a wine glass. Reluctantly, I took it, then bit into my wrist without hesitation. Blood welled up, spilling into the cup as I fought back a grimace. Handing it over felt like surrender, but I had no choice. This was my only shot. A few seconds of chaos and I'd be gone before they realized. That's all I needed. Escape, back to my kings. The moment the chalice was full, King pressed icy fingers to my wound, sealing it with stolen magic. The sensation was slick, unnatural, but I gritted my teeth. Better not to leave a trail of blood when I ran. As they reached for the chalice, I shoved it forward, sending dark liquid splashing everywhere. King recoiled, scrambling to salvage it with water magic, but I was already moving. I bolted, faster than I ever had before, my order form pushing me to the limit. The passage blurred around me, green everflames casting flickering shadows as robed figures scattered in my wake. Fresh air hit my lungs, freedom was so close I could taste it. Then, without warning, an invisible force wrenched me backward, flipping me midair like a ragdoll before slamming me back into the chamber. I thrashed, cursing, but King's magic was relentless. The world spun until I crashed into the same heap of blankets, the door slamming shut behind me. Their voice cut through the silence like a knife. How disappointing. Now standing at the edge of the Russian Sea, the weight of failure pressed down on me. The cliffs here were jagged, the water a churning mass of grey. Somewhere out there, Elise was hiding, maybe in the old smuggler caves, relics from the hermetic pirate's reign. I remembered this place from a field trip back at Aurora Academy, the history lessons now a grim advantage. The stars gave me nothing, but my instincts screamed she was here. Every second brought me closer. I just had to wait for the black card's call, and this time I wouldn't fail. Leon pushed open the creaky screen door and joined me on the weathered balcony of our rented beach cottage, perched precariously on the cliff's edge. We'd all been desperate to get here, clinging to the hope that another vision might reveal Elise's location sooner than anticipated. Yet the ocean stretched endlessly before us, offering no answers. His warm hand settled on my shoulder, and when I glanced up, the starlight caught in his amber eyes those familiar silver rings shimmering like a cosmic fingerprint. For a heartbeat, I saw her reflection there, and had to force myself to look away before the ache in my chest split me open. Below us, the Atlantic hurled itself against a lone black spire of rock, white spray exploding like shattered glass. "This waiting is killing me," Leon growled, gripping the salt-crusted railing until his knuckles whitened. I didn't need to answer. The ocean's relentless violence mirrored the tempest in my ribs. "Today's the day," I lied, because admitting otherwise would unravel me. He shot me a sidelong glance, sunlight catching the stubble along his jaw. "What's it actually like? The sight, I mean. Do futures just pop up like bad infomercials?" I exhaled through my nose. "More like fishing in the dark. Sometimes the stars toss me a bone, but mostly it's just knowing, like the universe humming a tune only I can hear." The admission tasted bitter. "You're the worst to read, by the way. Your future zigzags like a caffeinated squirrel." Leon's grin flashed, momentarily lifting the gloom. "Damn right, gotta keep destiny on its toes." He hip-checked me, the old wood groaning under our weight. "Once we find Elise, I'm buying you a margarita the size of your ego. Maybe then you'll finally relax." Hard pass. Tequila tastes like gasoline and regret. "Spoken like a man who's never had good tequila," he retorted, then shuddered. "Though nothing's worse than oysters. Imagine being the first dude to crack one open and go, salty booger." His gagging impression almost made me smile until the hollow space where Elise should be yawned wide again. The humor died between us. Leon's usual wildfire energy had dimmed to embers these past weeks, his laughter rationed like water in a desert. We'd all become different men since her disappearance. Stranger still, I missed the others' constant bickering, missed the way Asher's pretentious coffee rants and Kieran's terrible puns used to make Elise laugh. Hell, I'd even tolerate a dozen of those glitter-obsessed pixies she adored if it meant hearing that sound again. The realization hit like a rogue wave. This wasn't just about my hunger to protect her anymore. The sight had shown me fractured glimpses, a kitchen where Kieran burned pancakes while Asher complained about the smoke alarm, Leon teaching her to body surf as the sunset painted them gold. A future where we fit together, jagged edges and all. Now we just had to tear the world apart to claim it. For most of my life, My world had revolved around just two people, Bill and Elise. But lately that tight circle was expanding, and surprisingly I didn't mind. Still, the idea of welcoming a lion, a basilisk, and a storm dragon into the mix, that was a whole other level. Leon's voice pulled me from my thoughts, his golden eyes locked onto me. "Tell me about Elise's fate," he said, his tone softer than I expected. "Does she ever hesitate? Is she truly happy?" There was something painfully earnest in his questions that made it impossible to dislike him. "I can't predict forever," I admitted. "Fate shifts like sand, but Elise, she's always known what she wants even when I refused to see it." Leon leaned in, his warmth pressing against me with zero regard for personal space, and yet I didn't shove him away, maybe because deep down it felt good. "And what's that?" he murmured, his breath brushing my skin. "Freedom," I said, the word heavy on my tongue. "She won't be tied down, not by people, not even by destiny. Her fate is like the wind, always moving, impossible to trap unless she lets it. That's why I don't fit with her the way you and the others do. She chose you. Me, I'm just the fool who couldn't let go of something that was never mine to keep." The confession burned, but Leon's presence made it easier to speak the truth. His hand suddenly gripped my jaw, forcing me to meet his gaze. "Gabriel," he growled. "She did choose you. You're her protector, her damn shield against the world. You see threats before they even form. I'd give anything to have that kind of bond with her." His words should have been comforting, but all I heard was the cruel irony. I jerked free with a bitter laugh. "Protector? Then why couldn't I stop the one bastard in Celeria who's invisible to me? He took her, buried her so deep I can't even sense her. Some protector I turned out to be." My gaze flicked to the balcony doors, where Dante and Ryder were locked in their usual battle of stubbornness, shirts soaked with sweat as they pushed each other to the limit. "Idiots." Leon nudged me again, but I stepped back. "We wouldn't even have a shot at finding her if not for you," he insisted. I swallowed hard, the weight of my failures pressing down. I didn't need reassurance, I knew my role. Dante and Ryder weren't mated to Elise either. We were the jagged edges in her life, the pieces that didn't quite align. But did it matter as long as we loved her fiercely? Then, without warning, King's summons tore through me, a sharp tug in my chest, my breath hitched. "He's calling me," I gasped, hope surging like a wildfire. Leon whooped loud enough to send a startled seagull screeching into the sky. The others burst onto the balcony, shoving each other like overgrown kids. Without hesitation, I climbed onto the railing, yanking off my sweater and tying it around my waist. "He's been summoned," Leon announced, catching the black stones I tossed his way, the ones hiding the magic-y mortuorum. "I'll be back," I promised, and with a rush of power my wings erupted from my back, dark and ready. The wind welcomed me as I leaped into the sky, leaving behind the chaos and carrying their hope with me. "Track her down, big bird," Ryder commanded with a growl. I gave a sharp nod before stepping off the balcony, my wings snapping open to catch the rising wind as I glided over the cliff's edge, skimming above the jagged shoreline below. The summoning magic from King pulsed through me like a second heartbeat, insistent and relentless, but the fiery energy from the ring I'd discovered in those distant caves burned even hotter, shielding me from his dark influence. It could have severed the summoning spell entirely, but I held back. I needed that twisted tether to lead me straight to Elise. The coastline stretched for miles beneath me as I flew lower, the last golden streaks of daylight fading into the horizon. A sudden ripple of magic brushed against my wings, welcoming me like an old friend, though I doubted it would have been so hospitable if I weren't part of the black card. Passing through the invisible barrier, I spotted robed figures below, marching straight into the churning sea, waves crashing over them without hesitation. One by one, they vanished beneath the water, swallowed whole by the tide. What kind of messed-up ritual was this? I spiraled down, landing near a pile of discarded black robes strewn across the rocks. Shrugging one on, I tucked my wings away and forced my expression blank, mimicking the hollow-eyed trance of the others. King's magic slithered around me, trying to pull me under its spell, but the ring's heat flared, scorching it away. Steeling myself, I waded into the icy water, the element in my blood barely dulling the unease of walking into a storm-fed ocean. A monstrous wave loomed, curling like a predator before crashing down, only for my feet to hit dry stone the second I was submerged. The tunnel ahead was lined with eerie green flames, casting flickering shadows that danced like ghosts. Of course it had to be creepy. This was King's domain after all. Behind me the water swirled like a living portal, spitting out more black card members who marched past without a glance. The sheer power in the air made my skin prickle, and I called my elements closer, ready for whatever nightmare waited ahead. The passage opened into a cavern so vast it stole my breath. A domed glass ceiling revealed the ocean above, shimmering like a distorted sky. My pulse hammered. No wonder I couldn't find Elise. This was an amplifying chamber, a fortress built to warp celestial energy and blind anyone using the site. King wasn't just hiding, he'd built a damn fortress under the sea. Tunnels branched off, each leading to more chambers, and the nearness of Elise's presence burned in my chest. But charging in now would be suicide. With this many black card fanatics around, I'd be dead before I took 3 steps. No, I had to play this smart. For her the cavernous hole pulsed with eerie energy, as I memorized every detail to report back to the creatures awaiting my return. Soon, we'd unleash them here to rescue Elise. Robed figures filled the space, their monotonous chanting suggesting this gathering had been underway for hours. King had clearly spent all day summoning his followers. Thankfully, my late arrival spared me from prolonged exposure to these fanatics. As the final members shuffled in behind me, King's shadowy form ascended a raised platform at the chamber's far end. Their appearance flickered between genders and ages like a malfunctioning hologram, the illusion so thick I couldn't pierce through it no matter how hard I tried. Just wait, you bastard. The day's coming when I'll peel back your disguises and carve out that black heart for stealing what's mine. Magic prickled across my skin like static electricity, compelling me to kneel alongside the other black card members. My fists clenched as I pretended to submit, grateful my mind remained my own while others succumbed. The chanting ceased abruptly, revealing 20 kneeling figures at King's feet, ordinary people muttering incoherently, not robed zealots. With theatrical flair, King produced a silver dagger from their robes, their current youthful male visage scanning the crowd. Tonight we forge our destiny, King declared, voice dripping with false benevolence. The willing sacrifices of the despairing will cleanse our world of weakness. We must gather more lost souls to overthrow the gangs and corrupt Fey rulers who have bled your families dry. The dagger passed to the first blazer, and nausea twisted my gut as I forced stillness. Every instinct screamed to attack, but the sight showed me a dozen fatal outcomes. Elise's survival demanded patience. When the first blade plunged into flesh, icy resolve settled over me. This room could drown in blood tonight so long as none of it was hers. Now, Leon's whine shattered the tension like a dropped plate. Gabriel's growl cut him off. No, Leon fidgeted. Now, I said no. But no, Gabriel's patience snapped. I'll signal when it's time, you overgrown housecat. A small mercy, another second of Leon's nagging and I might have strangled him with his own scarf. The idiot flopped onto the couch while I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Big Bird's reconnaissance mission had ended hours ago, and though every fiber of me wanted to storm that underwater fortress immediately, years of tactical experience overruled impulse. Dante's silent focus in the armchair mirrored my own feet, propped on the coffee table, eyes distant. He was descending into that lethal calm just like me, mentally preparing for whatever horrors tonight required. But where I could become pure, ruthless purpose, a weapon with Elise as its only compass, Dante carried attachments. A mother who'd weep for him, siblings who'd mourn. The thought sent an odd twinge through my chest. If I fell tonight, only Elise might shed tears, and some pathetic part of me hoped she would. That I'd mattered to someone. Not that it should fucking matter. Gabriel hunched over the coffee table, his nose nearly touching the pages of Magici Mortuorum as he squinted through the stolen spyglass. The irony wasn't lost on me. Leon swiping it from Lionel Acrux, that self-proclaimed dragon lord who acted like destiny had personally handed him the world. Must be nice, sitting on a throne while the rest of us scraped by in places like Alestria, where greatness was just another word for empty pockets. Not that I cared, but the whole system reeked. Leon flopped backward onto the couch like a petulant kid, then slid off entirely, hitting the floor with a thud. I need to kill someone, he whined, dragging himself across the hardwood like a wounded seal. Dante shot him a glare. You're not dying, Leon, sit still. Gabriel barely glanced up, too absorbed in his spellwork, while Inferno's gaze flicked to mine for half a second before I looked away. Oscura trash, though the usual venom didn't stick this time, not thinking about why. Leon, now sprawled under the coffee table, wriggled his ass in the air until Dante kicked him. Leon. I grabbed him by the collar, hauling him into the nearest bedroom and slamming the door behind us. He scrambled up, eyes wild. "She's alone, Ryder, I can't just sit here." The rings in his irises pulsed, darker than the rest of us barned sickness, not just impatience. "That thing eating you alive?" I asked, feigning indifference. "Like a pickaxe to the chest," he gasped, gripping my shirt. "Then a grenade, then fuck." He sagged against me, and I stiffly patted his shoulder, enduring the uninvited hug. But when he nuzzled into my neck with a noise that belonged in a bad romance novel, I shoved him off. "Mufasa, I swear she was right about your hugs," he sighed, grinning like an idiot. Off, he collapsed onto the bed, then snapped upright, fury flashing. "Anyone tries to stop me tonight, I'll tear them apart. Faye, human doesn't matter." "Better," I said, rage beats moping. His grin turned sharp. "Why not both? You're a pro at it. Remember that siren who called you Bari? Said you looked like you needed a tissue." My glare could have melted steel. "She did not say that. She definitely noticed, which is exactly why I worked those fake tears into your disguise spell to sell the act," Leon said with a smirk. My hands balled into fists as the memory surfaced. "Yeah, I recall that little stunt," I snapped. "Then Gabriel pointed out you could have just turned into a garden snake and curled up in his pocket instead of playing the pathetic heartbroken fool." "Obviously I remember," I spat through gritted teeth. "You don't need to." And then, he barreled on, grinning like an idiot, "I found that online store selling miniature top hats for reptiles and ordered the whole collection to lift your spirits." You almost cracked a smile until it hit you again that Elise was. "I was there," I roared, the rattling warning in my throat vibrating the air between us. "Try putting one of those stupid hats on me in serpent form, and I'll shift into something large enough to swallow you in one bite. That's not a threat, it's a guarantee." Leon's grin widened. "Or we're making pinky swears now. Elise would be thrilled." My glare could have melted steel. "I don't do pinky swears." "Sure you do," he sing-songed, marching over and grabbing my clenched fist. I tensed as he pried at my fingers, his grip annoyingly strong. "Snap my pinky off if you want," he taunted, wrestling my hand open. "Promise you'll devour me, Rydikins, might actually improve my mood." For a split second, I considered whether Elise would ever speak to me again if I broke her mate's spine. Probably not. "Back off," I growled, but the idiot had already hooked his pinky around mine and let out a triumphant shout. He squeezed hard before I shoved him away, sending him stumbling toward Gabriel, who sidestepped his attempted cheek kiss like a pro. "Let's go get our girl," Leon whooped, bolting for the door. Gabriel cursed, cutting him off at the porch. "I'm leading this," he stated, voice sharp. "One reckless move and someone dies, maybe Elise. If you want to play hero, fine, but I'm not gambling with her life. Follow my orders or I walk." Every alpha instinct in me screamed to take control, but Gabriel's foresight was our best shot at getting Elise back alive. "Fine," I relented. Dante nodded eagerly. "Lead the way, Featherbrain." Gabriel's wings unfurled as we reached the cliff's edge. "Dante, airlift the others down. Earth magic might tip them off," he instructed, nodding toward the sheer drop. Dante floated Leon over the side like a discarded grocery bag. I scoffed. "I'll handle my own descent." Gabriel blocked me. "No magic." "They'll sense it," Dante shrugged. "Guess he's sitting this one out." Gabriel's hand clamped onto Dante's shoulder. "He won't let you die, and we all need to be there for Elise." The unspoken even you hung in the air. Swallowing my pride, I stepped forward, letting the dragon bastard weave air under my boots for her. The wind howled as we descended into the waiting dark. The enchanted gust swept me over the cliff's edge, leaving me dangling above certain death while Dante controlled my fate. If this reckless trust didn't prove my devotion to Elise, nothing would. As he began lowering me toward the beach, the supporting air vanished without warning, sending me plummeting toward jagged boulders with a string of curses. Dante's magic snagged me at the last possible moment, his amused laughter echoing down the cliff face as my teeth ground together. When my boots finally hit the uneven stones, the lion stood gaping. "Dante literally just saved your life," he blurted. My growl cut through the salt air. "Like hell he did." The idiot had the nerve to slap my shoulder. "Face it, man, that was a rescue." Nearby, Gabriel touched down gracefully while Dante descended like some pretentious fairy, his smug grin making my knuckles itch. Metal formed over my fist as I swung at him. "Think you're clever, Inferno?" The punch connected with his air shield, producing a hollow thud that only amplified his laughter. Gabriel shoved between us, steel-grey eyes flashing. "Either work together or Elise stays gone tonight." Leon and I will find another way if you children can't behave. Leon snorted. Save the lovers' quarrel for after we get her back. Lovers' quarrel, Dante choked. Please, we're practically future husbands-in-law at this point. I shouldered past them both. I'll tolerate Inferno for tonight. Leon's mutter carried farther than he intended, and forever apparently. Gabriel took point again, shadows coiling around us as we moved down the coastline. I matched his stride, voice low. Point me where you need me. No job's too dirty, I won't lose sleep over bloodshed if it brings her home. His eyebrow arched. Who said anything about guilt? Nobody, just making it clear I've got no limits left. The admission tasted like ash. Gabriel's smirk returned. Noted, but don't confuse cooperation with leadership, asshole. I glanced back at Dante and Leon, their predatory focus mirroring my own, then studied Gabriel's profile. You could have sent us all to our deaths tonight if you wanted us out of the way, just had to nudge us toward the futures you've already seen. Would have been poetic, he shrugged. But I need every one of you tonight, doesn't mean I won't bury you later. A grim laugh escaped me. You take the lion, I'll handle the dragon. Gabriel shook his head. Funny thing, the site says you'd murder me for that suggestion. Should I peek deeper into your loyalties? My magic flared in response. Those two making it out alive isn't my priority. His shoulder brushed mine as his gaze glazed over that infuriating vision trance. Spit it out, big bird. You just lie about it, he taunted. I stepped forward and slammed into an invisible barrier. The stumble nearly sent me skull first into the rocks before Gabriel's grip held me upright, his fingers digging into my jacket. The bastard was still smirking. I spun around with a snarl, my pulse spiking as Inferno's grip tightened on my shirt. Jerking free, I shot him a glare while he stared at his own hands like they'd committed some unforgivable betrayal. Leon's stupid grin didn't help, his golden eyes practically glowing with amusement. Turning on Gabriel, I hissed, "You knew that was gonna happen. Why the hell didn't you stop me?" Gabriel shrugged, his tone way too casual. Wasn't paying attention, too busy looking for Elise. But the flicker in his gaze gave him away, lying through his damn teeth. I bit back the words clawing up my throat. Friends, yeah right, Gabriel Knox wasn't my friend and this little stunt just proved it. Dude, you totally saved him, Leon whispered to Inferno, eyes wide with admiration. My jaw clenched hard enough to crack teeth. No, I didn't, Inferno muttered, his gaze locking with mine for a split second. Maybe it was just instinct. Maybe he had some hidden agenda. Either way, I didn't care enough to dig deeper. Gabriel stepped forward, pressing his palms against the shimmering force field. Blue light pulsed under his touch as he muttered some arcane nonsense, probably straight out of that creepy magic-y mortuorum book. With a quick slash of a wooden blade across his thumb, he smeared blood onto the barrier, tracing a jagged symbol of interlocking elemental triangles. The blood flared bright blue before the force field split open, revealing a glowing doorway. "Door to anywhere spell," Gabriel announced, flashing a smug smirk. "Closes the second we're through. Let's move." I followed, eyeing him skeptically. "That dark magic," another shrug. "Maybe, teach me that trick and I'll forget your little mind games back there, big bird," I muttered. Gabriel's grin turned sharp. "Not a chance. Blood magic eats away at your soul. Besides, if I'd warned you about the force field, Leon would have face-planted into a rock and died. Funny how that works, huh?" Leon practically tackled Gabriel, nuzzling his shoulder like an overexcited puppy. "You love me." "I tolerate you," Gabriel corrected, though he didn't shove him off. "And only because I need you all to save Elise. After tonight you're on your own." Something in my chest loosened at that, which was annoying. Since when did I give a damn what Gabriel thought? "Which way, Falco?" Inferno asked. Gabriel jerked his chin toward the shoreline and we fell into step behind him. Leon sidled up next to me, whispering, "How epic is this? A real rescue mission." "Scrapbook material, man." "Please tell me you don't actually have a scrapbook." "What else was I supposed to do with all the photos I took?" he shot back. "Literally anything else." Leon huffed. "Elise needs to see what we've been up to, Scar. It's called documentation." Before I could argue, Gabriel froze, his gaze locking onto the crashing waves. Then, without warning, he charged straight into the surf. "Stay close," he barked. The icy water swallowed my boots as I followed, the salt stinging my skin. The adrenaline kicked in, sharp and electric. Whatever waited ahead, it sure as hell wasn't gonna be pretty. The air hummed with her presence, so near I could almost feel her breath against my skin. And damn right, I'd savor every inch of her once she was back in my arms, her heart, her soul, even the scars she carried. None of it would escape me. The ocean could rise 1,000 feet tonight, and I'd still drag her out of its depths. Nothing would stop me. Gabriel plunged into the churning waves ahead of me, the water black as ink. My pulse kicked up, though the cold barely registered. Leon's fire magic radiated off him like a furnace, his fingers brushing Dante's arm to share the warmth without a word. The waves towered, then crashed down, swallowing us whole. Instead of being tossed like driftwood, my boots hit solid stone. We stood in a tunnel, eerie green torchlight flickering on damp walls. Gabriel's silencing spell wrapped around us just as Leon and Dante emerged from the water, blinking in disbelief. Leon let out an appreciative whistle. "We need this setup at home." Dante shot him a look. "What home?" "The one we'll buy after marrying Elise," Leon shot back, grinning. My growl ripped through the silence. Like hell I'd ever share a roof with Inferno or his crew. Gabriel motioned me forward at a fork in the tunnel, his gaze sharp. "Feeling vicious, Ryder? When am I not?" I stepped beside him, rolling my shoulders. "One on your left," he murmured. A steel blade materialized in my grip, its hilt rough against my palm. I moved like a shadow, Gabriel's spell stretching ahead to muffle my steps. The black card guard never saw me coming, my hand clamped over his mouth, magic stealing his scream before my knife found the gap between his ribs. His pain was a fleeting spark, gone too soon. I shoved his body toward the others. "Nowhere to stash him," I muttered. Leon smirked, flames erupting from his palm. The corpse disintegrated in seconds, Dante scattering the ashes into the water behind us. "Damn," I muttered, grudgingly impressed. Gabriel nudged me. "Dante's up next, 5 tunnels, 5 guards. He gets 5 kills," I snarled. Inferno brushed past me, electricity dancing along his skin. "Storm magic serpent, that's why Alestria trembles at my name." "Bullshit." I lunged, but Gabriel's grip held me back. "You'll still end the day with the highest body count," he said lowly. A smirk tugged at my lips. Inferno vanished down the tunnel and we followed, concealed by spells. The chamber ahead sprawled beneath a glass dome, fish darting overhead like spectators. My jaw clenched, hiding her under the ocean, pathetic. This wasn't some fairy tale, and I wasn't waiting for a prince to save the day. King was about to learn the true meaning of suffering, and Dante was more than happy to deliver the lesson. With a crackle of raw power, he unleashed a volley of electrified strikes that dropped their targets like puppets with cut strings. Gabriel didn't waste a second, he was already moving, his urgency crackling through the air like static. "Leon, Dante, clean up duty. Ryder, stick with me," he barked, vaulting over a lifeless form in the tunnel ahead. I barely had time to register Leon's glare or the weight of his demand. "Find her. Bring her back," before I was sprinting after Gabriel, my pulse syncing with the rhythm of my boots against stone. The passage twisted deeper into shadow before Gabriel suddenly stopped, lips moving in a silent countdown. "4 black card lackeys," he muttered, eyes sharp. "The one on the right's trouble. I'll handle the trio," doubling back. Just like that, he was gone, leaving me to face the incoming storm alone. Magic coiled in my palms, vine whip in one hand, raw energy in the other as I stepped forward. The usual rush of battle was absent, replaced by something colder, darker. My heart, a hollow drumbeat reserved for one person, Elise Callisto. She was the reason it still bothered to pound at all. The fight was brutal, efficient. Water magic shattered against my earthen barriers, wooden spears found their marks with lethal precision. Pain fueled me, each enemy's demise sending a jolt through my veins. The last one, a wind-wielding coward, scrabbled at the door like a rat in a trap. His screams died in the bubble of silence I wrapped around him before the ceiling answered my rage with a stalactite through his skull. Gabriel reappeared, hands slick with blood, his gaze locked on the door. "She's here," he said, voice low. My magic clawed at the barrier, but something fouler pushed back. Gabriel's spellwork was a battle in itself, each incantation strained against the dark energy sealing the door. When it finally gave way, we stepped through into the suffocating dark of another chamber. The air hummed with power, but all I cared about was the faintest trace of Jasmine and Steel Elise. Every second without her had been a half-life. Now, I was done waiting. The heavy door slammed shut behind us with a finality that sent chills down my spine. Gabriel exhaled sharply, shaking off the lingering effects of dark magic. Without warning, his vines lashed out, ensnaring a black-haired girl in a robe, his silencing spell expanding to trap her. There was something unsettlingly familiar about her face, and as Gabriel glared, realization dawned in her wide eyes. "Gabriel," she choked out, her voice raw, his lips curled into a cruel smile. "Consider this payback for the frogs, Carla, but mostly it's for my girl." With a sharp flick of his wrist, her neck snapped, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. I pushed past him, scanning the room frantically until I spotted a tuft of lilac hair peeking out from a nest of blankets. My heart lurched as I dropped to my knees beside Elise, tearing the fabric away. She lay limp in my arms, her skin feverish against my cold touch, proof she was still breathing. "Gabriel, what's wrong with her?" I demanded, my voice edged with panic. His expression darkened. "Nellaweed, they drugged her to keep her under. King's been draining her blood. If she wakes up too fast, the bloodlust will take over, and she'll kill you before she even realizes it." Fury ignited in my chest, white-hot and consuming. That bastard King would pay for every drop of suffering he'd inflicted on her. I'd carve my vengeance into his flesh, savoring every scream. Gently, I brushed her hair aside and sank my fangs into her neck, letting just enough antivenom seep into her veins before sealing the wound. Her eyelids fluttered and those mesmerizing green and silver eyes locked onto mine. Damn, she took my breath away. "Hey, Trouble," I murmured, my pulse hammering. "Did you really think I'd let you stay gone?" "Ryder," she gasped, her fingers clutching at me. I crushed her against my chest, a possessive growl rumbling through me. Then her lips were on mine, fierce and desperate, igniting a fire I'd been starving for. She was my everything, my past, my future, the only reason my dead heart still beat. Gabriel yanked us to our feet, and Elise pulled away with a needy whimper, stumbling toward him. She wrapped herself around him, kissing him with the same hunger. "How did you find me?" she breathed against his mouth. Normally, I'd have ripped his head off for touching her, but the raw devotion in his gaze mirrored my own. If he'd burn the world down for her too, then maybe he wasn't so bad. Before Gabriel could answer, fists pounded against the door, Dante and Leon shouting to be let in. A thunderous crash followed, the air crackling with energy. I sprinted to Carla's corpse, rifling through her pockets for a key. Nothing. "How the hell do we open it, Big Bird?" I snapped. "Use her palm, she's marked," Gabriel barked. I dragged her lifeless hand to the door, slamming it against the surface. The door groaned open just enough for Dante and Leon to barrel inside before I smashed it shut on some poor bastard's arm. I kept slamming until he howled and yanked free, the door sealing behind him. Dante and Leon were battered and breathless, but the moment they saw Elise, the shadows in their eyes lifted. Gabriel and I wove vines across the door, reinforcing it, but the furious clamor outside told me one thing: we were running out of time. The Fae weren't giving up, and this barricade wouldn't hold forever. "Damn it, you little troublemaker." Leon sprinted toward Elise, wrenching her from Gabriel's grasp and spinning her wildly before planting a frantic kiss on her lips. "Leo," she rasped, her arms barely strong enough to hold on before Dante swooped in, pressing his lips to hers too. "Save the damn reunion for when we're not about to die," I snapped as Leon groped her like a man possessed until she suddenly went limp in his arms, her eyelids fluttering shut. The shared panic in our eyes was instant. Leon buried his face against her temple with a worried growl, and I felt that fear deep in my gut. We had to move. Now. A deafening crash shook the door behind us, the wood groaning under the force. "She needs blood," I barked at Gabriel, my teeth grinding. "Not here," he shot back. "We feed her when we're safe." "Then start talking, prophet boy," I demanded. Gabriel's eyes glazed over, and Elise lifted her head weakly, watching him with raw desperation. I'd drain myself dry for her the second we were out of this hellhole. The door shuddered again, nearly splintering as I reinforced the vines, but another violent impact snapped half of them. "Got it," Gabriel muttered, his voice tight with dread. "Stay calm." His hands rose toward the glass ceiling, fingers curling as he summoned the ocean above. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, and my pulse kicked up. "That's your genius plan," I spat, but he ignored me, determination etched into his face. I yanked Elise from Leon, crushing her against my chest as the others closed in. "You sure about this, man?" Leon asked. "Hell no," Gabriel gritted out. "If you drown us, I'll haunt your ass into the next life," Dante warned. "Same," Elise whispered before her eyes rolled back and my heart damn near stopped. "Getting close," Gabriel ordered. We huddled around him, Leon pressing against me with a rumbling purr as he nuzzled Elise's hair. "Leo," she mumbled, swatting him feebly. "We're literally seconds from death." "Relax, Gabe's got this," he said with a smirk. "Don't call me that," Gabriel hissed. I hauled him into the center of our group, my grip tightening on Elise. He was our only shot, the only water-wielding idiot who could pull this off. The universe was really testing my patience with these clowns today. The door exploded inward, a flood of robed black-card enforcers surging through. I flung out a hand, impaling 3 on jagged wooden spears while Dante threw up a shield of swirling wind. Magic hammered against it, forcing a string of Phaetalian curses from his lips. Elise's fingers dug into my arm, her mismatched eyes locking onto mine. A silent vow passed between us. I'd get her out alive, even if the ocean had to swallow everything else. Then the ceiling shattered. A deluge of seawater crashed down, but Dante's barrier held, the water roaring around us like a living beast. The lights flickered and died as the black-card soldiers were swept away, leaving us suspended in darkness. Gabriel's magic surged, thrusting us upward through the crushing depths. The world blurred nothing but the cold, the dark, and Elise's shallow breath against my neck. Leon's hot exhale on my ear was annoying as hell, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a tiny bit glad the reckless bastard had made it. Gabriel's water magic propelled us upward through the churning depths, while I summoned a glowing phalite to guide our way. Elise slumped against me, her wrists bound with magic-suppressing cuffs, her body frail from starvation. Rage burned through me like wildfire, sharpening my hunger for vengeance. King would pay not just with his life but with agony. He'd learn why they called me the Lunar King, why no one who harmed Elise lived to regret it. We broke through the surface, Dante's air shield holding firm as waves crashed around us. A gust of wind sent us hurtling toward the shore. We'd done it, rescued her. But this wasn't over. King wouldn't take this loss lying down. War was coming and I welcomed it. Ryder's antivenom burned through my veins, purging whatever poison King had used to keep me docile while they drained me. For hours I'd been trapped in a haze, dreaming of my kings, doubting if their arms around me were real. Now, standing in a dimly lit beach house, their presence was undeniable. My throat ached with thirst, my instincts screaming for blood, but I fought the urge, savoring my freedom first. They surrounded me, Leon's electricity prickling my skin, Gabriel's grip firm on my jaw, Dante's storm-charged touch sending shivers down my spine. Ryder's fury was palpable as he wrenched my gaze to his. "I'm pissed," he growled. "Pissed at King for stealing you, pissed at every second we lost. I was just a girl with a grudge, a weapon forged in revenge, yet here they were, setting aside their rivalries, proving their devotion in ways words never could. I don't deserve this," I whispered. Leon's arms tightened around me. "You're everything," he murmured against my neck. The unfamiliar walls of the beach house faded away. With them I was home. The frustration burned through me, a wildfire of impatience because your lips weren't on mine yet, because we were still standing here, talking instead of acting. A laugh slipped out, but the moment Dante's energy crackled against my skin, it turned into a sharp gasp, pleasure and a hint of pain tightening my nipples beneath my shirt. "You feel it too, don't you, Elise?" Ryder's voice was rough, demanding. "Yes," I admitted, the anger seeping into my veins as Leon's fingers hooked into the waistband of my sweatpants, loosening the drawstring with a single tug. "I'm furious at King for taking me, for trying to turn me against you. For locking away my magic, for stealing my blood." Gabriel's grip tightened on my arm, jerking my attention back to him, though Ryder's fingers stayed tangled in my hair, sending sparks of pain across my scalp as I turned. The intensity of being surrounded by them was overwhelming, but God, it was intoxicating. "Did he hurt you?" Gabriel's voice was a blade. "Not nearly as much as I wanted to hurt him," I shot back. Dante's fingers slid under the strap of my cami, dragging it down my shoulder. "What else, Bella?" he murmured. "He starved me," I hissed, my fangs sharpening at the memory. The thin control I had over my thirst shattered as my gaze flicked between Gabriel and Ryder, torn over which of them I wanted to sink my teeth into first. And the blood he gave me, weak, stale, served in a damn glass like I was some kind of animal. Ryder snarled in response, his pulse at his throat throbbing an irresistible beacon. The beast in me surged and I lunged, but Leon caught me from behind, pressing his wrist to my mouth before I could think. My fangs pierced his skin on instinct, the taste of sunlight and power flooding my tongue as his blood spilled hot and fast. Gabriel's hands locked onto me, bracing as if he expected me to lose control completely, and I nearly did. The hunger, the fury, it all blurred together, driving me to bite harder, deeper. Leon growled, the lion in him rising to meet my recklessness, his cock pressing insistently against me as if to say he wasn't just allowing this, he was reveling in it. Dante didn't wait. He yanked my sweatpants down, the fabric pooling at my feet as I moaned against Leon's wrist, lost in the heat of his blood. This was spiraling fast, and I had no intention of stopping it. But Ryder had other plans. He wrenched me away by my hair, shoving me toward Dante, who was already shirtless, his massive frame on full display. Bloodlust roared through me, and I launched at him, fangs sinking into his chest instead of his neck. He hissed, a mix of pleasure and pain, murmuring something filthy in Fetalian that sent a shiver straight through me. Clothes were torn away in a frenzy, my cami shredded between eager hands, Dante's belt undone in my haste before Leon took over, only for Dante to shove him aside with a rough curse. Gabriel spun me into his arms, lifting me effortlessly as if I weighed nothing, my fangs tearing free from Dante's skin just as Leon's grip claimed my waist again. It was chaos. It was perfect. And I needed more, all of them. Every last drop my body molded against his as his lips crashed into mine, the hard press of his arousal evident through the thin fabric of my underwear. I barely had time to register that he'd stripped completely before his kiss turned frantic, as if he needed the reassurance of my presence. The sharp sting of my fangs splitting his lip only fueled the hunger between us. I licked the wound, savoring the metallic tang before sealing my mouth over his, drawing in his power with each deep pull. The cuffs still shackled my magic, leaving the stolen energy to coil uselessly inside me, but it crackled under my skin, electrifying every nerve. Then Ryder's cold lips grazed my neck, followed by the sharp bite that sent pleasure and pain spiraling through me. I broke from Gabriel with a gasp, arching into Ryder's hold as his fangs sank deeper. "Damn little monster," Leon murmured, his golden skin gleaming like molten sunlight as he watched me. "Since when does blood look this good?" I smirked, licking the crimson from my lips. "Since always." The growls that answered sent a thrill down my spine. Before I could react, Leon yanked me away, tossing me toward Dante. His hands steadied me, but my focus zeroed in on the wound marring his chest. Without hesitation, I leaned in, tracing the blood with my tongue. Dante's grip tightened on my chin, forcing my gaze up to his honeyed eyes. "Say il mio mondo," he murmured. "I love you," I whispered back, the words igniting a warmth that rivaled the fire in Leon's gaze. A sharp whistle snapped my attention to Leon as he dragged a bleeding wrist down Gabriel's torso before shoving him onto the bed. Gabriel barely managed a curse before I was on him, lapping at the blood streaking his skin. The taste of both Leon and Gabriel mingled on my tongue, intoxicating. Ryder's hands slid my panties down, his fingers teasing my slick heat while Leon and Dante closed in around us. Every touch burned Ryder's icy tongue tracing my spine, Dante's hands stripping away my bra, Gabriel's mouth claiming my nipple. But it was Ryder's fingers plunging into me that shattered my restraint. I cried out, back bowing as pleasure surged. Leon's fingers joined Ryder's, stretching me further, and my breath hitched at the overwhelming fullness. "Fuck," I gasped, the months of deprivation in that dungeon making every sensation sharper, brighter. Gabriel's teeth grazed my breast, Ryder's thrusts grew relentless, and Leon's purr vibrated against my neck, proof that I was exactly where I belonged. The intense sensations overwhelmed me as Ryder and Leon worked in perfect sync, their contrasting touches icy cold and scorching hot, sending waves of pleasure through my body. Dante's lips traced my neck while Gabriel's mouth teased my nipples, his fingers tugging just hard enough to make me gasp. Then Dante's electrifying touch grazed my clit, and I shattered, arching back with a cry as the two men continued their relentless rhythm inside me. When they finally withdrew, Leon's palm cracked against my ass right over Ryder's earlier bite, the sharp sting reigniting the fire in my core. A ragged moan escaped me as Ryder pulled me flush against him, his cock pressing insistently between my thighs. His wrist pressed to my lips, his voice a dark command. "Drink." I bit down hard, relishing the metallic tang of his blood before he yanked away, leaving me panting. Blood spilled over my chest, staining my skin crimson, and Ryder's low laugh sent a shiver down my spine. Dante muttered something under his breath, but I barely heard it, my focus locked on the way Ryder's blood painted his body, tracing the lines of his tattoos. The sight was intoxicating. Without thinking, I lunged, knocking him onto the mattress and sinking my fangs into his throat. His cock slid against me, slick with arousal and blood, but before I could take him, Leon snarled and yanked me back, slamming into me with a possessive growl. Ryder cursed, but Leon only tightened his grip in my hair, forcing my fangs free. I hissed in protest, but Leon silenced me with another punishing thrust, his dominance undeniable. "Suck his cock, little monster," he demanded, shoving my head down. Ryder's blood-smeared length glistened before me, and I obeyed without hesitation, swirling my tongue over him as Leon set a brutal pace behind me. Dante and Gabriel's hands roamed my body, smearing blood across my skin, as I lost myself in the raw, primal pleasure of it all. Every touch, every taste, every thrust, it was everything I'd ever craved, twisted into something even darker and more perfect than my wildest fantasies. Ryder gasped as my nails bit into his skin, his body tensing beneath me while I took him deep, his release flooding my throat with a growl of my name. I drank him down hungrily before Leon's strong hands hauled me up, flipping me onto him as I straddled him backward, my thighs trembling. The heat in the room was unbearable, every gaze locked onto me, their hunger palpable. Leon's grip on my hips was firm, guiding me as I rocked against him, my lips still tinged with the metallic taste of Ryder's blood. I dragged my fingers over the crimson streaks on my skin, smearing it like war paint, my breath hitching as Leon drove into me with relentless force. Then the mood shifted, playful, almost mocking. "Oh, you thought you were in control." The vines snapped around my wrists before I could even blink, yanking me off Leon and flipping me upside down like some kind of depraved acrobat. My lilac hair fanned out against the sheets, the world tilting as Gabriel's magic coiled around my legs, spreading me wide. Dante's fingers traced sparks along my inner thighs, teasing, while Gabriel's cool touch glided over my slick folds. "Greedy little thing," he murmured, his voice dripping with amusement. I arched against the restraints, breathless, as Gabriel filled me from behind, the stretch stealing my voice. Dante's cock teased my clit, sending jolts of electricity through me, and I swear I saw stars. Leon and Ryder closed in, their hands roaming, their laughter dark and knowing. The vines held me suspended, helpless, as pleasure and frustration warred inside me. Every thrust, every spark, every whispered taunt, it was too much and not enough. And yet, even upside down and bound, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Leon's touch sent shivers through me as Gabriel quickened his rhythm, his fingers exploring deep, teasing that sensitive barrier until every thrust from Gabriel resonated through my entire body. "Dante now," I begged between ragged breaths, craving his presence inside me. He only smirked, his fingers circling my clit with maddening precision. "Patience, Bella," he murmured, his voice rough with desire. "I want to feel you come first, want to sink into you while you're trembling and desperate for more." Frustration coiled in my chest, but Gabriel's next thrust stole my voice, leaving me gasping. Then Ryder's lips crashed into mine, his body stretched beneath us on the bed. The metallic tang of blood lingered on his tongue, had he painted his mouth with it just for me. His kiss was fierce, demanding, while Dante's relentless teasing pushed me closer to the edge. My vision blurred as pleasure built, Gabriel and Dante moving in perfect sync, until my climax tore through me like wildfire. Leon's fingers stayed buried inside me as I cried out, Ryder swallowing my moans while Gabriel drove deeper. True to his word, Dante seized my thighs, spreading me wider before finally filling me. The angle was awkward, but the sensation was electric. Leon's fingers, Dante's cock, Gabriel's relentless pace, it was too much, and I shattered again instantly. Ryder's teeth grazed my nipple, his hand working his own length, the sight alone prolonging my pleasure. I was lost to them, consumed by their control as Dante and Gabriel took me with feverish intensity. Gabriel's growl signaled his release, and the moment he withdrew, Dante claimed me with brutal force, his grip bruising as he pushed me into another blinding climax. Leon spilled across my chest, Ryder finishing with a groan, and as Gabriel's vines released me, Dante lowered my spent body onto the bed. We collapsed in a tangled heap of sweat and satisfaction, Ryder's smirk the only hint of warmth in his usual cold demeanor. "Blood play's just the beginning," he promised, and my fangs ached at the thought, even as power hummed beneath my skin. "Stay," I whispered, the word heavy with meaning. Leon brushed a blood-streaked lock from my face. "Always," Dante's arm tightened around me. "Sono chu." Gabriel's water magic washed over us, cleansing but never erasing the marks they'd left on me, marks I never wanted to fade. Ryder's murmured "I'm yours" was meant only for my ears, and I kissed him softly, savoring the moment. "Good," I sighed, sinking into the warmth of my kings. "Then we'll make it work." No one mentioned the gangs, the complications tonight, none of it mattered. As dawn approached, I slipped from the bed, snapping a photo of them tangled around Elise. Best day Ever Gabriel was sprawled behind Ryder, his arm draped lazily over the other man's hip, fingertips just brushing Elise's waist while his body pressed flush against Ryder's back. A moment worth preserving. I reached under the bed for my pitbull duffel, rummaging through crumpled travel clothes until my fingers closed around the scrapbook tucked inside. Quietly slipping into the living room, I dropped onto the couch and flipped open the album, lining up my atlas with the next empty page. The Snapperflap app flashed, imprinting the image onto the paper with a satisfying click. Elise's voice curled around me like smoke. "Since when do you wake up before noon, Leo?" Her lips found the spot just below my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. I caught her wrist, yanking her into my lap and capturing her mouth in a kiss that tasted like stolen moments and reckless hunger. My tongue tangled with hers, the heat between us threatening to swallow me whole. For a wild second, I imagined shifting right then, letting the lion out to play, to claim. She'd taste like summer berries and something impossibly sweet, a flavor I'd never get enough of. Breathless, she pulled back, sliding to the floor between my knees with effortless grace. "Show me," she demanded, tilting her head up with that mischievous glint in her silveringed eyes. I obliged, flipping to the first page. Ryder and Gabriel perched on the rooftop of Gabriel's apartment, bathed in golden sunset light, oblivious to the camera. The next page froze Ryder mid-lunge, teeth bared, Gabriel looming behind him with wings flared and that infuriating smirk. "Right before he broke my nose," I mused, turning to a shot of Dante and Ryder locked in a silent war across Gabriel's dining table, then me sprawled between them, food flying, the timer on my atlas catching the chaos. But then there, Gabriel stepping out of the shower, towel slung low, that same damn smirk aimed straight at the lens. My pulse stuttered. Wait a second. Page after page, Gabriel lingered in the background, always watching, always smirking. Elise giggled as I jabbed at the last photo. "He knew," I growled, grinning like the cat who got the cream. "This whole time he let me take these, that smug bastard once in." Elise's laughter sparkled, her fingers tracing Gabriel's smirk. "Boyfriends-in-law," she teased. "Damn right." I cupped her face, heart pounding. After everything, she was here real, and the world felt brighter for my pulse hammered like a kick drum, sparks of adrenaline crackling through me like grease in a hot skillet. Snatching up my phone, I swiped to the most recent picture. Gabriel sprawled across the mattress with the others, that infuriating half-smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, he totally knows," I crowed, shoving the screen toward Elise with a grin. She launched herself back into my lap, teeth grazing my earlobe. "Play dumbly, he'll lie straight to your face." "Who, me, master of discretion?" I landed a playful smack on her thigh as she burrowed against my chest, her warmth steadying my racing heart. Mine again. My vicious, perfect little hellion. The rumble in my chest wasn't entirely mine, some primal part of me vibrated at her nearness, at the rightness of her weight in my arms. No throne, no kingdom, no cosmic power could ever compare to this. "Try running off again," I murmured into her hair, arms locking around her. "I'll turn the whole damn world upside down to drag you back." Her fingers splayed over my ribcage, drawing my magic to the surface like a riptide. Every atom in me ached for her, the stardust in my veins, the wildfire in my bones. "3 months without you," she whispered, voice fraying, hurt worse than magic withdrawal. The silver cuff on her wrist glinted, a shackle hiding her true power. My jaw clenched as plans spiraled through my mind, dangerous, stupid, absolutely foolproof. By the time we materialized in Gabriel's loft, the others were already rummaging through the fridge. Ryder had Elise perched on the counter, murmuring against her throat while I leaned against the island, ignoring his death glare. "Listen up," I announced, flipping open my spellbook. The pages glowed faintly as I tapped the binding ritual I'd bookmarked days ago. Paranoia had its perks. This spell would tether our magic, a failsafe against losing her again. "Think of it as supernatural GPS," I explained, tucking a lilac strand behind her ear. "No leashes, just awareness." Ryder's grip tightened possessively as she considered it. "Fine," she sighed, melting into my touch. "But if you start helicopter parenting me through the bond, I'm hexing your coffee." "Deal." My grin widened as Ryder growled, "I'm in too." One by one they gathered, Dante's palm warm on her shoulder, Gabriel's fingers brushing her collarbone, Ryder's hand slipping beneath her shirt. Magic hummed between us, a live wire sparking to life. "Focus," I murmured, pressing my forehead to hers. "Let it sink into your bones." The air crackled as our power entwined, sealing the promise in fire and starlight. "Can you sense my presence within her?" I teased, relishing the way Dante's breath hitched while Ryder let out a gruff noise. Seriously, Leon, Dante muttered, his Italian slipping through. Was that phrasing really necessary? I flashed a wicked grin. What's the issue? I'm just making sure you all understand my power isn't just brushing against you, it's sinking in deep. Can you feel it? That pressure, that heat, Gabriel cut in sharply. For Moon's sake, we feel it all right. I laughed, low and mocking, before refocusing on the spell. The connection between me and my lionesses burned brighter than ever, our souls intertwining like molten threads. The magic pulsed through us, searing and electric, before finally settling into a steady hum. A rough sigh escaped me. None of them would ever slip from my grasp again. Ryder's voice broke the silence. What the hell, Mufasa? I'm not just sensing, Elise, I can feel you standing right there, along with every other pain in the ass lion in this room. Dante shot me a warning look, but my attention snagged on Gabriel, who was oddly silent. Of course, he'd known this would happen, my secret partner in chaos. Elise muffled a laugh as I vaulted off the table and yanked her from Ryder's lap. Whoops, I drawled, pulling a pouch of stardust from my pocket. Guess we're all soul-bound now. Later. I flung the dust over us just as a furious storm dragon and basilisk lunged. The world dissolved into streaks of light, Elise's laughter ringing in my ears as galaxies spiraled around us. My boots hit solid ground, then immediately caught on a gnarled root, sending me stumbling. Elise grabbed my shirt, yanking me upright. Thanks, sugar, I murmured, pulling her close for a kiss. She dodged, scanning our surroundings. Why are we here? She demanded as my lips met her cheek instead. I smirked, lacing our fingers together as sunlight poured over us, revitalizing my magic. But the towering fence of Darkmoor Penitentiary loomed ahead, its shadows slicing across the ground. My chest tightened. Rory was still trapped inside, thanks to Lionel Acrux's influence, wealth, power, and a seat on the Celestial Council meant he could keep my brother locked away indefinitely. 25 years. Rory called it a mercy. I called it bullshit. Rosa had been relentless, sending me lawyer links and begging to visit, but Darkmoor barred minors and Rory refused to let her see him like this. A disgrace, he'd said, not fit for the pride. Our father agreed, but I didn't care about their damn lion traditions. I'd wasted enough years resenting Rory. Now, I'd fight for him until the stars burned out. I draped my jacket over Elise's shoulders, ensuring the magic-blocking cuffs were hidden. Her breath caught. You're not getting a key here, she whispered, eyes widening as she pieced together my plan. Stealing from a guard here means instant capture, every corner is watched. Relax, I'm not a thief, I said with a smirk, running my fingers through my golden hair. I'm Celeria's most irresistible fey little monster. Let your mate handle things. She gave me a skeptical look, but I just tugged her along toward the main gate. After a quick explanation to the guards, we were escorted through the towering entrance of the prison, passing a secondary security fence. The facility sprawled underground, capped by an enormous dome that loomed overhead. Inside, enchanted biomes stretched from icy tundras to scorching deserts, each designed to briefly accommodate the inmates' needs. The thought of Rory, locked away with only fleeting moments to shift into his lion form, twisted my gut. The order suppressant flooding the lower levels was pure torment, and I'd seen the shadows creeping into his eyes within days of his imprisonment. 25 years of this would break him. I couldn't let that happen. We moved through a stone outbuilding, past a high-tech scanner, and into an elevator that plunged us deeper into the complex. The walls were cold steel, the air thick with dread. Every second down here felt like a betrayal. Elise's thumb traced circles on the back of my hand as a growl rumbled in my chest. I already hate this place, and we haven't even left this metal box, she muttered, chewing her lip. The exhaustion in her eyes mirrored my own frustration. Her magic was just out of reach, and it was killing her. I wouldn't leave until she was free of that pain. The doors opened to a sterile waiting room where a red-haired guard lounged behind a desk, arms crossed. A handful of miserable-looking fae darted the room, but I steered Elise straight to the front. Here to see Rory Knight, I announced, flashing a grin. The guard checked his list and nodded. You're on the schedule, take a seat. I leaned in, letting just a hint of my charisma slip through. Mind if we chat first, officer? Lyle, his cheeks flushed as our eyes met. Perfect. Security won't let me put up a silencing bubble, he said apologetically. I sighed dramatically, then yanked up Elise's sleeve, revealing the cuff clamped around her wrist. She gasped, trying to pull away, but I held firm as Lyle's eyes bulged. What in the realms, he stammered. Cutting Elise off before she could fumble for an excuse, I launched into my well-rehearsed lie. Paid a fortune for these from a contact, I said, shaking my head like a disappointed buyer. Turns out they're defective. Now my mate's magic is locked down and I need them off yesterday. Lyle's expression wavered between concern and suspicion, but the charm was already working. Time to turn up the heat. I get it, these items aren't exactly standard purchases, but the guy swore they'd add some excitement to the bedroom, and let's just say I'm not one to ignore inspiration when it strikes. Behind me, murmurs rippled through the waiting room as Lyle's face turned the shade of a ripe tomato. Oh, he stammered, clearing his throat. Right, so, why exactly are you showing me these, sir? Well, here's the thing, I admitted, leaning in like we were sharing a secret. Got a little carried away last night after strapping them on and securing her to the bed. There she was, completely vulnerable, no tricks up her sleeve, just pure unfiltered surrender. I flashed a grin and Lyle looked like he might spontaneously combust. We like to keep things interesting, Elise added, her voice dripping with mischief, sending a jolt of heat straight through me. Damn, why hadn't I made the most of those cuffs when I had the chance? Leon's always testing boundaries, she continued, smirking. But what he doesn't realize is I don't have any. Truer words were never spoken, I chuckled, giving Lyle a friendly slap on the back that made him jump. His eyes darted between Elise and me like he wasn't sure where to look. Anyway, she put up one hell of a fight, total method actress, but once I finally got them locked in place, genius me thought swallowing the key would be a power move. Lyle's breath hitched. Oh no. Oh yes, Elise chimed in, rolling her eyes playfully. And after he had his fun, I was the one left asking why his ego wasn't the only thing filling the room. Hey, you didn't complain when we brought out the basilisk, I shot back, grinning. Only because I couldn't speak, she quipped, winking at Lyle, who now looked like he wanted to melt into the floor. Rule number 1, safe words don't work when you're otherwise occupied. Can confirm, I added with a laugh, watching Lyle shrink further into his chair. Anyway, figured a quick digestion spell would speed things along, but then I got distracted. By cartoons, Elise deadpanned, because nothing says romance like animated hijinks on the toilet. Guilty, I admitted, rubbing the back of my neck. Next thing I knew, the key was history. Lyle exhaled sharply, the waiting room now eerily silent behind us. He's a disaster, Elise said fondly, but he's my disaster. Still, we've got a slight problem now. Right, so if you could just hand over a spare key discreetly, we'll be out of your hair, I suggested. Discreet, Lyle echoed weakly, glancing past me at the very attentive audience. That's not exactly how this works. I should probably call the warden. Go ahead, I said, crossing my arms. I'd love to explain the situation to her myself. He hesitated, hand hovering over his radio before thinking better of it. On second thought, he muttered, pulling out a scanner instead. Let's just get this over with. He waved the device over Elise's face, magical light tracing her features before it beeped in confirmation. The whole place was a fortress, no one got in or out of Darkmoor, not even with high-level magic. I'd already looked into breaking in to free my brother, but the odds were laughable. Between the enchanted barriers and the literal monsters guarding the place, it was a suicide mission. Even Gabriel's fancy teleportation tricks wouldn't work here. The system was airtight. Hopeless, absolutely hopeless. Good, he said, pulling out a triangular cuff key. I had to bite back a wild grin as Elise extended her wrists, and the moment the restraints clicked open, she let out a relieved sigh. The air around us crackled to life as she summoned her element, swirling currents dancing at her fingertips. I pressed my face into her hair, breathing in the electric energy radiating off her. These cuffs are valuable, I'll be keeping them, Lyle remarked, and I shrugged, gesturing for him to take them. He tucked them into his desk drawer before motioning us toward another security door, this one humming with intricate spells that prickled against my skin as we passed through. Down the hall, Elise couldn't resist playing with her power, conjuring tiny cyclones in her palms, her eyes bright with exhilaration. That joy, pure and unguarded, was everything I wanted for her. After the hell she'd endured Gareth's death, her mother's betrayal, she deserved nothing less. A hulking man in the waiting room ogled her, his gaze lingering too long. I shot him a look sharp enough to make him drop his eyes to his own calloused hands. We reached the third door, stepping into an empty room only for the opposite door to swing open seconds later. Rory stood there, clad in an orange jumpsuit, the lion crest stitched beside the water elemental symbol. I didn't hesitate, I barreled into him, locking him in a crushing embrace. He exhaled hard, gripping me just as fiercely before pulling back. "Hey, little Leonidas," he rumbled, voice rough. His hair was a disaster, his stubble edging toward full beard territory. "Damn, Rory. Mom would have a heart attack if she saw you like this, and Dad, he'd disown you on the spot for that mane." His jaw tightened. "Doesn't matter, according to him I'm not part of the Pride anymore." The words hit like a punch. "Bullshit," I snapped. "We'll get you out and he'll get over himself. We pulled off the heist of the century, robbed Lionel Acrux blind. How's he gonna stay mad at that forever?" "Your heist," Rory muttered, shame darkening his expression. "Knights don't get caught, Leon." Elise stepped forward, wrapping him in a hug. "It wasn't your fault," she murmured. Rory held onto her like she was an anchor. "It was, entirely. You saved Rosa," I cut in. "She told me everything and she's wrecked with guilt." His brows furrowed. "She shouldn't be. Try telling her that. She's tearing herself apart, and after what Felix did." A low growl tore from Rory's throat, his eyes blazing. I'd already filled him in, and the helpless fury there was unmistakable. He'd saved her from one nightmare only for her to walk into another. Sometimes I wondered if he blamed himself for that too, as if he could have stopped it if he'd been there. But life didn't work that way. We sank into chairs at the small table, and I launched into the tale of Elise's rescue like it was some grand adventure. Names changed, but details close enough that he'd recognize the players. His expression softened as I spun the story, exaggerating the wildest parts just to see him smirk. If nothing else, I could give him this a moment of escape as we prepared to leave. My heart ached watching Leo trudge back through Darkmoor's doors, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Elise tried to reassure me with a soft whisper, "We'll figure this out, Leo." But the words did little to ease the sharp pang in my chest. Nodding felt hollow, like accepting a lie. The weight of helplessness pressed down on me, as if a storm cloud had settled over my brother's future, and no matter what I did, I couldn't shield him from it. Stepping through Aurora Academy's gates with Leon and Dante at my sides felt eerily like marching toward my doom. Sure, hiding in Gabriel's apartment forever wasn't an option, and cowering would only make us look weak in front of King, but that didn't stop the uneasy prickle along my skin as we crossed the courtyard. My enhanced vision caught Gabriel soaring high above, a mere shadow against the sun, with Ryder coiled in his pocket as a tiny serpent keeping watch. Adorable, really not that I'd ever admit it to Ryder's face. The separation gnawed at me, pretending Leon was the only one by my side while the others lurked in the shadows, hiding what we truly were to each other. It stung. Gabriel's cover with the black card was blown, and I was done with secrets. He'd burned his last ties to King using that ring from the caves, severing the connection for good. None of us wanted him linked to that monster anymore. Dante's voice, low and steady, brushed against my nerves like a spark. "It'll be fine, Bella." Leon pulled me closer, his arm a solid anchor, making me feel safe, wanted. We'd timed our return perfectly, just late enough to slip straight into class, dodging too many questions. Officially, Leon and I had been on a belated mating moon getaway after the chaos a month ago. The academy had shut down briefly for fib investigations, but since Felix and his pack had been the aggressors, and were now, well, dead, no students faced charges. Leon's father had smoothed things over with the vacation story, handing me a glossy brochure about some luxury island retreat near La Rulia. Never mind that my pale skin hadn't caught a hint of sun. Leon's perpetual tan would sell the lie. Gabriel had faked an emergency, and Dante had strong-armed Gratian into excusing the gang leader's extended absence. Covered, sure, but the real threat still lurked, some unknown enemy hunting me, eager to chain me up as their personal blood bank. Hence the bodyguards. Just another day in Alestria's brutal history. My freedom had been seriously curtailed. Lately now I couldn't step outside without one of my kings shadowing me. On top of that, I'd agreed to keep a constant air shield wrapped around me like a second skin, just in case some idiot decided to take a cheap shot. Gabriel was obsessively scanning the future for threats, and despite their best efforts, the guys hadn't managed to talk me out of coming back here. So here I was, popping cherry gum between my teeth as I retraced the same path I'd taken on my first day. Back then, a certain lazy, ridiculously hot Nemean lion shifter had shown me around, conveniently leaving out half the important details while trying to claim me as his so-called Mindy. Smirking at the memory, I leaned into Leon and gave his nipple a sharp twist through his shirt. "What the hell?" he yelped, swatting my hand away. Payback, I said, flashing him a grin. For that Mindy nonsense when we met. He'd been wound tighter than a drum since we arrived, and I missed the playful, laughing version of him buried under all that tension. Leon finally cracked, pulling me against his chest and pressing a kiss to my hair. Can't blame a guy for trying to keep you all to himself, little monster, he murmured. I knew the wolves would lose their damn minds the second they saw you. Dante snorted, swinging the door to Altair Hall's open with a dramatic flourish. Joke's on you, he teased. Turns out she's the one who wrapped us around her finger. If anyone's got a pack of Mindies, it's her. Leon shot me a smirk as we stepped inside. What? I narrowed my eyes, sensing trouble. Just admiring Dante's natural talent as a lioness, he drawled, tossing a Chinese letter look over his shoulder. Dante retaliated instantly. A crackle of electricity zapped Leon square in the ass, sending him yowling into the air. I burst out laughing as Dante tackled him, the two of them rolling across the floor in a tangle of limbs. Honestly, watching them go at it was its own kind of entertainment. Maybe I could convince them to make it a regular show. Shirtless. Maybe with a little oil. The door swung open again and Gabriel strode in, his wings just fading from view, shirt still slung over one shoulder. My gaze dragged over him shamelessly as he scanned the room, that familiar smirk curling his lips, the one that promised trouble. Hey, Gabriel, I said sweetly, like we hadn't wrecked the shower earlier, my voice still rough from screaming. He tugged his shirt on, eyeing the wrestling match on the floor with mild amusement before stepping closer. I flicked a silencing bubble around us and his brows lifted. So, I began, fighting a grin as a tiny, furious snake head peeked out of his pocket. Is that a snake, or are you just the basilisk struck fast, sinking needle-like fangs into my finger before dropping to the floor and slithering toward the men's room? No venom, though. Guess Ryder wasn't that mad. Gabriel chuckled, scooping up a bag and tossing it after him. Clothes, probably. One of these days, he mused, that joke's gonna get you in real trouble. I grinned. Worth it. Gabriel gave me a quick wave before disappearing down the hall, leaving me to dissolve the sound barrier we'd been using. The distant chatter of students told me we still had time before class started, though our little group lingered by the entrance. Don't be late, I told Dante and Leon as I turned to leave, only to hear fabric tearing behind me. I spun around to find Leon's pants hanging in tatters, revealing way more of his muscular legs and patterned boxers than anyone needed to see before lunch. Seriously, Dante, Leon growled through laughter, clutching at the remains of his trousers. You're gonna have to run back to the dorm, I said, barely containing my amusement. Leon groaned dramatically. No way, that's across campus. I'll just get one of the Mindies to fetch me a new pair. Dante burst out laughing as I shook my head. You can't walk into potions looking like that. People will think we're some kind of exhibitionist club. Leon's eyes sparkled with sudden mischief, and before I could react, he lunged. I tried to dart away, but a wall of flames flared up in front of me, forcing me to stop short. Strong arms scooped me up, and suddenly I was upside down over Leon's shoulder, kicking uselessly as he marched down the hall. If you think my wardrobe malfunction is embarrassing, he announced, just wait until I haul you into class like this. Everyone's gonna remember you as the girl who got carried in like a sack of giggling potatoes. I yelled for Dante to help, but he just smirked and muttered something in Fetalian, casually healing a bruise on his jaw as he strolled behind us. Leon's shredded pants flapped with every step, and I alternated between struggling and laughing so hard I could barely breathe. By the time we reached the potions lab, most students were already seated. Leon righted me at the door with a wink, ignoring the snickers as he sauntered to his desk. Then chaos erupted. A wave of Leon's unnatural charm crashed over the room, and suddenly every Mindy was scrambling, shoving chairs aside in a frenzy. I'll get you designer pants, one screamed. Another vowed, I'll weave you pants from my own hair. Erica, ever the overachiever, punched a rival unconscious before leaping over a desk, shrieking, I'll make pants from the hides of my enemies. The class watched in stunned silence as the mob of girls stampeded into the hallway, their threats fading into the distance. Leon took a theatrical bow while Eugene Dipper applauded. I rolled my eyes but couldn't stop grinning until I noticed too many lingering glances at Leon's exposed legs. With a flick of my wrist, I cast a shadow spell over his lower half. He shot me a knowing look and I shrugged innocently. Elise, Professor Titan's voice cut through the noise. I turned to find him staring at me like I'd risen from the dead. Before I could react, he pulled me into a stiff, awkward hug. I patted his shoulder, confused, until he abruptly let go. "Sorry," he muttered. "Rumors were going around that you'd vanished." Titan's voice trembled with concern as he gripped my arm. "I heard rumors something happened to you in the battle. I've been so worried." Dante lounged nearby, chuckling as he dismissed the idea. "Relax, she was just soaking up the sun with Leon, mating celebration and all that." I nodded quickly, scrambling to recall the details of our fabricated story. "Yeah, Leon's parents thought we needed a break after everything. A few weeks away, you know." I forced a casual shrug, though guilt prickled at the back of my neck. Titan's relief was palpable, his eyes glistening as he squeezed my arm again. "I'm just glad you're safe." The sincerity in his voice caught me off guard. Had he really been this upset? My own mother probably hadn't even noticed I was gone. But here was Titan, looking at me like I mattered, and suddenly my chest felt too tight. "Thanks," I muttered, offering a small smile before slipping away to my desk. Ryder stormed in just as I sat down, his gaze locking onto me like a predator spotting prey. I didn't need to look to know Bryce was watching, that smug smirk undoubtedly plastered across his face. Before Ryder could reach me, Eugene plopped into the seat beside me, throwing his arms around me in an enthusiastic hug. "Elise, missed you." His voice was way too cheerful for the tension in the room. I untangled myself, catching the way he tilted his head, exposing his neck like some kind of invitation. Hey, move." Ryder's growl cut through the air, his shadow looming over Eugene, who somehow found the nerve to lift his chin. "Actually, I was thinking I should partner with Elise. She's missed classes, I can help her catch up." A vine lashed out, coiling around Eugene's torso and yanking him into the air. He yelped, magic crackling as he tried to fight back, but Ryder wasn't playing around. More vines snaked around him until he looked like a trussed-up mummy. With a flick of Ryder's wrist, Eugene was unceremoniously dumped back in his usual seat across the room. Bryce's laughter rang out, followed by a flick of his fingers. A bubble of water magic encased Eugene's cocoon, and my stomach dropped as he thrashed inside, panic clear in his muffled cries. Before I could react, Bryce shrieked a wooden dagger had speared his hand, pinning it to the desk. "Did I ask for your interference?" Ryder's voice was ice-cold as the vines unraveled, freeing a gasping Eugene. Bryce hissed through clenched teeth, face white with pain. "It was just a joke." Eugene coughed, his wide eyes darting around until they landed on Bryce, and that's when I saw it. The fear was gone, replaced by something far darker. He knew exactly who'd just tried to drown him. Eugene's voice cut through the tension like a knife as he jabbed a finger between Bryce and Ryder. "You two seriously brawling?" He barked loud enough for the whole class to hear. Ryder barely spared Bryce a glance, his tone dripping with disdain. "Not even close to worth my energy." The dismissive remark made Bryce stiffen, his face paling. But Eugene didn't need more than that. He was already out of his seat with a battle cry, hurling a mountain of dirt straight onto Bryce's head before the guy could even blink. The soil cascaded over Bryce, filling his mouth, his nose, his every gasp for air turning into a choking mess. The classroom erupted into chaos, students scrambling back as the pile kept growing, swallowing Bryce whole. The only sign he was still in there, a slow trickle of water seeping from the side of the mound. Seconds dragged on, and when it became obvious Bryce wasn't clawing his way out, Eugene let out a triumphant howl, ripped his shirt open, buttons flying, and bolted from the room like a maniac, leaving stunned silence in his wake. Titan cleared his throat, breaking the quiet. Mr. Knox, mind helping us clean up this mess?" The second the words left his mouth, the room exploded into chatter, laughter, gasps, someone even sighing about how hot Eugene was. I smirked as Gabriel stepped in, magically lifting the dirt off a half-drowned Bryce. Russell rushed to heal him while Gabriel yanked the last of the soil from his lungs. Titan, ever the responsible one, sent Bryce to the nurse to check for any rogue rocks in his stomach. As Bryce staggered out, he shot Ryder a look that could have melted steel, but the Lunar King just stared back unshaken. I leaned in, casting a quick silencing spell around us. "Should we be concerned about him?" I whispered. Ryder's lips curled. "Bryce, please, he's an annoyance, nothing more, but if he keeps testing me, I might just carve that attitude out of his chest." Before I could respond, his fingers slid under my skirt, grazing my thigh. "One more big bird joke, Elise," he murmured, "and I'll make sure you regret it." I arched into his touch, grinning. "That sounds like an invitation." His grip tightened, pinching just enough to make me yelp and snap my legs shut, trapping his hand. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. Bryce had never glared at Ryder like that before. There was real venom there. You sure he's not a problem? Ryder's smirk didn't waver. Let me handle the Brotherhood. Rabid dogs just need a firm leash. The glint in his eyes said there was more to it. My atlas buzzed, cutting the moment short. Principal Gratian's message flashed. Miss Callisto, let's chat about those missed classes, my office. Now. Ryder snatched the device before I could move. You're not going alone, he growled. I rolled my eyes but didn't argue, though the idea of ditching my shadows and leading them on a wild chase across campus was very tempting. Then Gabriel appeared, plucking the atlas from my hands with that infuriatingly perfect smirk. Lucky me, Dante's got this handled, he declared with that smug, all-knowing tone he loved using whenever he'd witnessed something. Wait, so I'm off the hook? I asked, blinking in disbelief as he flashed me a cryptic smile before strolling off and passing my atlas to Dante. Scanning the message quickly, Dante shot me a playful wink just as Gratian's voice crackled through the speakers. My storm dragon lounged effortlessly in his seat, atlas pressed to his ear, completely ignoring Titan behind the desk like he wasn't even there. Morning, fabulous Faye and chill folks, Gratian's voice echoed. Just a couple of quick updates today. First off, we've finally dealt with that interesting mural on Altair Hall, the one featuring a very enthusiastic dragon and a startled Pegasus. Most of it's gone now, though we had to cover the, lingering details with some ivy. Turns out that part was enchanted to stick around longer than the rest. On a lighter note, breakfast just got better with extra Pop-Tarts in the cafeteria, and congrats to everyone, it's been a whole month since the last campus fatality. Keep up the streak. Oh, and a sudden ringing from his atlas cut him off, and after an awkward pause he stammered, gotta take this. Catch you later, folks. The announcement cut out abruptly, leaving a buzz of whispers in the room. A sharp whistle snapped my attention to Dante, who smirked and crooked a finger at me. I bolted from my seat, perching on his desk in a flash, slipping into the silencing bubble he'd conjured. Cindy Pooh glared daggers at me from across the room, clearly disappointed I hadn't vanished for good. Tough luck for her. Dante tilted the atlas toward me, and I tuned in just as the call connected. Hello, Gratian's nervous voice crackled through. Elise isn't attending your little chat, Randall, Dante drawled, his voice dripping with lazy confidence as his gaze flicked over me. Oh, but I just wanted to. Are you hard of hearing, or do I need to repeat myself? A low, draconic edge crept into Dante's words, sending a thrill down my spine. No, got it, no problem. Dante ended the call and tossed my atlas back. You owe me, Karina, he murmured. Could think of worse debts, I teased, saluting before darting back to my seat. Ryder exhaled sharply but held his tongue. Small victories. Titan's voice cut through the murmurs. All right, who's ready to brew an Everburn balm? I had zero clue what that was, but once Ryder took charge of guiding me, I fell into the rhythm. Being back at the academy still felt surreal after everything King had put me through, but I knew this was where I needed to be to uncover the truth about Gareth's death. As I worked, my mind raced, piecing together clues my brother might be left behind. Time was slipping away, King's power was growing, but I'd tear this mystery apart, no matter what. In my dream, Elise was there, her delicate fingers tracing the scars on my skin, her breath warm against my ear as she whispered my name. The sensation was so vivid, I could almost believe she was really beside me, her touch lingering as I drifted toward wakefulness. When my eyes finally opened, the weight on my chest didn't vanish. Couldn't resist sneaking away from the lion's den for something better, I murmured, reaching blindly for the shadowy figure beside my bed. My fingers closed around a solid forearm far too thick to be Elise's. I bolted upright, summoning a phalite in my palm, only to freeze when Gabriel's guilty expression came into view. Why the hell were you groping me? I snapped, half tempted to revoke his room privileges right then. Because waking you any other way ended with me dead in at least half the visions I saw, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. Figured this was the safer option. A rough laugh escaped me. Damn right, I'd have made it hurt. I shoved the tangled comforter aside and checked the clock, just shy of 4 a.m., my usual workout time. With a flick of my wrist, I silenced my Atlas alarm. What's so urgent? Gabriel's expression darkened. The King's figured out I've been playing double agent. Sent an assassin after me. The site's fuzzy on details, but I know we need Eugene Dipper. Now, I cracked my neck, already itching for action. The rat, what's he got to do with this? Want me to bring poison? Gabriel caught my arm before I could grab my gear. Just get dressed. Grumbling, I yanked on sweatpants and sneakers, adrenaline already humming under my skin. We slipped out the window, scaling the fire escape with practiced ease. Inside Eugene's dorm, Gabriel threw up a silencing bubble, probably doubting my ability to keep quiet, the smug bastard. Eugene was curled up in a nest of shredded socks and tabloid magazines, looking every bit the weasel he was. Gabriel flicked his ear. The rat boy jolted awake, flinging a wave of dirt at us before shifting forms and bolting. I lunged, missing twice before finally snagging him midair, his tiny teeth sinking into my hand. Pain flared, but I wasn't about to let go. Nice reflexes, Gabriel drawled, tossing me a pair of Eugene's sweatpants. I ignored Eugene's furious squeaking as we climbed back out. Gabriel encased him in ice, just his head left free, and stuffed him into his pocket. Then, with infuriating calm, he tossed his shirt back inside and patted his other pocket expectantly. I scowled. This better be worth it. I can teleport us wherever we need to go, I muttered, already annoyed by the delay. Gabriel shook his head, his wings twitching impatiently. You'd never make it to the campus perimeter in time. Either shift and let me carry you or stay behind. My jaw clenched, but the hunger for tonight's hunt overpowered my pride. Stripping down, I flung my clothes at Gabriel harder than necessary before shrinking into my serpent form, a sleek black viper no thicker than a pencil. He tucked me into his jacket pocket, and I coiled irritably until he chuckled, jostling me. Quit squirming. Feels like you're giving me a massage. I shot my head out, baring fangs in warning, which only made him grin wider. Damn, Ryder, never knew you could be this adorable, he teased before his massive wings unfurled, launching us skyward. I sank my teeth into his thigh through the fabric, but he just laughed, soaring higher. Next time I swore I'd inject venom, except I wouldn't. Gabriel had a knack for pissing me off, but he'd also carved a place in my life I couldn't shake. Friend wasn't a word I tossed around, but if anyone deserved it, it was him. The city sprawled beneath us, its streets veins of shadow where rot festered. This was home, a festering wound Celeria pretended didn't exist, and I loved it. Here, power wasn't handed to you, you clawed it from the gutter. Surviving this hellhole made you stronger than any pampered fae in their gilded towers, but it wasn't just the violence that forged us, it was the people. Elise, for instance. A queen forged in fire, from a childhood of neglect and loss to storming Aurora Academy like a blade seeking vengeance. I'd be her weapon gladly, sharpened for whatever target she named. Gabriel descended toward a rooftop in Alestria's northern district, where Inferno and Mufasa loomed beside Elise. The second my feet hit concrete, I shifted back, yanking my clothes from Gabriel's grip. You forgot to mention the welcoming committee, I snapped. He shrugged, all innocence, but my attention snagged on Elise as she crashed into me, her mouth tasting like stolen cherries. I kissed her possessively, one hand splayed on her spine, the other gripping her neck. When she pulled away, my irritation had dulled until I locked eyes with Inferno. Lightning crackled over his arms as we stared each other down. Got a problem, Snake? He sneered. Only until I decide to fix it, I shot back. Leon, ever the peacemaker, cuffed Inferno's head, breaking the standoff. Relax, guys, save the drama for the mission. Inferno swore at him in Italian, but Leon just grinned. No hablo, man, the lie was obvious. Elise squeezed Gabriel's hand, her brow furrowed. What's the plan? And just like that, the world narrowed to her voice, the mission, and the blood we were about to spill. Elise's anxiety was palpable, and my friend was in serious danger. Tonight, I planned to make the king's assassin suffer slowly, brutally leaving that cloaked bastard a warning he wouldn't forget. Gabriel reached into his pocket, pulling out the tiny, ice-encased Eugene and thawing him with a flick of his fingers. The rat shivered uncontrollably in his palm. "Oh, look at the poor little guy freezing his tail off," Leon teased, stepping closer and running his warm fingers through Eugene's fur, sending a ripple of heat through him. The rat let out a relieved squeak. I rolled my shoulders, stepping forward. "Force him to shift," I growled at Gabriel. "If he knows anything, I'll drag it out of him." Gabriel shook his head. "No need for that." He turned to Eugene, his voice calm but firm. "You'll help us, won't you? We just need a favor." Eugene's nose twitched before he glanced at Elise, who scooped him up protectively. "It's okay, Eugene, no one's going to hurt you," she murmured, and the little rat immediately burrowed into her chest like he'd found the coziest pillow in the world. My jaw clenched, but I held back, losing my temper over a rat's clinginess wouldn't help Gabriel. "Shift back, all right." Elise coaxed. Eugene nodded, hopping down and transforming into his fey form. Gabriel tossed him a pair of sweatpants and sneakers, which he scrambled into before standing awkwardly, his pale skin and silver hair glowing under the moonlight. "So, what's this about?" Eugene asked, eyes darting nervously between us. "Did you find out about the borrowed underwear? Elise, I swear, I only took a couple pairs, they're just so soft, and you did what?" I snapped, lunging forward at the same time Inferno did. Gabriel's wing shot out, blocking us, and I ended up with a mouthful of feathers as he shoved us back. "Seriously, Eugene," Elise sighed, crossing her arms. "But no, that's not why we're here. It's about we need your help with something important," Gabriel interrupted, and I shot him a glare. "You need me?" Eugene blinked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Nobody's ever needed me before." Elise beamed, nudging Leon, who nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, man, we need you like I need a cold beer on a hot day," Leon added, and Eugene's eyes widened in panic. "Wait, is this some kind of weird—" "No, idiot," Dante cut in. "We actually need your skills." Eugene turned to me, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane under my dead-eyed stare. Gabriel gave me a pointed look, but I stayed silent. Did I really have to play nice with this little thief? "Ryder." Elise pressed, giving me that pleading look over Eugene's shoulder. The rat stared up at me, hopeful. I exhaled sharply and gave a stiff nod. "Apparently." "Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Eugene the Magnificent is going on a mission," he babbled, bouncing around like an overcaffeinated squirrel. "Do you need me to crawl through air vents, plant explosives? I can totally do a dramatic escape," like he zigzagged around me, miming gunshots with his fingers. Pew, pew. I shot Gabriel a murderous glare. "Go on, explain it to him," Gabriel sighed. "We're hunting someone dangerous. We'll split into teams and corner him in that alley." He moved to the rooftop's edge, pointing down at the shadowy passage below. "Dante, you're with me, we'll push him north from Grand Cloud Street." Leon and Elise were assigned to head down Starstruck Street and cut off the target from the east, while Ryder and Eugene were supposed to corner him in the alley below. Before the plan could even get rolling, Ryder objected, barking orders of his own. "Simba, stick with the rat," he demanded, trying to redirect Leon toward Eugene, but Leon just sidestepped, pulling Elise close with a smirk. "Sorry, Scar, Gabe's orders were taking Starstruck." "Don't call me Gabe," Big Bird grumbled before he and Dante vaulted off the rooftop, landing gracefully on the street below with a gust of wind magic. Ryder clenched his jaw, storming toward Elise. "You're staying with me." "Eugene, go with Leon." Eugene let out a nervous squeak, glancing between them like a lost puppy, while Elise shot Ryder a glare. "Stop being a jerk," she snapped. "Gabriel knows what he's doing. I'm not risking his life because you can't follow orders." "I'm not working with the damn rat," Ryder spat. Leon crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "Dude, you're sounding pretty orderist right now, might wanna check that attitude." Ryder scoffed. "I don't care that he's a rat, I care that his earth magic couldn't split a walnut." "I could," Eugene protested weakly, but Ryder ignored him. Elise smirked. "This'll be good for you." With that, she hoisted Leon over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes and leapt off the building, Leon whooping like a kid on a roller coaster. Left alone with Eugene, Ryder's fists tightened. Why the hell had Gabriel even brought this guy? If he had intel, why hadn't they squeezed it out of him already? Mr. Draconis," Eugene ventured, flinching when Ryder whirled on him. "Don't call me that, I'm not your damn accountant." "Okay, Mr. Ryder." He hesitated, waiting for another outburst. Ryder considered making him squirm, but the thought of Gabriel in danger forced him to swallow his pride. "Stay close and keep your mouth shut unless I say otherwise," he ordered, striding to the roof's edge. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a thick vine, letting it snake down the side of the building. Eugene's eyes widened at the drop, but to Ryder's surprise, the rat cast his own vine and descended even faster. Maybe the little guy wasn't completely useless. They dismissed their magic and Ryder turned to leave, but Eugene grabbed his arm. Fury flared until he saw the guy's nose twitching like crazy, his whole body rigid. "Wait," Eugene whispered. "Someone's coming," Ryder scoffed. "Your nose tell you that." "I sense magic and danger." Before Ryder could brush him off, Eugene threw up a wooden shield just as an ice blade shattered against it right where Ryder's head had been. "Shit!" Ryder threw up an earthen barrier as more ice shards rained down from a hooded figure at the alley's end. The attacker bolted, and Ryder cursed, dragging Eugene along when the rat tripped over his own feet. "Use that nose, Ratatouille," Ryder growled. "Find him." Eugene nodded, his nostrils flaring like a bloodhound on the hunt. I wasn't about to bring up how he'd just saved my skin, figured I'd return the favor before sunrise and call it even, no awkward gratitude required. "That way," he whispered, voice cracking as we rounded the corner. His shaky finger aimed at a dimly lit alcove ahead. I let go of his arm and summoned a jagged wooden spike from the pavement beneath the bastard's feet. A scream tore through the night, confirming my aim was true. With a flick of my wrist, the spike vanished, and the guy collapsed onto the sidewalk in a spreading crimson puddle. "Piece of cake," I muttered, pulling out my atlas to ping Gabriel. "Told you he didn't need an entire squad of morons for this." Eugene's sudden gasp was the only warning before the ground gave way. My stomach lurched as we plummeted into a gaping sinkhole, the street ceiling shut above us like a cruel joke. I pushed my earth magic outward, carving space in the suffocating dirt. "Shut it," Eugene hissed. A sliver of light from a crack above revealed his wide eyes. "Where'd they go?" A gravelly voice snarled overhead, boots thudding against asphalt. "Dunno, was one of them the harpy?" a girl shot back. "Nah, Luke's tailing him near the docks," the first guy replied. "But I swear I saw a tattooed guy and some chick down here. Maybe she's the vampire. Card mastered, probably reward us big for dragging her in." Eugene's offended pout was almost comical, but the rage coiling in my gut wasn't laughing. I let them stomp closer, their voices dripping with arrogance before unleashing hell. The street exploded under my magic, their shrieks music to my ears as I erupted from the ground like some wrathful deity, Eugene clinging to the dirt pillar beside me. Vines snaked around their throats before they could blink. Fire and ice shot toward us. Eugene threw up a shield while I focused on turning them into mulch. The silence that followed was sweeter than their screams. Eugene wobbled, gagging at the carnage, and I yanked him back by the collar before he face-planted into the mess. Gabriel's message buzzed before I could even type. "We've bagged a few too. Site says only one's left and he's headed your way, east side. 8 or 4 minutes 33, be ready." I pocketed the atlas and picked up the pace, scanning for the perfect ambush spot. If you can sniff out danger, how the hell do you keep ending up in dumpster fires? I snapped as Eugene scrambled to keep up. "Order senses take time to hone," he admitted, rubbing his arm. "Some gifts need years to click." I shrugged, not to reassure him, just stating facts. "Wait, you've got unfinished ones too," he blurted. I ignored him, steering us onto the sagging porch of an abandoned library. The vantage point gave us a clean line of sight down the alley. "Well," he prodded. I tossed up concealment spells and a silence bubble before growling, "It's useless anyway." "Camouflage crap. My basilisk's already black, why the hell would I need to play chameleon?" "Okay, but imagine the pranks," he said, grinning like an idiot. I elbowed him hard enough to knock the smirk off his face. "Imagine being able to turn invisible without shifting forms, no concealment spells needed, just pure natural ability. That would be a game changer in my line of work, completely undetectable." Damn, the idea was annoyingly tempting. I clenched my jaw, staring down the empty street while Eugene inched closer like an overeager puppy. My watch ticked mockingly slow. 3 more minutes of this. Then came the sharp crack of wood as Eugene's foot punched through a rotted board, followed by his yelp. He muttered something that definitely wasn't mother trucker under his breath, healing the gash on his leg while I barely glanced over. That's when I spotted it, a glowing number etched on his thumb in enchanted ink, shimmering faintly even in the shadows. "What's that?" I asked, half regretting it the second the words left my mouth. He hesitated, rubbing his thumb like he could wipe it away. "Oh well, it's complicated." I almost dropped it, but then he kept talking, words tumbling out like he'd been holding them in for years. "Back in my first year at Aurora Academy, Bryce Corvus and I were, sort of friends, made this dumb star vow to meet every Friday. Didn't realize how binding those things were, figured we could just call it off if things changed." He laughed bitter. "Then Bryce got tangled up with your crew, climbed the ranks, and suddenly I was an embarrassment. His buddies hated me, so we met in secret. Until one day Russell caught us in the iron wood. Bryce panicked, called me a weak fae with no future, then proved it by beating me half to death and leaving me there." His voice cracked. "I skipped the next Friday, didn't think, just couldn't face him. Broke the vow. 7 years of bad luck locked in. Bryce made me release him, but he sure as hell didn't return the favor." He held up his thumb, the number pulsing faintly. It's my sentence counting down." Silence, my blood boiled. "Bryce is a spineless coward." Eugene blinked, hope flickering in his eyes like a dying light bulb. "You mean that? Obviously, and for the record, your magic's stronger than you think." His whole face lit up like I'd handed him a trophy. Wait, seriously, don't make it weird, I grumbled, turning back to the street. 1 agonizing minute left, he sighed, shoulders slumping. Doesn't matter how good I get, the stars have it out for me. This curse'll haunt me long after I graduate. This curse clinging to me like a shadow means I'll never make it big, not here in Alestria, where every street corner feels like a dead end. Screw destiny, I snapped, kicking a loose pebble across the pavement. Stars don't hold your leash. If you don't believe in yourself, why should anyone else? You think I had a fan club cheering me on when I clawed my way up the Lunar Brotherhood ranks? Newsflash, most folks are just waiting to watch you eat dirt. But real power, that's built solo, Eugene. The toughest fae don't need backup. His chin jerked up like my words actually landed, and I turned away, annoyed I'd even bothered. Maybe I just wanted to piss off Bryce by proxy. That guy had been grinding my gears nonstop lately. Thanks, Eugene mumbled, and I cut him off with a sharp exhale. Don't flatter yourself, this isn't kindness, it's a reality check. He opened his mouth to retort, but his nose suddenly twitched like a rabbit's. My magic prickled under my skin as I scanned the dim street. Ryder, Eugene hissed, yanking my sleeve and nodding toward the rooftop above us. I rose slowly, palms up, listening for movement. A distant car alarm blared and a gust of wind kicked up, sending a trash can clattering into the road. Pathetic. If this air elemental thought cheap parlor tricks would throw me off, he was dumber than he looked. A raspy voice crackled from above. Yeah, got the photo. Our guys are toast, but the girls here small, killer curves, probably hiding with the Lunar King. I almost laughed. These morons had Eugene pegged as Elise. As if my girl's assets put his to shame. Unbelievable, Eugene muttered as I scaled the porch wall, vines slithering me upward. The hooded idiot was leaning against an invisible barrier air shield, classic blabbing into his atlas. Head this way, wait, Lily, what's that noise? Ah, damn it, a whirlwind tore his hood back, revealing a face only a mother could tolerate, twisted in fury. Metal coated my fist as I melted into the shadows, inching closer. One solid hit might crack his shield. Breath steady, I coiled, then struck. My knuckles connected with a sickening crunch, but the barrier held. The guy whirled, hurling me backward with a wall of air. I slammed into a building, moss cushioning the impact, and was sprinting back before the dust settled. Dirt walls erupted to block his next gale, but a whip of wind caught me from behind, slamming me onto concrete I barely softened in time. Then Eugene's battle cry split the air. The elemental turned just as the kid launched off a dirt pillar, wooden blades flashing. He nearly shattered the shield before getting spun into a streetside tornado. I grinned, pushing up. Round 2 was mine. Teamwork wasn't our style, we weren't some weak-ass fae playing nice, but there was nothing stopping us from taking swings at this bastard one after another. My enemy launched himself off the rooftop, darting through the air like some overgrown firefly, and I unleashed a storm of jagged wooden spears straight at him. They hammered into his wind barrier, the force of the impact making the shield tremble. Nearby, Eugene let out a panicked shriek as the tornado I'd conjured spun him helplessly in circles, trapping him like a fly in a whirlwind. Rage burned through me. This piece of trash had the nerve to come after my woman and try to kill my friend. He was about to learn exactly why that was a fatal mistake. I surged forward on a wave of churning earth, ignoring his desperate attempts to blast me back. Did he really think he stood a chance against the Lunar King? Pathetic. His place was beneath my boot, and I was more than happy to remind him. As I crashed into his weakening shield, my fists pounded against it like a battering ram. For the first time, real fear flickered in his eyes. A gust of wind lashed around my waist, trying to hurl me back, but I seized his wrist in a death grip, dragging him down with me as we both slammed into the alley below. The impact rattled my bones, but I barely felt it, not when the taste of his pain was so damn sweet. One brutal punch sent him sprawling onto his back, and before he could react, I smashed his skull against the pavement. His dazed eyes met mine, his last mistake. With a flick of my will, I plunged him into an endless inferno, where he'd roast until I decided his suffering was over. Rising to my feet, I left him twitching in the dirt, my magic keeping him locked in torment. Behind me, Eugene staggered out of the alley, clapping like an idiot. That was insane, he cheered just as my girl sprinted into view. She crashed into me, arms wrapping around my neck, her body pressed tight against mine. I smirked against her lips as I kissed her, one hand gripping her ass possessively. The way she clung to me like I was her whole damn universe sent a thrill through me. You're terrifying when you go full psycho, she breathed, grinning up at me. You saw that? I asked, my smile sharp. She nodded, biting her lip in that way that always drove me wild. Before I could pull her back in, Leon, Dante and Gabriel materialized at the alley's entrance, moving in sync like the deadly unit they were. Shit, I'd forgotten Eugene was still here watching. Oh well, a quick memory wipe potion would fix that little problem. Gabriel clapped his hands together like some damn motivational speaker. Perfect execution, he announced. I shot him a glare. Perfect. And what the hell was Eugene even doing here? Gabriel shrugged. 1, he saved your life. 2, without him as bait, the king's men would have gone straight for Elise. She'd be locked up again and I'd be dead. My pulse spiked at the thought. Typical Gabriel, always playing chess while the rest of us were brawling in the dirt. Still, I hated how close we'd come to disaster tonight. Thank God he could see the future. At least none of us were dying on his watch. Eugene, meanwhile, had turned an impressive shade of purple. He shuffled forward, licking his lips like he expected a reward. So, does this mean I'm part of the harem now? I yanked Elise behind me before he could get any ideas. Who said anything about a harem? I snarled. Time for that memory potion. Eugene gulped. My senses, bull, Leon cut in, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. You've been snooping again. Not snooping, Eugene squeaked. Just observing. Dante cracked his knuckles. Observing things you shouldn't be is called spying, rat. Eugene's eyes darted between the three of us, realizing he was cornered by men who could break him in half without breaking a sweat. I won't tell anyone, he blurted. Gabriel sighed, arms crossed. He won't. We all turned to him, skeptical. Trusting Eugene was like trusting a fox in a henhouse, but if Gabriel said it was handled, then fine. For now Eugene had known about our situation for some time, and according to the stars he was trustworthy. Why keep it from us? Elise asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Gabriel sighed, looking conflicted. If I reveal too much of what I see, it alters the future. But trust me, little angel, the things I've glimpsed, you'd be thrilled at how much joy is coming your way. A slow, knowing smile curved Elise's lips, the kind that promised a very rewarding night ahead. Eugene took a step forward, eager to join in, but Leon instantly blocked him with a ring of fire. Back off, Leon snarled. You're not part of this. Undeterred, Eugene tried another angle. I don't need anything physical, Elise. Just let me be your helper, your personal blood bank, your masseuse, your maid. A chorus of firm no's cut him off. Elise gave him a playful pat on the head. You're sweet, but let's keep things simple, okay? Defeated, Eugene slumped. Fine. Leon, already shifting gears, grinned. Now that's settled, who's ready for some action? He extinguished the flames, and Eugene paled. Actually, I might just head back to campus. Elise pulled out a handful of stardust. I'll take you. I could use a relaxing bath and some downtime while these three handle their messy business. Dante's voice dropped to a suggestive murmur. A bath, Bella? Will you think of me while you're wet and bare? She smirked, tracing a finger along his jaw. No idea what you just said, but I know it was filthy, and none of you better interrupt my peace when you're done. Eugene, ever the optimist, chimed in. We promise. Gabriel cuffed him lightly. You don't get a say in we, man. Leon's protective streak flared again, his teeth bared. It was strange, he was completely fine sharing Elise with me, Dante and Gabriel, but the mere thought of Eugene joining sent him into a rage. What made us different? With a flick of stardust, Elise and Eugene vanished. Leon slashed a hand through the empty space, flames licking his fingers. If he tries anything, he's dead. Gabriel rolled his eyes. You really think Elise can't handle herself? Leon grunted. Yeah, but it still pisses me off. It's us five, no one else. Anyone else touches her, they're done. I raised an eyebrow. That makes 0 sense. Exactly, Leon said, as if that explained everything. I pressed further. Why draw the line there? You barely knew me and Gabriel before this. He exhaled like I was exhausting him. Because you three are top-tier lioness material. The perfect number is 3. Elise is the lion, she needs her lionesses. That's the lineup. I scoffed. Hold up. I'm not your lioness. And if 3's the magic number, why include 4 of us? Leon smirked, slapping my shoulder like I was missing the obvious. Elise doesn't count, she's the lion. You, Dante and Gabriel complete the set. I shot Gabriel and Dante a look, but they just shrugged, already focused on our target writhing on the ground. Fine, still weird. With a flick of my wrist, I released the guy from my hypnosis, and he groaned back to consciousness. My hand shot out, summoning a twisting vine that coiled around his neck like a living noose, drinking in his agony as his face contorted. A cruel smirk tugged at my lips while he gasped for air. Sky blue, cobalt, sapphire. Ooh, cerulean, Leon murmured playfully from behind me, his breath warm against my ear as he admired the shifting shades of the choking man's skin. Turn him indigo for me, Scar. Back off, I snapped, feeling the surge of power flooding my veins from the bastard's suffering. This wouldn't be quick, not when I was doing this for her. Scar would make him beg, Leon teased, his voice dripping with amusement. Make him scream, Rydikins. I threw an elbow back, but he dodged with infuriating ease. Gabriel just stood there, arms crossed, shaking his head. This isn't going to end well. Then Dante shoved me hard. A jolt of electricity crackled through my body, making me snarl as my magic faltered. The piece of trash on the ground wheezed, gulping down air like a drowning man. What the hell is your problem, Inferno? He stepped up, eyes narrowing into reptilian slits. Why do you get to kill him, Strons? Because I'm better at it, I shot back, shoving into his space. Gabriel sighed. Give it up, Ryder, you're not killing him, I already saw how this ends. Shut it, Big Bird. Nobody decides my fate, I snapped, keeping my glare locked on Dante as he squared up, ready to throw down. I'll drop you next to this bastard and drain you dry. Sono il drago de lupi il mostro del cielo, insult me in English, dumbass, I taunted. It's stupido, Dante corrected with a sneer, like I was some idiot who didn't know basic grammar. Guys, Leon tried, but we ignored him. I shoved Dante hard. The rest of the world says stupid, jackass, maybe take a class. Guys, Leon pressed again, louder this time. Says the Stranzo who only speaks one language, Dante spat. I'll scatter you across the sky like your old man did mine. Guys, Leon finally shouted, and we both whipped around only to find him swinging the guy's severed head by its hair like some macabre pendulum. I hadn't even noticed the kill, missed the moment the life left his eyes. Gardamit, Mufasa, I growled. Gabriel just shrugged, stretching his wings lazily. Told you. We've got 2 minutes before the fib shows. Move. He patted his sweatpants pocket and irritation flared in my chest. I'm not riding in your damn pocket again, I grumbled. It's humiliating. Your options are pocket or Dante's back, Gabriel said unfazed. Elise took the stardust. Leon tossed the head into a dumpster and started doing a victory dance like he'd just won the Super Bowl. I'm not carrying him, Dante protested. Like I'd ever let you, I muttered, stripping off my clothes and shoving them at Gabriel. I'd ride your mom, though. Dante lunged, roaring, but I was already shifting into a snake, small and coiled in Gabriel's palm. I hissed at the furious storm dragon as Gabriel clamped my jaws shut with his fingers. Enough, we're leaving. Lucky for him, I tolerated his presence, otherwise I'd have broken his fingers for that. Stand down, Dante, Gabriel ordered. With a final snarl, Inferno yanked off his sweats and tossed them to Leon. Gabriel tucked me into his pocket, and I flicked my tongue out, tasting the air, blood, ozone, and the bitter tang of unfinished business. At least Inferno hadn't gotten the kill. Small victories. Gabriel launched us skyward, the city shrinking below as wind whipped against my skin. He vanished us into the clouds just as a massive blue dragon surged after us. Leon perched on its back, belting out "Fly Me to the Moon" like some over-enthusiastic karaoke host. That lion had a punchable face on a good day. Back at Gabriel's silent apartment, the emptiness pressed in. Before Elise's rescue, weekends meant brawling with Oscuras at the Rusty Nail alongside the Brotherhood. Now, with her safe, that life should have called me back, except I didn't want it. A restless ache twisted in my chest as I lingered in the kitchen. Gabriel and Leon had taken Elise somewhere I wouldn't follow. Associating with a knight was scandal enough, showing up at his family's doorstep like some long-lost cousin. Hell no. And yet here I was, procrastinating like some indecisive rookie. The Lunars needed me to reassert command, squash any whispers of doubt. But instead, I was eyeing the cereal cupboard like it held the secrets of the universe. My hand hovered over the oatmeal before snagging a garish yellow box Mino Pops, featuring a grinning minotaur hoisting a bowl of chocolate rocks. Before logic kicked in, I dumped a mountain of cereal into a bowl, drowned it in milk, and shoveled a heaping spoonful into my mouth. Sugar detonated across my tongue, and I nearly groaned. 3 servings in, the crunch of someone clearing their throat froze me mid-bite. Dante leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, smirk in place. Quite the performance, Serpent, I snarled, milk dribbling down my shirt. The hell are you doing here? He should have been playing house, not lurking in Gabriel's apartment like a nosy raccoon. Admiring your table manners, he drawled, nodding at my stained tea. Venom flooded my mouth, erasing the chocolate as I lunged only to slam into an invisible barrier. Coward. Relax, he said, eyes glinting. I'm not here to fight. But if you don't hear me out, I might accidentally leak footage of you inhaling kiddie cereal like it's your last meal. I bared my teeth. Try it, I'll mail your fingers back to your doting family in a jewelry box. He rolled his eyes. Joking, no video, this is neutral ground for Elise. I gritted my teeth. Get to the point. His smirk faded, replaced by something almost pitying. Pathetic, really. A king who can't enjoy breakfast without fearing mutiny. I scoffed. Says the guy whose gang's basically a mommy fan club. Bet she still tucks you in after battle. His expression darkened, and for once I didn't care about the consequences. Say one more word about my mother and I'll reduce you to ashes, he growled, raking his fingers through his hair before storming toward the exit. This was clearly a mistake. I clenched my jaw, resisting the urge to speak, but as his hand touched the doorknob, curiosity got the better of me. What was? He paused, studying me with a calculating gaze, weighing whether to continue. After a tense silence, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a crumpled envelope, its edges frayed with age. What's that? I snapped, nodding at the object in his hand. He moved closer, carefully unfolding the letter inside. My father's final words to me found too late by my mother in his old desk. God, I wish I'd seen it sooner. My pulse quickened. Why? His voice wavered, raw with regret. Because I spent years seeking vengeance for his death. Felix Oscura took me in, armed me with power I shouldn't have had. I hurt people, your people. The crack in his tone made me hesitate. Either he was the best liar I'd ever met, or this pain was real. Before I could challenge him, he thrust his hand toward me. I swear on everything, this is the truth. The air between us thickened, the unspoken threat of magic humming beneath my skin. No witnesses, no safety net, just me and a man who could strike me down in an instant. But he hadn't, not yet. With a sharp exhale, I clasped his hand, and a surge of energy crackled between our palms. Before I could pull away, he pressed the letter into my grip, his jaw tight with the gravity of his trust. His most sacred possession handed to an enemy, one squeeze and it would be gone forever. Read it, he demanded. I glared but obeyed, my eyes scanning the faded ink. Dante, my son. If you hold this, I am gone, and our pack needs its alpha. You were born for this, I knew it the first time I held you. Your strength was a flame even then, now a fire that could outshine the sun. But listen closely, your mother and I never wanted war for you. We dreamed of peace. It wasn't until I held you that I understood hatred breeds only more hatred. Blood begets blood. This war, it has no end. Our ancestors lie in the earth and still we fight. Protect our family, Dante. But ask yourself, if not war then how? The signature trembled beneath my fingers, mica oscura, until death and beyond. My chest ached. The words echoed like my own father's, his same hollow promises of peace. But had he ever truly tried, or was it just another lie to justify the bloodshed? The letter trembled in my hand. What if the Oscuras hadn't been the monsters we believed? What if my father had offered himself not as a warrior but as a sacrifice? The thought twisted like a knife. Maybe both our fathers died for nothing. The truth hit me like a freight train. Why had he kept this from me? Rage and grief collided inside my chest, turning my limbs to stone as I wrestled with emotions I'd spent years burying. I never let myself think about my parents, not really. That kind of agony was locked away, but now it surged free, raw and relentless, feeding the fire of my order's purpose. Pain was power to a basilisk, and this emotional torment cut deeper than any blade. I shoved the letter back at Dante, forcing myself to meet his gaze. The air between us crackled, charged with something unspoken, and for a second I could have sworn the stars themselves were murmuring secrets just out of reach. Inferno and I were reflections of each other, two halves of a broken whole, but where he fought for something, I fought for nothing. I led an army fueled by rage, a king with no crown except the one carved from suffering. Bloodshed was my legacy, hate my compass. And all of it traced back to Mariella. She'd sculpted me into her perfect weapon, a monster to keep the war alive, and I'd played the part flawlessly. Dante's voice cut through the silence. I came to honor our fathers, Ryder. I want this war over. What do you want? The question struck like a slap. No one had asked me that in years, not since Elise, as if it even mattered. But then, for the first time in forever, I dug through the wreckage inside me, searching for the boy I'd been before the vengeance, before the crown. And there he was, waiting. Elise had seen him when I couldn't, but now, finally, so could I. It was like breaking the surface after drowning. That boy had wanted to be like his father, a protector, a warrior. He'd wanted siblings to fight beside, a family to shield. But then his mother had withered away, stolen by a sickness no magic could cure. I remembered the hollow ache of watching her fade, the helplessness of goodbye. "I want peace," I admitted, the words tearing loose like a confession. And for the first time in years I felt them, my parents, their presence like a whisper at my back, urging me forward. Maybe they'd been there all along, waiting for me to remember who I was. Dante's eyes lit up. "You mean that?" "Yeah," I said, squaring my shoulders. "We split the city down the middle." He stepped closer, electricity dancing over his skin like minnows skimming water. I bit back a smirk. "We'll write laws, enforce them, no exceptions." A dark chuckle escaped me. "Now you're speaking my language." He grabbed my arm, grip firm, and something inside me shifted. "Damn right, you ruthless bastard," he laughed, wild and unguarded. "Let's make it official, you and me." I eyed his outstretched hand, the weight of history pressing down. "You really want to swear this now, end the war for good?" Dante held my gaze, unflinching. "Hell yes." The stars bore witness as I stepped forward, our future hanging in the balance, and for once it wasn't drenched in blood the moment our hands clasped together. My pulse steadied into something fierce and deliberate. Dante's gaze held mine as he spoke, his voice thick with conviction, sealing the oath that had lingered between our families for years. "I vow to bring peace between our people, to end the war between the Oscura clan and the Lunar Brotherhood once and for all, and to rule our territories without bloodshed." His words carried weight, like a spell binding us both. "I swear it too," I answered, and the instant our palms met, a surge of magic crackled between us, so intense it nearly knocked us off our feet. The only thing keeping us upright was the grip we had on each other. Just like that, the fate of Alestria shifted. Countless lives would be changed because of this decision. Dante exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable for a heartbeat before he nodded. "We'll announce it to our people tonight. Meet me at Moonview Hill, we'll show them there's no turning back." His confidence was almost irritating. "Bring everyone," I countered, my voice rough. "No shadows, no secrets, the whole damn Brotherhood and Oscura clan will witness this. No room for betrayal." A smirk tugged at his lips. "Then it's settled. We stand together at the hilltop, united. The war ends tonight, Fratolo." The word slipped out before he could stop it, brother. His eyes flickered with something unspoken before he turned on his heel, tossing over his shoulder, "Oh, and go to hell, serpent." I grinned. "You first, Inferno." The door clicked shut behind him, and for the first time in years, I laughed, really laughed, before turning back to my half-finished bowl of Mino Pops. Screw dignity, tonight called for sugar. Later I revved my bike through the city, the roar of the engine sending bystanders scrambling. Once that fear would fed my ego, now it just left me hollow. The rusty nail loomed ahead, a place steeped in memories of my father, of battles fought, of the ruthless leader I'd become. But I didn't want that legacy anymore. Inferno had something I didn't, a purpose beyond violence. And damn if that didn't sting. Parking in the alley, I heard a whimper. At first I thought some drunk idiot had cornered a stray dog. Then I saw it, a ghost hound, its pale blue fur shimmering, 3 tails twisting like smoke. Those moonlit eyes locked onto me. These things were legends, forest dwellers, not alleyway strays. And then came the worst freestyle rap in history. "Hey lil pup, wanna sip some tea? Dance with me where the waves run free." My jaw clenched. Of course. Blazer. The hound whimpered, cowering from the flickering flames the idiot had conjured. One wrong move and the rare creature would be ash. "Hey dumbass," I snarled. Blazer spun, nearly face-planting into his own fire. The hound trembled and I rolled my eyes. Only this guy could catch a ghost hound while high out of his mind. Unbelievable. Back when I was a kid, I spent hours chasing those creatures through the iron wood while my mom just laughed and told me to give it up. Stubborn as hell even then, I never managed to catch one. Pretty sure they got a kick out of leading me in circles. One even tricked me into wading into a river, and if my mom hadn't dragged me out, I might have drowned. Clever little devils, and I'd hated them ever since. Yet here I was, watching some tweaked-out idiot try to kill one, and for some reason I couldn't just walk away. Maybe it was the memory of my mom, or maybe I was just feeling sentimental. Either way, this guy's luck had run out. "I caught a cat," the guy in the blazer jacket crowed, waving me over. "Check out its ears, bet it can hear smells with those things. Bet roses sound like donkeys braying." He grinned like an idiot, but then flames erupted from his fingers, setting his hair on fire. He just stood there, dumbstruck, before finally shrieking and bolting face first into a brick wall. The crack of his skull meeting concrete was satisfying, and he dropped like a sack of rocks, saving me the trouble of finishing him off. The fire in his hair fizzled out, but the one around the ghost hound still burned. I stepped forward, smothering the flames with a handful of dirt. The hound sat in the circle of earth, watching me with eerie calm. I waved it off, expecting it to bolt, but instead it delicately stepped over the dirt like it was avoiding a puddle and came closer. Its 3 tails flicked behind it, turning translucent as it phased in and out of sight. Ghost hounds could walk through walls, hence the name, and they loved haunting graveyards, snacking on crypt slugs. Naturally, people spun all kinds of nonsense about them being spirits of the dead. If that were true, they'd probably be the souls of pranksters who messed with the Fae. Leon would absolutely come back as one of these. "Go on, scram," I muttered, shooing it again, but it just stared at me with those big, dark eyes inching closer. "What do you want? I don't have food." "Get lost before that idiot wakes up, I won't save you twice." The hound tilted its head, ears drooping as it sniffed my clenched fist. Then before I could react, it licked my knuckles. I blinked, wondering if it had taken a hit to the head. But then it turned and shot straight through the wall into the rusty nail, vanishing in a blur. "Bad call," I muttered, pushing through the side door into the packed bar. The air was thick with whiskey and smoke, the place buzzing with my kind. No sign of the hound. Guess it had a death wish. The crowd went quiet as I stepped onto the bar, walking its length toward Ethan, who sat with his pack, whiskey in hand. He gave me a nod and I returned it. Scarlett hopped up from behind the counter, flashing me a grin before settling in to watch the room. "Evening, boss," she said. "Any updates?" she asked, her brow furrowing as I turned toward the gathered crowd. I took a slow breath, choosing my words with care, each syllable carried weight. This announcement would spark resistance but also rally supporters. My task was to leave no room for debate. This city would know peace, and if that meant rooting out those who threatened it, I'd gladly make them pay for their defiance. My eyes locked onto Bryce lurking near the back with Russell, the Minotaur missing his ears, and a few of his shady companions. Their intense stares told me they were sizing me up, and I hoped I'd crushed any lingering doubts. If not, the next time they challenged me, there'd be no second chances. I'd shown fairness now, they'd face the consequences. "How many have we lost this year alone to the war with the Oscuras?" I demanded, scanning the room as somber glances passed between the crowd. 20, 30, and how many more over the years since this bloodshed began? Scarlett's gaze burned into me, but I kept my focus on the faces before me, searching for allies, spotting enemies among the ranks I commanded. "And how many lives have we taken in return?" I pressed on. "If all the blood spilled by our people and the Oscuras could be gathered today, it would flood the streets of Alestria." A few cheered and my jaw clenched. "This isn't a victory," I snapped, silencing them. "It's a tragedy." The room fell still, and in that quiet I saw hope flicker in the eyes of my people, couples exchanging glances as if I might finally offer the relief they'd begged for. For the first time, guilt twisted inside me. Years of vengeance had blinded me to the families torn apart, the wounds I'd deepened. The realization hit like a sledgehammer. This was on me, time to honor my father's legacy. "No more war," my voice cut through the silence, reaching every corner of the bar. "Today I've secured peace with Dante Oscura. The killing ends now." Reactions erupted: relief, fury, voices clashing in a chaotic uproar. I studied them all, then glanced down at Scarlett, her grip turning her knuckles bone-white against the bar. Her wide eyes gave nothing away, her silence unnerving. Ethan's whoop broke through the noise as he lunged into a group hug with his pack, their relief palpable. Letting the chaos simmer a moment longer, I finally raised a hand to reclaim order. "This peace will stand," I warned, "or I'll personally extract the cost from anyone who breaks it. Half the city is ours, our people will be safe. The Fae of Alestria won't fear the dark anymore, our future is peace." As I stepped down, Ethan barreled into me with a hug before I could dodge. "Easy," I growled, shoving him back as he smirked, smoothing his styled blonde hair. "Wolf instincts, boss, my bad." His pack swarmed closer, but I wasn't about to get tangled in some sentimental display. Instead, I turned to Scarlett, stepping into her space, searching for any trace of her Griffin order cunning. "Anything to add?" She hesitated, then dipped her head. "Your word is law, boss. If this is your decision, it's done." Her obedience didn't fool me. Rubbing my jaw, I started barking orders for the night ahead, the weight of leadership settling heavier than ever. The entire Brotherhood had to witness this moment. As I clasped Dante's hand to seal the deal that would pull our city back from the brink, I could feel their eyes on me, some skeptical, others hopeful. Once the formalities were over, I couldn't shake the urge to leave. Ethan and Scarlett could handle the Luna's questions. The crowd instinctively parted as I moved, people flinching away like I carried some contagious curse. Then I caught a flash of Blue the ghost hound perched on a ceiling beam, watching me with eerie stillness. Weird creature. Stepping outside, I sucked in the night air, relief loosening the tension in my chest. Maybe I shouldn't have ditched the meeting so fast, but Gabriel's place was calling my name, and yeah, fine, so were the Mino Pops in his pantry. Sue me. The Brotherhood could stew on the decision without me. If anyone had objections, Ethan and Scarlett would let me know, and I'd deal with the fallout tomorrow. I turned into the alley where my bike was parked, but a sudden icy gust hit my back. Spinning around, I collided with an invisible wall of air. Viola's doing. The blonde witch stood there, hands raised, her face twisted in that smug look I'd come to despise. Behind her, Russell and Cindy Lou hovered like backup singers, feeding her magic. Cindy, in her ridiculous pink dress, looked about as comfortable as a human at a werewolf barbecue. "You got a problem?" I snarled, summoning vines in my palms, ready to shred her barrier. But before I could strike, Viola flicked her wrist and the air vanished from my lungs. I choked, slamming magic against her shield, but then Bryce blindsided me, fangs sinking into my neck. His venom locked down my power as he fed like a starving leech. I rammed him into the barrier, hoping to crush him, but the bastard just groaned like it was some kind of twisted pleasure. Disgusting. Wrenching free, I hurled him over my shoulder. He hit the pavement, blood smeared across his mouth just in time for the ghost hound to barrel into him, teeth ripping into his shoulder. Bryce howled and I lunged, my vision swimming as I fought to stay conscious. My punches landed, but without enough magic to reinforce them, they barely fazed him. He threw me off, going after the hound, but the thing vanished through a wall like smoke. Bryce face-planted into brick with a curse. Gasping, I tried to push myself up, my lungs screaming. The world blurred at the edges, but one thing was clear: this wasn't over. Bryce lunged at me once more, his teeth sinking into my wrist as the last remnants of my magic drained away. Darkness crept into the edges of my vision, his mocking laughter echoing in my ears as fury coiled deep inside me. In that moment, I clung to the image of Elise, her face the only light in the encroaching void. If this was the end, at least my love for her would remain untouched, a final defiance against the shadows swallowing me whole. Meanwhile, Gabriel shifted uncomfortably in the passenger seat as we pulled up to the Knight family's sprawling estate. Leon killed the engine of the stolen Ferrari with a flourish, tossing the keys in the air before catching them with a smirk. "This is weird," Gabriel muttered, eyeing the grand entrance with suspicion. Leon rolled his eyes. "Dude, relax. The only thing weird here is how you're acting like meeting my parents is some kind of interrogation." "I'm not your lioness, Gabe, Big Bird," Leon shot back, ticking off the rejected nicknames on his fingers. "Face it, man, you're stuck with us now, might as well embrace the awkward." With that, he flung the car door open and bounded up the steps, leaving me alone with a brooding Gabriel. I reached forward from the backseat, threading my fingers through his. "It's going to be fine," I assured him, but his frown only deepened. "It's not just the whole meet the parents circus," he muttered, his gaze distant. "Then what?" I pressed. Before he could answer, his eyes glazed over the telltale sign of a vision creeping in. I didn't hesitate. Leaning between the seats, I captured his lips in a kiss, swallowing whatever doom-laden prophecy was about to spill out. His grip tightened in my hair, pulling me closer until I vaulted over the console and into his lap, our bodies pressed together. "Maybe we should just stay here," he murmured against my mouth, his hands sliding under my shirt. I laughed, swatting his chest. "Not a chance. Look, I get it. The first time Leon dragged me here, I was ready to bolt too. But his family, they're amazing. His moms text me random cat videos, his dad grills me about my training like some overprotective drill sergeant, but they've never made me feel like an outsider." Gabriel arched a brow. "Not even compared to me," I smirked. "Oh please, you're the one who ghosted me for months because you were scared of your own feelings." A low growl rumbled in his chest, the air around us crackling with his power. My harpy was lethal when provoked and stupidly hot when annoyed. "I was trying to protect you," he gritted out. "And I still am. Every damn day I worry that my past will catch up and put you and Leon and his family in the crosshairs." I silenced him with another kiss, my hands framing his face. His stubble scraped against my palms, sending a thrill down my spine. The hard press of his cock against me didn't help my resolve, and for a reckless second, I considered peeling off our jeans and taking him right there. But duty called. With a reluctant sigh, I pulled back. Later, I promised, nipping at his lower lip. Right now, we've got a family dinner to survive. We could probably pull off the fastest quickie in Fae history with my speed and still barely be late. Keep that up, little angel, and I'll take you right here in this car. Dessert will be the last thing on our minds. I laughed, shaking my head at how in sync we were, forcing myself to lean back. Listen, I said firmly, my fingers pressing against his chest, right over his heart. Whoever forced you into hiding doesn't get to control you anymore. Maybe they're still looking, maybe they've moved on. Either way, they don't get to steal your future. You deserve a family, a life. My voice softened. You have one now, me, Leon Dante Ryder. Yeah, we're a mess, but we're yours. And that means Leon's family is yours too. You spent too long running, too long afraid of shadows from a past you can't even remember. But you're not that scared little boy anymore. You're stronger than any Fae I've ever met. Nobody could touch you if they tried. Gabriel arched a brow. You've met Lionel Eichtcrux, one of the 4 strongest Fae in the kingdom, so technically I slapped a hand over his mouth. Seriously, you think a celestial counselor is hunting you? More likely your family got tangled in some gang mess years ago and now nobody even remembers your name. You don't even know why you were running. So let's focus on what matters. Like getting inside before Leon's family disowns us, he teased. Please, they're lions, fashionably late is their default. Gabriel chuckled, but then his expression tightened. What's wrong? I asked. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. Just, the sight's nagging at me, but my brain's too scrambled to make sense of it. Between meeting your in-laws and you practically in my lap, I'm a little distracted. I smirked. So not life or death then? If danger was coming, I'd know. He leaned in, brushing his lips against mine. Now let's go before they eat our share of dinner. I hopped out of the car, laughing. Oh, they've definitely started without us. Lions don't wait for stragglers. Hand in hand, we climbed the steps to the sprawling estate. Leon had left the door open, typical, always knowing when we needed space. The house was eerily quiet except for the low rumble of voices drifting from the conservatory. Gabriel's grip tightened as we moved through the halls, his eyes tracing the ornate artwork lining the walls. The place still felt like a gallery, all polished marble and stolen treasures, but now it just felt like home. The room's elegant decor might have seemed impersonal at first glance, but I'd come to learn the hidden meanings behind each carefully placed treasure. As we entered the conservatory, the air buzzed with unspoken tension. Leon stood framed by sunlight near his father, his brow furrowed over some ancient-looking volume. Reginald's face lit up the moment he spotted me, his golden hair catching the light like a lion's mane. Elise, we've been beside ourselves with worry. Before I could react, he'd swept me into a bear hug, his expensive cologne or maybe actual lion musk filling my nostrils as my face pressed against his tailored vest. The piece lasted exactly 3 seconds before a chorus of excited shrieks announced the arrival of Leon's mothers. Gabriel's hand slipped from mine as I was immediately swarmed, hugged, nuzzled and thoroughly ruffled until my hair probably resembled a dandelion puff. The purring was deafening. Saphira finally rescued me, cradling my face in her hands while tutting over imaginary flaws. Poor little cub, she crooned. Did those awful people starve you? Letitia gasped dramatically from behind me, fingers combing through my lilac hair. And look at these split ends. I opened my mouth to protest. I'd eaten just fine, thank you, but they'd already launched into a rapid-fire debate about spa treatments I didn't know existed. Then Marie spotted Gabriel trying to melt into the wallpaper. What followed was nothing short of a lioness ambush. They descended on him like he was the last steak at a pride feast, admiring his height, 6'6". Apparently, after Saphira whipped out a tape measure, his muscles, Letitia gave his biceps an approving squeeze, and even attempting to peek under his shirt. Gabriel's wide-eyed help me stare sent me into silent hysterics. Reginald finally intervened with a pointed cough. Darling, weren't you discussing manicures? The distraction worked instantly. With a flurry of giggles and one last appreciative glance at Gabriel, the trio vanished, still debating his potential as a Pride member. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. Sure, being fawned over by 3 overenthusiastic lionesses wasn't exactly my comfort zone, but there was something oddly heartwarming about it. Leon's family treated me with more open affection than my own ever had. Even Gabriel was getting the full welcome, though he looked like he might bolt any second. For the first time it hit me. This chaotic, overbearing pride felt more like home than anywhere else. The thought of introducing them to my actual family, not happening. And as for Gareth, a quiet ache settled in my chest before I pushed it away. My sweet, overly protective brother, who had a strangely innocent view of the world, would be completely lost it if he saw me surrounded by this rowdy group. Polyamory wasn't exactly shocking among the Fae, so he probably would have adjusted to that part, even if he raised an eyebrow at my choice. But the guys, they were intense, borderline terrifying, and I had no doubt this scene would haunt his dreams for weeks. Leon's voice snapped me out of my thoughts as he gestured toward Gabriel. "Dad, meet Gabriel Knox, my boyfriend-in-law." Gabriel extended a hand, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, his usual confidence nowhere in sight. Reginald's grin widened as he clasped Gabriel's hand. "Pleasure, son." When Leonidas mentioned his pride was expanding, let's just say we were all thrilled. Gabriel shot me a warm glance, his voice dry. "Honestly, it's more Elise's pride than anything." Reginald practically glowed at that. "No surprise there, she's something special and we couldn't be happier she chose our Leonidas. So have you too," Leon cut in before Gabriel could squirm further. "Dad, Hoppy customs aren't really our business, yeah. But while we're on the topic, have you three made things official yet? And when's Dante finally going to show his face?" "Leon," he hissed, exasperated. "You know we weren't supposed to mention Dante yet." I couldn't help but laugh as Reginald rolled his eyes. "All I'm saying is a pride bond can't happen until every man in her life has committed. So Gabriel." He fixed my seer with an expectant stare, and for once Gabriel, usually so unshakable, looked like a deer in headlights. He stammered, throwing me a desperate glance. I just shrugged, biting back a smirk. "Leon's already got the Elysian bond with her. I don't see how I could." "Leon," Reginald scolded, disappointment flashing across his face as my lion let out a warning growl. "I expected better from you. Ranking has no place in a pride." Leon groaned. "I know, Dad, I've told him 100 times, but he won't listen." "Right, Gabe," Gabriel muttered, "don't call me that," but everyone ignored him. Reginald tapped the book in Leon's hands. "Chapter 18, son." I craned my neck, trying to read the title as Leon sighed. "Relax, I'm handling it. No one's feeling inferior on my watch." Gabriel looked like he wanted to argue about being drafted into Leon's pride, and I had to stifle another laugh. Seeing him so out of his element was oddly satisfying karma for how lost I'd felt when I first stumbled into this world. Reginald, ever the charmer, turned back to Gabriel with a smile. "Welcome to the family, son. Elise is quite the force lioness, vampires." He glanced at me for confirmation and I just shrugged. Leon grinned. "She's the lion where her lioness is." Reginald burst into laughter. "Oh, I can see that, she's got the presence for it." Even Rory was. His voice faltered, the smile slipping as he realized his slip-up. My chest tightened at the sudden grief in his eyes before he cleared his throat, forcing the moment to pass. "Where's dinner?" Reginald demanded, scanning the empty dining table with an impatient scowl. Leon started to respond, but his father talked right over him. "They're so caught up in their own excitement that they'll let us starve," Reginald grumbled, shaking his head before pivoting sharply toward the hallway. "I'd better go see what's keeping your mothers." The moment the door clicked shut behind him, the room fell into heavy silence. Leon stood rigid, but the anguish radiating from him over Rory's imprisonment was palpable. I didn't hesitate. I hurled myself at him, wrapping my arms around his waist and pressing my face into his chest, the forgotten book wedged awkwardly between us. Leon exhaled shakily, burying his nose in my hair as he pulled me closer. Gabriel moved in then, resting a reassuring hand on Leon's shoulder, but Leon, being Leon, yanked him into the embrace too, nearly knocking the wind out of me as I got sandwiched between them. Not that I minded. "Love you both," Leon murmured, voice thick with grief. I stretched up to brush a kiss against his stubbled jaw before we untangled ourselves. Spotting the discarded book on the floor, I scooped it up. "A pride to be proud of," I read aloud, flipping it open. Leon dropped onto the couch with a sigh. Dad had copies made just like the one his father gave him when he was young. Rory got his on his 16th birthday. Dad said I was too reckless and not ready. His jaw tightened. Back then it felt like the ultimate rejection. Now, he shrugged, but the old hurt flickered in his eyes. Curious, I thumbed to chapter 18 and snorted at the title, "How to Ensure Your Lionesses Feel Equally Valued, Avoiding Pride-Wide Insecurity." Gabriel arched a brow. "What's so funny?" My smile faded as I locked eyes with him. In one swift motion, I vaulted into his lap, tossing the book back to Leon. "Tell me you don't actually believe you matter less to me," I whispered, searching his storm-grey gaze. His hands settled on my thighs, warm and hesitant. "I feel this," he admitted after a pause. "What we have, but Leon, his eyes have the silver rings, that's destiny's mark, he's whack." The book collided with Gabriel's skull hard enough to send him lurching forward, nearly smashing my face. "What the hell?" Gabriel growled, rubbing his head as Leon cackled. "You're the one with the damn foresight, can't blame me if your visions missed that one," Leon teased. "Elise distracted me," Gabriel muttered, shooting me a half-hearted glare. "With everything today, my sight's practically useless." I smirked. "Not my fault you lose brain cells when I'm around." Gabriel rolled his eyes, but Leon, ever the instigator, leaned in. "So how do harpies bond with their mates? Maybe you two should try, it might help with the whole silver eyes insecurity." Gabriel's expression darkened. "Not discussing this here." Undeterred, Leon stretched lazily. "Lions dominate." After the divine moment, I had Elise pinned beneath me, naked, my teeth at her throat. "Yeah, I noticed," Gabriel deadpanned. Leon grinned, clearly amused by his own crude humor. "Oh right, I forgot you were spying on our private moments with the sight. Did you ever, take advantage of that? Can you even do that while lost in a vision?" His eyes sparkled with mischief just as Marie's cheerful voice cut through the room. "Lunch is ready." She carried in a massive tray piled high with food, her presence instantly shifting the mood. I slid off Gabriel's lap, settling between him and Leon as the lionesses swiftly set the table with an impressive spread. Reginald reappeared, his earlier tension gone, and took his seat while his wives dished out plates of sandwiches and salads. The boys were served first, but I couldn't resist snatching a sandwich right out of Leon's hand, taking a dramatic bite as he mock growled and tried to reclaim it. The meal was lively, filled with easy conversation, but the moment I finished eating, the lionesses whisked me away for what they called a pamper session, just like they'd done when I first arrived as Leon's mate. They fussed over me, refreshing my hair color and indulging in all sorts of girly rituals while catching me up on everything I'd missed. The only thing that felt off, the way they completely avoided mentioning Rory. It was as if he'd vanished from their world. When I cautiously brought up my trip to Darkmoor to remove my cuffs, hoping to nudge the conversation toward him, they suddenly became engrossed in rinsing my hair, pouring water a little too enthusiastically. I dropped it, not wanting to upset them further, but it stung to see them pretending he didn't exist, all because his imprisonment had bruised their pride. By the time they finished, I'd had more than enough girl talk, especially the invasive questions about my love life, which felt extra awkward since one of those men was their son. Slipping away, I changed into the lilac crop top and yoga pants Marie had picked out. She loved coordinating my outfits with my hair, and I didn't mind. Following the sound of laughter, I dashed through the house toward the room Leon and I shared, flinging the door shut behind me. The balcony doors were open, the white curtains fluttering as Gabriel and Leon's laughter drifted in. I skidded to a stop between them, startling Leon. "Hey," I said, feigning nonchalance. "What's so funny?" Leon smirked. "Gabe was just telling me how harpies seal their mate bonds." My interest piqued. I turned to Gabriel, trying to hide just how much I wanted to hear this. Not that I needed more than what we already had, but after bonding with Leon the Lion way, the idea of connecting with my other kings in their traditions had crossed my mind. Gabriel shrugged, downplaying it. "It's kinda silly, I just have to give you a branch." "A branch? Yeah, the perfect one to start building a nest. For harpies, nests are everything: home, territory, all of it. Offering your mate a place in that is supposed to be, I don't know, meaningful or whatever." He waved a hand dismissively. "Like I said, silly." "I don't think it's silly," I said, a smile tugging at my lips. "If you ever wanted to find me the most beautiful stick in the world, I'd be honored to build our nest with it." Leon snorted, earning a sharp elbow to his ribs. "What?" he protested. "I'm just saying a stick isn't exactly as thrilling as what I gave you when we bonded. I mean, technically it was stick adjacent, but way more." I elbowed him harder and Gabriel rolled his eyes. "Yeah, well, like I said, it's dumb. Does it have to be that way around?" I asked, leaning into the playful tension between us. Gabriel's gaze locked onto me, his order form flickering in his eyes just long enough to reveal how much the predator inside him loved my suggestion. "All right, I'm doing this," I declared, scanning the forest stretching beyond the balcony. "Traditionally, the male should," Gabriel started, but Leon interrupted with a laugh. Our little rebel here doesn't follow rules, Gabe. Keep up, damn right I don't, I shot back. How about a challenge? I'll hunt for the perfect branch and you try to stop me before I find it. Gabriel's voice dropped, intrigued. And what's my prize if I catch you? If I succeed, you're officially mine, I said, watching his throat barb as he glanced at Leon, who was barely containing his amusement. And if you fail, then you get to pin me down lion style. Leon's grin widened. What's the vampire version of that? No clue, I admitted. Never had the chance to ask, but I'm open to learning. Gabriel's expression softened, something uncertain flashing in his eyes as he looked between us. You're serious about this? I've told you, I growled. It's all of you, Gabe, unless you're backing out. Not a chance, he said fiercely. But maybe I should be the one bringing you a branch. I smirked, hopping onto the railing. Then you'd better move fast, Harpy, because if I find it first you'll be so stunned you'll drop right out of the sky for me. Leon yanked off his shirt, already anticipating the chase, but Gabriel grabbed my wrist, his eyes glazing over as a vision seized him. What's wrong? I asked as his brow furrowed. He hesitated, shaking his head. I don't know. For a second I thought his grip loosened, a smirk replacing his confusion. Never mind, just saw something distracting. Leon, now barefoot and grinning, vaulted over the balcony, shifting midair into a massive golden lion. His roar shook the windows as he landed, shaking out his mane. Better hurry, I teased, leaping after him and using my magic to glide down before Gabriel could react. He was fast in his harpy form, but I had the trees and a head start. That branch and Gabriel would be mine before this game ended. Meanwhile, my family's celebration was in full swing. Wine flowed as I danced with my youngest cousins, the chalice in my hand never empty. Rosa waved Aunt Lasita's old walking stick like a scepter, while Mama spun around the room with Uncle Claudio, laughing as her wine sloshed dangerously. The peace deal with the Lunars still didn't feel real. Ryder had actually agreed. The urge to call Elise, Leon, even Gabriel was strong, but they deserved their time together. Rory's imprisonment had left wounds, and Leon needed this. I'd see them soon enough. For now, I sipped my wine, savoring the moment and the thought of Elise's reaction when I told her the news. Today was perfect. It wouldn't take long for everyone to find out, and knowing Leon, he'd have us partying until sunrise. Dragon boy, come dance with your favorite aunt, Lasita shouted, waving me over. I reached to help her up, barely dodging the grimy stick Rosa was swinging like a baton. Easy there, I chuckled, and Rosa flashed me a mischievous grin. If you're gonna swing that thing, sweetheart, aim for Uncle Luigi's thick skull, Lasita teased, nodding toward where he was slumped in a chair, a pack of kids doodling on his face with permanent markers. Great that ink wasn't coming off anytime soon. Pretty sure he's just wasted, I said, steering her toward the dance floor. That's exactly what the mindwarts want you to believe, Lasita whispered, tapping her temple like she'd uncovered some grand conspiracy. Watch yourself, Dragon boy, they'll crawl right into your head if they smell weakness. Maybe I'll craft you your own dingy stick. Not happening, I grumbled, remembering exactly how she'd acquired hers. No more sticks, period. Fine, how about a flapper japper? She pulled a necklace from under her sunflower yellow dress, revealing a bottle cap charm with the words flapper japper scratched into it. Only cost me a nude tea party with a leprechaun, and trust me, that little creep had more than tea on his mind. For stars' sake, I muttered. No more stripping for mythical creatures, Lasita. Leprechauns aren't real. Tell that to the 7-foot leprechaun I met in Celeria hairy as a yeti's backside. Speaking of yetis, last year I had to suck one's toe for this fertility charm. She dangled what looked like a chicken bone from another necklace. And let's just say he had bigger plans. Yetis don't exist, I snapped, fighting to keep my patience. I'd already posted guards near her place to keep her away from that cursed Sprite Bridge, but at this rate I'd need a full-time babysitter. Then what do you call an 8-foot fur-covered beast with horns and a bull's face? She challenged. A damn minotaur, I shot back, and she cackled like I was the delusional one. Besides, you're way past baby-making age. You've got 18 kids already. All thanks to my magic bone, she winked, and I groaned. You got that thing last year. She just rolled her eyes as my atlas buzzed in my pocket, Felipe calling. I passed Lasita off to my mom as Uncle Claudio took a breather, slipping out to answer. Yeah, Dante, some girls at the gate asking for you, Felipe said. Says she's got news. I tensed. Who? Cindy Lou Galaxa, pretty, but she's got that wild look in her eyes. I heard that, Cindy's voice crackled in the background, my pulse spiked. Tell her I'm not here, And how the hell did she track me down? Tried that, she's not budging, Felipe muttered. Claims it's urgent. What's so urgent? I growled, unease coiling in my gut. My instincts were screaming something was off. She won't say, he replied. Damn it, fine, I'm on my way. I hung up just as Rosa appeared, her eyes sharp. Trouble, she tilted her head and I gave a tight nod. Something's not right. I headed for the door and she matched my stride without hesitation. No point telling her to stay, her alpha energy was flaring, and I wasn't about to stand in her way. We hurried onto the porch, and I broke into a jog down the vineyard path, Rosa matching my pace, her grimy stick raised like a weapon. Felipe gave me a silent nod as we reached the gates, swinging them open. The moment I crossed the invisible barrier onto the road, Cindy came into view, dressed in a snug pink dress, her gaze locked onto me with unsettling intensity. She rushed forward like an eager puppy, only to smack face first into my invisible shield. Rosa snorted and I crossed my arms, staring down the obsessed woman who'd built an entire shrine dedicated to me. Talk, I ordered. Cindy fidgeted, her eyes darting nervously before she mustered a sickly sweet smile. I brought you a present, she cooed, fluttering her lashes. A peace offering. I messed up, but I just want us to be like before. You and me, Dante, there was no you and me. I snapped. How the hell did you even find this place? She shrugged, feigning innocence. Maybe I followed you home a couple times, no big deal, right, just harmless curiosity. Before I could respond, Rosa swung her stick, whacking Cindy upside the head. Whoops, thought I saw a mind wart, but turns out it was just your last brain cell waving goodbye. I choked back a laugh. Get lost, I told Cindy. And if I catch you near my home again, you won't walk away. I turned to leave, but her next words froze me in place. Your precious astral adversary, he's as good as dead, Dante. I helped capture him, no more lunar threats, he's gone. My blood turned to ice. Slowly I faced her again, my voice dangerously calm. What did you just say? She beamed, inching closer like she expected a reward. I did it for you, Bryce took him away to finish the job. Isn't that amazing? Rage burned through me, barely contained. Where is he? I don't know exactly. She stammered, shrinking back as sparks of electricity crackled around me. Bryce grabbed him outside the rusty nail, that's all I saw. She dropped to her knees, hands clasped in desperation. I thought you'd be happy. Leave, I snarled. Before I forget, I don't hit women. She scrambled up, tripped over Rosa's discarded stick, and face-planted onto the pavement with a shriek. Rosa scooped it up, twirling it idly as Cindy bolted down the road, sobbing. Rosa's fingers brushed my arm and I met her worried gaze. She didn't ask questions, but the concern was clear. Go home, I told her. Cover for me. She squeezed my arm. You'll explain later, I nodded. She deserved the truth she always had. Stripping off my shirt, I focused, letting the transformation surge through me. With a final glance at my discarded clothes, I snatched them in my jaws and launched into the sky. The barn to rider burning like a beacon in my chest, I focused all my senses, feeling the hum of the tracking spell ripple through me like an electric current. A sudden tug in my chest pulled me forward, and the tightness in my ribs loosened just enough to let me breathe. Ryder was alive. I didn't dwell on the relief flooding through me, spreading my wings and launching into the sky with a single-minded purpose. Whoever had taken him would regret it. Every ounce of my power would be spent tearing through the fey to get him back. Darting between the trees, I used the canopy as cover, ears sharp for any sound in the dense woods behind me. Leon's massive lion form crashed through the undergrowth, relentless in his pursuit. Maybe he was following my scent, or maybe knowing him he was just cheating, using our bond to track me. Gabriel, though, was another problem entirely. No matter how fast I ran, he'd just use the sight to find me again. I needed to find that damn branch before he caught up. I snatched up sticks from the forest floor, tossing them aside one after another. None of them felt right. What had started as a simple plan, grab the first decent branch, strip down, and wait for Gabriel in a clearing, had turned into some bizarre test of fate. Every piece of wood I touched sent a jolt through me, screaming wrong, wrong, wrong. Was I losing it, or were the stars steering me away from these useless scraps? It had to be the latter. This wasn't just any stick, it meant something. Not that I minded the idea of Gabriel catching me. If he wanted to try pinning me down, claiming me the way Leon had, he was welcome to try. But I knew it wouldn't be the same. The lion bond had hit differently, raw, primal, deeper than just another night tangled together. This branch, whatever it was, would be our version of that. If I could ever find the right one. A shadow blotted out the sun, and I flinched as Gabriel's winged silhouette soared overhead. I spun and bolted, weaving through the trees before risking a sprint across an open patch just as the ground shuddered beneath me. I skidded, trying to pivot, but Gabriel dove like a damn missile. I threw up a gust of wind, but before it could knock him off course, the earth split open beneath me. My scream tore through the air as I plummeted into the pit, catching myself on a burst of magic and rocketing back up straight into Gabriel's path. His wings snapped open, riding the updraft I'd created, and in a flash his arms locked around me. We dropped like stones, his growl vibrating against my skin. "All mine, little angel." I laughed, sharp and wild, and lunged for his throat, teeth bared. Let him try to claim me, I'd make him work for it the moment I tried to bolt. Thick vines coiled around my neck like living ropes, yanking me backward until my breath hitched. Just as quickly, they released me only for Gabriel to close the distance, his lips crashing against mine as he pinned me to the rough bark of an ancient oak. I nipped at his lip, earning a deep growl before shoving him back with a gust of wind. "Elise." His voice was all command and heat, sending a thrill straight through me as I darted away, laughter bubbling up. "Did you really expect me to go down without a fight?" I called over my shoulder, weaving between the dense trees to keep him grounded. A rumbling snarl cut through the forest to my left. Before I could react, a massive golden lion launched from behind a boulder, his roar shaking the leaves overhead. I twisted to escape, but Leon had anticipated my path. Flames erupted in front of me, sealing my retreat. His powerful paws slammed into my chest, knocking me flat. Staring up at his shifted form, I couldn't help but admire the sheer dominance radiating from him, his teeth bared in a way that was equal parts terrifying and intoxicating. My fingers tangled in his mane, and the vibration of his purr rippled through me seconds before he shifted back, leaving me beneath a very naked, very smug Leon. His mouth claimed mine as his body pressed me into the earth, one wrist pinned above my head while his hips rolled against me, friction sparking through my leggings. "Admit it, little monster," he murmured, voice rough. "You love surrendering." I arched beneath him, flipping us with a burst of strength. "Wrong," I panted, snatching up a fallen branch as I scrambled to my feet. "I don't want to surrender, I want to be conquered." Leon rose, circling like the predator he was, his gaze raking over me. "Same thing, not even close." I tightened my grip on the branch, pulse racing. "Any fae could make me submit, but you, I want you to prove I'm yours, take what's yours." His grin turned wicked just before his eyes flicked past me. I barely had time to throw up a shield of magic before Gabriel struck from behind. The force of my blast sent them both sprawling, but victory was short-lived. A vine lashed around my ankle, wrenching me from the sky. More tendrils coiled around me, binding me faster than I could slice through them until I knelt between them, helpless, breathless, and aching. Leon's hand slid down his length, his gaze dark with promise. "Found a branch, did you?" Gabriel taunted, stepping closer as the vines loosened. I held it out, smirking, then yanked it back, frowning. The wood felt strange, almost humming in my grip. "Wait," I muttered, turning it over. "Something wasn't right. You've got to be kidding me. This stick just doesn't feel right," I muttered, tossing the branch aside with a frustrated sigh. Leon burst into laughter while Gabriel smirked, shaking his head in agreement. "Tell me about it," Gabriel admitted, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I must have gone through half the forest before realizing none of them had the right energy. Leon's grin turned wicked as he stepped closer, his voice dropping to a teasing purr. "Guess we'll have to handle this the old-fashioned way then, sweetheart, unless you'd rather keep pretending you don't want this." My pulse jumped at the challenge, but before I could respond, Gabriel suddenly went rigid, his eyes glazing over like he'd been struck by lightning. Leon nudged him playfully, fingers brushing against the edge of Gabriel's wing. "Hey, you zoning out on us?" The second he made contact, Gabriel snarled, his wings flaring wide as he shoved Leon back. "Don't touch the wings," he growled. "And you just ruined whatever the hell I was seeing." My curiosity got the better of me. "What was it? Something serious?" Leon, ever the opportunist, smirked. "Or was it just a preview of what's coming next?" He adjusted himself deliberately, and damn if my body didn't respond instantly. Gabriel rolled his eyes. "Not everything revolves around your ego, Leon. It was something else," heavy breathing, tension like something big was about to happen. Leon scoffed. "Yeah, big like me." I couldn't help but laugh, licking my lips as I backed away. "Keep dreaming, you two still have to catch me first." I barely made it 3 steps before flames erupted in front of me, forcing me to skid to a stop. Strong arms locked around my waist from behind, Gabriel's breath hot against my ear as I squirmed. "Nice try," he murmured, yanking my crop top hard enough to tear it open. I yelped, twisting in his grip, but he just fisted his hand in my hair, arching me back until my body was on full display. Leon appeared in front of me, his teeth sinking into my nipple through the thin fabric of my bra just as Gabriel's fingers slipped past the waistband of my leggings. No underwear. Gabriel sounded almost impressed, his lips grazing my ear. I smirked, breath hitching. "Gotta keep you on your toes." Leon bit down harder and Gabriel didn't hesitate, 2 fingers thrust inside me without warning, wrenching a sharp cry from my lips. "Beg," Gabriel demanded, his voice rough. "Not a chance," I hissed, even as my body betrayed me, clenching around his fingers. Leon chuckled, snapping my bra strap against my skin. "Still playing hard to get? Maybe we need to remind you where you belong." Gabriel forced me forward, bending me over as his cock pressed insistently against my ass. I opened my mouth to protest, but before I could get a word out, he shoved me down onto Leon's length, his grip unrelenting as he guided my head. The moment Leon's cock hit the back of my throat, any resistance melted away. I should have fought harder, should have made them work for it. But the truth was, I loved this, the way they took control, the way my body surrendered completely. Leon's growl vibrated through me as he fucked my mouth, his fingers tangled with Gabriel's in my hair. And when Gabriel finally let go, only for Leon to take over, the sound of his zipper was all the warning I got before everything got even better. Gabriel wasted no time stripping off my pants, leaving me completely exposed as I arched my back, desperate to feel him fill me. His hard length glided between my thighs, teasing my clit until I cried out Leon's name around his cock, my body begging for more. Instead of giving me what I craved, Gabriel teased me further, his water magic mingling with my slick arousal as he pressed against my tight entrance. "Is this what you really want?" he taunted, his voice rough with desire as he nudged just the tip inside. Leon suddenly pulled me off him, gripping my hair to force my gaze up into his burning golden eyes. "Make your choice, little monster," he demanded. I clenched my jaw, refusing to beg until Gabriel seized the moment and slammed into me, stealing my breath as my nails dug into Leon's thighs for balance. "You will beg," Gabriel promised, his rhythm relentless, each thrust sending shockwaves through me. I was stretched impossibly full, yet my neglected pussy pulsed with need, aching for attention. Leon watched with dark amusement as Gabriel claimed me, his own cock heavy in my mouth, muffling my moans. I loved the way they used me, the way they took what they wanted, but the denial was torture. Just as I teetered on the edge of breaking, Gabriel froze mid-thrust, his body rigid. Leon growled in frustration, pulling back to let me breathe. Confusion flickered in Gabriel's eyes, his grip tightening on my hips. "Please," I gasped before I could stop myself, my body betraying my pride. The words tumbled out, raw and needy. "I can't take it anymore, I need you both." A wicked grin curled Leon's lips as he lifted me, pressing my back against Gabriel's chest. The shift in angle made Gabriel's cock hit deeper, drawing a broken moan from my lips. Leon dropped to his knees, stripping away the last of my clothes before spreading my thighs wide. His tongue flicked over my clit, sending sparks through me as Gabriel's thrusts grew rougher, his fingers circling my throat. "Visions," Gabriel murmured against my ear, his voice strained. "Ryder, but you're making it impossible to focus." I laughed breathlessly, arching into Leon's mouth. "Maybe the stars want you to stop holding back." Gabriel's grip tightened, his pace turning punishing as Leon's tongue worked me toward the edge. Pleasure crashed over me, my body convulsing around them both. Before I could catch my breath, Leon stood, his lips glistening as he finally gave my pussy the attention it craved, driving into me with a satisfied growl. Leon's voice was rough with command as he leaned in closer. "I wanna hear you beg some more," he demanded. "And Gabe, forget about the damn stars, focus on her. I need you at your best, not stuck in your own damn thoughts." Gabriel shot him a glare but drove into me harder as if to prove he wasn't holding back. With Leon filling me just as deep, everything else faded, visions, stars, all of it. There was nothing but the raw, overwhelming sensation of them taking me apart, my body moving with every thrust until I could barely catch my breath. Nothing else mattered in that moment. Somewhere beyond the haze, Viola's voice cut in sharply. "I think you killed him, Russell, it's been too long." "He's not dead," she snapped back, Russell's fingers pressed against my neck, his voice uneasy. His skin's freezing. Bryce scoffed from my right. He's a basilisk genius, that's how they are. I could feel his pain radiating off him, deep, pulsing venom working its way through his system. Before I could react, his hand cracked across my face with brutal force, snapping my head to the side. Blood filled my mouth, pain flaring through my jaw. Big mistake. My magic fed on agony, but my hands were locked behind me in a solid block of ice, leaving me powerless. Blinking my eyes open, I saw Bryce shaking out his stinging hand, a smug grin spreading as he glanced at the others for approval. Viola let out a sharp laugh. You just slapped the Lunar King. Russell chuckled nervously until his gaze landed on me, then he shrieked and stumbled back. He's awake, he hissed like I wouldn't hear him. The missing chunks where his ears used to be didn't seem to affect his hearing, but I wondered how well he'd hear anything once I was done with him. The room was nothing special, an old stone building, dust and sand covering the floor, a single wooden chair beneath me. Sunlight streamed through a gap in the wall, painting everything gold. Soon, it'd all be painted red. I yanked against the ice restraints and Russell flinched, reinforcing his magic as Viola fed him more power. The ice tightened, biting into my skin. Shifting now would tear my arms clean off. Bryce stepped closer, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. The ghost hound's venom was working, just not fast enough. A dark bruise spread over his shoulder where the beast had bitten him. My lips curled, served him right. This is where your reign ends, Ryder, he declared, puffing up like he was some kind of conqueror. He summoned an ice blade, taking his sweet time approaching me like he thought I'd be scared. Pain was my weapon, and he'd forgotten that. The blade pressed against my throat, drawing a thin line of blood. His fangs lengthened, eyes glinting with something twisted. You're a traitor, he spat, making deals with Dante Oscura without consulting the rest of us. He snarled Dante's name like it was poison, but I didn't flinch. My glare stayed steady, unbroken. He had no idea what was coming. Bruce's face twisted with fury as he demanded, "Got any last words before I finish you off?" I smirked, blood trickling from my lips. "Honestly, Bruce, all this posturing just makes you look insecure. Bet your buddies are starting to wonder why you overcompensate so much." His ice blade plunged into my shoulder, but the pain only fueled me. A dark chuckle escaped me as Viola stifled a laugh behind him. "Shut your mouth," Bruce snarled, whirling on her before driving the blade deeper into my gut. The cold steel twisted, and I choked on the metallic tang flooding my mouth. Pathetic. If this was how the Lunar King met his end, bleeding out at the hands of some petty thugs, then fate had a sick sense of humor. My thoughts flickered to Elise, and the ache in my chest burned hotter than any wound. Losing her hurt worse than dying. At least if I was going out, I wished I could have seen her face one last time, drowned in those eyes before the darkness took me. Bruce's next strike was frantic, like he was trying to convince himself more than me. "I don't have a damn problem," he shouted, stabbing again and again, each blow more desperate than the last. I coughed out a laugh, tasting blood. "Sure, buddy, keep telling yourself that." Viola rolled her eyes. "If you kill him now, we lose our entertainment," she whined. Bruce finally stepped back, panting, while I focused on the earth magic surging beneath my skin. The ice around my wrists groaned, fracturing under the pressure. Then Viola was in my face, her fingers trailing over my cheek like a lover's touch right before her healing magic stitched my wounds just enough to keep me conscious. Her grin was poison. "Let's make this fun," she purred, sealing my throat shut with a flick of her power. I held her gaze, refusing to flinch even as my lungs screamed. The ice reforged around my hands, Russell's magic reinforcing Bruce's weak hold. Viola snatched an ice blade from Russell, tapping it against my lips. "Time to lose that sharp tongue of yours," she teased, carving a grotesque smile into my cheeks. Blood dripped down my chin, but I'd endured worse. Mariella's sun steel had left deeper scars than this amateur hour. When Viola finally let me breathe, I wheezed, "That all you got? Even my grandma hits harder." Her shriek of rage was almost worth the fingers she jammed into my mouth. Almost. My teeth sank down, venom flooding her veins before she could react. She howled, stabbing blindly at me, but I held on. Let her learn the hard way, some prey bite back. I sank my teeth deep, tearing through skin and muscle until her fingers came loose in my mouth. With a vicious spit, I launched them back at her. Viola stumbled back with a shriek, clutching her mangled hand as Russell rushed to her side. Too bad for her fingers don't grow back. They're part of the sacred trio, head, heart and hands. Once gone, they're gone for good, the very wellsprings of our power. How tragically poetic. I laughed, blood coating my tongue, pain searing through every nerve. Pathetic, I sneered. Viola's wails turned hysterical. I'm dying, oh stars, I'm dying. Russell tried to calm her. The venom didn't spread, losing your fingers might be saved you. Oh, fantastic, she shrieked. What about my damn fingers, Russell? Bryce muttered something useless about reattaching them, but Viola wasn't having it. She screamed, raving about never casting magic properly again. While they bickered, I twisted against my restraints, feeling the ice splinter. This was my shot. A sharp crack echoed. Bryce's head whipped toward me. Too slow. He lunged, fangs flashing, and buried them in my throat. I cursed as he gulped down my magic, draining me sip by sip. The bastard even healed Viola's damage while feeding, just to rub it in. I tried feeding off his pain, but it wasn't enough. He finally pulled back, smirking, blood dripping from his lips. He licked it off with a groan. Now I get why your little pet's so obsessed. You taste like goddamn ambrosia. Your insults are as weak as your ego, Bruce. His face turned scarlet. It's Bryce, he roared, rubbing his oozing shoulder. How the hell do you heal ghost hound venom? I smirked. You don't, it'll rot your arm clean off. His panic was delicious. Viola snarled, her stumps twitching. He's lying, let's just kill him already. Bryce hesitated, then nodded. Traitors get diced into 10 pieces, right, boss? Viola's grin was pure malice. Fingers first, then his cock. I sighed. Careful, Viola, comparing sizes will only depress you. Bryce exploded. Shut up, or is this really about your little crush? I mused. All that panting, begging for attention, pathetic. Bryce looked ready to combust. I said shut up. Too bad for him, I'd always known. And I'd never waste a second on a sycophant with a hero complex. Is that the real story between you and Dipper? I asked, unable to hide my amusement. You two got close, but then he saw your situation and suddenly decided you were better off as just friends. Russell shot Bryce a skeptical glare. You swore you were only after the femoral artery. Now I know the truth, you were after Dipper's other assets. Bryce's face twisted in outrage. That's bull. The groins got the best blood flow, it's not my fault. I wasn't even thinking about his damn. I burst out laughing, and Bryce looked ready to slit my throat for it, his eyes burning with fury. Just then a shadow flickered past the window, blotting out the light for a split second. All 3 of my useless kidnappers whipped their heads toward it. What the hell was that? Russell hissed, and honestly I was just as curious. Bryce scoffed. Just a cloud, quit wasting time. Viola snapped, give me another blade, Russell. But Russell ignored her, creeping toward the window, shifting uneasily. There's something out there, he muttered. A crack of thunder boomed overhead as if confirming his fear. The sunlight vanished like someone flipped a switch, and rain hammered down on the tin roof like gunfire. Only one person I knew could pull off something like this. But if he was here, did that mean he'd come to watch me die? The air crackled with static, raising the hairs on my arms. Russell stumbled back from the window, shaking his head like he'd seen a ghost. We need to go, kill him and run. He bolted for the door just as an explosion of lightning blasted it off its hinges, sending him flying across the room. He slammed into the wall beside me, bones crunching on impact before he collapsed in a broken heap. His agony was delicious. I drank in his pain, feeling my magic surge as he gasped his last breath. Perfect. The ice trapping my hands shattered as 2 massive vine whips erupted from the ground. Bryce moved with vampiric speed, dodging the first vine, but the second coiled around Viola's throat. I stood, lifting her off the ground as she kicked wildly, her terror fueling my power. She clawed at her throat, gasping, but I just laughed, then whipped the vine sideways, tearing her head clean off. Blood sprayed over me as her horrified face froze in death. A deafening roar shook the walls. Dante's massive navy blue form streaked overhead, his tail carving a jagged line of lightning across the sky. He was chasing a blur, speeding through the sandy quarry below Bryce, desperate to escape. Lightning struck the ground, turning sand into jagged glass pillars. Dante was herding him, trapping him. Enemy or not, I wasn't about to let Bryce slip away. I summoned the earth beneath me, riding a wave of dirt toward the glass prison where Bryce was now frantically pounding his bloody fists against the barrier. I blocked the only exit, glaring down at him as he stared up, pure terror in his eyes. Payback's a bitch. Dante crashed down beside me with enough force to rattle the earth, his furious roar echoing across the battlefield as he confronted Bryce. The storm raged around us, wind howling and rain stinging my wounded skin, but my focus remained locked on Inferno beside me, his presence sending an electric current through my veins. With a thought, I summoned a jagged stone pillar beneath my feet, descending into the pit where Bryce cowered against a wall of fractured glass. His knees buckled before I even reached him, his pleas dissolving into choked sobs. "Mercy," he begged, but mercy had burned away the moment he betrayed us. Vines erupted from the ground, coiling around his limbs like serpents, wrenching him flat onto the sand. His screams were music sharp and satisfying as I drank in his terror, savoring the way his body strained against the crushing pressure. The storm tasted metallic on my tongue, the air thick with the promise of retribution. "I am the Lunar King," I snarled, relishing the way his eyes bulged as the vines twisted tighter. Justice wasn't just sweet today, it was intoxicating. When his cries finally grated on my patience, I let the vines do their work, tearing him apart piece by piece until the sand ran red. Silence settled heavy and thick. Inferno had vanished, leaving only the ghost of his loyalty behind. Gratitude twisted in my chest, sharper than any blade he'd stood by me when others wouldn't. The rain slowed, the clouds splitting open to reveal not sunlight but a sky torn between day and night. Stars blazed at the center of the rift, two constellations burning brighter than the rest, serpents and Draco, the snake and the dragon. My pulse hammered not just in my chest but in the air itself, a drumbeat synced to something far older than me. Then Dante emerged from the glowing haze, barefoot and wide-eyed, staring up at the impassable sky. The stars didn't just shine, they spoke. Adversaries forged in fire, their voices whispered, resonating in my bones. "Your war has reached the heavens." A magnetic pull dragged me toward Dante, our mirrored defiance crackling between us. The moment our gazes locked, agony exploded in my skull, dropping me to my knees. The star's judgment was merciless. "Your hatred has drowned souls in darkness." This pain wasn't fuel, it was a reckoning. A force beyond magic, beyond gods, held us in its grip, and for the first time, I wondered if we were even the ones calling the shots. The raw energy of my magic pulsed within me, alive with the destiny it had woven into my bones. It stripped me bare, sifting through every fragment of my soul, measuring my worth, my sins, my fleeting moments of goodness as if tallying gold. "This land has bled long enough," the celestial voices crackled, their words searing like embers beneath my skin. "Yet you and your ancestors clung to hatred, blind to mercy." The pressure eased slightly, though the judgment remained. "The bond has judged you both and found you lacking, but here you stand united. We cannot dismiss what you seek." Dante growled through clenched teeth, his body bowed under the same crushing force. "What the hell are we asking for?" The stars flickered, their fury softening as the pain in my limbs dulled. "You seek to rewrite fate itself," they murmured. Truth rang in those words, though I hadn't realized it until now. Change, I'd never dared imagine it. Yet here I knelt beside the man who'd pulled me from darkness, who loved the same woman whose reflection of me was too stark to ignore. "Then answer us," I demanded, lifting my gaze to the sky. Silence. Then, like a dam breaking, the agony vanished. Before us, two tiny stars materialized, one a searing crimson, the other a cold, fathomless blue. "Hate or love," the voices whispered. "Choose." "But if your answers differ, hatred wins." The light between us flared, cutting Dante from my sight. My pulse hammered. Hate was familiar, safe. It had fueled me, defined me, driven me to vow Inferno's death. But now, everything had shifted. Elise had cracked that armor, yes, but so had he. I'd seen glimpses of the man beneath the legend, his loyalty, his stubbornness, traits I grudgingly admired. Could I really choose love? Yesterday the thought would have sickened me. But this morning we'd sworn an oath for peace, for Alestria, for her. The stars weren't just offering salvation for our land, they were handing me a chance to step out of the shadow of vengeance. To live without blood on my hands. My fingers trembled as I reached for the red star. Heat exploded up my arm as I plunged into its light, and then Dante's hand met mine within the fire. The bond shattered. The stars dissolved. Dawn broke over us and I stood there, gripping the hand of a man I no longer wanted dead. The hatred was gone. And for the first time, breathed, a strange new connection pulsed between us, something foreign yet exhilarating. "From the stars," Dante murmured, his voice thick with emotion as our hands reluctantly parted. Without warning, he pulled me into a crushing embrace, the sudden force knocking the breath from my lungs. I recovered quickly, locking my arms around him just as fiercely. As my fingers pressed against his shoulder, I caught sight of an odd mark on my palm, a looping curve like half an infinity symbol. When he stepped back, I spotted its twin on his own hand, nestled in the same spot between his thumb and forefinger. "What is this?" I whispered. His eyes gleamed as he tilted his hand toward the moonlight, the mark shimmering with otherworldly energy. "A celestial signature," he replied, that familiar, reckless grin spreading across his face one eye couldn't help but mirror. When our palms met again, the two halves fused into a single glowing symbol binding us together. "Well damn, brother," he laughed, squeezing my hand. "Guess the cosmos just declared us ride or die." The air between us crackled with something raw and electric. Gabriel's breath scorched my neck as he drove into me, each thrust sending shockwaves through my oversensitized nerves. Leon's grip on my hips anchored me between them, his rhythm brutal and precise. "You take us so well," he growled when my back arched against Gabriel's chest, my body strung tight between their control. Their alternating pace left no room for respite. Just when Gabriel withdrew, Leon filled the aching space, their hands roaming my skin like they were mapping territory. Stars burst behind my eyelids as Leon's thumb circled my clit, Gabriel's teeth sinking into my shoulder in tandem. The coil in my abdomen snapped without warning, my cry tearing through the night as they dragged me over the edge. Through the haze, I caught Leon's predatory smirk, his golden eyes promising this was far from over. "Greedy thing," Gabriel rumbled against my ear, his palm skimming my ribs. "You'd drain us dry if we let you." The realization hit like lightning, a primal pull in my chest, yanking me upright. 1 second I was tangled between them, the next I was gasping on all fours as both men went flying. Leon landed hard on his back, disbelief flashing across his face while Gabriel barely caught himself on his elbows. "Elise!" Leon's voice cut through my daze, but the compulsion gave no time for explanations. The magic thrumming under my skin demanded movement, and before either could react, I was already sprinting into the shadows, their shouts fading behind me. The night swallowed me whole, leaving only the echo of that inexplicable summons pounding in my veins. The forest blurred past me in a rush. Then suddenly I was standing in the bedroom I shared with Leon at his family's home, disoriented and wearing nothing but his oversized white dress shirt half-buttoned, as if I'd dressed in a daze. My fingers curled around a small pouch of stardust, though I had no memory of grabbing it. Before I could question it, my feet carried me out the door, racing toward the iron gates at the end of the Knight family's driveway, driven by some unseen force. One blink later, the world shifted again. The night sky swallowed me whole, stars swirling like liquid silver, and then thud. My bare feet hit rough, sandy ground. I stumbled, scanning the abandoned quarry around me, my skin buzzing with an eerie current. My body moved on its own, dragging me toward a crumbling stone hut, but I froze mid-step. The air thickened, wrapping me in silence as if the universe had hit pause. Then they appeared, Ryder and Dante, stepping around the corner like ghosts from a battlefield. Blood streaked their skin, their clothes torn, but the way they stood shoulder to shoulder, exchanging quiet, knowing glances, sent my heart hammering. Before I could speak, the sky erupted. Clouds spiraled, sand whipped into a frenzy, yet our little pocket of space stayed eerily calm. The constellations above realigned with a shudder, Libra blazing between Gemini and Capricorn, an impossible celestial dance. Dante whispered something reverent in Italian, his gaze locked on the heavens. Ryder's voice, rough but tender, cut through the awe. "I always knew you were mine." Questions burned in my throat. Where had they been? What were those strange marks on their hands? But none of it mattered as Dante turned to me, his smile sharp yet soft. "We're not enemies anymore, Bella." Ryder stepped closer, his thumb brushing my cheek. "Which means we can be yours, both of us." The realization hit like lightning. This wasn't just about me choosing them, it was about them choosing each other, too. The stars had finally stopped fighting the moment we accepted the offer to become Elysian mates. Something irreversible locked into place, our souls intertwined, binding us together as family. I moved toward them, watching as they shared a silent, weighted glance before turning back to me, their expressions leaving no doubt. Whatever past grudges existed didn't matter anymore. The hunger in their eyes wasn't about rivalry, it was pure, undeniable want. The three of us collided in a single motion, their arms encircling me as I reached for them, my head tilting back just as they leaned in. Our lips crashed together in a messy, desperate kiss, tongues sliding, breaths mingling, while the cosmic bond seared itself into our very beings. A soft moan escaped me as the magic took root, igniting every nerve in my body. Their hands roamed, tugging at my clothes, teasing my skin, and I arched into their touch, already burning from the unfinished tension with Leon and Gabriel earlier. But this wasn't just desire. It was necessity. I needed them, craved the weight of their bodies, the taste of their skin, the way their power thrummed against mine. The bond pulsed through me, electric and unshakable, sealing us together in a way that left me trembling. Just as the magic reached its peak, a sharp bark shattered the moment, a small, glowing blue hound wagging its tail at our feet. Ryder tensed, his grip tightening on me as if remembering the blood still staining them. The celestial energy around us dimmed, the world settling back into place. Dante didn't hesitate, pulling a pouch of stardust from his pocket and flinging it over us. In an instant, we were ripped through the cosmos, landing in a heap in Gabriel's city apartment. The hound darted off toward the kitchen, yipping excitedly. Before I could even process the shift, Ryder dragged me into another searing kiss, tumbling us both onto the bed. I laughed breathlessly against his lips, bracing myself on his chest, my heart pounding as I took in the silver rings now framing his green eyes. Dante's voice rumbled behind me, his Italian laced with dark amusement. Amort e ritorno. I turned just enough to see the same silver gleaming in his honey-brown gaze. To death and back, I whispered, shivering as his fingers traced my spine. Your eyes, Dante murmured, dragging a thumb under my lashes. Almost entirely silver now, Bella, only the faintest rim of green left. I bit my lip, overwhelmed by the realization how had I gotten so lucky. But Dante didn't let me dwell, crashing his mouth against mine while Ryder made quick work of my shirt. His teeth grazed my nipple, sharp enough to make me gasp, and Dante chuckled darkly as he stripped the fabric away completely. Naked between them, I reached for Ryder's belt, my fingers fumbling as he continued his torturous attention. A burst of speed helped me yank his jeans down, freeing his cock, the glint of his piercing sending a jolt straight to my core. Ryder hauled me over him, grinding me against his length until I was slick and desperate, his piercing teasing my clit with every rock of his hips. More, I begged, nails digging into his shoulders. And they gave it to me. Dante's fingers traced slow, deliberate paths down my back as he settled behind me, his lips brushing against my neck in a way that sent shivers rippling through me. His voice was rough with desire as he murmured, I love you, my mate, his body pressing flush against mine, every inch of him radiating heat. I could feel his arousal pressing insistently against me, and my breath hitched as Ryder's touch teased my most sensitive spots, his fingers working in perfect rhythm with Dante's movements. I love you too, I gasped, my words dissolving into a moan as Ryder's fingers circled my clit, sending sparks of pleasure shooting through me. The intensity in Ryder's silver-ringed eyes was almost too much, his gaze locking onto mine as he whispered, I love you, baby, right before my climax crashed over me, sharp and overwhelming. Dante growled something low and wicked in Fetalian, the sound sending a fresh wave of heat through me. Ryder didn't hesitate, he drove into me with a single, deep thrust, amplifying my pleasure until I was trembling between them. Dante shifted me forward, my body arching over Ryder as I kissed him fiercely, pouring everything I felt into it. Ryder moved beneath me, his thrusts slow and deliberate, each one stealing my breath. Meanwhile, Dante's lips traced fire down my spine, his presence overwhelming in the best way. I was desperate for him, aching with need, and just as I was about to beg, he surprised me. Instead of taking me as I expected, I felt him press against me, his cock sliding alongside Ryder's, stretching me in ways I hadn't imagined. My pulse spiked, part nerves, part wild anticipation. Dante's voice was rough with restraint as he asked, You want this, beautiful? Electricity crackled between us, his excitement palpable. I glanced down at Ryder, who smirked, his hands gripping my hips. You can take us, he assured, his confidence erasing any doubt. Yes, I breathed, my voice breaking as Ryder thrust deep again. The moment Dante pushed inside, the world narrowed to pure sensation. The stretch was overwhelming, the fullness almost too much, yet pleasure coiled tight in my core, threatening to snap. They moved together, their rhythm sinking as they claimed me completely. Every thrust sent me spiraling higher, my body trembling between them, lost in the sheer intensity of being theirs. Dante's dark chuckle sent a thrill through me as they pinned me between them, their bodies moving in perfect harmony. The pleasure was relentless, each wave crashing harder than the last until I shattered again, crying out as they owned me completely, and they weren't done, far from it. The irony wasn't lost on me, these two once sworn enemies now bound by something fiercer than hatred. By me. Then, just as the heat between us reached its peak, the scene shifted abruptly. Holy shit. I yelped as Leon took a sharp turn, the car's tires screeching. My stomach lurched as we accelerated, the rush of speed making my heart race. I laughed, exhilarated as the wind whipped through my hair, the thrill of the ride a stark contrast to the passion of moments before. Elise had bolted on us, and I was seething, especially once the tracking spell revealed exactly whose arms she'd run into. Dante and Ryder. Of course. A flicker of the sight confirmed exactly what they were up to, and let's just say it wasn't a quiet night of board games. I was about to lose it completely when Leon hauled me into his car, swearing he'd snap me out of my mood. And damn if he didn't deliver. We tore through the winding mountain roads north of his family's estate, speeding fast enough that the wind drowned out the visions of Elise tangled up with someone else. At least it distracted me enough to focus on guiding Leon through the sharp turns, letting him push the car to its limits without wiping us out. Eyes closed, Gabe, he shouted, slapping a hand over his face like an idiot. I barked a laugh as the sight flashed an image of us sailing off a cliff. Left, I barked, yanking the wheel with him as we skidded around the bend. Leon whooped, dropping his hand just in time to see us rocket into a pitch-black tunnel. He hit the gas, blasting the horn as we shot through at 100 miles an hour, the tiny circle of daylight at the end rushing toward us. Then bam! The sight hit me with a jolt, a truck barreling straight for us. Pull onto the shoulder, I yelled, pointing at the mossy patch off the road. Leon jerked the wheel and the car lurched onto the uneven ground just as the truck roared past, horn blaring. We sat there, hearts hammering, before collapsing into laughter. Nothing like a near-death experience to bond, huh? Leon gasped, slapping my shoulder. Yeah, I muttered, shoving him off. And stop calling me Gabe. He rolled his eyes, grabbing his phone from the cup holder, his grin faded. She still hasn't called, you think she's okay? I didn't need the sight to know what he was really asking. Another unwanted vision flickered, Elise, busy in ways I didn't need a front-row seat to. Seriously, universe, was this necessary? Oh, she's just peachy, I growled, and Leon's jaw tightened. Then without warning he unbuckled and lunged at me, shoving me back into the seat with all his weight. What the hell, man? I shoved back, but 200 pounds of lion shifter wasn't budging. He nuzzled my hair like some deranged house cat, purring like an engine. Dude, get off, I punched his side and he blinked, snapping out of it. Whoops. Lion instincts, he said, like that explained everything. He tried to smooth down my wrecked hair and I smacked his hands away. Sometimes I wondered if these instincts were just an excuse. He slid back into his seat, slurping loudly from his neon-colored drink. You gotta control that crap, I muttered. What even is that? He shrugged. Alpha lion thing, gotta remind my pride who's in charge. I shot him a look. Yeah, well, I'm not your damn lioness, he just grinned. Could have fooled me. We seriously need to talk about this whole pride label. I'm no lioness and submission isn't exactly my strong suit. He kept noisily slurping the last drops of his drink, the obnoxious sound grating on my nerves until I couldn't take it anymore. I swatted the cup from his hand, leaving him with just a straw between his lips. With an exaggerated sigh, he flicked it into the backseat. Real mature, Gabe. Stop dodging the point and don't call me Gabe, I snapped. His hand landed on my thigh, fingers tightening as he held my gaze. Listen, Gabe, I shoved his hand away with a warning growl. I said, don't. Call me that, he rolled his eyes. Fine, Gabriel, but here's the thing, you can call a duck a horse all day but it's still gonna quack and have a beak. That makes zero sense, I muttered. It means we're a pride, man, that's just how it is. We're family and my instincts go a little wild sometimes because, newsflash, I'm a damn lion. So next time I take charge, just roll with it. Let me pin you down, remind you where you fit. Newsflash, I don't fit under you, I shot back. Sure, he said, waving me off like he didn't believe a word of it. It's just to keep my inner lion from throwing a tantrum, no big deal. I won't tell anyone I dominated you. You didn't dominate me, Leon, and maybe pick better words next time, he groaned dramatically. By the stars, you're exhausting. Fine, I overpowered you and made you submit. Better, not even close. Perfect. He hit the gas, steering us down the road. So, ready to go deal with our little runaway. Yeah, I grumbled, but I'm still pissed at her. Even better, we'll have make-up sex and show her who really owns the threesome game. I scowled. I still can't believe she ditched us for them. Was I off my game today? The second the words left my mouth, I regretted them. The sight had been messing with my focus, leaving me in a fog not great for visions or, well, anything else. But if anyone would give it to me straight, it was Leon, the walking ego with zero filter. He'd been annoyed she left but somehow shrugged it off like it was nothing. Meanwhile, I was over here spiraling into insecurity. "Dude, you were on fire," Leon said, slapping my shoulder. All intense and growly, then you hit her with that line. What was it? "You breathe sex like the rest of us breathe air." He dropped his voice into a terrible imitation of mine, and I cringed. "Sounds way less smooth coming from you." Nah, it was killer. He reached over, clumsily patting my face like an over-enthusiastic puppy. I leaned away. "You wrecked her. Maybe she ran off because she couldn't handle it." "Doubtful," I muttered. "Totally possible. Back before Elise and I got together, I had a 3-day boner over her. 3 days, Gabe, had to carry textbooks, lunch trays, hell, even a potted plant just to hide it. Rough times," I snorted. "Yeah, I remember. The whole school noticed. It made the damn paper. Gratian even gave that speech about concerned students reporting harassment." Leon waved me off like I was making it up, but I caught the smirk tugging at my lips. The guy was a disaster, but somehow, you couldn't help liking him. Most of the time, anyway. The journey down from the mountains led us straight to my apartment in the western district of Alestria. Leon pulled into the underground parking, and as we rode the elevator up, the unmistakable sounds of pleasure echoed down the hallway. Elise wasn't bothering with a silencing charm this time. Leon smirked as he pushed the door open, revealing Elise sprawled across the kitchen island, Ryder and Dante completely absorbed between her thighs, moving in perfect sync. Stars above. "You're in deep trouble, Elise," Leon growled, striding toward her just as she arched with a cry, her fingers tangled in both men's hair. She lifted herself onto her elbows, breathless, while Dante and Ryder stepped back, their grey sweatpants doing little to hide their arousal. At least they'd made some effort to dress since the last vision, though it was obvious where things had been heading. "We need to talk," Elise gasped, her silver-streaked eyes locking onto me as I approached. The metallic hue in her irises was deeper now, swirling like liquid moonlight. Leon, however, had other priorities. Holy stars. He bellowed, launching himself at Ryder and Dante in an exuberant hug, shaking them like a kid on a sugar rush. "How is this real? Tell me it's real," Dante grinned. "It's real, Leon." Elise slid off the counter, wrapping herself in a discarded silk robe. "Gabriel," she murmured, reaching for me, but my focus was locked on the impassible Ryder and Dante's eyes. No, this couldn't be happening. The Elysian bond was sacred, meant for 2, not 3, yet there it was, undeniable. Silver rings encircled their pupils, just like Elise's, whose irises were now almost entirely silver. Leon was practically vibrating with joy. "Best day, ever," he whooped, scooping Elise into a crushing embrace while Ryder and Dante closed in, their hands roaming her body like they couldn't resist. "Elysian mate celebration," Leon declared, tugging at her robe. Elise hesitated, torn between them and me, but then Ryder's mouth found hers, and she melted into the heat of their connection. The way she looked at them like they were her entire world sent a sharp ache through my chest. I wasn't part of this. I never would be. "I need to leave," I muttered, backing toward the door. Elise's voice chased after me, desperate, but I was already gone, fingers closing around a pouch of stardust in my pocket. The last thing I heard was her calling my name before I vanished into the night. I didn't have a destination in mind until my boots hit the cracked pavement of some rundown city block, and it hit me I was searching for Bill. Out of nowhere, a girl in a school blazer shrieked and tumbled backward, landing hard on the sidewalk. Her eyes were wide as saucers, her hair a tangled mess. "Oh my God, it's the loner, the guy with 0 friends." She screeched, scrambling to her feet before bolting behind a streetlight. She peeked around it like I was some kind of monster, then vanished again with another yelp. Ignoring her, I marched down the street until I reached a narrow gate leading to a row of cramped houses. Bill's place was right in the middle. I pounded on the door. Silence. I knocked harder, trying to block out the girl's off-key singing from somewhere behind me. "No friends, no pals, just a sad little man. Maybe it's 'cause he's got a weird-looking tan. Or maybe his breath smells like old gym socks, or maybe he's got a tail and hides it in his," my patience snapped. "Bill," I roared, ready to kick the door in. "Open up, you star-forsaken hermit." The door finally creaked open just enough for Bill to stick his head out. He was flushed, shirtless, and breathing hard like he'd just sprinted a marathon. "Kid, for star's sake, do you ever show up when I'm not mid-hookup?" I clenched my jaw, dropping my gaze. Damn bad timing. His gruff voice softened. "You okay?" Before I could answer, a woman's voice floated from inside. Billy baby, the whipped cream's melting, Bill groaned, torn between concern and frustration. Seriously, what's wrong? I forced a grin. Nothing, forget it. Turning on my heel, I walked away, ignoring his calls as I pulled out a handful of stardust and tossed it over myself. The cosmos swallowed me whole, spinning me through the void until I landed in front of towering, gilded gates. Zodiac Academy gleamed above a shimmering zodiac wheel. What the hell? Why here? Before I could question it, a familiar voice cut through my confusion. Narxy. Orion stood there, eyebrows nearly in his hairline. He was dressed in a silver and blue pitbull jersey, his dark hair effortlessly messy like he'd just rolled out of bed and somehow still looked perfect. I rubbed the back of my neck. Hey. He studied me, frowning. You look like crap. Yeah, well, day's been crap, I admitted, the words rough in my throat. Orion shoved his hands in his pockets. Wanna grab a drink or something? Relief hit me like a wave. Yeah, thanks. As we walked through the gates, he flicked a silencing spell around us. I was just at Acrux Manor. Mom's always got me running errands there. Now my sister Clara's stuck in that mess too. I grimaced. How do you deal with those dragon pricks? He laughed, sharp and unguarded. Lionel's speeches are nap fuel. Darius isn't so bad though. He'll do anything to escape his jerk of a father, and honestly I don't blame him. The guy's practically my only real friend here. Pathetic, right? You're Zodiac's golden boy, I pointed out. There's no way he's your only option. He dragged a hand through his hair, exhaling. Yeah, well, being a vampire means solitude comes with the territory. After Pitbull blew up my first year, half the people around me just wanted a piece of the fame. Francesca's solid though, one of the few left I can actually trust since my sister dipped, with the Acrux name hanging over me. Good luck figuring out who's real and who's just scheming for power, and trust me, the Fae here take ambition to a whole new level. Still better than Alestrians, I shot back, smirking. At least your fights have rules. Over there, it's open season, anytime, any place. Orion barked a laugh as we cut through air territory's sprawling meadow. Don't kid yourself, money doesn't make these people any less vicious. They'll tear you apart the second they smell weakness. Life's a battlefield, I shrugged, but I'd take one real friend over a dozen backstabbers, less knives to worry about in the dark. Exactly, he muttered, gaze turning sharp. You have no idea what goes down in the shadows here. Oh, let me guess, rich kids dabbling in forbidden magic. I nudged him and his smirk was all the confirmation I needed. Bingo, family included. His expression darkened. Clara swore she'd never work for the Acruxes after graduation. Now Mom won't shut up about how successful she is with them, like I'm next in line to be Lionel's puppet. But screw that, I've got a shot at the Solarian Pitbull League. Starfares are scouting and nothing's stopping me. I whistled. Better save me a front row seat. Damn right, he grinned, the edge in his voice replaced by excitement. Close enough to taste the blood on the field. The air dorms loomed ahead, a towering structure crowned by a whirling turbine. Orion flicked a spell at the emblem above the door and it swung open with a whisper. We climbed what felt like 1,000 stairs, my lungs burning by the time we reached the top floor. His room, more like a penthouse, king-sized bed, floor-to-ceiling windows, the works. All this for one guy. I raised an eyebrow as he flopped into an armchair. Ridiculous, right? He rolled his eyes. Absolutely insane, I agreed, sinking into the other chair. The view alone was worth the climb, endless sky, the academy sprawling below. Not bad for a loner. I grabbed the bright red box of Pro Balls at Orion's feet, eyeing the bold lettering and cartoonish muscle mascots plastered across the packaging. Want one? He asked, grinning. Supposed to boost recovery for hours post-workout. I scoffed but pulled out a chewy, fruit-flavored ball anyway. No way, this is legit, I muttered before popping it into my mouth. The burst of sweetness caught me off guard like candy disguised as health food. Before I knew it, I'd grabbed another and another. Orion chuckled as I practically inhaled half the box. Damn, slow down, they feeding you at Aurora or what? I ignored him, cramming a few more into my mouth just as he lunged for the container. Back off, I mumbled through a full mouth, twisting away. Yeah, maybe I was stress-eating, but after the day I'd had, I deserved this. Then came the tingling. At first it was just a weird buzz in my groin, then it spread fast. Orion, I frowned, shifting uncomfortably. These things making your dick feel weird? His face went blank. What? No, what's it doing? Like someone stuck a live wire in my dam, the tingling morphed into a throbbing pressure and suddenly I was at full mast, painfully full. My pants strained as everything down there swelled unnaturally. Panic shot through me as I fumbled with my belt. What the hell's in these? I snapped, scanning the ingredient list. Nothing stood out. Orion's eyes widened as my zipper gave up the fight. Dude, you're no kidding, I hissed, watching in horror as my boxers split open. My dick wasn't stopping. It kept growing, thick and unrelenting until it was pushing against my chin. I staggered to the mirror, cradling my now bowling ball-sized nuts. This isn't happening, I choked out. The reflection showed a nightmare, my own body turning against me. Orion bolted from the room, yelling something about getting help. Help? What kind of help fixes this? I gripped my monstrous erection, half convinced it would burst like an overfilled balloon. Campus flashed in my mind, me waddling to class with this thing. Nope, not happening. I'd live in this room forever. Then the real terror hit. What if it keeps growing? What if this nightmare turned me into a damn eunuch? I searched the night sky for answers, but those glittering bastards just mocked me, twinkling like they were in on some cosmic joke. Screw you, I roared at the heavens. You could flood my brain with visions of Elise with other guys, but dropping a hint about my junk turning into a parade float was too much to ask. Today officially sucked worse than any day in history. My horoscope mentioned challenges ahead, real helpful. Couldn't it have just said, "Hey buddy, your dick's about to become a Macy's Thanksgiving Day attraction"? Heavy footsteps rushed toward the door and I scrambled to drape a blue comforter over my absurdly swollen problem. Useless, absolutely, but standing there like a human tripod wasn't an option. Orion barged in, dragging a girl in overalls with smudged eyeliner. "Meet Francesca," he announced, his gaze darting to the lump under the blanket which, let's be real, looked like I'd smuggled a python. "Why the hell would you bring her here?" I snapped, twisting sideways like that. Help. My bare ass was still on display, but at least it wasn't the main event. "She's here to fix this," Orion insisted. Francesca lost it, cackling until my death glare shut her up. She bit her lips, eyes watering. "Hand me the Pro Bowl box," she ordered, and Orion practically teleported to grab it. "Who gave these to you?" I barked. Orion rubbed his neck. Francesca did." My rage swiveled to her. "You did this." I jerked a hand toward my disaster zone, but the blanket slipped, unleashing every grotesque, pulsing inch. "Holy hell!" She doubled over, wheezing, while I cursed and fumbled to reclaim the blanket. The sheer weight of my situation literally made me wobble as I hoisted it over my shoulder like a grotesque duffel bag. Either help or get out before I outgrow the damn room. Francesca sobered up, snatching the box from Orion. Her fingers traced the surface, and suddenly her eyes merged into one. Turns out she was a cyclops, scanning for psychic fingerprints. Orion gaped as the tip of my cock peeked out, brushing my earlobe. "Just perfect." "Oh no," Francesca groaned. "My friend Kelly messed with these while I was in the bathroom." "Who's Kelly?" Orion and I demanded in unison. She shot him a disgusted look. "Seriously, the girl you ghosted after last weekend," Orion shrugged. "I never promised to call." Real smooth. "So this is payback for you being a tool," I growled. Francesca punched his arm. "You don't even drink, how do you forget? How about we debate your love life later?" I sneered, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "Unless you'd prefer to watch me become a walking skyscraper." Noxie groaned as he clutched his rapidly expanding problem, the sheer weight of it making his knees buckle. "We might as well set the table for 4 at this rate. Pretty sure my situation's about to become its own guest any second," he muttered through gritted teeth. Orion, ever the voice of reason, grabbed one of the suspicious Pro Bowls and cracked it open, only to grimace at the overpowering artificial sweetness masking whatever was inside. Francesca took a whiff too, her eyes clearing momentarily, but she shook her head. No luck. Ryder would have been useful right about then, but Noxie wasn't about to interrupt whatever questionable bonding ritual he had going on with his new pals. No, he'd handle this like a true fae by sheer stubbornness. "I'll go get Kimmy," Orion announced, earning a confused glare. "He means Kelly," Francesca corrected, smacking his arm before darting out. Noxie swayed, his vision tunneling as all circulation seemed determined to abandon his brain in favor of fueling the monstrosity between his legs. The thing was already towering over him, its tip brushing the ceiling and his balls guard. His balls felt like they were dragging anchors. Then everything went dark. He staggered forward, the blanket slipping from his grip, and Orion lunged to catch him only to get smacked square in the face by the rogue appendage. The sheer absurdity of it left them both stunned for a beat before Noxie wrapped his arms around the throbbing beast, wrestling it back. "Gonna pass out," he slurred, deciding to just ignore the fact he'd just cock-slapped his friend. Orion, cheek flaming red, carefully maneuvered around to steady him, using his water magic to redirect some blood flow back to Noxie's head. Never eating your gifted snacks again, Noxie grumbled. Join the club, Orion muttered. After the Oreos, Francesca's the only one I trust. Before they could spiral further into regret, the door swung open. Francesca returned with Kelly in tow and Noxie groaned louder. Did you have to bring her here? He snapped, futilely reaching for the blanket. His fingers only brushed his own swollen anatomy, now grazing the floor like overripe fruit. Kelly's horrified gasp was almost satisfying. How many did you eat? She demanded. 10, Noxie guessed weakly. Orion's glare could have melted steel. Care to explain, Perry? Kelly flinched, then squared her shoulders. You're an asshole, those were meant for you, Orion's patience snapped. I told you I don't do relationships. What, you thought we'd braid each other's hair after? Kelly's face flushed. You didn't have to ghost me like a jerk. And you didn't have to turn my friend into a walking adult film prop, Orion roared. Noxie, now cradling his ceiling-threatening burden, cut in. Hey, I'm the one about to redecorate this place with a dick-shaped skylight, so maybe focus. His voice cracked on the last word because honestly, priorities. Orion shot me a guilty glance before darting across the room and seizing Kelly by the shoulders, his fangs fully exposed. What the hell did you spike them with? He growled. Kelly trembled in his grip while Francesca folded her arms, glaring daggers at her. I mixed an enlargement potion with Viagra, she stammered, shrinking under Orion's predatory glare. When Fran left her bag with me, I saw the Pro Balls labeled for you and... Well, I took my shot. Her voice wavered as she stared at his razor-sharp teeth. A shrinking potion can reverse the swelling, but the Viagra effects will stick around for an hour. Then go get it, Orion ordered, shoving her toward the door before turning to Francesca. Make sure she doesn't grab drain cleaner instead. With a curt nod, Francesca herded Kelly out, their muffled laughter drifting back to us. I grimaced. A shrinking potion sounds sketchy, I muttered. Last thing I need is my junk shriveling up like a raisin. Orion clapped me on the shoulder. Relax, you can borrow my bed to rest your situation. Grateful, I lumbered over and heaved my swollen anatomy onto his mattress with a groan. This is officially the worst day ever. Agreed, Orion snorted, then tossed me a lopsided grin. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I'd pinky swear, but I'd rather not risk another accidental face slap from your third leg. I burst out laughing, the absurdity of it all hitting me like a truck until my laughter cut short as my erection grazed the ceiling. They better hurry, or someone upstairs is getting an eyeful. That's the airhouse common room above us, Orion warned, suddenly serious. So unless you want to scar 100 students for life, maybe tilt that thing southward. Panicked, I hunched forward, maneuvering like I was steering a redwood. Francesca finally returned alone, clutching a vial. Orion snatched it, tilting it to my lips while I struggled to keep everything steady. The potion hit my system and relief flooded me as the tingling started. Oh, thank God, I gasped, watching the shrinkage in real time. After a few tense minutes, things returned to normal, well, mostly. The hardness unfortunately lingered. Francesca shifted awkwardly. I'll let you two handle the rest. She glanced down, then up, her face flushing. Nice meeting you, I mean not like that. Just, you seem cool. And impressive, not that I was looking, I mean, she groaned, smacking her forehead before bolting out the door. Orion cackled, there's your silver lining. He tossed me sweats and boxers, which I yanked on gratefully, though the throbbing reminder of the ordeal remained. Spotting my shredded clothes, I fished out the hidden spyglass and magic-y mortuorum book, perfect distractions. With a quick silencing charm, I turned to Orion. So, about those stones. Hey, think you could check out the magic-y mortuorum for me? I've hit a dead end trying to find anything useful for King, and let's be honest, you've always had a better handle on this dark magic stuff than I do. Orion gave a quick nod, slipping the ancient tome into his jacket pocket. No problem, Noxie, but I can't work on it here. I've got a spot for this kind of thing somewhere quiet, no distractions. I'll head over tonight. He glanced at the TV, where the opening sequence of a Starfire match flickered to life. Game's about to start. Wanna stick around and let your little situation calm down? I barked out a laugh. Yeah, actually, that's exactly what I need. We settled onto the oversized couch at the foot of his bed seriously. His room was way too big for a student, but I guess being house captain and pitbull star had its perks. For now, I pushed aside the mess with Elise and the guys, focusing instead on the game, the adrenaline, the sheer normalcy of it. Orion had my back always. even when my hormones decided to turn me into a walking disaster. The night before had been a blur, sneaking Ryder back into the academy in his tiny snake form, tucked safely between my collarbones. Gabriel still hadn't shown, just a vague text about handling things. But the silence gnawed at me. He wasn't taking the whole Dante Ryder situation well. Meanwhile, my body ached in the best way possible, every muscle singing from hours spent pinned between my kings, who'd been relentless until exhaustion finally won. Waking up tangled between Dante and Leon, with Ryder coiled around my thigh like some possessive python, had been surreal. I'd snapped a quick pic with Leon's Atlas tiny sailor hat included before bolting for the showers. And then, of course, I ran into Cindy Lou and her little fan club. The second I stepped into the shower block, the air turned thick with tension. She stood there like she owned the place, flanked by Amira and Helga, their conversation cutting off the second they saw me. "Wow," I drawled, dropping my stuff onto the bench with a thud. "You really are as dumb as you look." Cindy Lou's face twisted like she'd bitten into something rotten. "Excuse me." I said, I repeated, slow and deliberate, "You're as stupid as you are desperate. Helping Bryce kidnap Ryder, showing up at Dante's like some pathetic groupie. You're lucky he was too pissed to fry you on the spot." Her friends shifted nervously, but Cindy Lou jutted her chin out, defiance burning in her eyes. "I don't know what your problem is, sweetheart, but get out," I snarled at Amira and Helga, the air crackling around me. My control was slipping, the urge to wipe that smug look off Cindy's face almost too strong to ignore. She'd crossed a line. And if she didn't disappear fast, I wasn't sure I'd stop myself from making her regret it. Helga hesitated for a split second before stepping toward me, but Cindy Lou wasn't having it. She slammed her foot down, flames erupting around her clenched fists as she squared off like some cheap action movie villain. "Don't you dare listen to her." She screeched at her friends, her voice dripping with venom. Even with her own Elysian mate, she's still sniffing around Dante like a stray dog. Pathetic. I arched a brow, letting out a dry laugh. "Your man," the words rolled off my tongue, laced with enough sarcasm to cut glass. "Oh, sweetheart, tell me you're not actually delusional enough to think Dante would ever look twice at you." Cindy's face twisted in fury, and she hurled a fireball at me with a shriek. But I'd seen that coming from a mile away. Her attack fizzled out against the air shield I'd already conjured, vanishing into nothing. "That's it," I taunted, tilting my head. "Come on, give me something worth my time." For just a second her mask slipped, her lip quivered, betraying the fear she was trying so hard to hide. Then she steeled herself, jutting her chin out like she still had the upper hand. "I did my research on you," she spat, her voice venomous. "Daughter of a whore, right? Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Did she teach you all your tricks, how to trick men into thinking you're anything but desperate?" I smirked, flexing my fingers just enough for her to catch the glint of Dante's stolen ring on my thumb. "At least I don't stalk men who want nothing to do with me," I shot back, my voice icy, "or steal from them like some lovesick groupie." Her face went scarlet. "You're the thief," she shrieked, pointing wildly. "Is this your night mate's influence? Now you're adding theft to your list of talents?" I laughed loud, unrestrained, right in her face. And that was the final straw for her so-called friends. Helga and Amira bolted for the door, their loyalty evaporating faster than Cindy's dignity. With a demonic grin, I turned back to her just as she unleashed another wave of fire. The force of it rattled my shield, but I gritted my teeth and flicked my wrist, yanking the oxygen from her flames and her lungs. She staggered back, clawing at her throat as she crashed against the sinks. Then the door exploded open. Dante stormed in, electricity crackling over his bare chest, his growl vibrating through the room. "What the hell are you doing alone, Bella?" he snarled, closing the distance in 2 strides and gripping my chin, forcing my gaze to his. "You promised." Cindy Lou, ever the opportunist, wailed. "She stole your ring and attacked me." Dante turned his head slowly, his expression so cold it sent a thrill down my spine. "Did I ask you to speak?" he growled, flinging a silencing spell around us. "Shut your mouth if you want to walk out of here alive." Cindy gasped, but not at his words. Her trembling finger pointed at him, her voice barely a whisper. "Your eyes," Dante's voice was firm as he declared. "I found my one true love," throwing our agreed-upon secrecy out the window in his rush to claim me. The concealment spell on our silver rings must be slipped his mind, not that I minded, especially when I saw the look on Cindy Lou's face as reality crashed down on her. Her eyes welled up, a single tear spilling over as if her heart had truly shattered. "Who?" she choked out like she genuinely thought she ever stood a chance. Dante's grip on my throat tightened, tilting my chin up as his gaze locked onto mine. He rarely unleashed his full alpha intensity, but when he did. Damn if it didn't make my knees weak. My gift from the heavens, he murmured in Italian, the words sending a shiver down my spine. Cindy Lou paled, shaking her head in denial. That's impossible. But Dante wasn't listening. He yanked me forward, crushing his lips against mine in a kiss so fierce it left no room for doubt. Cindy Lou's scream was downright feral, and a blast of heat erupted as she hurled flames at us. Before we could react, the fire fizzled out and Leon strolled in, looking like he'd just rolled out of bed or someone else's. "Oh hey, isn't that Cindy Pooh?" he drawled, his smirk dripping with mischief. She whirled on him, shrieking, "You knew about this," pointing wildly between me and Dante. Leon chuckled, cold amusement in his eyes. "That Elise has 3 Elysian mates, yeah, though I'm betting it'll be 4 soon." "3," she echoed, her dark hair whipping as she shook her head. Leon pulled a tiny black snake from his pocket, holding it up for her to see. The creature hissed, then expanded, first to the size of a garden snake, then a python, then something monstrous. "It's called body thicker than a car." Cindy Lou stumbled back, shrieking as Ryder loomed over her, fangs bared. The strike was swift. She screamed as venom burned through her shoulder, collapsing to the floor. Ryder shifted back, catching the sweatpants Leon tossed him. "Better get that looked at," he said casually. 15 minutes or you're toast, literally." "It burns," she wailed, writhing in agony. Ryder tilted his head. "Oh yeah, it'll eat through muscle then bone, and once it hits bone, no fixing that. Say goodbye to that arm." Desperate, she turned to Dante, sobbing. "Help me." We just stared, unmoved. Some people never learn. Dante moved in clothes, his shoulder bumping Ryder's as he snarled, "You deserve worse than death for what you did to my brother." Leon chimed in with a mocking grin, classic Cindy Pooh, always leaving a trail of garbage wherever you go. Cindy Lou's breath came in ragged gasps as she frantically scanned our faces, her voice trembling. You can't just murder me. Someone will trace it back to you," and Ryder cut her off with a voice like ice. "Trust me, I could erase every trace of you without breaking a sweat. But lucky for you, I'm in a merciful mood." I blinked at him in disbelief, and he shot me a glance, those eerie silver-ringed eyes making my pulse stutter. "She's not worth the cleanup," he added with a dismissive flick of his fingers. "So here's the deal instead." Cindy Lou's face had taken on a sickly hue as the poison spread, her fingers twitching. Deal," she choked out. Ryder leaned in, his voice dripping with menace. "You disappear forever. Drink a memory potion, let me inside your head, and I'll give you the antidote. Then you take your pathetic life and vanish." "But this is my home," she wailed, casting a desperate look at Dante as if he'd suddenly defend her. He just sneered and spat at her feet. "I wanted to end you myself," he growled, "but since Ryder's the one you screwed over, he gets the final say." Leon tapped an imaginary watch, grinning. "Better hurry, Cindy, that venom's about to turn your bones to jelly." Panic flared in her eyes as she sobbed. "Fine, I'll go, just give me the antidote." Ryder grabbed her wrist, his grip iron. "Swear it." "I swear," she babbled. "I'll leave and never come back." Magic crackled between their hands before Ryder sank his fangs into her, making her shriek. The moment the antivenom took effect, he locked her in a trance, their bodies going unnaturally still. Leon bounced on his toes, whispering theatrically, "I told him to curse her dreams nothing but dragon dicks every night, and if she ever meets one in real life, instant bladder failure." "No dragons touching her after that," I burst out laughing. "That's diabolical, Leo." Ryder snapped out of the hypnosis and tossed her the memory potion. She gulped it down, still glaring at me until her eyes glazed over. Then, without warning, her leggings darkened as a puddle spread beneath her. Leon whooped while Dante roared with laughter. Even Ryder cracked a smirk as Leon danced around, crowing about his twisted victory. After shifting back into his snake form, Ryder slithered into Leon's sleeve, and we left Cindy Lou there humiliated, forgotten. Later, as I walked out of Arcane Arts, my chest ached. Gabriel had ghosted us all day, no calls, no classes. His one-clipped text insisted he was fine, but the silence gnawed at me. Leon slung an arm around me, pulling me close. "Got a plan," he murmured. Dante fell into step on my other side, his arm brushing mine, sending a jolt of electricity through me. The air buzzed with unspoken tension, and for the first time all day I felt a flicker of hope. "Oh really?" I muttered, only half listening as my thoughts kept drifting back to my harpy. "What's the plan?" "To bring Gabriel back," Leon said with a smirk, and my head snapped up, hope flaring in my chest. Seriously, I asked, and his grin widened as he yanked me to a stop. We were barely a quarter of the way through the tunnel beneath the lake, the rest of the class already moving past us, Professor Mistis leading them away. Leon hesitated, watching them go before whistling sharply at Ryder as he stalked by. Ryder paused, his sharp green eyes flicking toward us. No silver in sight, just the usual emerald. We'd all agreed to keep things under wraps for now, at least until Dante and Ryder could solidify peace between their gangs. If anyone found out they were both bonded to me, their people would start questioning whether their decisions were really their own. And if the world learned I was the first Fae in history with multiple Elysian mates, yeah, that would bring a whole new level of chaos none of us wanted. Leon steered me back into the darkened arcane arts classroom, the candles snuffed out after our scrying lesson. With a flick of his wrist, he threw up a silencing bubble, then lobbed a fireball into the air, casting flickering light over our faces as Ryder reluctantly rejoined us. "Get in here for a pride huddle," Leon ordered, dragging me toward Dante and slinging an arm around Ryder's neck. "Get off me, Simba," Ryder snarled, shoving him away. "I'm not part of your damn pride." Leon just grinned. "Keep telling yourself that, Scar. But when we have our next pride orgy, I bet you'll be front and center, ready to party." Ryder's glare could be melted steel, but Dante just chuckled, and I elbowed Leon before this could spiral. "Focus. What's the plan for Gabriel?" I asked, my gaze drifting up to the dome of water overhead. Being back in an amplifying chamber had been rough. Memories of King locking me in one for weeks still clawed at me, but Leon had kept me grounded, his hand in mine the whole time. Now lingering here, I had a feeling he didn't want Gabriel using the site to see us coming. "All right, prepare to have your socks rocked," Leon announced, practically vibrating with excitement. "Because this plan, absolute genius." "Just spit it out," Dante growled. "Right, so the issue with Gabe is that when he doesn't want to deal with something, he just ghosts us with the sight. Right now. He's probably off somewhere sulking, maybe even, let's be real, getting off on visions of all the wild sex we're having without him. But if we try to talk sense into him, he'll just vanish before we can get close." "We know all this," Ryder snapped, but as he crossed his arms, I caught him rubbing his thumb over the Scorpio tattoo on his wrist, Gabriel's sign. He cared, even if he wouldn't admit it. "Side note," Leon added, smirking. "You need a Leo tattoo, Rydykins, ASAP." Dante suggested a Gemini tattoo for himself and maybe a Libra for Elise, but Leon took it further with his usual crude humor, proposing they all get her name inked on their dicks since she basically owned them anyway. The joke spiraled into something even more ridiculous before Dante smacked him upside the head, snapping, "Focus, idiot." Rubbing his ear, Leon finally got serious. "Right, the plan. Elise needs to give Gabe the perfect branch for his nest, something over-the-top romantic, dripping with love, basically screaming, 'I choose you forever, harpy man, giant wings and all.' Once he gets it, there'll be tears, probably some celebratory sex, and boom, happy pride again." "Sounds good to me," I cut in, shooting Ryder a look before he could argue. "But every branch I find looks like garbage." "How am I supposed to?" "Ryder's making it," Leon declared, grinning like he'd just solved world peace. "Like hell I am," Ryder shot back. "I'm already mated, thanks, not signing up to court some feathery drama queen." Leon rolled his eyes. "You and Elise will share power to craft it, and Dante and I, we're tossing our magic in two, make it a group effort. Just open up and let us in, you can handle it." Ryder scowled. "Why do you always make everything sound like a bad porno?" Dante cracked up, sparks flickering off his skin like live wires. Leon pouted, looking genuinely wounded. "So that's a no." "Did I say no?" Ryder grumbled before stepping toward me, hand outstretched. "You'll do it?" I asked, fighting a smile. "Don't get any ideas," he warned, fingers lacing with mine as he yanked me closer. "If this works, you're on your knees after, choking on me until you forget your own name." "Deal," I agreed, loving the dark promise in his eyes. "I'm watching," Leon chirped. Ryder ignored him, gaze locking onto mine as his magic surged against my palm. I dropped my barriers instantly, shuddering as his power, dark, intoxicating, flooded into me, twining with mine like they'd been made to dance together. Dante took my other hand, his magic a wild storm, while Leon slid a hand under my skirt, gripping my ass before adding his own blazing energy to the mix. A moan escaped me as their combined power burned through my veins, Ryder shaping it all into earth magic. The branch formed in his grip, silver-barked, studded with glinting gemstones. Next orgy we're doing this while we come, Leon announced. No take-backs. Dante muttered agreement in Italian, the words curling heat low in my stomach. When Ryder finally handed me the finished branch, it was heavier than expected, cold and smooth. Petrified, he explained as I turned it, marveling at the embedded stones catching the light. Ryder explained that each stone contained a drop of elemental magic. As I examined them, Leon's was warm and orange, Dante's pulsed with faint electricity in its deep grey surface, and Ryder's dark green one sent waves of calm through me when I touched it. My own stone was the largest, swirling with white clouds that tasted like freedom on my tongue. I don't know if it makes sense, but it just felt right, I murmured before pulling Ryder into a kiss, my heart pounding as I grinned against his lips. It's perfect, I whispered, clutching the branch with certainty. Leon clapped his hands together. Great, now for phase 2. I'm torching Gabe's rooftop nest. My stomach dropped. What, he'll murder you? Dante scoffed. That bastard's protective as hell over his nest, and trust me, you don't want to piss off a harpy with his kind of power. Leon waved him off. Relax, Elise and I will speed up there before he even realizes what's happening. Once he's flapping around like a pissed-off seagull, one of you needs to distract him so I can hit him with order suppressant. Then Elise can finally talk some sense into him. Dante crossed his arms. And where exactly are you getting suppressant without tipping him off? Ryder reached into his pocket, only to freeze when Leon pulled out a vial and syringe from his blazer with a smirk. Lifted it from you on the way to class. Ryder's eyes narrowed. You've been stealing from me, Leon rolled his eyes. Only checking, I always put it back, though gotta say some of the stuff you carry is seriously twisted. He shot me a mischievous grin. Found your panties once though, that was a fun class, had to hide behind a potted plant. Dante groaned. Focus, idiot. Right. Leon rubbed his hands together. Elise and I hit the roof, you two distract Gabe, I dose him, and boom, happy Linuses again. Dante opened his mouth to ask for details, but Leon cut him off. No planning, just wing it, now go. As they left, Leon yanked me into a kiss so fierce it felt like the world could crumble around us and we'd still be standing there, tangled together. Leo's golden eyes gleamed with mischief as we pulled apart, the silver rings around his irises catching the flicker of his own flames. You're really going all out with this, huh? I teased, my fingers tracing the edge of his jaw. He grinned, pressing a kiss to my neck that sent a shiver down my spine. Having everyone together like this, it's perfect, he murmured, his voice rough with affection. And knowing they'll all be yours too, that just lights me up inside and, well, everywhere else. His hands slid under my skirt, making me laugh as I shoved him back. Hopeless, I muttered, but he only smirked, backing me against the wall with a hunger that made my pulse race. Just as things were heating up, my atlas buzzed, snapping me back to reality. With a groan, I pulled away, my skin still tingling. There were more pressing matters like tracking down my harpy and reminding him exactly where he belonged. Come on, I ordered, turning so Leo could climb onto my back. He let out a delighted laugh, clinging like an overgrown kid as I adjusted my grip, using my gifts to steady his weight. Then we were off, streaking across campus in a blur. The wind roared in my ears as I vaulted up the fire escape, taking the stairs 20 flights at a time before skidding onto the rooftop of Vega dorms. Leo leapt down with a whoop, wasting no time before hurling a fireball straight at Gabriel's tent. Flames erupted in a violent burst, and before I could react, Gabriel descended like a storm, landing between us with a snarl. What the hell is wrong with you? He roared, slinging water magic at the fire before turning his fury on Leo. But Leo was ready, countering with a wall of flames that collided with Gabriel's attack in a deafening explosion. The force sent shockwaves through the air just as Dante swooped past, zapping Gabriel with a bolt of lightning. Gabriel hit the ground, twitching and cursing, while Leo seized the moment to jab him with an order suppressant. Gabriel's wings flickered out and pure rage twisted his face as he lunged, fists flying. The two of them brawled across the rooftop, Leo laughing like a madman as he dodged blows. Gabriel looked ready to strangle him, but Leo managed to kick free, sprinting for the edge. Later, lovebirds, he shouted before flinging himself off the roof. My heart nearly stopped until Dante caught him midair, their laughter echoing as they vanished into the clouds. Behind me, Gabriel staggered up, dripping wet and seething. I turned, biting my lip as he glared at me like I'd personally set his tent on fire. The branch hidden in my pocket suddenly felt like it was burning a hole through my jacket. So, I started, my voice unsteady. Gabriel's expression flickered, the anger fading just for a second before he blinked, his gaze locking onto mine with unsettling intensity. His expression shifted from surprise to something deeper as I stepped closer, pulling the carefully carved branch from my jacket. "You got me something." Gabriel's voice held a rare note of wonder, his fingers hesitating before closing around the offering. A smug satisfaction curled through me. Finally, I'd caught him off guard. "I love you," I said, the words fierce, unshakable. "Don't let the universe's little games push us apart." His grip tightened on the branch, but his other hand lifted, calloused fingers cradling my face. The warmth of his touch dissolved the glamour, hiding the silver streaking my eyes. "You know how I feel," he rasped, voice rough with emotion. "But it's us next," I cut in, certainty ringing clear. "No visions, no prophecies, just this." My palm pressed over his heart. "I knew it the second I saw you, same as with the others. Leon wasn't some exception, he was proof. The stars didn't pick one of you for me, they picked all of you. So here's your branch, your promise, be my mate the harpy way, no more waiting for silver rings or celestial permission." The silence stretched, charged. Gabriel studied the branch, tracing the runes etched into the petrized wood, the gemstones woven into its grooves. "I was supposed to do this," he muttered. "Then do it," I shot back. "Make one for the others too. They helped me craft this, they want you here just as badly as I do." A protest flickered in his eyes, but the moment his thumb brushed the embedded stones, he froze. He could feel it, the collective magic, the intention. With a ragged exhale, he yanked me against him, his kiss swallowing my gasp. The world narrowed to the heat of his mouth, the way his arms locked around me as he carried me toward his tent. Water magic hissed through the air, drying the space before our knees hit the blankets. "Elise," he growled between kisses, my name a vow. "Only you." Clothes vanished under impatient hands. His weight pinned me, his touch branding every stroke, every bite a claim. The bond flared to life, golden and undeniable, wrapping around us both. Silver eyes or not, it didn't matter. We were bound irrevocably. Later, sunlight spilled across the cafeteria tables as I flipped through my worn copy of Lion Kin Dynamics, toast crumbs scattering. Across from me, Elise and Lainey debated pack hierarchies while Gabriel kept watch, his gaze sharp. No more tension, no more doubt. The pride was whole. And for the first time, so was he. There was no doubt in my mind this was happening. The odds were practically non-existent, though I'd admit there was maybe a 1% chance I was wrong. Dante and Ryder had shattered their astral adversary connection before forming their Elysian bond, so who knows, maybe that set everything in motion. But I wasn't about to second-guess Gabe. He was absolutely joining the silver-eyed crew, and this time I'd go all out. Custom shirts, silver confetti shaped like rings, even party rings spray-painted metallic. I had Mindy's team working overtime, stitching merch until their hands ached, then wiping their memories clean with potions so they'd never recall the four-way Elysian mate chaos. Still, if we were gonna make this five-way dynamic work, balance was key. We all had to check our egos and find a way to coexist without tearing each other apart. With Ryder and Dante finally getting along, the biggest hurdles were behind us, or so I thought. The real issue: every single one of us was stubborn as hell. My usual tactic, forcing the guys into submission, only pissed them off more. Clearly, I needed a new approach. I'd been modeling things after my dad's dynamic with my moms. He led, they followed, happy to keep him satisfied. But our pride, it was a competition to please Elise, and that wasn't sustainable. Frustrated, I tore into my fourth slice of toast while skimming a passage on alpha lionesses. The text explained how they typically mate into prides of submissive partners, either taking center stage or joining the ring of the roar around a dominant male. But what caught my eye was the rare mention of multiple alphas coexisting, something our pride desperately needed to figure out. Then I hit the story of Nigel Claw. 6 alpha lionesses, one vengeful enough to slaughter the others. The brutal ending, Nigel's doomed duel with his last mate, made my Pop-Tart slip from my fingers. "Jesus," I muttered under my breath. Elise glanced over. "You okay, Leo?" My eyes darted to Gabriel, then Dante, lingering with the Oscuras. If they ever turned on each other for her, what would I do? The primal answer roared in my skull before I could stop it. End them. I swallowed hard. "Fine," I lied, forcing my attention back to the book. Buried in the pages was one glimmer of hope: Winston Hoghunter's pride. 3 alpha lionesses, 1 alpha male, and a rotating leadership system that somehow worked. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way to keep us all from destroying each other for an entire week. The dominant lioness in the pride would take charge of nearly every decision, even matters of intimacy, while the alpha male focused his attention on her to reinforce her status. This dynamic satisfied the alpha's instinctual need for control and validation, often fueling possessiveness and deepening the bond with his chosen mate. Winston noted that he prioritized his time with whichever mate was leading that week, ensuring their dominance was fully acknowledged. As I picked up my dropped Pop-Tart and took a vicious bite, I wondered, could Elise handle a rotation like that? Would the guys even go for it? It beat the alternative, me snapping and devouring one of them out of sheer frustration. Dante would be my first target. No, wait, Gabriel. Ryder's rock-hard muscles would be like gnawing through a pistachio shell, but Gabe, smooth, unflappable Gabe who probably meditated at sunrise while his magic replenished. He'd be tender like a buttery croissant. Dante, though, all that intensity would make him chewy like caramel with a molten center. I'd savor Gabe first, then Dante for dessert. Maybe I'd even claw open Ryder's abs just to get to the crunch. Wait, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm fantasizing about eating my own boyfriends. Heat flooded my face as I shoved the book away and scarfed down the rest of the Pop-Tarts, desperate to drown out the disturbing imagery. I needed to fix this power balance fast. Nearby, Elise and Lainey were chatting, their voices pulling me back to reality. That new book smell is intoxicating, Lainey sighed dreamily. Elise chuckled. Sounds about as appealing as the scent of fresh blood to me. So yeah, hot if you're a sphinx. Before I could respond, a booming voice cut through the chatter. Aurora, listen up. Eugene Dipper stood atop a table, draped in a ridiculous purple cape, fingerless gloves, and a belt embossed with rats. His white hair stuck up like frozen flames, and stars help me, he was rocking guyliner. The guy was a walking target, but damn if he didn't own it. The Fae here are nothing but bullies, he declared, stamping his foot. Elise and I exchanged a glance, equal parts concern and reluctant admiration. This was a suicide mission, but the little rat had guts. That's why I'm founding a new society, Eugene spun dramatically, revealing the bold silver letters on his cape, DUD. Join the daring underdogs today. The room erupted in laughter. He's got a death wish, I muttered around a mouthful of croissant, pulling out my atlas to record the spectacle. Elise bit her lip, torn between worry and affection. I still didn't trust the guy, especially around Elise, but I couldn't deny his audacity. Laugh all you want, Eugene snapped undeterred, but I'll prove I'm not some weakling to be tossed in a toilet or shoved up a griffiness. He cut himself off, scowling. You get the point, no more humiliation. Ferdinand Firkins, all 6'something of him with his wild brown hair and thick eyebrows, shot up from his seat when Eugene called him out. The tension in the room was electric, like someone had just tossed a lit firecracker into a bucket of popcorn. Oh, you wanna go? Ferdinand sneered, cracking his knuckles. What's your move, huh? Gonna cry about it again? Elise leaned in, her voice a horrified whisper. Did he seriously shove Eugene up his yep? I muttered around a mouthful of croissant, watching the chaos unfold like it was the season finale of some trashy reality show. Dude's got issues. Eugene's face turned beet red as he shrieked. I did not crawl up there. But Ferdinand just smirked, arms crossed like he'd already won. Then why were you sniffing around my business, huh? The room erupted, half in laughter, half in disgust. Even Ferdinand's own crew recoiled, one of them muttering, bro, that's nasty. Then Eugene dropped the bomb. I challenge you to a duel, Firkins. Oh, this was gold. I fumbled for my atlas, already mentally drafting the caption, Rip Eugene, gone too soon. Elise shot me a glare, but I just grinned. History in the making, babe. Ferdinand rolled up his sleeves like some cheesy villain from an 80s movie, strutting forward like he owned the place. Bring it, you little gremlin. What followed was pure, unhinged spectacle. Eugene launched himself like a human cannonball, only to get decked in the face instantly. But then, plot twist, the tiny terror slapped the floor, sending a shockwave that knocked Ferdinand flat. The crowd lost it. And then she showed up, some girl with neon green hair and anime-sized eyes, cheering Eugene on like he was the underdog in a boxing montage. The guy practically glowed with renewed vigor, charging back in like a man possessed. Ferdinand, ever the sore loser, conjured an ice trident like he was cosplaying a discount Poseidon. But Eugene... Oh, Eugene went full Tarzan, swinging from a vine and drop-kicking him square in the chest. The room exploded into chants of Little Squeaker. Little Squeaker. Elise was screaming, I was howling. Ferdinand looked like he wanted to melt into the floor. And Eugene, that tiny legend, was out here rewriting the rules of playground justice. Best lunch break ever. Eugene swiftly entangled Ferdinand in thick vines, twisting them around his wrists and ankles until the griffin was forced into a humiliating crouch. With a dramatic swing on a vine, Eugene launched himself forward, his foot connecting squarely with Ferdinand's backside and sending him sprawling across the ground with a yelp. The griffin writhed, trying to break free, but the vines held firm. Landing triumphantly on top of him, Eugene flexed his wiry arms like a champion, drawing wild applause from the green-haired girl nearby. His chest swelled with pride. "Listen up, Aurora Academy," he declared. "If you're tired of being pushed around, join the DUDS. Mondays are for confidence building, Tuesdays teach escape tactics, Wednesdays unlock your inner fae, and Thursdays and Fridays, pure bully-crushing practice." With a dramatic spin of his cape, he hopped off Ferdinand and strolled to the breakfast line like nothing had happened. I slammed my fist on the table, cheering as the Mindies and a crowd of impressed fae erupted in excitement. "Okay, I'm sold." "The rats got style," I announced, quickly posting the showdown on Facebook. Leon Knight, Eugene Dipper just wrecked Ferdinand Firkins. Turns out the so-called Poostronaut had a date with Karma. Watch the backdoor conquistador get schooled by the tiniest terror on campus. Ferd the Turd Rat Revenge. The comments flooded in instantly. Heather Altimus, now that's a fae worth squeaking for. Janine Smart, someone's earned a new fan. Dipper in me. Just then Eugene reappeared, balancing a bowl of fruit and an enormous slice of frosted cake. My eyes locked onto the dessert, my second croissant forgotten mid-bite. "Where'd you get that?" I demanded, crumbs flying. Eugene flinched, then pointed at a group of Pegasuses devouring the last of the cake's supply. "They were handing it out," he mumbled. My gaze swept the room. Every slice was already claimed. "Hand yours over," I ordered, letting my charisma roll off me in waves. But Eugene surprised me. Instead of caving, he clutched the plate tighter, baring his teeth. "No, mine," Elise smirked from her seat. "Give it up, little mouse," she teased. I climbed onto the table, looming over him. "That cake is mine. I'm a Tiberian rat, not a mouse," he squeaked, standing his ground. "Then act like one and surrender it." My charisma surged, but Eugene resisted, his stubbornness almost admirable. When I lunged, he flicked a vine, tripping me onto the table. As he bolted, I roared, "I need that cake." Elise smacked my leg. "Leo, you're embarrassing yourself." "I'm being perfectly rational," I shot back, just as a swarm of Mindies descended, thrusting cake slices at me like peace offerings. The cafeteria erupted into madness as two students wrestled over a slice of cake, screeching and swatting at each other while others darted around, snatching desserts right out of people's hands. The chaos was glorious, and I couldn't help but grin as I snatched up every plate shoved my way, devouring each slice before carelessly tossing the empty dishes aside. Absolute perfection. When the last piece landed in my grip, the frenzy died down, and I admired the fluffy layers of sponge and cream with pure satisfaction. Frosting smeared across my face, crumbs clinging to my shirt. I didn't care. I took a slow, deliberate bite, savoring the sweetness as Elise gaped at me like I'd just performed a magic trick. "Oh no," she muttered, horrified. "Oh yes," I shot back, licking my lips. She grabbed for my arm, but I dodged, taking another exaggerated bite with an obscene moan. "You've got company," she hissed, nodding toward the next table. Middle Kipling was staring, eyes wide, his reaction embarrassingly obvious as he stood for a better view. "Wait, does he have a thing for me?" I whispered. Elise pressed her lips together, but the answer was clear. Smirking, I sucked the last traces of frosting from my fingers, watching as Middle Kipling bolted for the restroom. Stars above, was I officially his new fantasy? The cafeteria doors burst open, cutting off my amusement as Ryder marched in with a pack of Lunars trailing behind. The room went still, tension crackling as he casually grabbed food like it was just another Tuesday. My pulse kicked up as I glanced between the Lunars and the Oscura's kings, forcing their factions to coexist. Then Dante stood, crossing the room to speak with Ryder. Everyone held their breath as the two exchanged words, and slowly the Lunars settled on the opposite side of the hall. This was huge. And then it hit me, if Dante was willing to bridge the divide, maybe we could recruit some Lunars for the Pitbull team. Elise slid onto the table beside me, swiping frosting from my mouth with a kiss. "What's that scheming look for?" she asked. Grinning, I nudged her nose with mine. Just figured out how to make our team unstoppable. Before she could react, I snatched a plate, leaped up and yelled, "Ryder, heads up!" I hurled it like a frisbee straight at him. He didn't flinch as it sailed past, shattering against the wall. I howled with laughter, using my charisma to rally the Mindies into joining my mockery. Can't even catch a plate. Imagine him on the field, total disaster. Ryder's grip tightened around his spoon, jaw clenched as I kept taunting. Elise shot me a puzzled look, but I was on a roll, watching the Lunar King's temper flare. "Perfect. You think you can snatch a fly from midair, Mufasa?" Ryder roared, his voice dripping with bravado. I couldn't help but laugh, the Mindies joining in like an echo. "Oh, absolutely," I teased, pulling out my atlas and grabbing another plate. "Go on, hotshot, show me what you've got, hands only, no tricks." Ryder shot up from his seat, eyes locked on me as I discreetly heated the plate with my fire magic until it glowed red. Time for a little fun. I hit record on my atlas, the entire school watching in tense silence as the plate flew toward him. He shoved some poor freshman aside, lunging to catch it only to yelp and drop it instantly when the scorching heat hit his fingers. The plate shattered at his feet, and his glare could have melted steel. The room erupted in laughter. Before I could blink, he was barreling toward me like a freight train. I stole a quick kiss from Elise just for dramatic effect before vaulting off the table, still filming as I bolted for the door. "You're dead, Mufasa," he thundered behind me. I barely made it outside before he tackled me to the ground with the force of a pitbull linebacker. Damn, the guy had skills. He pummeled me while I laughed, throwing a few half-hearted punches back until his hands locked around my throat. "You really thought embarrassing me was a good idea, Simba," he snarled. "Just a joke, man," I wheezed, and his grip loosened slightly as he frowned. "You pull this crap with Dante too," he muttered like he was piecing something together. "Yeah, it's kind of our thing," I gasped as he finally let go, still pinning me down. "I only mess with people I actually like." He grunted, shoving to his feet and yanking me up. "Fine, but if you're gonna prank me, lion boy, expect payback." He clapped a hand over my mouth before I could whoop in excitement. "Don't make it weird." Just then Eugene called out, striding toward Ryder in that ridiculous purple cape. Note to self, get the pride-matching capes. Ryder looked ready to brush him off, but Eugene darted in front of him, suddenly fearless. "I heard you killed Bryce Corvus," Eugene whispered, eyes wide. Ryder scoffed. "And you saved me," Eugene gushed, practically glowing. "The curse from our broken star, Bond, it's gone now that he's dead. Because of you." Oh, this was gold. I almost hit record again, but filming a potential murder confession seemed unwise. "Great," Ryder growled. "Now move." Eugene, undeterred, flung his arms around Ryder in a hug that lasted all of a second before Ryder shoved him to the ground. But Eugene just kept staring up at him like he was some kind of fallen angel, grinning like an idiot the whole time. Ryder marched into the cafeteria in a huff while Eugene strolled away with a smug grin, a trail of giggling admirers jogging to keep up with him. I spotted the girl with emerald green hair lingering behind, chewing her lip as she hesitated. "Better move fast before someone else does," Ethan teased as he passed her, flashing a knowing smirk. Her cheeks flushed pink as she scurried after Eugene, though by then he was already swarmed. Status really was the ultimate aphrodisiac around here, hell, even I wasn't immune. Scooping my dropped atlas off the ground, I uploaded the clip with a wicked grin. Leon Knight, just witnessed at Ryder Draconis faceplant trying to catch a simple toss. School-wide humiliation unlocked. Slow-mo on my Mindy's page, his expression is pure gold. Snakehand's epic fail, reptilian regret, the replies flooded in instantly. "Emily, how does someone that intimidating turn into a flustered mess? Clumsy but cute fumble mainstead Amanda Alevesen, your Mindy's content's gone soft, Leon. 50 auras a month for PG Lion King reenactments. Where Arethespicai clips bring back their heat, Cynthia Rodriguez, toss me next. Catch me snakeboy, throw me like a salad, Kendall Barron. Reincarnate me as a dinner plate." Shattermarida Glumatoj the rag in the bell rang, and Elise materialized beside me, rising on her toes to peck my cheek. "Brilliant move," she whispered. "Ryder's so pissed he's joining Pitbull just to crush you in front of everyone." I scooped her up, spinning her with a whoop before setting her down and draping an arm over her shoulders. "Perfect." Then Gabriel materialized out of nowhere seriously. The guy moved like a shadow, shirtless, his intricate tattoos glinting in the sunlight. My pulse spiked. "Was that fresh ink near his heart? No way. You got one for me." I prodded the new design, tracing the script beneath his collarbone. My brightest night, damn Gabe, that's not about you, he cut in, scowling. And it's lowercase n as in darkness, not your ego. I waved him off. Please, your visions are just repressed love letters. Admit it that stylistic N is a cry for attention. Grinning, I pressed a finger to his lips before he could argue. SHH, let's bask in the truth. He swatted my hand away, but the flicker in his eyes betrayed him. Elise's atlas buzzed tighten, summoning her. Liaison duty, Gabriel muttered. You're going with her. I arched a brow. Not you, what's the catch? Perimeter check before class. I'll scout Titan's office too. Smart, I conceded, though I knew he was onto me. Letting him take the lead this week was part of my grand experiment, see how the pack dynamics shifted. If only he knew half the schemes brewing in my head. Even the stars wouldn't see that twist coming. Elise shot me a sideways glance as I elbowed her playfully. He's got that whole decisive leader thing down, doesn't he? She rolled her eyes with a half-hearted sure, while Gabriel stood there looking like he'd just won the lottery, his stupidly perfect lips curling into that infuriating smirk. Honestly, someone needed to knock that boy down a peg or two before his ego outgrew those fancy wings of his. The moment Elise lunged for one last dramatic goodbye kiss, I decided to spice things up literally. With a snap of my fingers, flames erupted around us in a perfect circle, sending nearby students scrambling like startled pigeons. Elise just laughed, breathless from her makeout session, before flashing me a grateful grin. Always know how to make an exit, don't you, Leo? Watching Gabriel rocket into the sky like some overgrown firework, I couldn't help but smirk. Elise's longing stare was practically dripping with teenage angst, so I nudged her forward, extinguishing the fire as we headed toward Altair Halls. You know, she muttered for what felt like the millionth time, I don't actually need a babysitter. I draped an arm over her shoulder, grinning. Oh, I know you don't need one, but where's the fun in that? My hand drifted toward her chest and she swatted me away, laughing. Professor Titan looked up from his desk, eyebrows shooting up when he spotted me trailing behind Elise. Mr. Knight, he said, sounding like a dad who'd just walked in on his kid throwing a house party. Elise plopped into a chair unfazed. Leo's sitting in, that cool, Titan fidgeted, clearly torn between professionalism and the fact that deep down he was just a big softy. This is supposed to be a private discussion, Elise. I leaned back, crossing my arms. What worried I'll tattle. Elise shot me a look before turning back to Titan. Leo's my person, no secrets. The professor sighed, shoulders relaxing. Fine, just sit. He waved a hand and the room hummed with a silencing spell. Now about your grade stellar in combat, decent in potions, but your numerology, he grimaced. It's like you're allergic to numbers. Elise groaned, slumping in her seat. Why do I need math when Gabriel can just see the future for me? Titan pinched the bridge of his nose. Because relying on Mr. Knox's visions is like using a cheat code in life. Eventually, the game catches up. He softened slightly. Just try reading your horoscopes, Elise. It's not just about predictions, it's about learning to trust yourself. She chewed her lip, guilty. I've been busy, Lainey's been helping me catch up on everything else. Titan's stern facade cracked. Well, at least you're spending time with her, that's something. I squeezed Elise's hand, thumb brushing over Dante's gaudy ring on her finger. Yeah, numbers sucked. But if Titan thought a daily horoscope could keep her safe, maybe it was worth a shot. Or I could just set more things on fire. Either worked building meaningful relationships beyond your romantic partner is crucial, he remarked, catching my eye as I stretched out in my chair, one ankle propped on my knee. No need to worry, my girl here is already a pro at forming tight bonds with other fae, aren't you, little troublemaker? I teased, watching her fight back a smirk. Definitely, she played along smoothly. Eugene and I are practically besties now. Titan's gaze flicked between us, intrigued. That's excellent. Eugene's made remarkable progress since you two started hanging out. His grades have skyrocketed in just a few weeks. Whatever magic you're working, Elise, keep it up. It's incredible to witness. Titan leaned back, fingers laced over his desk. I haven't done anything special, Elise shrugged. Oh, please, I cut in, grinning. The kid studies you like a textbook. You don't even have to try, you just radiate badass and people rise to the occasion. It's one of your best traits, right up there with your talent for Mr. Knight, Titan snapped, cheeks flushing. Neck massages, I finished, winking. She's a vampire, remember, keep it clean, Professor. Elise burst into laughter as Titan rubbed his temples, clearly aware I was messing with him. But if he was going to scrutinize me like some kind of specimen, I'd return the favor. Elise didn't trust easily, and if this guy wanted a spot in her inner circle, he'd have to pass my vibe check first. As Titan droned on about her academic progress, I dozed off, dreaming of soaring through the sky with lion wings, Elise clinging to my back while Dante flew beside us. Gabriel zipped around with Ryder tucked in his pocket, the tiny basilisk sporting aviator goggles and a helmet, his tongue flapping wildly. "Tiny hats," I blurted, jerking awake to Elise shaking my arm. Titan was tidying his desk, offering a polite nod as she dragged me to my feet. Still groggy, I slung an arm around her shoulders, murmuring, "Forgot to tell you I ordered a whole collection of miniature hats for Ryder's smallest form. Scrapbook photoshoot ASAP." Her eyes lit up like silver fireworks. "Seriously?" "Absolutely," I smirked. "Next time he dozes off as a noodle-sized snake, we're going full-fashion editorial." "Yes," she whispered, bouncing on her toes. "Can we add a bow tie?" "Little monster," I murmured against her ear, "dream it and I'll make it happen, even if I have to bribe a seamstress." Later on the pitball field, Dante elbowed me hard. "You're kidding, right? Luna's trying out." "Dead serious," I shot back, arms crossed as the brotherhood lined up. Ryder stood stiffly beside Ethan, his borrowed uniform straining over his muscles, thighs threatening to split the seams. "This might be the greatest moment of my existence," I muttered to Gabriel, who choked back a laugh. "Same," he wheezed. Elise let out a piercing whistle and Ryder's murderous glare only made her grin wider. "He's going to murder you later," I warned. "Totally worth it," she sang, spinning a ball on her fingertip with effortless magic. Mars was practically drooling as he sized up Ryder and Ethan, looking like a starving wolf eyeing a fresh kill. He'd been itching to recruit some Lunars for the team, but landing the Lunar King himself, that was beyond his wildest fantasies. Our roster still had gaps. Our waterback position was wide open, and our earthbacker had quit after Dante obliterated his kneecaps during practice. Welcome to Pitbull, where broken bones were just part of the charm. I'd lost count of how many times I'd sacrificed my own joints to score in the pit. If you couldn't handle the pain, this wasn't your game. Sure, it hurt like hell, but once you healed up, you were right back in the action. "No big deal." Mars waved Ethan forward, calling, "Shadowbrook, you're up first." The guy jogged over, drawing way too much attention from the girls, probably because his uniform was practically painted on. Not as bad as Ryder's, though. Mars insisted on tryouts in Aurora colors to give recruits a taste of team spirit, but Ryder, he was only here to prove he could outcatch everyone. If I played this right, he might actually make the cut, assuming he didn't completely suck. Ethan tore through the drills like a damn cheetah, dodging tackles and even outpacing Elise at one point before slamming the ball into the pit. The whole team erupted. This was exactly the kind of raw talent we needed to crush Zodiac. Not that he got off easy. Dante and I flattened him hard enough to bloody his nose, but the guy didn't even complain, just grinned through the pain like it was nothing. After I healed him up, he practically howled, "This is my game, I was born for this damn pitch." Dante muttered something about him being adequate, which, coming from him, was practically a love letter. Ethan just smirked, running a hand through his sandy hair before eyeing our fireside a little too closely as she jogged past. I blasted my whistle right in his ear. "Eyes up, Shadowbrook, you mess with my teammates, you answer to me." He scoffed, says the guy who tanked the Zodiac game over some drama with Elise. "Exactly my point," I shot back, "keep it professional." With an exaggerated eye roll, he relented. "Fine, no screwing the team if I make it." "Good." I grinned, giving him a rough pat on the shoulder before blasting the whistle in his face again. "Now get off my field, dick," he muttered, jogging away. I couldn't help but smile. Nothing like the start of a beautiful rivalry. Mars shouted, "Draconis, you're up," and honestly, saying I was pumped would be the biggest lie ever told. Ryder adjusted his shorts as they wedged uncomfortably, drawing giggles from the girls watching tryouts. The sheer outline of him was practically a public hazard. Someone might lose an eye if they weren't careful. I blew my whistle sharply, and his glare hit me like a truck. For a split second, I was trapped in his mind, watching him yank the whistle from my neck and shove it down my throat until I gagged. Then, just like that, he snapped me back to reality with a smirk that screamed, "Try me." Mars clapped his hands. "Listen up, Draconis is testing for defense, so the rest of you are on offense. I'll launch one ball, your job is to keep it from him. Extra points if you score a pit." Ryder gave a gruff nod and I couldn't help but laugh. "So just to be clear, we're playing keep away, coach." My team erupted in snorts and oinks, Dante barking out a laugh. Ryder's jaw clenched, but his focus never broke. Mars grinned. Call it whatever you want, knight. He positioned himself at the edge of the field as the whistle blew. The earth ball shot out and chaos followed. Everyone scrambled except Ryder, who stood motionless, a statue of pure irritation. Dante snatched the ball and lobbed it over Ryder's head straight to me. I caught it, tossing it to Elise, who leaped like she was trying to touch the sky. Draconis, Mars yelled. You're supposed to try. He can't catch, coach, I shot back. That's the real issue here. The second the ball came my way again, Ryder's eyes locked onto me like a predator. He took off, kicking up sand like a damn tornado, vines exploding behind him to block every pass. No openings, fine. I bolted for the pit instead, the weight of the ball thudding against my ribs. The ground trembled under my feet, Ryder's doing, but I pushed harder. Behind me, screams erupted as the field split open, swallowing my teammates whole. Adrenaline burned through me. I was inches from the pit when vines snapped around my ankles, yanking me into the air. With a desperate heave, I launched the ball only for a whip to smack it right back at me. My fingers barely grazed it before I hit the ground hard, gasping for air. Ryder strolled over, plucked the ball from the sky and dropped it into the pit like it was nothing. His smirk was infuriating. Told you I could catch, Mufasa. He kicked sand in my face and walked off, sealing the fissure behind him while my team tumbled back onto the field. Mars cheered like we'd just won the championship. Joke's on him, I'd just proved Ryder was unstoppable. And honestly, that was the whole point. Elise hovered above the field on a warm breeze, her laughter ringing out as she called to Ryder. That was unbelievable, Professor, did you catch that? Mars nodded, arms crossed. You're in, Draconis, welcome to the team. Ryder scoffed, ripping off his constricting shirt, sending a wave of gasps through the nearby spectators as they got an eyeful of his ink-covered, battle-worn torso. Not interested. I only showed up to make a statement. I sprawled back in the sand, propping my head in my hands. Translation: he's terrified of facing Zodiac. He'd fold faster than a cheap lawn chair under real pressure. Cut him loose, Professor, he doesn't have the guts. The next second, Ryder was on me, fists flying as we tumbled across the dirt like a pair of feral pups. He fought dirty, but I loved riling him up. His fury was downright adorable. With a sharp twist, he shoved me toward the pit, his palms smothering my face as he tried to force me over the edge. I arched my hips, flipping him over my shoulder, but caught his wrist before he could plummet into the 10-foot drop. Look at us, I teased, dangling him precariously. A Twisted Lion King remake. Let go, you idiot, he snarled, thrashing like he'd rather splatter at the bottom than accept my help. Or what? You'll sulk about how games are for kids while Zodiac wipes the floor with us. His glare could have melted steel. I don't fear anything, this is a waste of time. Aha, I said, flashing a wink, keep telling yourself that, stop winking. I'm not, I winked again, he growled low and feral, screw you and your pathetic game. Oh yeah, so pathetic, I mused. Running magic drills, crushing rivals, then getting celebratory attention from my girl. She loves post-game adrenaline, terrible way to spend an afternoon really. Silence. Then, through gritted teeth, pull me up. I hauled him over the ledge and he shoved past me, dusting himself off. Fine, I'll join your circus, he spat, but every practice I'm breaking something of yours. He stormed toward Mars and I exchanged a victorious grin with Elise, who spun midair in delight. Mars nearly tripped over himself when Ryder agreed and I whooped, pulse racing. Now we stood a real shot against Zodiac, and better yet, my so-called boyfriends-in-law were all on board. Best damn day. As tryouts wrapped, nobody came close to matching Ethan and Ryder's intensity. Mars waved them over to finalize paperwork, and I tugged Elise close, whispering, feel like messing with our favorite grump. Her grin turned wicked. Absolutely. While the others filed toward the locker rooms, I dragged Elise toward the bleachers, making sure my laugh carried. Ryder's head snapped our way, eyes narrowing as I smirked, mimed a crude gesture, and mouthed later, Rydykins. Elise and I ducked behind the stands, peering through the gaps as Ryder took the bait, stomping toward us while Mars led Ethan away. Why does that uniform look that good on him? Elise muttered. Because his backside is a masterpiece, I deadpanned, and we don't admire it nearly enough. She arched a brow. Hey, I know art when I see it. Elise snorted. Sure you do. The tension between us crackled like a live wire as she leaned in, her voice dripping with mischief. Should drop to your knees and show some real appreciation, she whispered, her breath hot against my ear. I smirked, shaking my head. Not a chance, trouble, you're about to find out exactly who's in charge here. She shot me a defiant look, but I knew better. She loved when I took control. A low growl rumbled in my chest. I could handle you and Scar without breaking a sweat. Her grin widened, daring me. Prove it. Ryder would never bend to your will. I raised an eyebrow, already plotting my next move. Name your terms. What's my prize if I pull it off? She tilted her head, playing coy. What do you want? Exclusive rights, I said without hesitation. For a week no one else gets near you. She laughed, but her eyes sparkled with challenge. Deal, but if you fail, breakfast in bed every morning, you're cooking, not takeout. Done. In one swift motion I pushed her down, relishing her surprised gasp as I gripped her hair. Show me what you've got, sweetheart. Her lips parted eagerly and I groaned as she took me in, her tongue working magic. For a second I forgot everything else until movement caught my eye. Ryder leaned against the bleachers, arms crossed, watching with dark intensity. Perfect time to play him like a fiddle. Get lost, I snapped, tightening my hold on her. This is my time. Ryder's jaw clenched as he stalked closer and I barely hid my grin. Right on cue. Elise pulled away, her gaze flicking between us, hungry for more. When she reached for him, I yanked her back. She's mine tonight, I growled. Since when? Ryder shot back, but I saw the hunger in his eyes. Since always. I feigned irritation, then shoved her toward him, stepping behind Ryder to guide her mouth onto him. He smirked, thinking he'd won, until he realized I was the one controlling the pace. After a minute, he shoved my hand away, taking over. I lingered behind him, locking eyes with Elise as she took him deep. With a wicked grin, I mouthed a silent taunt and she nearly choked, laughing. Ryder spun around, suspicion flashing, but I played it cool. You done ruining my night? I drawled. Hurry up so I can have her to myself. He pulled away, commanding Elise to her knees before dropping behind her, his hands roaming. I crossed my arms, watching them both kneel exactly where I wanted them. I positioned myself in front of Elise, my body tense with anticipation as I watched the Lunar King strip away her shorts and underwear. His eyes locked onto mine with a smug grin as he took her from behind, his movements deliberate, almost as if he wanted to rub it in my face. Ryder, Elise gasped, her voice thick with pleasure, and I couldn't help but smirk, palming the strain in my own pants. Damn, this was intense. What, you just gonna stand there looking like an idiot in that ridiculous shirt? I taunted, and with a growl Ryder ripped it off, tossing it aside. Too easy. Circling them, I caught Elise's hungry stare, her eyes tracking me like a predator. I stepped behind Ryder again, making exaggerated thrusting motions near his head, pulling ridiculous faces just to mess with him. Elise let out a breathless laugh before another moan tore from her lips as Ryder pounded into her harder. His head whipped around, glaring, but I just schooled my expression into bored indifference. You gonna finish anytime soon, or do I need to poke you with a stick to get you moving? Ryder scoffed, his voice dripping with arrogance. Please, I could finish mid-combat with a knife at my throat. I rolled my eyes, stepping closer, inspecting my nails like I had better things to do. Sure you could, I drawled. But right now you're just boring my girl. Elise growled in frustration, digging her fingers into the dirt, hips pushing back for more. Ryder, stop playing around, she snapped. Fine, he hissed, eyes burning with irritation. Then with a flick of his wrist, a vine whip materialized in his grip, another coiling around his throat. He tossed me the end, daring me. Go ahead, whip me, pull it tight, see if I care. I bit back a grin. This was almost too perfect. Snatching the whip, I yanked the vine around his neck taut before lashing his back. He laughed through gritted teeth, driving into Elise with rough, punishing thrusts. Her cries filled the air, and for a second I considered muffling the noise, but nah, let the whole damn forest hear. Elise glanced back, eyes wide as Ryder's skin reddened under my strikes. I fumbled for my phone, tempted to snap a pic for later. Ryder groaned, his pace turning brutal as Elise arched beneath him, screaming as she came. He tried to hold back, but I cracked the whip across his ass, forcing his release with a deep, guttural growl. Well damn, I just dominated him into submission. Sorry to interrupt, a voice cut in and we all froze. Ethan Shadowbrook stood there, damp hair sticking to his forehead, looking like he'd just rolled out of bed. Heard screaming and thought, well, I don't know what I thought. Ryder's expression darkened. This looks pretty clear to me, Ethan said, backing up with a smirk. No judgment, boss, you do you. Ryder yanked his shorts up, storming toward him only to get jerked back by the vine still in my grip. I dissolved the magic with a laugh as the vines vanished. You saw nothing, Ryder snarled. Ethan nodded, still grinning. Absolutely nothing. Ethan kept a straight face as he said, "Your secret's safe with me, no one needs to know about your sub-tendencies." That sent me into a fit of laughter which only pissed Ryder off more. Elise barely stifled her own giggles as she yanked her underwear back on. "I am not a damn sub," Ryder roared, storming over and yanking Ethan up by his collar. Ethan just smirked unfazed. "Relax, dude, no judgment here. Even alphas like to switch things up sometimes." That earned him a solid punch to the jaw. Ethan staggered back, rubbing his face with a wince. "Breathe a word of this and you're done," Ryder warned. Ethan held up his hands in surrender, then extended one for their usual bro vow. They clasped hands briefly before Ryder shoved him off, turning his glare on me, but I was already distracted, pulling Elise against me with a grin. "You're the worst, Leo," she laughed, shaking her head. "The best worst," I corrected, nipping at her neck. "And these privileges are mine." Ryder stormed back and I threw up a hand for a high five. "Come on, man, no grudges, just messing around," his response. A fist to my temple that left my ears ringing. I blinked through the stars, dropping my hand lower. "Low five," I croaked. Ryder smirked and delivered a sharp slap to my face instead. "Face five," and just like that we were good again, bros before woes. I glanced down, ready to finally relieve some tension, only to find Elise gone fully dressed, flipping her hair over her shoulder as she shot me a wicked grin. "Too slowly, maybe Gabriel's free." She vanished in a blur, her laughter trailing behind her. I groaned, tipping my head back. "Queens don't wait for peasants, Simba," Ryder taunted. I sighed, staring at my very uncooperative situation. "Yeah, the real dom in this mess, definitely not any of us guys." "Hold up, I just realized something." I scrambled after Ryder as he walked off. "You call me Mufasa when you're pissed and Simba when you're cool with me." "No," he grunted, speeding up. Yes," I argued, jogging to keep pace. "So wanna come back and watch The Lion King, maybe work through some feelings?" "No, Mufasa," he growled, stomping ahead. "See, now you're mad again, I knew it, Scar." I called after him, but he ignored me. Classic Ryder. I woke up on February 18th with a weight on my chest, slipping out of bed before the others stirred. The sun hadn't even risen, but I couldn't stay. Today would have been Gareth's birthday. I hadn't told the guys. Every time I tried, the words clogged my throat. We already had enough to deal with. Ryder and Dante negotiating shaky alliances between gangs, Leon's family reeling from Rory's imprisonment, and Dante's looming deadline to knock up Lionel Acrux's niece. Not to mention King still lurking in the shadows, and me stuck under 24/7 guard duty as their favorite blood bag. But today, I just needed space. Not forever, just long enough to remember my brother the way we used to. No fancy parties, just breakfast together and a day doing whatever he wanted. That was our tradition. And today I'd keep it alone. Ever since Gareth had transformed into a Pegasus, he'd made it a habit to take me flying, soaring over hidden spots where we could escape the weight of the world. We'd share slices of cake, though Mom would always steal the frosting the moment she got home from work, and lose ourselves in cheesy old movies, laughing until our sides hurt. Now, standing by Lake Tempest at sunrise, the water shimmering like liquid gold, I clung to those memories, the warmth, the joy, the way his laughter had filled every corner of our lives. Tears streamed down my face unchecked as I gripped his journal, torn between hope and dread. What if the answers were hidden in these pages? What if he was still out there, waiting, missing me just as much? The thought was intoxicating, dangerous. If I let myself believe, I'd never stop searching. But if I was wrong, the heartbreak might destroy me. Then Dante's voice cut through the silence, rough but gentle. "You shouldn't be out here alone, Bella." I turned to see him walking toward me, barefoot in the sand, his sweatpants low on his hips like he'd thrown them on in a hurry. How had I missed a dragon landing nearby? Then again, my head was too full of Gareth to notice anything else. "I know," I whispered, though I wasn't sorry. I needed this, the ache, the quiet, the chance to drown in memories without anyone pulling me back. Dante didn't scold me. He just held out his hand, and when I took it, he pulled me against his chest. He smelled like lightning and the charged air before a storm, wild and untamed. Without a word, he lifted me, carrying me across the shore like I weighed nothing. I expected him to take me to the boathouse, but he kept walking, his steps steady, humming something low in Italian under his breath. I let the tears fall, clinging to every memory of Gareth, his grin, his terrible jokes, the way he'd always known when I needed him. "Come on, amore mio," Dante murmured, finally setting me down in the passenger seat of his car. He buckled me in like I was something fragile, then shut the door before I could ask questions. When he slid into the driver's seat, the engine roared to life. "Where are we going?" I finally asked, my voice raw. Dante's grip tightened on the wheel. "To visit the dead, Bella." "You should spend today with your brother," Dante said, his voice carrying an odd weight that made me pause. I shot him a confused look but stayed quiet as the car rolled away from the academy, heading toward the quieter edges of town. I had no idea how he'd sensed my turmoil over Gareth, but in that moment I was just relieved not to be alone with my grief anymore. The drive was silent, but his presence beside me was enough a small comfort in the storm of emotions I'd been drowning in since losing Gareth. When we stopped outside the cemetery gates, a knot twisted in my stomach. "Gareth isn't here, Dante," I murmured, guilt creeping into my voice. "I couldn't afford, we took care of it," he interrupted gently. "All of us, we owed him that much." His expression darkened for a second, regret flickering across his face. "Leon and I, we were his friends. We should have seen the signs. Maybe if we had, stop," I whispered, shaking my head. "No one's to blame, not you, not me. I loved him, but he kept things from me, and I get why, but if he just trusted us." My voice cracked and I swallowed hard. "What ifs won't change anything now, all we have left is what we do next." Dante reached into the backseat and handed me a small wooden box. Inside, nestled beside a tiny frosted cake and a single candle, was an urn. My throat tightened. "You don't have to decide anything today," he said softly, "but the option's there if you want it." A desperate thought clawed its way out before I could stop it. "What if he's not really gone?" Dante exhaled, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. "Then we'll find out, but today, let yourself feel this." I nodded, clutching the box as he stepped out of the car. A minute later my door swung open, and there he stood dressed in crisp black slacks and a pressed white shirt, looking far too polished for a cemetery visit. He leaned in, pressing a kiss to my cheek before unbuckling my seatbelt. "Leon's mom sent a dress," he added, nodding toward the trunk, "if you want it." I glanced down at my rumpled sweats and let out a dry laugh. "Yeah, probably a good call." The parking lot was empty, the morning air still heavy with dew. In a blur, I swapped my sweats for the sleek white dress and strappy heels Dante had laid out. He scooped up Gareth's ashes, offering me his free hand as we approached the cemetery's wrought iron gates. A guard eyed us but stepped aside without a word. "Perks of being the Oscura king," I muttered. Dante smirked. "Or maybe he just pities people who visit graves at sunrise." The idea that bones could be stolen for dark magic might be far-fetched, but some believe even ashes retain traces of power, which is why this place remains guarded. Still, as Dante pointed out, he wasn't just any fae, and the sentries knew better than to deny him entry when he came to visit his family. My fingers tightened around his as a wave of guilt washed over me. In my own grief, I'd forgotten that Dante had loved ones resting here too. "How many of your family are buried here?" I asked as we stepped onto a path lined with smooth white pebbles winding deeper into the cemetery. Lush trees and vibrant blooms framed the space, dotted with simple white headstones bearing the names of the departed. "Too many to count," he admitted, his voice steady but heavy. "The Oscuras have lived in this territory for centuries. We've always been a large family and a violent one. My father lies here and his father before him, and likely generations beyond that. Most didn't die peacefully in their beds." A shadow crossed his face before he added, "One day I'll join them." "Not for a long time," I said firmly, and the faint smile he gave me was both grateful and resigned. "I hope not." As we moved deeper into the grounds, the tension in my chest eased. This wasn't a place of sorrow, it was alive. Crystal-clear streams trickled under small arched bridges, and the air hummed with birdsong. Everflame candles flickered in alcoves, their light dancing against the stone. Dante guided me off the main path, up a gentle slope, until we passed beneath an elegant archway carved with the Oscura name. Silence settled between us as he traced his fingers over familiar headstones, murmuring quiet words to those he'd lost. My chest ached at the quiet grief he carried. Then, beneath the sweeping branches of a willow, we reached a towering monument, a wolf howling at the moon, guarding the grave marked with his father's name. "I brought someone to meet you, Papa," Dante said, pulling me closer. The ring on my thumb pulsed warmly as we approached. "This is Elise, my true love." I hesitated, then reached out to touch the wolf's stone muzzle. "Hello," I whispered, and the ring flared with heat. The air shifted, a sudden gust swirling pink petals around us, lifting my hair like an embrace. A laugh bubbled up, light and startled. Dante's grin was smug. He likes you, amore mio, he murmured before stealing a kiss that left my pulse racing. Does he always feel this close? I asked, wary of breaking whatever magic held him near. Not always, but today, Dante's eyes gleamed. Between you and the lunar treaty, I'd say he's very interested, but first he tugged me gently away. Let me show you Gareth's spot. I followed, casting one last glance at the wolf statue before we climbed the hill. At the crest, sunlight spilled over a quiet meadow, wildflowers swaying beside a laughing stream. It was perfect. Dante guided me toward the plain white headstone, and my breath caught as I read the engraved words. Gareth Temper, a soul too pure for this world. May his love live on through others, and may he find eternal peace among the stars. I lifted my gaze to the endless sky, watching wisps of clouds drift lazily across the blue, and for a moment I could almost feel Gareth's presence. We can adjust the inscription if it doesn't feel right, Dante murmured. Leon crafted the everflames, and Gabriel and Ryder enchanted the soil so flowers bloom here year-round, no matter the season. It's beautiful, I whispered, biting my lip as Dante set down the small box holding Gareth's ashes and a slice of his favorite cake. He took my hands, turning me to face him. Talk to me, he urged, his voice softening. I know grief is heavy, but there's something else weighing on you. I swallowed hard, the confession clawing its way up my throat. I feel guilty, I admitted, and Dante's fingers traced the back of my hand before tightening around it. Why? He asked gently. Because when I first arrived at Aurora Academy, I was ready to burn the world down for answers. I wanted revenge, wanted the Fae who took Gareth from me to suffer, even if it destroyed me in the process. But now, he pressed. Now I don't want to die for it, I confessed, my voice barely above a whisper. I have too much to live for, and that terrifies me. What if holding on to life means I fail him in the end? Dante cupped my face, his storm-grey eyes locking onto mine. Gareth chose this path, every risk, every sacrifice to protect you. He wanted you to be happy. Honoring him means living, not throwing your life away. I nodded, letting him pull me into his arms. The familiar scent of rain and ozone clung to him, steadying me. We can search for answers about his fate another day, Dante murmured against my hair. Today, just be here with him. No distractions, no obligations, just this. I stepped back, wiping my cheeks, and Dante reached into his pocket, pulling out a thick envelope. My name was scrawled across it in unfamiliar handwriting. What's this? I asked, tearing it open. Inside was a legal document, and my brow furrowed as I scanned the contents. Why does this say I own a club? Dante smirked. That's the paperwork for the sparkling Uranus, though between us the name could use an upgrade. But how? My words died as I flipped the page and saw the financial figures. My stomach dropped. That's the monthly revenue under the previous owner, Dante explained, tapping the numbers. And that's the profit since I brought in my team. With some renovations and fresh talent, it could double. I'll cover the upfront costs. You can repay me over 5 years, or we can discuss a partnership. Your call. You could step in as a silent partner if that suits you better. I've got a solid team ready to handle the daily operations, so you wouldn't need to lift a finger unless you wanted to. Or if you'd rather cash out, the number at the bottom reflects what I'm willing to pay, factoring in the property's value, the business potential, and a little extra for good measure, considering the profits I'd stand to make. My breath hitched as my eyes locked onto the staggering sum laid out before me. The numbers blurred together, a dizzying array of zeros that made no sense in the context of my life. I don't get it, I started, but Dante interrupted, his voice softening. Remember what happened with old Sal and that scumbag doorman of hers, the way they tried to play you? A cold shiver raced down my spine as the memories flooded back. Petrie's hands on me, the siren's hypnotic pull, the suffocating fear. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself not to retreat into denial like I had for months. You saved me, I whispered, my fingers brushing his stubbled cheek. You killed them for me. The ghost of a smile touched his lips as he threaded his fingers through my lilac hair, leaning in until our foreheads touched. Always amore mio, though I wish you weren't so damn good at needing it. I don't, I protested, jerking back, but his grip tightened around my waist, trapping me in place. Fair point, he conceded, smirk sharpening. I did snap you out of that spell. And I did beat that piece of trash to a pulp for daring to touch you. And then his voice dropped, darkly satisfied. I made that witch sign everything over to you before she bled out. My stomach lurched. You did what I meant to tell you sooner, he admitted, thumb tracing my hip bone. But between the chaos and your grief it slipped. That club was the root of it all, the debt, Gareth's lies. She paid for what she did, and now it's yours. The weight of it pressed down on me. Blood money, justice. My throat tightened as I stared at the papers. I don't know if I can take this. Dante tucked the documents away, his tone final. It's yours, burn it, donate it, build a damn orphanage, but if anyone profits from her death, it's you. He reached into the box beside us, pulling out a small frosted cake. A flick of his fingers sent a spark dancing across the candles. Happy birthday, Gareth, he murmured, then shot me a roguish grin. Hope you don't mind me stealing your sister, though let's be honest, she's the one who I shoved him, laughing despite myself. Keep dreaming, Drago. With a chuckle, he kissed my hair. Take your time. Then he was gone, leaving me alone with the flames and the ghosts. My father would want to hear every detail about you, and I've got plenty of relatives to check in with later. Stay as long as you need. He walked off toward the drooping willow tree while I turned my attention to the small cupcake, lowering myself to the ground beside my brother's grave. We had years of unspoken words between us, and if he was somehow listening, this talk might stretch on for hours. Gently setting the cupcake on the edge of his headstone, I swallowed hard, thinking about how much this burial plot must have cost my kings and the care they'd taken to make it flawless. All right, Gerber, no clue where to even start, I murmured, lifting the plain urn from its box and turning it in my hands. A small shovel lay nearby, so I grabbed it and carved out a space in the earth, preparing to lay his ashes to rest. Even if part of me doubted whether his remains were truly inside, this spot felt right. My lips trembled as I poured the ashes into the hole, but then something glinted, a white stone nestled among them. My breath caught as I plucked it free. I'd nearly forgotten about this odd crystal I'd found in his belongings, but holding it now sent a jolt through me, like a thread connecting us. Tucking it into my dress pocket, I covered the ashes with soil and settled in to talk. The sun climbed higher as I rambled, venting about my kings, cursing his lies, laughing at old memories until my sides hurt. The candle on his cupcake burned down to nothing, so I ate it for him, joking that he'd missed his chance. There was something freeing in unleashing every thought I'd bottled up, every secret he'd kept. I begged for answers, for just one more clue, but the silence stretched on. No whispers, no presence, nothing like the weight I'd felt with Dante's father. And that absence. It fed the stupid, stubborn hope in my chest. If I couldn't feel him here, did that mean he wasn't gone? By the time my voice was hoarse and the sun blazed overhead, I stood, brushing my fingers over Gareth's name. Hours had slipped by, grief pouring out of me, leaving my heart sore but strangely lighter. The fog in my mind had cleared, replaced by a sharp determination. I would uncover the truth, find out who King was, make them answer for what they'd done, and finally learn what happened to my brother. Turning, I headed back toward the willow, pushing through the swaying branches, but Dante wasn't there. I hesitated, scanning the graveyard. It was open to visitors now, families murmuring by other graves. Shouting felt wrong, so I bit back his name, suddenly unsure which path led to the rest of the Oscura plots. The quiet pressed in, heavy with unanswered questions. The idea of darting around with my vampire speed didn't sit right, so instead, I let my fingers linger on the wolf statue marking Micah's grave before stepping out from under the weeping willow's shadow. Scanning the cemetery, I spotted Oscura family headstones in both directions, their names etched deep into the stone. I strained my ears, hoping to catch even a whisper of my storm dragon, but the silence held. With no clues to follow, I took a chance and turned right, weaving through ancient oaks and crossing a babbling brook on a rickety wooden bridge. The path narrowed between two towering white mausoleums, their facades cracked with age. Modern burial laws probably meant they were empty now. No one wanted skeletons turning up in dark magic rituals, but this part of the cemetery was old enough that some graves might be slipped through the cracks. The names carved into the stone were too faded to read, but the path curved ahead, looping back toward where I'd started. Leon's tracking band hummed in my chest, assuring me Dante was close, so I kept moving. Beyond the mausoleums, moss-covered statues stood sentinel between the tree. Centaurs, griffins, pegasi, each representing a different Fey order. Small plaques marked the resting places of ashes scattered among their kin. The quiet was so thick, so serene that despite my mission, my steps slowed. There was something sacred about this place, like the air itself carried whispers of peace. A gravel path branched off, promising a return to the Oscura plots, so I followed it, my heels sinking into the uneven ground. Sunlight filtered through the leaves ahead, and as I stepped into the glow, my breath caught. A man knelt before a small headstone, clutching a worn teddy bear. I hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but my heightened senses caught his murmured words. I never know whether to bring gifts for the child I lost or the person you might have become. My stomach twisted, that voice, I knew it. His hunched posture had hidden him at first, but when he shuddered, the pieces clicked. Titan, my potions professor, drowning in grief. I froze, debating whether to slip away unseen, but fate had other plans. My foot skidded on loose gravel, the sound sharp in the stillness. His head snapped up, recognition flashing in his eyes. Elise, he rocked back, wiping dirt from his knees, a pointless effort really, not like I could judge given the grass stains on my dress from earlier. Yeah, I said, forcing a smile. Just visiting my brother, didn't mean to interrupt, it's all right. He stood, brushing off his pants. I didn't know you had family here. My pulse spiked. Shit. I'd spent months guarding that secret, and now it tumbled out like an idiot's confession. Gareth's name hung between us, a truth I couldn't take back. He didn't seem to notice the way my breath hitched as he kept his eyes fixed on the small headstone, his fingers tightening around the worn teddy bear in his grip. I mentioned my daughter before, he continued, voice low. She was everything to me. The weight of his sorrow pressed against me, thick and suffocating, and my chest ached for the little girl who had been cherished so deeply yet lost too soon. Without thinking, I moved closer, resting my hand on his arm as he stood motionless before the grave. I can't imagine how much it hurts, I whispered, my own voice rough with emotion. But I'm so sorry. Titan's hand covered mine, his grip firm, almost desperate. People say time heals, he muttered, the words rough with unshed tears. But that's a lie. You don't heal, you just learn to carry it. You figure out how to keep moving, how to breathe around the emptiness. But the second you let yourself remember, it all comes rushing back, the pain, the love, the endless what-ifs. His voice cracked, and he pressed a fist to his mouth as if to hold back the sob clawing at his throat. A tear slipped down my cheek, mirroring his grief. Sometimes I think the stars are the cruelest things in existence, I murmured, staring up at the sky, stealing the innocent while the worst people walk free. His jaw clenched. Exactly, like the Fae who took my child from me. My breath caught. You know who did it? Were they ever held accountable? Titan turned to me, fury and anguish burning in his gaze, but then his expression shifted, his brow furrowing in confusion. Your eyes, he murmured. They're almost completely silver now. Before the ring was faint, but now. I blinked rapidly, swiping at my damp cheeks and forcing a shaky laugh. Damn it, I'd forgotten the concealment spell this morning. Of course, today of all days, my secrets would spill out. I mumbled something about tears and sunlight making them look brighter, but he wasn't really listening anymore, his attention drifting back to the grave. Did you ever make promises to your brother? He asked softly, kneeling to place the teddy beside a cluster of other well-loved toys. Not before, I admitted, but after. I swore things in his name. Things I couldn't explain, oaths of vengeance, of blood. Titan nodded as if he understood perfectly. Those promises are the only thing that gets me out of bed some days. They give the pain meaning. Then I hope you see them through, I said, my voice breaking. The tears came harder now, and I didn't bother wiping them away. Before I could stop myself, I was leaning into him, my face pressed against his chest as his arms wrapped around me. His embrace was warm, steady, nothing like the hollow comfort I'd known before. It was the kind of hug a father might give, and for a fleeting moment, I wondered what my life might have been like if mine had stayed. But that was just a foolish dream. We could get coffee if you want to talk more, Titan offered gently, but before I could answer, Dante's voice cut through the quiet. There you are, Bella, he called, his tone laced with relief. I was starting to think you'd vanished. I pulled back from Titan, offering my storm dragon a sheepish smile. Drago's voice was light, but the tension in his eyes gave him away. I thought we agreed you wouldn't go off by yourself. My stomach twisted with guilt as I stepped closer, reaching out before pulling back. Titan couldn't know there was more between us than friendship, so I settled for an apologetic smile instead. Sorry, I was trying to find you and got lost, I admitted, glancing back at Titan. What was his first name, anyway? Calling him Professor here felt wrong after what had just happened. This had nothing to do with school. Dante, never one to care about appearances, draped an arm over my shoulders and nodded toward Titan, his gaze briefly landing on the headstone nearby. Sorry for your loss, my friend, he said quietly, but I need to get her back where she belongs. Titan hesitated, his posture rigid, clearly uneasy around the Oscura king. Part of me wanted to suggest we still grab that coffee, but I knew Dante wouldn't let me out of his sight, not here, not now. Rain check, I offered, surprised by how much I hoped he'd say yes. Stop it, I scolded myself, he's not some replacement father figure. Titan opened his mouth like he might argue, but a group of fae passing by distracted him. When he turned back, he just shrugged, his attention drifting back to the grave. Another time, he agreed. Have a good weekend. Dante guided me toward the exit, curiosity lacing his voice. What was that about, Bella? He's grieving just like me, I murmured. Instead of heading straight home, Dante drove us into town, grabbing fast food before winding up into the mountains east of Alestria. We parked at a scenic overlook, sprawled across the hood of the car, swapping stories about the people we'd lost. For the first time in forever, I found myself laughing instead of crying. The bond between us had shifted since the stars intervened, no longer forced, but something deeper. We were Nebula allies now, and that shattered every rule I'd ever lived by. My lifelong mission had been to destroy the Oscuras, and here I was tied to their king. The hatred that once festered inside me had vanished, leaving behind something terrifyingly unfamiliar, freedom, but reality loomed. Inferno and I still had to pretend this was just a temporary truce for our gang's sake. How long could we keep up the act? Would I spend my whole life hiding my relationship with Elise because the Lunars would never accept me sharing her with him? The idea turned my stomach. There had to be another way, I just couldn't see it yet. The next morning, I slipped into the ironwood like a rebellious kid, heading for the boulder that marked the border between Oscura and Lunar territory. The thrill of defiance buzzed under my skin, and for once I didn't hate it. Elise had been carrying a quiet sadness all week, haunted by memories of her brother and the weight of her grief. Though she masked it well in front of others, I could always see through her brave facade. My fierce girl believed in weathering the storm alone, clinging to the pain as if it were the last thread connecting her to the brother who had adored her. I understood healing took time, and sometimes the only way through was to sit in the darkness together. Dante's voice cut through the stillness, smooth and teasing. You sure about this, Serpent? He emerged from the shadows between the trees, his eyes glinting with that familiar mischief, the silver rings in them flashing before he tucked them away again. I smirked, reaching for him, and the moment our palms met, the marks on our skin flared to life, forming the infinity symbol. Power hummed between us, binding and unbreakable, forged from starlight and something deeper than blood. There was no room for hatred anymore, just this raw, unshakable connection. Remind me how reckless this is, I challenged, releasing his hand with a grin that felt too easy, too natural around him. Insanely reckless, he shot back, eyes dancing. Good. My pulse kicked up as I scanned the clearing. Where is she? Before Dante could answer, Elise dropped from the treetops like a shadow given form, landing on my shoulders with feline grace. Her fangs sank into my neck, sharp and sweet, her lilac hair brushing my skin as she fed. I groaned, fingers tangling in her hair to keep her close until she pulled away with a sigh, flipping backward with effortless precision. Dante moved toward her, our arms brushing, two predators drawn to the same flame. And guards, I never wanted to be free of her spell. What's the hold-up? Elise teased, her smile sharp as Dante peeled off his shirt, fingers working at his belt. The grief in her eyes had dulled, but it still lingered beneath the surface. If we could make her forget, even for a little while, it would be enough. We're on borrowed time, Bella, Dante murmured, watching her gaze rake over him. Then move faster, she dared, and I waited as he shed the rest of his clothes, stepping toward the open space between the trees. His body twisted, bones reshaping, skin splitting into shimmering navy scales as he shifted into his massive dragon form. Electricity crackled in the air, raising the hair on my arms, and a thrill shot through me. Elise grabbed my hand, tugging me forward as Dante stretched his wings, watching us with one gleaming eye. She climbed onto his back with practiced ease, settling behind his shoulders before tossing me a wicked look. Coming, I hesitated. What the hell was I doing? But the challenge in her eyes was irresistible. Gripping Dante's scales, I hauled myself up, my foot slipping against his wing. He grunted, unimpressed. Bend your knees, you absolute plank, Elise called, laughter lacing her voice. I am bending, I snapped, kicking Dante's wing again. Her laughter rang out, bright and unrepentant. At this rate you'll make it up here by next winter. Keep laughing, I growled. See what happens when I finally reach you. You might want to check my schedule, I could be booked solid by then, I teased, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Real hilarious, I muttered, done with the nonsense. With a flick of my wrist, I summoned a jagged column of earth, launching myself onto Dante's broad back before landing behind Elise. I pulled her against me, shoving her hair aside to sink my teeth into her earlobe just hard enough to draw a gasp. "You're wound tighter than a coiled spring," she shot back, amusement lacing her words. "Then why don't you show me some flexibility?" I murmured against her ear, my voice low. "Get in position and I'll demonstrate my own unique stretches." She let out a breathless laugh, the sound wild and unrestrained. "God, I love when you're like this," she whispered, twisting to catch my lips, but I pulled back just enough to tease. "Who said I'm joking? Deadly serious always." My smirk deepened as her cherry-sweet scent filled my lungs, my fingers tracing the edge of her dark purple skirt where it met smooth skin. "You're the worst kind of liar," she breathed before sealing her mouth to mine. Dante shifted beneath us with an impatient growl, but I ignored him, sliding my hand beneath her skirt while the other curled possessively around her throat. Just as heat coiled low in my gut, a sharp bolt of lightning struck right between my legs. I swore violently, jerking back. Pain was one thing, but that was just cruel. "Dick move," I snapped at Dante, who answered with a rumbling chuckle, wings flexing as he prepared for takeoff. Elise murmured a spell, weaving concealment around us to shield me from prying eyes once we were airborne. My grip on her tightened, anticipation thrumming through my veins. Riding a dragon, never in a million years would I have imagined this. Most dragons treated it as sacrilege, some ancient pride thing. But Dante never gave a damn about rules, especially not when it came to those he cared about. And now, thanks to the stars' twisted sense of humor, that included me. Once the idea would have made me carve out my own heart before submitting. Now it felt inevitable. Right, even if it was terrifying as hell. With a powerful leap, Dante launched us skyward, my stomach plummeting as the ground vanished beneath us. Elise whooped, her fingers tangling with mine over her waist as Dante surged toward the sun. Lightning split the gathering clouds and he tore through them, sending adrenaline screaming through my veins. Higher and higher we climbed until the world below was nothing but a churning sea of white mist. Then suddenly we broke through. Golden sunlight spilled over us, molten and dazzling. Elise gasped, her breath catching as the endless expanse of blue stretched above an ocean of clouds. Dante glided lazily forward, the warmth soaking into our skin while thunder rumbled far below. We were suspended between two worlds, light and dark, peace and chaos. "See that horizon?" I murmured against Elise's ear, my voice rough. She nodded, a soft sound escaping her as I pulled her closer. "That's how far I'd go for you, straight into eternity and back." She turned, her silver-green eyes locking onto mine, lips parted. In that moment I felt it, her love, raw and boundless, pouring from every inch of her. The world was silent, the usual storm in my head finally still. Even my demons had fallen for her, quiet and docile in her presence. For the first time in my life, I knew peace as Elise leaned in to whisper something. Dante suddenly plunged downward, and I would have been thrown clear off his back if she hadn't seized his scales in time. I gripped her waist as the dragon spiraled wildly, slamming through storm clouds that unleashed a deluge of rain. Thunder cracked overhead, vibrating through my bones, and I couldn't help but laugh, exhilaration surging through me like wildfire. Dante kept dropping, faster and faster, until we burst beneath the clouds and the lake below churned violently under the downpour. He skimmed so low over the water that his tail carved a foaming wake behind us before he rocketed back upward, lightning splitting the sky in jagged streaks. The wind howled as we shot through the storm again, the world blurring into streaks of grey and silver. Elise whooped beside me, her voice barely audible over the thunder. Then just as we broke through the cloud layer, Dante flipped backward and suddenly we were falling. My stomach lurched as we tumbled off his back and instinct took over. I tightened my hold on Elise, determined to keep her safe even as the ground rushed toward us. "Let go, Ryder," she shouted, her voice bright with excitement, not fear. But I couldn't. Not yet. We spun wildly, the wind screaming past us, until she locked eyes with me and demanded, "Trust me." Swallowing hard, I loosened my grip, and in an instant we weren't falling anymore. We were gliding, arms linked, as if the sky itself cradled us. The clouds parted beneath us, revealing the sprawling campus below, the lake shimmering like shattered glass, the ironwood stretching toward the horizon. But all I could see was her lilac hair whipping in the wind, eyes alight with pure, untamed joy. In that moment, she wasn't just alive, she was radiant, fearless, and I wanted to burn that image into my soul. Dante roared as he surged up beneath us, his wing catching us midair. We tumbled across the leathery surface, breathless and laughing, until we lay sprawled side by side. Damn, I gasped, adrenaline still humming under my skin. Elise rolled over, her lips crashing into mine, and I tangled my fingers in her hair, kissing her like it was the only thing keeping me grounded. When we finally pulled apart, she guided us back onto Dante's back with a flick of her wrist, her air magic settling us gently into place. As he descended toward the forest, she leaped off before he even touched down, darting to his snout to plant a kiss between his nostrils. Drago's laughter still echoed in my ears as I landed gracefully, my earth magic cushioning the drop. Dante transformed back into his fey form, that cocky smirk plastered across his face as he tugged on his shirt. Dragons are obviously the top order, right? He challenged, tossing his hair like he'd already won the argument. Elise rolled her eyes so hard I thought they might stick. Third place at best, I shot back, grinning. Basilisks first, vampires second, then maybe dragons. Absolutely not, Elise cut in, arms crossed. Vampires reign supreme, Pegasuses come next. The mention of her brother flickered through my chest, but I shoved it aside. Dante finished buttoning his shirt, stepping closer with that infuriating confidence. And after Pegasuses, he pressed. Elise tapped her chin, pretending to consider it until the distant bell cut her off. Oops, class time, later. With a mock salute she vanished into the trees before we could corner her. I swore under my breath while Dante just chuckled. We'll crack her eventually, he said, eyes glinting. When she picks my order, she owes me a night. I scoffed. If she picks mine, I'll make sure she remembers it more than anything you could offer, serpent. Dante shoved me, that smirk never fading. Wanna put money on it? Gladly. I messed up his perfectly styled hair and he retaliated by yanking my tie until I wheezed. See you in class, Inferno, I choked out, adjusting my collar as I walked away. The path through lunar territory was quiet, sunlight dappling the ground as I headed toward the Empyrean fields. Today's magical beings lesson was outdoors. Professor Meteorus insisted we needed hands-on experience. Personally, I'd rather skip the whole thing. Animals hated me on sight, something about my dark aura, according to Meteorus, like I cared. The setup resembled a bizarre magical petting zoo, complete with fenced pens. Elise was already cooing over some fluffball with Leon, her enthusiasm almost painful to watch. Meteorus, looking absurdly young with her pigtails, waved us over. I drifted toward Gabriel, who was cradling a spotted Elixis piglet. The thing dozed peacefully in his arms until I got close, then it shrieked like I'd threatened its life. Gabriel blinked, startled out of whatever daydream he'd been in. Why do you scare my pig? Ask the pig, I muttered, crossing my arms as Meteorus launched into her lecture. Today we attempt familiarization, she announced. Bond with a creature, earn its trust, and it may grant you its star-given name. Leon, predictably, was already baby-talking to a fiery kitten. Are you fluffy fluffykins? He crooned, while Elise looked ready to combust from sheer adoration. I exhaled, rubbing my temples. This was going to be a long class. Eugene struggled to contain the squirming terrace weasel, its sharp claws raking his neck as it fought to escape. Blood trickled down his collar while Meteorus beamed at him. The language of beasts isn't spoken aloud, it's carried on starlight, she explained, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Adult creatures require patience, but juveniles, they're practically blank slates. Start with these little ones today and we'll progress to more challenging bonds later. With that dismissive wave, she sent us off to our fates. Gabriel's fingers traced the piglet's wrinkled forehead, his face suddenly lighting up. Nuvis, he murmured affectionately. My jaw dropped. Seriously? You got its name that fast? He offered me a sheepish shrug while I glared. Scanning the enclosure, my gaze jumped from striped saurus foals to iridescent Arcus iguanas. Maybe cold-blooded creatures would tolerate me better. The moment I lifted an iguana, its needle teeth sank into my thumb. Hissing through the pain, I released the thrashing reptile and stalked away, Gabriel trailing like an optimistic shadow. This is ridiculous, I grumbled. You'll connect with one, he insisted. Oh, really? Point it out then, I challenged, but his uncomfortable shuffle answered for him. Keep at it or you'll flunk, he added unhelpfully. The threat of failure kept me moving, even as the Vertex badger cub shrieked like I'd snapped its spine. The winged saurus foals proved no better, their silver hooves flashing dangerously close to my face. Professor Meteorus materialized beside me, tusking. That shadowy aura of yours, Mr. Draconis, we discussed this. I inhaled sharply through my nose. Light and fluffy isn't really my style. Ridiculous, she snipped, shooing me toward a pen of Aqua's chicks. Their golden beaks gleamed ominously. One went straight for my eyes while its companion hurled itself at the fencing in apparent desperation. Behind me, Gabriel's quiet laughter boiled my blood. I whirled to find his piglet blissfully asleep in his arms, belly up like some damned traitor. "Show me your trick," I demanded. "Just, be kind." He said it like ordering coffee. "Here, pet him gently." The piglet's ear-splitting screech cut me off before my fingers got close. Across the arena, Leon and Elise lounged beneath a pile of fiery-tailed Ignatius kittens while Dante strolled up with Severus crows perched on his shoulders without even touching them. My teeth ground together as Meteorus showered them with praise and rank points. "Charisma affinity," Gabriel supplied, reading my murderous expression. "Then I've got the opposite of whatever that is," I muttered. The ghost hound's cold nose bumped my hand unexpectedly. Three tails wagged furiously as those luminous eyes locked onto mine. It was definitely the same spectral beast that had saved me from Bryce, fully grown, uncontained, and inexplicably fixated on me like I'd hung the moon. "What are you doing here?" I muttered under my breath, glaring at the creature. "Get lost." Gabriel elbowed me sharply in the side. "Seriously, talk to her, you moron." I shot him a sideways glance, shaking my head. "This thing isn't even part of the lesson. It's been tailing me all day, probably got something wrong with its head." He rolled his eyes like he always did when he thought I was being dense. "She's not broken, just pet her already, that's all she wants." I frowned, eyeing the hound as it tilted its head at me. "You sure?" "Obviously," Gabriel scoffed. "You blind or something?" I exhaled sharply as the creature sat there watching me with those unsettling dark blue eyes. "Fine. If this got me through class faster, whatever." I reached out, but Gabriel shoved me. "Not like that, genius, get down on her level." Grumbling, I dropped to my knees in the grass. The hound's tails thumped excitedly against the ground. "Hey," I muttered, feeling ridiculous as I ran my fingers through her soft blue fur. She leaned into my touch, her tongue swiping across my palm. Something inside me shifted like ice cracking in my chest. I kept petting her, staring into those deep, ocean-colored eyes. Okay, maybe she wasn't so bad, and she had taken a solid chunk out of Bryce earlier. That alone earned her some points. "What are you even doing here?" I murmured. Gabriel crouched beside me, reaching out to stroke her too, but she barely tolerated it before nudging back into my hand. Then, without warning, she climbed right into my lap, curling into a tight ball that seemed way too small for her. What now?" I stared down as she tucked her nose under her tails and dozed off. "Now you cuddle her," Gabriel said, grinning. "I don't cuddle," I snapped. "You cuddle Elise," he whispered, smug. "That's different, not even a little." "Oh my stars, look at you too." Elise's voice cut through the air, and I glanced up to find her clutching her hands to her chest like she was about to explode from sheer delight. "This is the cutest thing I've ever seen," I scowled. "What's your problem?" Before she could answer, Leon stumbled over, absolutely covered in kittens, two peeking from his pockets, one clinging to his collar, three draped over his arms, and one perched right on top of his head. "Dude, where'd you get a ghost hound?" he gasped. "A what?" Meteorus spun around, her jaw dropping when she spotted the blue-furred creature in my lap. "Mr. Draconis, do not move. I'll get it off, you just stay still," students started whispering as she inched closer, her hands trembling. "Relax," I growled, "she's just sleeping." "Ghost hounds are lethal," Meteorus hissed. "Their venom can paralyze your brain in hours. I'm immune to poison," I said flatly. "That doesn't matter, they're unpredictable. She could turn on this whole class in seconds. The only way to subdue them is with fire, and even then I'll take her somewhere else." I stood, scooping the hound against my chest. Meteorus screamed, flames erupting from her palms. "You can't just hold one like that." "They don't bond with anyone. I'm doing fine," I deadpanned as Gabriel snorted. The hound lifted her head, resting it on my shoulder. I froze, shooting Gabriel a help me look that he ignored. "What's she doing now?" Leon gasped. "Oh man, she loves you." "No," I said immediately, "that's not a thing." Something wasn't right with the creature in my arms. Meteorus sighed, shaking her head. "I might have to put it out of its misery." My grip tightened around the animal as I shot her a glare. "Over my dead body," I snapped. Leon, ever the opportunist, pulled out his atlas and snapped a picture with zero subtlety. "Gotta document this for posterity," he whispered to Elise, who snorted in amusement. My jaw clenched as Meteorus eyed the beast like it was a ticking time bomb. "I'm getting it out of here." I declared, spinning on my heel and marching across the Empyrean fields toward the iron wood. By the time I reached the towering fence marking Aurora Academy's border, the hound had dozed off against my shoulder. Odd, very, never seen anything like it. I turned to find the Kipling brothers perched on a tree branch like it was the most natural place to be. Their synchronized stares made my skin crawl. "He's spotted us," the eldest remarked. Obviously, the youngest chimed in. The middle one leaned forward, eyeing the creature. "How much for it?" 200 auras. "Not for sale," I ground out. "Shame," the eldest sighed. "Real pity," the youngest echoed. Then, without warning, middle Kipling pulled a cupcake from his bag and shoved it down his pants, his hand working in a disturbingly rhythmic motion. What in the stars? I turned away, heading for the hidden gap in the fence. Slipping through the illusion of solid wood, I set the ghost hound down. It wound around my legs like a cat before darting up a tree with eerie silence, its claws sinking into the bark. Then just as suddenly it walked straight into the trunk and vanished. "Good riddance," I muttered until a voice echoed in my skull. "Periwinkle," I froze, glancing back. The hound's face poked out from the tree, its glowing eyes locked onto me. "Nope, didn't hear that," I muttered, flipping a log with a flick of earth magic. Bugs scattered and the hound dropped down with an excited yip, devouring them. I slipped back through the fence, only to find middle Kipling licking frosting off his fingers while his brothers debated whether it was going to rain. Elise intercepted me halfway across the field, grinning. "Meteorus says you're stuck with me and Leon for the rest of class. We're supposed to teach you how to bond with the Ignatius kittens." "Fantastic," I deadpanned. "How'd you tame that thing?" she asked as we walked. "It's defective." "Ah, so it had to like you," she smirked. "Exactly. Including me," she whispered. "You're the most broken thing in my collection," I murmured. "And my favorite." She beamed. "What else is in this collection?" "My soul and now the hound." "So you are keeping her?" I was joking, she pouted. "Leon already named her." "She doesn't have a name," I growled, even though she did, but it sure as hell wasn't the one Leon had concocted. "Where's Miss Snufflington?" he asked mournfully when we arrived. "That is not her name. The stars told me it was." "They lie," I snarled, irritation flaring. He rolled his eyes. "Fine, they lied. Well, that name fits her perfectly, doesn't it? Princess Cuddlebug McSnuggles." "Not even close," I shot back, irritation flaring. "Why do you care so much? Got a crush or something?" Leon's stupid grin widened as his eyebrows danced, so I drove my fist into his stomach. He coughed out a laugh, wheezing, "Oh, you've got it bad." "Shut it, just show me this whole kitten thing already," I snapped, desperate to shift the conversation. Leon reached into his jacket and pulled out a tiny orange fluff ball, offering it to me. The second my fingers got close, the thing hissed like a demon and he yanked it back. "Yikes," he muttered, studying me. "Your energy's all wrong, too intense." I clenched my jaw. What the hell does that even mean? Just then, Elise stepped closer, her arm brushing mine. My eyes trailed over her delicate features, lingering on her lips I wanted to claim 100 times over. We hadn't had nearly enough time alone. "There we go," Leon said suddenly, and I whipped my head around. "What now?" I grumbled. "Your vibe's lighter with her next to you," he explained, plopping a kitten onto my head. I froze, not wanting the thing to topple off. "Get it off," I ordered, but Leon just backed up, grinning like an idiot. "It's into you," he whispered. "It's not," I growled, grabbing the tiny creature. Surprisingly, it didn't sink its teeth into me small victories. Cradling it in my hands, I watched as it hesitated before nuzzling against my thumb. "Or it totally likes you," Elise beamed, her excitement making my chest tighten. "Yeah," I muttered. She whispered, stepping closer to stroke the kitten's head. It let out a soft mewl, and as I ran my thumb over its tiny paw, its eyes flickered with miniature flames. "Llewellyn," the word echoed in my mind like a whisper from the stars. I jerked my head up, locking eyes with Elise. "You heard that too?" she asked, her face lighting up. I nodded just as the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Elise took the kitten from me, returning it to its pen while I kept close, my focus entirely on her. Near the classroom door, Leon was getting scolded by Professor Meteorus as he tried sneaking kittens out in his jacket. He pouted dramatically every time she confiscated one, looking like his heart was breaking. "You'll see them next week, Mr. Knight," she said firmly, plucking the last kitten Gregorius from the back of his waistband. "But Gregorius needs me," Leon whined. Elise nudged him forward, and as we walked, my gaze dropped to the way her skirt fluttered in the breeze, teasing me with glimpses of what lay beneath. Ryder's gonna be a total marshmallow one day, Leon stage whispered to Elise. All rainbows and puppy cuddles. And bedtime stories, she added, giggling. A growl rumbled in my throat. He'll be such a sap we'll have to nickname him Mr. Snuggles. That was it. I grabbed a fistful of Elise's hair, yanking her back until she arched against me, her breath hitching. The only thing icy about me, I snarled, is how little patience I have for jokes. Remember that? Her lips parted, eyes darkening with desire. Oh stars, he has seen Frozen, Leon muttered. Get lost, I snapped. Enough distractions. As the other students scattered, I elbowed Leon out of the way, tossed Elise over my shoulder and marched off. She squirmed half-heartedly, but I knew she wasn't trying that hard to escape. Hey, Leon's shout chased after me as I stormed away, my boots pounding the pavement as I veered around the library's corner. I didn't bother responding to his nonsense about special weeks, or whatever ridiculous threat he'd thrown out. My focus was locked on the open ground floor window ahead. Without hesitation, I shoved Elise through the gap and followed, snapping the window shut behind us just as Leon's footsteps thundered past. The dim library air smelled of old paper and leather, the towering bookshelves casting long shadows as I pinned her against the wall, my palms sealing her mouth shut. Her pupils were blown wide, that familiar fire burning in them as she arched beneath me. The way her lipstick smeared under my thumb only made her look more deliciously ruined, like the fractured girl she pretended not to be. Forgotten who you belong to, I murmured, weaving a silencing spell around us before she could answer. Dante might, V had her laughing under the open sky earlier, but now the raw hunger was back in her gaze, the kind that begged for punishment. Please, she drawled, her voice dripping with mock sweetness, you're about as terrifying as a kitten with a ball of yarn. The taunt hit its mark, sparking something feral in my chest. A flick of my wrist sent vines slithering around her wrists, yanking them behind her back until she gasped. Cute, I growled, but we both know you've never seen me truly unleashed. Her breath hitched as I leaned in close enough to taste the metallic tang of her defiance. Try me, she dared, her voice rough. Or are you scared I'll break you first? A dark laugh rumbled in my throat. She wanted a fight, fine. My fingers traced the column of her throat, lingering over the rapid pulse there before tearing open the top of her blouse. The sight of her bare skin, pale and waiting, sent heat coiling low in my gut. She wasn't some simpering admirer, she was wildfire in human form, and I was the only one reckless enough to play with flames. Safe word, I demanded, my voice rough. She just smirked. Worried you'll go too far. Her teeth grazed my thumb as I pressed it to her lips, drawing blood. The way she licked it away, slow and deliberate, had my control fraying at the edges. I don't need one, she whispered, unless you're the one who's afraid. That did it, my free hand fisted in her hair, tilting her head back. You're gonna regret that mouth of yours, sweetheart. Her grin was pure challenge. Prove it. She squared her shoulders, defiance flashing in her eyes. You think you've got me cornered, Ryder? Try breaking me first. A low laugh rumbled in my chest as I snapped my fingers, the vines around her wrists unraveling like snakes retreating into shadows. God, you were made for me. Her lips curled into that wicked grin I loved as she tossed her hair. Somewhere private then, where we won't have to hold back. I didn't hesitate. Vega Dorm's basement. Before the words fully left my mouth, she was gone, nothing but a streak of motion, leaving me aching and restless. I vaulted back through the window, storming across campus like a hurricane, shoving slow-moving students aside without a second glance. Every step fueled the fire in my veins, the hunger for chaos blurring the line between pain and pleasure. This was it, the moment the ink on my knuckles stopped being words and became my damn DNA. The library doors slammed behind me as I cut through, my pulse hammering harder with each stride toward the dorms. By the time I reached the basement entrance, my tongue flicked over the steel barbell in my mouth, the taste of anticipation sharp. The door groaned shut behind me, sealed tight with magic, no interruptions, no escape. My blazer hit the floor forgotten as I descended into the dim passageway, the air thick with the scent of rust and old concrete. The boiler room loomed ahead, silent except for the hum of pipes. She was here. I could feel her watching, her predator's instincts honed in on me. Slowly I undid my cuffs, rolling my sleeves up with deliberate ease before loosening the top button of my shirt. No need to search for her, she'd come when she was ready, and when she did, I'd be waiting. The floor beneath me softened at my command, earth magic priming the trap. Playing hard to get, sweetheart. I taunted, scanning the shadows between the boilers and stacks of mouldering boxes. Or just scared, only silence answered. Fine, let her stalk me. Thought you wanted the worst of me, I mused, circling the room. Changed your mind already? A blur, then she was on me, fangs glinting. But the second her foot hit the ground it gave way, swallowing her into a pit of crumbling concrete. Vines wove over the opening before she could lunge free. Crouching at the edge, I summoned a silver blade, its edge catching the flickering light. Starving, aren't you? Her throat worked as she stared at my wrist, hunger warring with fury. The blade bit into my skin, blood welling up in a slow, deliberate line. Her lips parted as the first drops fell, catching them like a sacrament. I let her drink just enough to stoke the fire before healing the wound and standing, twirling the knife. Let me out, I smirked. Doubt you can take what comes next. Her glare could have melted steel. You're not the only monster here, Ryder, remember who you're dealing with. The challenge sent a thrill down my spine. Prove it, I murmured. Drop your shields. Her chin lifted, and as the vines dissolved, I knew the real game was just beginning. Our gazes locked, and I painted a vivid illusion in our shared mindscape, walls dripping crimson, the air thick with haunting melodies that sent electric thrills racing through me. With a firm grip, I yanked her free from the snare, twisting her wrists together in one hand while pressing the cold steel of my blade beneath her jaw. The vision's an illusion, I murmured, my breath hot against her ear. But this. I traced the knife down her throat, just enough to make her shiver. Her fingers fumbled with my shirt, seeking the scar over my heart, her touch deliberate. Tell me, she whispered, dragging her nails over the mark, does this feel real? I answered by stepping closer, the knife slipping beneath her shirt before I tore it open with a single ruthless motion, revealing the black lace beneath. The blade clenched between my teeth. I backed her up, stripping away fabric with rough hands, my fingers raking down her sides until they hooked under her skirt. A sharp twist sent her spinning like a dancer, the fabric flaring before I ripped it away, leaving her in nothing but heels and that sinful thong. She glanced back, lilac hair brushing her shoulders, and I couldn't resist. I replaced the knife's edge with the tip of my tongue, tracing her spine until she arched. Patience, I warned, kicking her legs wider, the blade now teasing the damp lace between her thighs. Ryder, her moan was cut short as I replaced steel with something thicker, harsher, driving into her without mercy. She gasped, nails digging into my skin. Thought you'd play nice, she taunted, breathless. I bit down on her neck, my tongue piercing, dragging icy fire over the mark. Nice is boring, I growled. When she was trembling on the edge, I flipped her, trading the metal for wood, a paddle studded with my constellation's spikes. The first strike bloomed crimson across her skin, her scream music to my ears. Begging's optional, I said, landing another blow. Screaming, non-negotiable. A primal growl rumbled from my chest as I paused, waiting for her protest, but instead she met my gaze with heavy-lidded eyes and whispered, "Don't stop." That one word sent heat surging through me. The paddle cracked against her skin again, marking her in fresh places until her entire backside flushed crimson. Tossing it aside, I dragged my fingers through the streaks of blood, drawing another moan from her lips. Seems a little lopsided, sweetheart, I teased, tracing the untouched curve of her other cheek. She arched against me, breathless. Then fix it, Ryder, she dared, trying to rise, but my grip in her hair forced her back down. The friction of her body against mine was torture. I wanted her writhing beneath me, begging before I gave her what we both craved. Ankles, now. The command had her bending effortlessly, offering herself as I knelt behind her. The knife flashed, severing the last barrier between us. Her arousal coated my fingers as I tucked the ruined fabric away, then traced the blade up her inner thigh, watching her breath hitch. A deliberate nick sent a scarlet trail downward. I caught it with my tongue before it could fall, savoring the salt and iron as I worked my way higher. Her gasp when I reached her core was music. I didn't hesitate, burying myself between her legs, drinking her in until her thighs trembled. The blade bit into my own wrist without hesitation. Her fangs found the wound instantly as I claimed her with my free hand, laughing against her skin when her climax hit. Two fingers curled inside her, prolonging the waves until she sagged. My tongue traced possessive paths up over, marking what was mine before my teeth sank into unmarked flesh. The moan it ripped from her throat had me throbbing, but she was taking too much. Magic surged as I tore away, hauling her upright. Power-darkened eyes met mine, her bra dangling from one strap before she shrugged it off entirely. That all, she taunted, though her shaking legs betrayed her. My grin turned feral. One step forward, then I had her pinned against the wall, vines snaking around her wrists. They held for half a second before she shattered them, spinning behind me in a blur. Her breath ghosted over my ear. Told you I'd make you work for it. Every muscle in my body went taut. Note, adjusted for intensity while maintaining narrative drive, added sensory details like the salt and iron taste, expanded the power dynamic interplay, and emphasized the push-pull tension between characters. She yanked my shirt from behind, shredding it in one swift motion as I spun to grab her, but she was already gone in a flash. Before I could react, she blurred past again, fingers working my belt loose before I could stop her. The leather snapped against my back as she darted away, drawing a rough laugh from me. "Cheating with your order abilities, sweetheart," I growled, kicking free of my shoes and stripping off the rest. "If that's how you want it, I'll play your game." In an instant, I transformed, my serpentine body swelling to fill the room, coiling along the walls until she was trapped at the center. She darted like lightning between my loops, but I constricted my coils, pinning her against my scales until she gasped. My forked tongue flicked against her ear, drawing a sharp curse from her lips as I shrank to python size, still coiled possessively around her bare skin, my rough scales teasing every inch of her. "Ryder," she breathed, surprise and desire warring in her voice. I hissed a laugh, weaving hypnosis through my gaze until darkness swallowed her vision. She snarled, blind, but I was already shifting back, seizing her wrist before she could strike. My body crushed her against the wall, my arousal pressing insistently against her stomach as she struggled. "Let me see you," she demanded, but I only caught her lower lip between my teeth, swallowing her protests with a bruising kiss. When I finally returned her sight, her nails raked down my back, the sting only fueling me as I pinned her harder against the stone. Then, in a whirl of motion, she flipped us, slamming me against the wall instead. I hooked her legs around my waist, claiming her mouth again, desperate to feel her closer. But she broke away at the last second, defiance flashing in her eyes, a challenge. Fine. If she wanted a fight, I'd give her one. I hauled her to the floor, following her down, my body caging hers as I summoned an illusion, crimson rain pouring from above, drenching us both. Her head fell back, lost in the fantasy, just as I gripped her throat and thrust inside. Her moan was pure music, her body tightening around me as I drove into her without mercy. She arched, fingers twisting in her own hair, while I lost myself in the rhythm, in the way she clenched around me. When her breath hitched, I tightened my grip, stealing her air just as pleasure crested. Her hips jerked wildly, matching my pace until she shattered with a cry. The sound undid me. I spilled deep inside her, groaning as her nails drew blood from my hand. Afterward, as we lay tangled, she licked the wounds clean, healing them with a brush of her thumb. Forehead pressed to hers, I smiled. In her dark gaze, I saw every fractured piece of myself and realized together we were unbreakable. Later, curled beneath my pitbull shirt, Elise slept against me, her body fitting perfectly against mine. Gabriel's bed felt too large for once, but I had no interest in the empty space. My vampirina was my treasure, and tonight I wasn't sharing. "Dante, you're squeezing the life out of me," Elise mumbled, half asleep, and I had to force myself to relax my grip. My magic reserves were dangerously low, and that always made me clingier than usual. "My bad, sweetheart," I muttered with a rough laugh, rolling out of bed in nothing but my boxers. My treasure chest sat in the corner. Gabriel hadn't batted an eye when I hauled it in, so I'd been steadily stocking it with shiny new acquisitions. Now it was practically overflowing. I draped myself in gold chains and pendants, the cool metal pressing against my skin as a faint current of magic seeped into my veins. I still missed my Oscura medallion, but Leon was being stubborn about returning it. Technically, it was mine, a farewell gift from a death he'd chickened out on. I'd tried swiping it back more times than I could count, but outsmarting Solaria's top thief wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Right now, he was off pilfering some fancy painting for his mom, Saphira, who had a soft spot for the artist. Meanwhile, Ryder was putting down another rebellion in his crew lately. It felt like he was putting out fires every other day. When I pressed Gabriel for details, he just gave me that cryptic look and told me to trust his visions. Sure, his sight hadn't failed us yet, but I liked knowing what was coming. Speaking of Gabriel, he was probably soaring above the city right now, soaking up the sunrise to recharge. Living here had shown me just how paranoid harpies could be. Magical locks, alarm spells, the works. If an uninvited guest tried waltzing in, they'd be reduced to confetti before they even realized their mistake. Not that I minded. If it kept Elise safe, I was all for it. "Get back here," she grumbled, burrowing deeper into the sheets to escape the sliver of sunlight cutting through the blinds. I smirked, sliding on a few more gold rings and a heavy belt before crawling back into bed, pinning her beneath me. She gasped as the cold metal touched her skin, squirming in protest. "You really think I'd let you sleep when I finally have you to myself?" I teased, tracing my lips along her jaw. She groaned, feigning annoyance, but that playful smirk gave her away. I took my time, whispering in Italian just to watch her cheeks flush as she tried deciphering my words. "Maybe you need a reminder of who you belong to." Her breath hitched, lips seeking mine, but I dodged her, trailing kisses down her throat instead. The pitbull shirt rode up as I explored further, her skin warm under my hands. Morning or not, she wasn't getting out of this that easily. My lips trailed down her stomach, stopping just above the delicate lace of her panties. With a playful tug, I caught the fabric between my teeth. "Gabriel," she gasped, her breath hitching. A low growl rumbled in my chest. "Dante," I corrected sharply, my power crackling around us like static. She yelped as a jolt of energy zapped her skin, then retaliated with a swift kick. "No, Drago, Gabriel's here." The sheets were yanked away in an instant, and I whipped my head around with a curse. There he was, Gabriel, lounging in the windowsill like some smug, winged intruder, vines of his magic slithering the covers off the bed before vanishing. "Good morning, Elise," he purred, mischief dancing in his gaze. My muscles tensed as I shoved myself upright. "She's mine this morning," I snapped. "Says who?" Gabriel taunted, tilting his head. "Says me," I shot back, already calculating how hard I'd have to shove him to send him flying out the window. We had an understanding when it came to Elise, but that didn't mean we had to like each other. "Leon and Ryder." "Fine." Gabriel, still a pain in my ass. "I thought you were busy with an important call," he mused, right as my atlas buzzed to life. Scowling, I snatched it off the nightstand only to freeze at the name flashing on the screen. Not Lionel Acrux. No, I'd saved him as something far more fitting, Dragon Bastardo. I exhaled sharply. Ignoring him wasn't an option anymore. "Ciao," I answered, forcing indifference into my voice. Lionel's voice was like gravel, thick with authority. "Hello, Dante." Behind me, Gabriel had already taken advantage of my distraction, his silencing magic wrapped around Elise as he pinned her to the wall. My jaw clenched, but I kept my focus on the call. "You've been avoiding me," Lionel stated. "I've been busy, Papa D," I shot back. "Of course, I heard about your little gang truce in Alestria. How civilized of you. Next thing you know, the Fae will start pissing in the streets and hunting pigeons like savages." A snarl tore from my throat. "Alestrians don't shit in the streets." Most of them anyway. I wasn't about to admit I'd seen a few blazers doing exactly that. My grip tightened on the atlas as Gabriel's lips met Elise's, her body arching into him like she'd been waiting for this all morning. I turned away before I did something stupid. Lionel wasn't done. "You're coming to my manor today. My niece Juniper will be there. If you want to keep your place in Alestria, you'll do your duty and put a storm dragon heir in her by the weekend." Ice flooded my veins. "Refuse, and I'll have you shipped to Tucana by next week. You'll live under my roof, attend Zodiac Academy, and never lay eyes on your little vampire again. Either way, I will have my heirs." The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, because what the hell do you say to that? Agreeing was unthinkable, but I already had. "Noon, don't test me, boy." The line went dead. I sank onto the bed, my atlas slipping from numb fingers. The second Gabriel's silencing spell dropped, Elise was at my side, her hands gripping mine like she could pull me back from the edge. But the damage was done. The bomb had already gone off. "Dante, what's wrong?" Elise's voice pulled me back to the present. Her silver-ringed eyes held a storm of concern as I turned to face her. Without thinking, my hand found its way to her cheek, my thumb tracing the curve of her jawline. The Italian words spilled from my lips before I could stop them, a promise to move heaven and earth for her. Just as the weight of my declaration hung between us, Gabriel's looming presence interrupted the moment, his hand landing heavily on my shoulder. The look in his eyes told me everything before he even spoke. "Lionel Acrux is demanding storm dragon heirs," Gabriel said bluntly, watching as Elise's face twisted in fury. She unleashed a string of curses that would have made a sailor blush, her fingers digging into my arm like she could physically anchor me to her side. The thunder outside mirrored the tempest building inside me, my powers reacting to the sheer injustice of it all. Gabriel's voice cut through the chaos, laying out the brutal truth with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. There was no negotiating with Lionel's demands, but then just as despair threatened to swallow us whole, Gabriel's expression shifted. A flicker of hope, a way out. "Tell him you've already mated Elise," Gabriel urged, his words coming fast now. "Show him your eyes, prove it." The idea sent a jolt through me. It was risky. Exposing our bond could bring the media down on us like vultures, but compared to the alternative, worth it. Elise's grip on my hand tightened as Gabriel laid out the backup plan, his nose wrinkling in distaste. "The Kiplings," he muttered like the name itself left a bad taste in his mouth. "Pay them for samples," Elise groaned, burying her face in her hands. "Of course it comes down to black market sperm," she muttered, her voice muffled. I couldn't help the dark laugh that escaped me. The absurdity of it all was almost too much. But we didn't have time to dwell. Gabriel was already herding us toward the door, his urgency contagious. As we moved, Elise shot me a look that was equal parts exasperation and affection. If those creepy little geniuses weren't so Kipling-ish, I'd feel bad for them, she admitted, shaking her head. I tugged her closer, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Focus, Bella. We've got a dragon lord to outsmart." Gabriel cleared his throat pointedly, reminding us this wasn't the time for distractions. Right, mission first, personal crises later. The shower that followed was strictly business, no time for anything but quick, efficient movements. My mind raced with plans, contingencies, the sheer audacity of what we were about to attempt, and if my body wasn't exactly cooperating after the mental image of Juniper, well, some things were beyond even a storm dragon's control. Today we played Lionel's game. But by the stars, we'd play it better. The Kipling family lounged on the Empyrean fields, sprawled across a checkered picnic blanket with their tanned torsos glistening in the sunlight. Each held a massive encyclopedia, reciting facts in monotone voices apparently. Griffins fueled their magic by absorbing dry trivia. Personally, I'd rather count my gold coins for the 100th time than listen to another paragraph about mineral deposits. As we approached, Elise's flowy sundress fluttered in the breeze, but the Kiplings barely glanced up from their books. "Morning," I greeted, earning a collective nod. Their identical dark eyes and chiseled jawlines made them look like clones despite the age gaps. I activated a privacy spell because nothing says awkward like asking 3 scholarly griffins for their genetic contribution. "I'm in the market for a specialized purchase," I began. The youngest Kipling barely blinked. "Everything's negotiable." "What's the order?" Middle Kipling chimed in. "We've got harpy and manticore in stock. Exotics like dragon or basilisk require advance notice and possibly a kidnapping." Elise gripped my arm as I cleared my throat. "Actually, I was hoping for something closer to home, a personal donation, let's say." 3 hands shot out in unison. "Star vow," Senior declared. "Discretion guaranteed," Junior finished. We shook on it, their eerie calm making my scales itch. These guys had definitely done sketchy deals before. Middle Kipling vanished, returning with a frosted cake topped with flickering candles. Elise went pale. "Oh no," she hissed. "He always does this." Before I could ask, Middle Kipling plopped down, grinning like a kid at a party. "Who's ready for dessert?" Somewhere in the distance, a gruff elephant bellowed. This was going to be a long day. Middle Kipling spoke with unsettling casualness about his peculiar attractions. "Honestly, any object can get me going if it hits the right notes. Right now, I've got a thing for Victoria sponge cakes." Without hesitation, he unzipped his pants, pulled out his erection and plunged it straight into the cake's base. I gaped, frozen in horrified fascination as he rhythmically worked against the dessert, his brothers utterly unfazed, noses still buried in their books. "What in the actual hell is happening?" I whispered, revolted. Elise grabbed my wrist, trying to drag me away, but I was paralyzed by the grotesque spectacle. "Almost there," Middle Kipling grunted, focused. With a final shudder he withdrew, carefully setting the cake aside. Out of nowhere, Kipling Sr. tossed him a specimen cup. He finished inside it with a groan, sealed the lid, and tucked it into a small paper bag before handing it to me like some twisted party favor. "That'll be 1,000 auras," he panted, zipping up as I numbly took the bag between my fingers. "I'll wire the payment," I managed, voice strained. "Pleasure doing business," he said, scooping up the cake and strolling off, probably to return it to some unsuspecting party. The thought made me queasy. "Let's go," I rasped, yanking Elise away, my soul permanently scarred. "At least it wasn't you donating to Juniper," she muttered after a beat. Yeah, small mercies, I replied dryly, though I'd have traded anything to unsee this. Elise then launched into a story about catching the Kiplings serving a used cake to their siblings. I didn't know whether to laugh or scream. Cake was officially ruined for me. Mama's pastries are legendary in Celeria, I groaned. Now I'll never enjoy them again. Elise patted my shoulder. Time heals all disgust. Not this time, amore, I sighed, shoving the bag into my blazer pocket like it was radioactive. We bolted for the school gates, where I pulled out a pouch of stardust. With a shared grimace, we hurled ourselves into the unknown, reappearing at the towering gates of Eight Crux Manor. The walk up the driveway felt endless, the Gothic monstrosity looming ahead like a villain's lair. The gold-plated door swung open, revealing a butler who looked at us like we'd tracked mud over his polished ego. Inside, the hall dripped with enough opulence to fund a small nation ironic. Considering I'd just handed over my dignity in a paper bag, the plan had succeeded. Older Scrux remained blissfully unaware that the forbidden artifact had vanished, and I prayed it stayed that way. We needed it. At the top of the grand staircase, Lionel appeared, dressed in crisp white linen and tailored chinos, his butler bowing so deeply his forehead nearly scraped the marble. With deliberate, unhurried steps, Lionel descended, smoothing back his pale blonde hair as if time itself bent to his whims. His gaze flicked to Elise, lingering with icy disdain. I see you brought the vampire, he remarked, his voice dripping with false courtesy. Those sharp eyes dissected her as though she were some stray creature trespassing in his pristine world. My skin prickled with static, a reaction he caught instantly. Save your sparks, boy, he warned, lips curling. You'll need every volt to compensate for your recent disrespect. At the base of the stairs, he snapped his fingers. Fetch Juniper. I stepped forward, gripping Elise's hand. That won't be happening. The stars bound us, Lionel. I can't father your storm dragon heirs. My stare didn't waver, daring him to challenge fate itself. Elise smirked, tossing her hair. His equipment's officially out of service for anyone else. Lionel's jaw clenched as he seized my face, his nostrils flaring with tendrils of smoke when he spotted her Elysian rings. For a heartbeat, fury twisted his features, then it vanished, replaced by cool detachment. Unless he bothered to check the mate registry, he'd never know she was also bound to Leon, not that he cared about anything beyond his own schemes. How convenient, he sneered. Congratulations, Dante, nothing like mutt-blooded offspring to tarnish your lineage. Rage ignited in my chest. I lunged, only to slam into an invisible barrier hard as steel. If we're labeling mutts, I growled, look in the mirror. My wolf blood runs deeper than your lies. Ah yes, a reminder we all cherish, he drawled, brushing non-existent dust from his sleeve. Nevertheless, you will impregnate my niece or your life becomes a living hell. The butler had slipped away, the room encased in a silencing spell. Typical Lionel, controlling every detail like the puppet master he was. I wondered what his precious kingdom would say if they saw the monster pulling their strings. Fine, I bit out. You'll get a sample, but I'm not touching her. With a weary sigh, he motioned us upstairs. Elise squeezed my hand as we followed, relief flashing between us. The bathroom he led us to was obscenely lavish, gilded faucets, a tub fit for a sea serpent, and a shower bigger than my old dorm room. Cream marble veined with gold stretched from floor to ceiling. Wait here, Lionel ordered. Jenkins will bring you a cup. The door clicked shut, and I immediately threw up a sound barrier. Elise grinned. Gabriel deserves a medal. Or something more creative, I joked, tugging at my shirt. She laughed, the sound echoing off the marble. Let's hope he likes surprises. Maybe leave the oral skills to me, Drago, you wouldn't stand a chance, she teased, flashing a smirk. Careful, Bella, I warned, my alpha instincts flaring. Push me too far and I might just take that as a challenge. And trust me, I'd rather not prove you wrong by doing something I'd regret. She arched a brow, mischief dancing in her eyes. Oh, but imagine the entertainment. Maybe I should egg you on. Rising onto her toes, she whispered against my ear, face it, you couldn't handle it even if your life depended on it. Before I could retaliate, a husky voice cut through the tension. Daddy, where are you? The bathroom door swung open, revealing a young woman, early 20s, maybe dressed in nothing but black lace lingerie, her lipstick smeared. Freckles dusted her nose, and her dark eyes widened in horror as she realized her mistake. Oh my God, sorry, just pretend this never happened. Clara, Lionel's voice snapped like a whip as he materialized in the doorway, yanking her back by the arm. His glare could be melted steel. With a growl, he hauled her down the hall, shoving her into a nearby room. We barely caught the hissed reprimand, "You do not wander when I have guests." Elise wrinkled her nose. "You," she muttered, pressing closer as we eavesdropped. Clara's breathy apology was laced with something far from remorse, her fingers trailing over Lionel's chest. The man was old enough to be her father and married no less. Disgusting. We barely ducked back in time as Lionel spun toward us, his expression venomous. "You never saw Clara Orion here," he snarled. "One word leaks and every deal we've made vanishes. You'll spend the rest of your days under my thumb in the Northern Territories." My amusement evaporated. "Got it," I bit out. "Your secrets are safe, I don't care who you screw." We sealed it with a star vow, his grip crushing. Jenkins appeared like a ghost, handing me a golden cup before Lionel jerked his chin at Elise. "She stays," I said flatly. Elise grinned. "He's useless without me, like a soggy noodle." Lionel's I twitched. "Doubtful." "Or sensitive about not having an Elysian mate," she cooed, reveling in his glare. With a frustrated growl, he shoved her back inside. "No silencing spells," he ordered. "I'll be right here." Elise slammed the door, locking it with a flourish. "Enjoy the show, my lord," she sing-songed. I tossed my blazer aside, double-checking the Kipling cup. Elise was already on me, fingers working my buttons with wicked intent. The fire in her eyes said everything. This was payback. "Give me those filthy words I love," I murmured, loud enough for Lionel to hear. She bit back a laugh, pressing close. "Ravage me, big boy." The moment she demanded my dragon dungle with that wild look in her eyes, I nearly lost it. But as her nails raked down my chest, any trace of humor vanished, replaced by something far more primal. She twisted away before I could grab her, leaping onto the edge of the bathtub like some kind of wicked nymph. With a playful flick of her foot, she turned on the shower hose, drenching herself until her pink dress clung to every curve. No bra, just the sight of her nipples pebbling under the fabric, and damn if that didn't send a jolt straight through me. "Make it rain, dragon," she teased, arching into the spray. Water sluiced over her, pooling at our feet as I kicked off my shoes. The belt came next, snapping through the air just to watch her jump, though the gasp that followed wasn't from fear. Lightning crackled in the air between us, her breath hitching every time a spark danced over her skin. I didn't waste time. One hand shoved her dress up while the other dragged her panties down, my fingers finding her already slick and eager. "Stars above," she moaned, head tipping back as I worked her with rough, deliberate strokes. Her thighs trembled, and when I sent a controlled pulse of electricity through my fingertips, she nearly came undone right then. But I wasn't done playing. Dragging my tongue over her clit, I let the current build until her fingers twisted in my hair, her cries echoing off the tiles. The climax hit her hard, her body clamping around my fingers as she rode out the aftershocks. Still, it wasn't enough. With a growl, I hauled her over my shoulder, landing a sharp smack on her ass that had her shrieking with laughter. "Biggest dragon dick, huh?" I mused, dumping her onto the vanity. Bottles clattered to the floor as I hooked her leg over my shoulder and finally sank into her. The way she gasped, the way her nails dug into my arms every second was pure, reckless fire. And if that bastard outside was listening, good. Let him hear exactly what he was missing. The passion between us was electric, and I intended to leave no inch of that room untouched. My hand pressed against the mirror as I lost myself in the rhythm of our bodies moving together, her gasps and moans filling the air. "You feel incredible," she breathed, her voice trembling with pleasure. The way she arched beneath me, completely lost in the moment, sent a surge of satisfaction through me. "Good, because we're just getting started," I growled, relishing the way her eyes darkened with desire. She loved every filthy word, every rough command, and I had no intention of holding back. With a sharp grin, I lifted her effortlessly, pinning her against the door as it rattled under the force of our movement. The fabric of her dress strained as I nipped at her skin, my control slipping further with each second. Then, in a swift motion, I pulled away and guided her to her knees. Her damp hair clung to her flushed cheeks as she wrapped her fingers around me, her touch sending sparks through my veins. The way she looked up at me, half defiance, half devotion, made my pulse race. "Watch me," I commanded, my voice rough, and she obeyed without hesitation. The moment her lips met my skin, I nearly lost all sense of reason. The room around us seemed to tremble, not just from the storm outside, but from the raw energy coursing through me. Magic crackled in the air, unrestrained, shattering glass and tearing through the space like a living thing. I didn't care. Let the world burn, she was all that mattered. When the climax hit, it was a force of nature, and she took every last drop without hesitation. The storm outside mirrored the chaos inside me, but as she finally pulled away, her lips curved into a wicked smile. "You're mine," she whispered, and I couldn't argue. Afterward, as we caught our breath, I reached for the small container left for appearances. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, pushing it back toward me with a laugh. "Absolutely not," she said, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Some things were just too much. Even for us, I muttered a curse under my breath as I pried off the lid and dumped the contents into the small cup, hastily resealing the empty container and shoving it into my pocket. "Holy hell," I muttered, noticing a few stray crumbs floating in the liquid. Too late to fix that now. We moved toward the door, unlocking and swinging it open to reveal Lionel standing there with crossed arms and a pinched expression. His gaze flicked from our dripping hair to the wrecked bathroom behind us before settling on the golden cup I extended toward him. "Was that little spectacle really called for?" he snapped, irritation sharp in his voice. I feigned innocence, shrugging. "No idea what you're talking about, Papa D. That's just how we roll. Must be an Elysian, mate Perk." Elise mirrored my shrug, and though Lionel's glare deepened, he stayed silent, his frustration over the demolished bathroom obvious. Still, I figured he got what he came for. With a sharp gesture, he summoned Jenkins, who took the specimen from my hand while Lionel held my gaze, unblinking. "You'll learn respect, Dante," he warned. "For now, I'm satisfied, but trust me, you don't want to see me when I'm not. Now you'll provide my lightning." He spun on his heel and strode down the hall, leaving us to trail behind at a slower pace. Relief washed over me. I'd dodged being permanently bound to the Dragon Lord yet again. If Juniper ended up pregnant from that mess, I wouldn't have to worry until her kid hit their teens and their order form emerged. That felt like forever away. And with Gabriel watching my back, I knew we'd find a way out when the time came. I made a mental note to thank the bastard for that later. Later in the library, I slumped over my astrology homework with Lainey and Eugene, drowning under the weight of assignments piling up faster than I could tackle them. Between catching up on missed work from my time as King's prisoner and the constant paranoia of another abduction, I was strung tighter than a bowstring. And if it wasn't the fear keeping me up at night, my guys made sure I lost sleep for far more enjoyable reasons. Sometimes one, sometimes two, sometimes, well, you get the idea. "Why's your face doing that?" Lainey asked, peering over her star chart with a knowing smirk. I rolled my eyes and jabbed a finger at my textbook. "Neptune's making me spacey." She snorted, "Please, if you're gonna get cosmic, aim for Jupiter, she's the real wild one." I burst out laughing and Eugene joined in, though his ears turned pink. Gabriel glanced up from his pretend casual guard post by the window where he was half working, half watching for threats. Part of me loved how protective they were. The other part, probably my inner brat, itched for some damn independence. But they weren't wrong. If King came for me again, none of us stood a chance against his stolen power. So why was I still walking around like a sitting duck? King needed me, or at least my blood, for his messed up ritual. So where was he? Had they found a replacement? Gabriel insisted no abduction was imminent, and I was clinging to that, balancing denial with cautious vigilance. Still, the waiting game was driving me nuts. I glanced at Eugene, about to ask for his help with the confusing star chart, but Gabriel suddenly stood up and cut me off. His expression was distant, his eyes locked onto something unseen behind me. "We have to leave now," he stated firmly, his voice leaving no room for debate. A vision had taken hold of him. My fingers brushed against his wrist, tracing the familiar tattoo that mirrored my own. "We fall together," Eugene gasped. "He's having a vision, isn't he?" His voice pitched higher with excitement. "Is it bad? Should we run, hide?" "I've got this cozy little nest. Dante just got these super plush boxers that make it extra cushy." Gabriel finally blinked, his focus returning to me. "The vampire we took to the hospital just finished his first round of treatments. They've kept him sedated while stabilizing him, but he hasn't been strong enough for a Cyclops interrogation." I frowned. "Okay, but why does that matter?" "Because Cyclops interrogations are brutal," Gabriel explained. "They smash through mental barriers like a wrecking ball. Basilisks, though, they're stealthier, slip right in without leaving a mess. Problem is they're nearly extinct and the Fib doesn't have any on payroll." My pulse quickened. "So the stars are telling us to talk to him. Do you think he knows something about King?" Gabriel hesitated. "I don't know him well enough to see specifics, but I do know you need to hear what he has to say. It'll change everything." "Then let's go." I shoved my things into my bag, already moving before he could stop me. Gabriel caught my arm, his grip tight. Changing fate isn't always a good thing, he warned, his voice low. This could go sideways fast. I met his gaze, unwavering. If he has answers about King, that's all I need to know. Gareth's waited long enough. Gabriel exhaled, resigned. You're set on this, aren't you? Absolutely. After quick goodbyes to Lainey and Eugene, who snatched my half-finished chart with a promise to fix my disasters, I followed Gabriel out. The inches between us felt like miles. I wanted to grab his hand to tell the world he was mine. Screw Elysian mate rules. I loved him, and I was done pretending otherwise. Stepping into the sunlight, I let the warmth soak into my skin, sighing as I peeled off my cardigan. After months of dreary winter, the sun felt like a long-lost friend. Maybe Leon wasn't so crazy with his obsession for sunbathing after all. Gabriel's voice snapped me back to reality. Ryder's just pulling in, he said, stripping off his shirt and leaving me momentarily speechless as my eyes traced the intricate tattoos across his torso. That's new, I murmured, pointing to the small throne inked along his ribs. What's the story behind that one? His expression darkened. Just flashes of something I can't make sense of. Blood, chaos, people fighting over that throne. Whatever's coming, it's not good, and when it happens the whole damn kingdom should be terrified. My stomach twisted. The Solarian throne had been empty for years, ever since the Savage King's brutal end. The Celestial Council kept things running, but none of the 4 families had ever dared to claim it for themselves. You really think it's about the throne? I whispered. Gabriel shrugged, his fingers brushing my arm in reassurance. Who knows? Either way, I plan to be far away when it all goes down. Don't stress, it's not happening anytime soon. Right now we've got bigger problems. Yeah, I muttered, no shortage of those. Gabriel smirked. Race you to Ryder, I'll take the sky, you go on foot. I didn't hesitate. Before he could even spread his wings, I was already sprinting across campus, skidding to a stop just as Ryder rolled up on his bike. I vaulted onto the seat behind him before he could react, arms locking around his waist. He tensed, then relaxed when he realized it was me. What's the plan, trouble? He asked, glancing back. Gabriel says we need to hit the hospital downtown, the one where we stashed that vampire king. He thinks you can dig into his mind, find something that might change my fate. Ryder didn't hesitate. Hold on tight, he growled, revving the engine. The bike lurched forward and I shrieked with laughter as we tore through the streets, weaving between cars like we were invincible. The wind whipped at my face, adrenaline surging through me. Sure, a crash would hurt, but with magic and healing on our side, the thrill was worth it. We screeched to a halt outside the hospital, startling a pair of nurses who bolted inside. Ryder barely noticed, turning to pull me into a reckless, breathless kiss. It was stupid, dangerous, but with no one else around, I couldn't resist. Gabriel landed beside us just as we broke apart, his wings vanishing as he tugged his shirt back on. Ryder shot him a look. You really think that mess in there has answers? Gabriel's gaze was steady. Only one way to find out. Don't label him a failure, I scolded, giving Ryder's shoulder a light smack. Years without a drop to drink would make anyone lose control like that. Gabriel smirked, nudging me. Elise, let's be real, you're wild even on a full stomach. Ryder, hopping off his bike, reached for my hand with a grin. Absolute menace, but when you are thirsty. He let out a slow whistle and I shot him a glare. Downright terrifying, Gabriel chimed in. Wow, so now you two are a comedy duo. I crossed my arms. Don't forget I could make you turn on each other in seconds. Gabriel raised a brow. Oh yeah, how simple, I shrugged. Promise to kiss the winner of a fight between you two. They exchanged competitive glances before Ryder smirked. Or, he mused, we could just team up, pin you down and take whatever we want. Gabriel's grin widened and I couldn't help but laugh. These idiots were bonding and it was annoyingly adorable. If they kept this up, I'd start seeing cartoon hearts floating around them. Fine, I sighed. But if you two start braiding each other's hair, I call dibs on doing Ryder's. We headed toward the hospital entrance, flanked on either side. I'll get us inside, Gabriel murmured as we stepped in. The lobby was quiet, visiting hours were over and the receptionist eyed us with clear disapproval. Visitation is only, Gabriel flashed his most charming smile. Actually, we're here for a tour. Our brother Leon, well, let's just say he's convinced he's a mythical creature. His doctor recommended this place, but we wanted to check it out first. The woman perked up at the mention of money. Is he dangerous? Nah, Gabriel said. Just delusional, like the time he thought he was a griffin and took a dump in some lady's purse, Ryder finished. I choked back a laugh. Gabriel nodded. When he tried to charge through a marathon as a minotaur and got trampled. Oh, and don't get me started on the glitter incident Pegasus phase. The woman blinked. Right, I'll show you around, but don't disrupt the patients. She led us through a security door, scanning her palm before guiding us down a hall. As she rambled about treatments, Gabriel subtly signaled toward a closed door. With a flick of his fingers, an illusion of us walking beside him appeared flawless. I barely kept my jaw from dropping. Sneaky bastard. Ryder didn't seem as awestruck as I was, or maybe he just had a sharper curiosity about what lay beyond that door. Before I could protest, he seized my wrist and yanked me toward it, casting a silencing spell around us just as we slipped inside. The moment we crossed the threshold, Gabriel and the woman's voices faded into the distance. The room was stark, almost sterile, with a hospital bed positioned dead center, its occupant granted a view of rolling green hills through the window. The walls were half-painted an unsettling shade of salmon, and the sharp tang of pine cleaner hung in the air. The man in the bed jolted upright, his wild eyes darting between us as he dragged a shaky hand through his disheveled blonde hair. He'd clearly been cleaned up, hair trimmed, beard gone, but his hollow cheeks and haunted gaze betrayed whatever hell he'd been through. "Who are you?" he rasped, then recognition flickered. "Wait, you're the ones who pulled me out of the dark." "Yeah, that's us," I started. "I'm Elise, and it was dark down there," he interrupted, voice cracking. "So dark, the screams never stopped, and the men in white, they wanted to pick me apart." His sudden burst of manic energy sent him lunging forward, only for metal cuffs to snap taut, yanking him back onto the mattress. He thrashed, howling like a cornered animal. I shot a nervous look at the door, but Ryder was already moving closer, unfazed. The vampire's fangs flashed as he snarled at Ryder, then, just as suddenly, his eyes glazed over and he slumped against the pillows, limp. "Come here," Ryder ordered, holding out his hand. His mind slipping. "If you want to see what's left of it, now's your only shot." I didn't hesitate. The second my fingers touched his, the world dissolved and we were standing in a shadowy corridor lined with doors. A little blonde boy pounded on them frantically, his small fists raw with effort. "That's him," Ryder murmured, "and behind those doors, the parts of himself he's lost." I swallowed hard, taking in the eerie emptiness around us. "Why does it look like this?" "Brains love metaphors," Ryder said dryly, "but someone's been inside his head, scrambling his memories like eggs." "King," I spat, "no one else would bother. Let's hope it's because he knew something worth hiding." Ryder pulled a heavy iron key from his pocket and jammed it into the lock of the door the boy was attacking. With a grunt, he twisted it, and I braced a hand on his arm as he shoved against the wood. It wasn't just a door, it was a barricade, but Ryder wasn't one to back down. With a final heave, it burst open, flooding the space with blinding light. The boy sprinted through with a cry of joy. Ryder and I exchanged a glance before stepping in after him. The light dimmed, replaced by a rush of warmth, memories, love, a life before the darkness, a blonde sister. Parents who pushed him toward greatness. Zodiac Academy. His name surfacing like a beacon, Marlowe Altair. "Holy shit," I breathed as the child before us morphed into a younger version of the broken man in the hospital bed, strong, vibrant, his eyes alive with ambition instead of terror, his golden curls tumbled in an artfully disheveled cascade, every strand as meticulously groomed as the sharp lines of his beard. The air around him practically hummed with authority, that effortless command only fey nobility seemed to possess. This was Altair blood, one of Solaria's most influential dynasties. His sister Melinda Altair ruled beside Lionel Acrux on the Celestial Council, making their family untouchable in our star-forsaken kingdom. "You really think we should be messing with these people?" Ryder muttered as Marlowe turned in slow circles, marveling at his own manicured hands and silk-lined coat like a man rediscovering treasure. "Bit late for second thoughts," I hissed back. "Unless you're volunteering to wipe his mind again." Ryder's shrug was infuriatingly casual, and I elbowed him hard enough to bruise. "Quit being a jerk. That could have been me trapped in some memory prison if King had his way, or if you idiots hadn't dragged me out of hell." "Like we'd ever stop looking," Ryder snarled, voice rough as gravel. The promise in his words sent a shiver down my spine. Marlowe lunged forward in a burst of fey speed, desperation twisting his features. "I need the rest of it now." Ryder's palm shot up, freezing the vision mid-air. His eyes flicked to me, leaving the decision in my hands. Power or no power, this wasn't about politics. Marlowe was broken, and if Gabriel was right, only a basilisk could piece him back together. Worse, his scrambled memories might be the key to stopping King once and for all. Do it, I ordered. Ryder gave a theatrical bow all sarcasm and sharp edges before wrenching open the next mental door with a grunt of effort. The moment our fingers tangled, something electric surged between us. Order magic wasn't supposed to blend like this, but as the barrier shattered, Marlowe stumbled through and the past unfurled like a storm. Alestria's grimy streets flashed by, so close to my old neighborhood it made my teeth ache. But Marlowe's life, silk sheets and gilded balconies, charity work in gang-ravaged slums, a blurred figure king, flickering between faces like a corrupted film reel. Magic had clawed this memory into oblivion, but the fragments left were damning. Marlowe fighting back against the Oscura clan, watching helplessly as every thug he jailed spawned 3 more. His shadowy ally whispering about cutting the head off the serpent. You did this, Marlowe choked as the visions accelerated. The truth was a knife twisting deeper. They'd hunted gang lords, yes, but Darkmoor's cells stayed full while the real monsters laughed from the shadows. And now that poison had seeped into everything. The city had become a lawless wasteland, overrun by gangs who ruled with brutal efficiency. Even with his considerable abilities, Marlowe knew he couldn't take them all on alone. Desperate, he turned to his sister Melinda, pleading with her to rally the councillors and the savage king to bring order to Alestria. But she dismissed him with a laugh, insisting that as long as the gangs stayed in their lane, they could keep their grimy little kingdom. That was the Fey way power flowed to those strong enough to seize it. Marlowe and his closest ally seethed at the indifference, arguing that the so-called leaders of the Celestial Council had no right to their thrones if they abandoned their own people. They spent nights debating how the realm should truly be governed, dreaming of a ruler who actually cared. Then, one evening, everything changed. His friend arrived with a tattered, ominous book, the Magici Mortuorum. My stomach twisted as I recognized it, watching in horrified awe as the figure I now knew as King sliced his palm open, offering his blood to the cursed pages. They found the spell he'd been using under the full moon, and Marlowe, eager at first, willingly donated his vampire blood to fuel it. But as King's power swelled, fed by the despair of broken Fey, Marlowe's faith wavered. He'd fallen for a woman, someone who made him question whether stealing magic from the hopeless was really the answer. King, though, was lost to the book's corruption. The more blood he spilled, the darker his ambitions grew. What had begun as a mission to save Alestria twisted into a hunger for dominance. Marlowe confronted him, accusing him of caring more about ruling Celeria than helping its people. Their clash was brutal, magic tearing through the air until King, drunk on stolen power, emerged victorious. Marlowe was dragged into the Academy's underground tunnels, left to rot as a living blood bank, his sanity fraying with each passing day. The weight of the story pressed down on me, but before I could process it all, a flicker of memory caught my eye. Wait, I choked out. Who was that woman? Marlowe's expression clouded, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Woman, he echoed. Yeah, I pressed. The one you kissed, the apartment, the baby in the crib. Suddenly, the past surged around us, vivid and unstoppable. My pulse hammered as I saw it. My mother, young and radiant, serving drinks at the sparkling Uranus. Night after night, Marlowe had watched her mesmerized until he finally dared to ask her to be his the moment she met him. Her heart was still raw from Gareth's father walking out, ditching her for his so-called Elysian mate, and leaving her to raise a baby alone. But over time, she fell for this man, the one with golden hair just like mine, whose sharp eyes now scanned me as if he saw the same eerie resemblance I did. That's my mother, I whispered, the realization hitting me like a freight train. And my father vanished before he even knew she was pregnant with me. A deafening crash ripped me from the hypnotic trance, my body jerking back into reality as an amphib agent slammed me against the wall. Another agent snapped magic-suppressing cuffs onto Ryder's wrists. Care to explain why you're harassing a patient? The guy snarled in my face. My thoughts spun. Was that vampire really my father? Before I could process it, Gabriel's voice cut through the chaos from the hallway. Shut it, Elise, he ordered, and I clamped my mouth shut. No arguing with him now. Just cooperate, we'll sort this out later. The agent holding me smirked as a doctor rushed past, struggling to calm Marlowe's violent thrashing. Call my sister, he roared. Get Melinda Altair here. But I didn't get to see if anyone listened. Ryder, Gabriel and I were shoved into an amphib car and hauled off. Hours later, I slumped on a bench in a holding cell, bored out of my skull while they processed me, which apparently meant leaving me to rot. Then the door swung open, and in walked a woman who looked like she'd stepped out of a high-budget spy film. Melinda Altair, tall, blonde, draped in a pristine white coat that hugged every curve, clicked across the floor in lethal heels. My throat went dry. I'd seen her on TV a million times, but in person, she was terrifyingly flawless. "By the stars," she murmured, her piercing blue eyes locking onto me. "Marlowe was hysterical when I got to him, but one thing was clear: he wouldn't stop talking about you." I opened my mouth, but words failed me. Hours in this cell, and I still couldn't wrap my head around the idea that the guy who'd abandoned my mom, shattering her so completely she was never the same, might not have left by choice. That maybe he hadn't been a deadbeat, just gone. The bitterness I'd carried for years suddenly felt misplaced. Melinda tilted her head. "There's an easy way to confirm this, if you'll let me take a drop of your blood." She settled beside me, somehow turning the dingy bench into a regal seat. Meanwhile, I was over here looking like a kicked puppy. Ah, smooth, Elise. Real smooth. The idea of someone taking my blood again sent a shiver down my spine after weeks of being trapped under King's control, drained like some kind of living juice box. "It's simple, really. Let me show you first," Melinda said, pulling a tiny glass vial from her coat pocket. She uncorked it, tilting the bottle so the liquid inside caught the light, shimmering like liquid crystal. "If we share blood, the potion will turn white. If not, it'll go black. No harm, no foul." But I have to insist on this. With a family like mine, you can't blame me for being cautious. Marlowe never mentioned your mother being pregnant, so... She left the sentence hanging, watching me expectantly. I exhaled slowly, my fingers twitching at my sides. "Yeah, I get it. Honestly, I'm still wrapping my head around all this myself. Might as well get a straight answer." She grinned, her fangs flashing in a way that made my instincts scream to back away. I forced myself to stay still, but the vampire part of me knew this wasn't a fight I could win. If she decided she wanted my sources, I'd be done for. Melinda pricked her finger on a fang, letting a single drop of blood fall into the potion before the tiny wound sealed instantly. Swallowing hard, I did the same. The two droplets swirled together, refusing to dissolve, circling each other like dancers. Then, without warning, the liquid erupted into a blinding white glow, so bright I had to squint. Before I could react, glass shattered. Melinda had crushed the vial in her grip, and suddenly, I was engulfed in a bone-crushing hug. "Oh, my sweet girl," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I awkwardly patted her back, caught between discomfort and an odd warmth spreading through my chest. "You were out there all this time, and we never even knew." She held me for what felt like forever before pulling back, cupping my face in her hands. Her eyes narrowed as she studied me. "What's this?" she murmured, her gaze locked onto mine, no doubt spotting the silver lurking beneath. "Oh, right, I found my Elysian mate," I said, thinking of Leon and hoping he wasn't losing his mind somewhere. Did he and Dante even realize where we'd ended up? "I can see that," she replied, her fingers brushing my cheek. "But why is there a concealment spell wrapped around you?" I barely had time to protest before her magic tore through mine like tissue paper. Her breath hitched, her grip tightening on my shoulders as she stared at me, stunned. "3 rings," she whispered, more to herself than to me, her brow furrowing. "There are 3 rings in your eyes." I blinked. No one else had noticed they weren't just one solid silver band. But then again, she was a vampire, her vision was as sharp as mine. "It's not what you think," I lied, even though it absolutely was. She released me, leaning back with a disapproving frown. What was I supposed to say? If the truth got out, Dante and Ryder would have a war on their hands, especially now, when the peace between their gangs was hanging by a thread. Melinda reached into her coat again, pulling out another vial. "Drink this," she said, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Drink it," she ordered, her voice laced with magic so potent it shattered my mental defenses before I could resist. The moment the potion hit my throat, she released her grip on my mind, leaving me staggering back, coughing. "What the hell did you just make me swallow?" I rasped, fingers digging into my neck. "Is this some kind of poison?" Normally, Ryder's enchanted necklace loaded with antivenom would have protected me. But thanks to that fib agent confiscating everything before tossing me in this cell, I was defenseless. Melinda merely arched a brow. "Relax, it's a truth serum. As head of the Altair family, I need to know if you're worthy of our name or if you'll be an embarrassment." "Honesty," I choked out, thinking of every lie I'd spun since my brother's murder. Would she even care? "Exactly," she said, eyes narrowing. "So explain this. Why do your irises hold 3 silver rings, Elise?" Against my will, the words spilled out, exposing secrets I'd sworn to keep. Yeah, this magic was definitely illegal, but who'd believe me? The woman practically ran the damn kingdom. 3 Elysian mates, I admitted, voice hollow. Leon's public, the other 2 we kept quiet. Her gasp echoed in the sterile room. 3, that's unprecedented. Because they're mine, I said simply, the serum dragging out the truth I'd always known. I could never choose just one. Melinda's oar twisted into frustration. Why hide this? It's extraordinary. 2 are from rival gangs, I blurted. We didn't know how the world would react. Nonsense. She waved a hand, suddenly radiant. This is a blessing. Forget those petty squabbles. You belong at Zodiac Academy. I could enroll you by Monday. No, I cut in, panic flaring. I'm staying with my mates. She sighed like I was a child refusing vegetables. Fine, but secrecy is ridiculous. This elevates our family's status. The polyamorous orders alone would. I don't want it public, I insisted. All right, she conceded, already mentally rearranging her schedule. We'll discuss it at dinner next week. Shame it's not sooner, but I had to reschedule a classified meeting. Her wink was infuriating. As she prattled on about alliances, I clenched my fists. The serum's grip had faded, but the damage was done. And somehow I knew this was just the beginning. Melinda fixed me with a piercing stare, her manicured fingers tapping against the marble countertop. Let's cut to the chase. What exactly do you want from me and my family? I blinked, caught off guard. Intentions? I barely know you exist. Sure, getting acquainted could be interesting, but that's as far as it goes. Her eyes narrowed. And money? You're not here for some payout. God, no, I scoffed, though part of me understood the suspicion. This family had clearly been burned before. And you swear you're not planning to double-cross us? No hidden agendas? Are you serious? Why would I? Before I could finish, she yanked me into a bone-crushing hug, her laughter ringing in my ears. Had to be sure. But I'm thrilled we found you, Elise. You're one of us now. The raw sincerity in her voice left me reeling. As she pulled away, my mind raced. What did this even mean for me? Yet beneath the shock, a flicker of hope sparked. This woman, my flesh and blood, was welcoming me without conditions. Melinda was already striding toward the door, barely pausing as an Fib agent swung it open. He shoved a bag of my belongings into my hands, but she was halfway down the hall before I could utter a thanks. Wish we had more time, she called over her shoulder, heels clicking like a metronome. The Fib's dropping all charges. Consider it a thank you for helping track down my brother. Council meeting in 10, but don't stress. I'll handle the press release once you've processed, well, everything. She moved like a hurricane, and I scrambled to keep up as we burst onto the precinct steps where Ryder and Gabriel waited, their expressions shifting from relief to outright shock. Wait, I grabbed her arm. The Fae who held your brother, they're dangerous. They're using black magic to relax, darling. She waved a dismissive hand, pulling a velvet pouch from her pocket. Marlowe's team is on it. A little dark magic won't scare the council. With a wink, she dusted stardust over her shoulders and pecked my cheek. You promise not to expose my mates, I blurted. Melinda's grin turned razor-sharp. You're an Altair now, untouchable. She flicked her hair, already shimmering out of existence. Lunch soon. Ryder gaped. Was that? Yeah, I muttered, still numb. Turns out I'm officially part of the dynasty. Gabriel rubbed his temples, scowling. And that means, I exhaled, bracing for the absurdity. Guess my life's about to get a whole lot weirder. Spring break was supposed to mean lazy mornings tangled in sheets, my girl's laughter ringing through the apartment. Instead, Dante had whisked her off to some family gathering, and Leon had camped on my couch muttering about Dante's sacred week. Whatever the hell that was, Ryder stuck around, and while the apartment was cozy for a couple of Fae, it was becoming clear we'd need more space if this living arrangement was going to last beyond school. The weird dynamic we'd slipped into never really bothered me, it just felt right. But whenever I tried using the site to get a glimpse of our future, the stars stayed frustratingly vague. The only thing that came through crystal clear was that keeping Elise happy was my top priority, and as long as we were together, we could manage that. I woke up before sunrise, flipping on the TV in the living room while my mind raced over the bombshell that Elise was an Altair. How had the site missed something that huge? It left me uneasy, wondering what else might be lurking in the shadows. I had to trust the stars wouldn't abandon me if things ever got dangerous for her or any of her mates. Lately, the visions of Ryder's death had faded, and I hoped my constant nudging had actually changed his fate. Talking about it felt risky, like I might jinx everything, so I kept my mouth shut. For now, the stars were silent, and I'd take that as a win. Ryder and Leon shuffled into the room looking half asleep, both in just their boxers, and plopped onto the couch beside me. We ended up watching Pegasus racing, though honestly, the qualifiers were the only entertaining part. The actual races were a mess, Pegasi catching their tails on fire, crashing into invisible barriers, or getting stuck in Sugar Mountain's sticky tunnels. Leon demolished everything in my kitchen except the Mino Pops, which Ryder guarded like they were the last snacks on Earth. News flash, dude, we all knew about your midnight snack raids. I'm booed, Leon whined after the third race, just as sunlight started creeping through the blinds. My atlas buzzed on the armrest, and before I even picked it up, the site flashed me a preview of Bill's message. Hey kid, wanna go for a walk? Got time to kill before a call. I stood, surprised he was up this early. Heading out, I announced, grabbing my stuff. By the time I showered and threw on jeans with a sweater tied around my waist, I found Leon already dressed in a Skylark's tee, looking way too eager. Ryder leaned against the wall in all black, his expression unreadable but determined. Can we come? Leon blurted. I wanna meet Bill, I frowned. How did you even? He grinned, holding up my stolen atlas. Bill's gonna love me, I'm like the best boyfriend-in-law ever. No, I said flatly, even as the sight taunted me with images of Leon enthusiastically licking Bill's face while the PI laughed. Ryder shrugged. I should probably talk to him about the lunar traitor. I raised an eyebrow. Since when? Leon nodded vigorously. See, official business, you can't hog Bill, Gabe. That's just rude. It was obvious how much Bill meant to me, so much that I barely mentioned my adoptive parents anymore. Every story seemed to circle back to him. All right, fine, Leon pressed, crossing his arms. If he's such a big deal, let's meet him. Show us what makes Bill so special. I clenched my jaw, pretending indifference, but deep down, part of me wanted this. Bill was the only Fae who'd ever truly cared about me, the one person I trusted completely. When I told him about my unconventional family, he hadn't judged, just warned me to guard my heart. And now, standing here with Elise and her men, I felt something I'd never known before, belonging. That realization was terrifying for someone who'd spent a lifetime keeping people at arm's length. Fine, I muttered, snatching a pouch of stardust from the bedside drawer. Leon whooped, grabbing Ryder's shirt and yanking him forward. Told you he'd cave. Ryder shoved him off with a scowl. Yeah, Simba, I heard him. We stepped past the stardust barrier I'd set up for security, and with a flick of my wrist, the magic whisked us away to New Moon Park. Dawnlight filtered through the trees, casting everything in an ethereal glow. Joggers pounded the paths, a pair of centaur girls galloped by in their shifted forms, and a pack of sirens shimmered in the lake, their scales catching the light. Nearby, a scruffy werewolf sprawled across a bench, snoring loudly beside a crudely scrolled sign. The nymphs are coming. Save the children. Nymphs were a myth to most reclusive, dangerous, and hunted by the fib. The idea of one stumbling into Alestria was laughable, they wouldn't last a day. Then I spotted Bill emerging from the trees and my stomach twisted. Why was I nervous? Maybe because this could go horribly wrong. The sight offered no clarity, so I just lifted a hand in greeting. Before I could react, Leon bolted past me, slamming into Bill with a tackle hug that sent his cigarette flying. Leon, I barked, fists clenching. Get off him, Bill recoiled, flames flickering in his palms. What the hell, he's with me, I said quickly, jogging over as Leon finally backed off, still purring like an overgrown cat. Bill wiped his mustache with a look of pure disgust. I dragged a hand through my hair, scrambling for words. Surprise. This is Leon, Gabe's boyfriend-in-law, Leon announced cheerfully. I groaned. This was going to be a disaster. Bill's eyes went wide as the realization hit him. Well, I'll be damned, he muttered, extending a hand toward Leon, who shook it with way too much enthusiasm. Gabe never shuts up about you, Leon blurted, grinning like an idiot while my face burned. Seriously, he gets this stupid smile every time your name comes up. Kinda sweet, actually. So yeah, you must be pretty special, Dadsy. Bill recoiled. Dadsy, Leon shrugged. What, not your style? I mean, Dad is already taken, and Father sounds like I'm asking for permission to court your daughter. You've got Dadsy energy, but I'm flexible, Papa, whatever works. Bill is fine, he said flatly, shooting me a look like I was supposed to explain this nonsense. Who's the guy back there? Bill jerked his chin toward Ryder, who was still frozen in place about 100 feet behind us. He'd thrown up some kind of glamour to hide his face from the Fae around us, his hair looking darker and longer than usual. I waved him over, and he trudged forward like he was walking to his own execution. Once inside my silencing bubble, he dropped the spell, revealing himself just to us. Bill actually choked on his cigarette, which for him was basically the equivalent of screaming in shock. I'd told him about Ryder, sure, but he'd never bought that we were actually friends. Hey, Ryder grunted. Bill took a slow drag, eyeing him. Well, the infamous Ryder. Gabriel says you're the best investigator in Alestria. Bill smirked. Did he now? He's not wrong, I said. Ryder tilted his head. How many Lunars have you interrogated? Bill exhaled smoke. Same number as Oscuras. A smirk tugged at Ryder's mouth. Good answer. Leon was practically vibrating, glancing between them like he was watching the coolest showdown in history. Any PI who can work both sides without getting caught has my respect, Ryder added. Bill chuckled. Coming from you, that's high praise. For a second the air between them crackled, then Bill offered his hand. Ryder took it and something unspoken passed between them. Meanwhile, Leon was flipping through Bill's wallet like he owned it. Bill Fortune, huh? Cyclops, 53 Capricorn Street. No way, my cousin Paul lives right by there. Bill's hand flew to his pocket. What the hell, when did you? Leon spun Bill's atlas between his fingers. Saved my number under Leon the Leo Lion. Oh, and I added a little something extra. He turned the screen to show us a photo of him grinning inside the jaws of a passed-out werewolf, giving a thumbs up like it was a vacation snapshot. Bill stared. Kid, you've got skills. Leon beamed. Happy to teach you, Dadsy. Stop that, Pa, I elbowed him. It's Bill. The words slipped out before I could stop them, and Bill's expression softened in a way that made my ears burn. I cleared my throat. Are we moving or what? Without waiting, I turned and started down the path, the others falling in beside me, Ryder on one side, Leon on the other, and Bill right in the middle, looking like he wasn't sure whether to be impressed or terrified. Leon kept firing off questions, and Bill answered each one with enthusiasm, occasionally shooting me a playful, knowing glance. Ryder jumped into the conversation too, equally fascinated by Bill, and the three of them traded stories like old friends. I stayed quiet, just soaking in the moment, watching the people I cared about connect with the man who meant everything to me. The only thing missing was Elise. Then Bill's phone buzzed, and he stepped away to take the call while the rest of us settled by the lake, watching the sirens splash and dive in the water. Bill's awesome, Leon grinned, stretching out on the grass. Yeah, I murmured, plucking a strand of grass and twisting it between my fingers. He really is. Gabriel. Bill's sharp voice cut through the calm, and the second I turned, the sight slammed into me like a freight train. Ryder was being torn apart, dragged through a screaming mob, his skin sliced open, blood pouring as they carved into him. A strangled cry ripped from my throat as the vision spat me back into reality, my own scream still hanging in the air. No. I lunged for Ryder, gripping his arm so hard he winced. His confused stare snapped me back and I shook my head, backing away. Bill yanked me aside, his grip tight, his eyes stormy. I've got a name, he growled. You think now's the time to drop this on him? My pulse pounded in my ears, the image of Ryder's mutilated body burned into my mind. This wasn't just another flicker of the sight, it felt inevitable, unstoppable, and that thought turned my blood to ice. Tell who what? I managed, but Ryder's screams still echoed in my skull, his head rolling away in my vision. Bill shook me hard, snapping me back. Kid, listen, I've got the lunar traitor's name, he hissed, shoving his phone into my hands. The screen showed a recorded memory, Scarlet Tide, younger, her dark hair wild, storming into a room with a letter crumpled in her fist. The Oscuras want peace, she snarled, her voice dripping with venom. Where was my brother's peace when they butchered him and left him for the crows? She crushed the letter and hurled it into the fire before turning to the unseen witness. You saw nothing, swear it on the stars, or I'll carve the silence out of you myself. A man's hand clasped hers, sealing the vow. The video ended and my mouth went dry. You telling him or am I? Bill muttered. I glanced back at Ryder, who was laughing at one of Leon's exaggerated stories, the ghost of a smile on his lips. The weight of betrayal settled heavy in my chest. I'll do it, I breathed. Ryder had suspected Scarlet, but this was confirmation that would shatter everything. She'd hidden the truth, sabotaged peace, and now who knew what she'd do next to keep the brotherhood divided? I crouched beside him, my hand tightening on his shoulder. He turned, and the second our eyes met, he knew. It's Scarlet, I said, handing him the phone. His expression hardened into something lethal as he watched the proof unfold. Then he stood, his movements sharp, dangerous. Leon took the phone, his own face darkening as he saw the footage. I'm going to the Rusty Nail, Ryder spat. We're coming with you, I said instantly. The sight screamed at me to follow, but I didn't need its warning. This was happening, and we weren't backing down. There was no chance I'd stand by while Ryder walked into danger alone. He paused, considering my words before giving a slow nod, and in that brief silence my mind raced with visions of him meeting a dozen different brutal ends. I dragged my hands down my face, forcing myself to focus. I'd find a way to steer him clear of every looming threat. Not a single step would he take without me shadowing him. The Lunar King wouldn't fall on my watch, not while I still drew breath. Pulling a handful of stardust from my pocket, I shot Bill a determined look. "I'll contact you when we're clear," Bill scoffed, rolling up his sleeves with a smirk. "You really think I'd let you charge into lunar territory solo? Kid, you've got another thing coming." He planted himself beside me, cracking his knuckles. Leon bounced on his toes, grinning. "Papa Bear's gonna wreck shop." I elbowed him hard. "He's not your Papa Bear." Ryder's gaze locked onto Bill, calculating. "If you're game, I need your Cyclops mojo to rip every memory from her skull, copy them like that surveillance footage. The Brotherhood needs irrefutable proof." Bill's eyes darkened, that unnerving glint surfacing. I'd always known he had a ruthless streak, but seeing it firsthand, his informant's terrified whispers suddenly made sense. The stardust scattered, yanking us across Alestria to a grimy street where the rusty nail lurked in the shadows, sunlight barely piercing the alley. A newsboy's voice cut through the haze, shouting headlines as he stuffed papers into mailboxes. My gut-twisted eye didn't need to hear the words to know disaster had struck. Lunar King bound in scandalous quadruple bond with Oscura Dragon King. "Bullshit," I hissed, futures colliding in my skull like shattered glass. How had I missed this? The stars had gone silent, and now some traitor had spun this lie. Ryder stormed toward the newsboy, Bill's stare burning into me while Leon tugged at his hair. Snatching a paper, Ryder scanned the front page and went rigid. Leon and I crowded in, the image hitting like a punch. Elise, Dante, and Leon beaming, their eyes ringed in silver, and Ryder, arms slung around Dante, grinning like a fool. "That's not me," Ryder spat, shredding the paper where his face had been doctored. I salvaged the scraps, skimming the article's venomous claims. A fabricated polyamorous bond, Elise suddenly heir to the Altair dynasty, peace treaties crumbling. Leon snarled, "They photoshopped us like some cheap tabloid trash." Ryder's jaw clenched. "Whoever did this won't live to regret it." The gang members were probably all wondering the same thing. Was this truce really for their benefit, or just some clever scheme to force them into an uneasy alliance? "Damn it," Leon rasped, grabbing the paper from my grip to scan it himself. Bill lit a cigarette, his grim expression saying everything. We were in deep trouble. My mind raced with images of Ryder storming into the rusty nail, every scenario ending with him bleeding out on the floor. But when I turned to warn him, he was already shoving the newspaper boy's stack into the dirt, snarling at the kid to retrieve every last copy he'd delivered. The boy scrambled away, nearly tripping in his haste. I grabbed Ryder's arm, forcing him to face me. "We need to get out of here," I whispered urgently. "If you go in there, you're signing your own death warrant." His lip curled in defiance. "You expect me to turn tail and run like some scared pup?" he growled, shoving past me. I blocked him again, my chest pressing against his. "I expect you to use your damn head instead of playing hero," I snapped. "You're not invincible." "Death doesn't scare me, Gabriel," he shot back, eyes blazing. "Tell me, do you see me walking out of there alive?" I searched the possibilities, my gut twisting at the countless ways this could go wrong. There were a few paths where he survived, but before I could lie and say there were none, he saw the truth in my eyes. "I'm going in. The rest of you can stay the hell out of it," he declared, storming toward the bar. "Ryder," Leon shouted, panic edging his voice. Bill exhaled smoke, shaking his head. "Kid's got a death wish. What's the play, Gabriel?" "Survival, stick close," I ordered, moving after Ryder with Leon and Bill at my heels. I hated dragging them into this, but the visions were clear. Without us, Ryder didn't stand a chance. The moment Ryder yanked open the front door, an ice blade speared toward his chest. He barely had time to react before more shards tore through him, and by the time I lunged forward, it was too late. His body hit the pavement, eyes already vacant as Leon's scream echoed in my ears. I snapped out of the vision and hauled Ryder back from the entrance. "Take the back door," I demanded. He hesitated, then gave a stiff nod, veering toward the alley. My sight was in overdrive, flooding my mind with flashes of violence, so much blood, so many ways this could end. One misstep and Ryder was done for. The alley was pitch black, the stench of garbage thick in the air. Ryder shoved open the side door and I stayed glued to his back as he approached the bar entrance. The second he stepped through, the room erupted in taunts. "Traitor," a voice bellowed. Flames surged toward Ryder, and though he threw up a wall of earth, the fire licked around it, searing his skin. Leon blasted the attacker with his own fire, and I summoned water, but the damage was done. Ryder collapsed, charred and lifeless at my feet. "No," I roared, reaching for him as the vision dissolved. This time I yanked him left instead. Two thugs lunged at him with blades, and though Ryder snapped one's neck, the other slit his throat. My heart hammered as I forced the vision away. We were running out of time. Gabriel coughed violently, blood bubbling in his throat as he collapsed to his knees, desperately trying to mend the gruesome injury tearing through his side. Leon didn't hesitate. He launched himself at their assailant with a furious snarl. "Gabriel, flank left." Leon barked over his shoulder just as Ryder crumpled to the floor, his body painting the wooden planks crimson. The vision shattered like glass, leaving Gabriel gritting his teeth as he yanked Ryder behind the bar counter, positioning himself as a human barrier. "Quit playing hero, Big Bird," Ryder muttered, shoving past him despite the blood soaking his shirt. Nearby, a wide-eyed bartender gaped at the chaos while the crowd's jeers swelled into a deafening roar. Bill, ever the picture of calm, took a slow drag from his cigarette, utterly unfazed by the sea of furious lunars closing in. The man had ice in his veins, but even Gabriel was stunned by his nonchalance. "You really picking tonight to test fate?" Gabriel muttered under his breath. Bill just smirked. "Kid, if your visions say I walk out of here, I'm sticking around." Gabriel groaned. Since when was he the group's lucky charm? "Gabriel's our personal safety net," Leon chimed in, clapping him on the back. "Call me that again and I'll break your nose," Gabriel shot back. The room fell silent as Ryder's voice boomed. Scarlet tied. He leveled a finger at the crowd. "You sold out the Lunar Brotherhood, betrayed the truce Dante Oscura and my father forged." A burly man in the crowd spat, "Screw your truce," and the room erupted again. Then Ethan Shadowbrook shouldered his way forward, leaping onto the bar with his pack at his heels. "Face your king, Scarlet," he demanded. She emerged like a spectre, perched on a table at the back, lips curled in disdain. "You're the traitor here, Ryder, bonding with an Oscura. Father would have disowned you." Half the room roared in agreement, and Gabriel's pulse spiked as another vision flickered behind his eyes. Blood, screams, Ryder falling. He clenched his fists. "Focus, protect them." Ryder wasn't having it. He vaulted onto the bar, pointing accusingly. "You lied. You said the Lunars stood by while the Oscuras killed my father, but that's not what happened." Scarlet pressed a dramatic hand to her chest. "He died for us and you spit on his sacrifice." The crowd ate it up. Ryder's jaw tightened. "I've got proof." He snatched the atlas from Bill and projected a video across the ceiling. Ethan's pack howled, but doubt flickered in the crowd. "This proves nothing," Scarlet sneered. Ryder's voice was steel. "Then fight me, fey to fey." A metallic clink cut through the tension. Gabriel's gut twisted. Grenade. He lunged, but too late. The explosion tore through the space, painting the walls in gore. In his vision, Ryder's body was ripped apart, Gabriel's own hand mangled beyond recognition. He snapped back to reality with a curse, summoning a bat from the earth and swinging hard. The grenade rocketed back, smacking the thrower square in the skull before detonating, sending him and his buddies flying in a shower of splinters and screams. The air in the bar turned thick with the metallic scent of blood as Ryder let out a stunned curse, his wide eyes scanning the aftermath of the explosion. I adjusted the weight of the bat resting on my shoulder, my lips curling into a satisfied smirk. "Stay put until I say otherwise," I warned under my breath as the screams faded into uneasy silence. Ryder's gaze locked onto Scarlet again, his voice dripping with venom. "Accept my challenge. I'll tear that title from you in front of everyone you claim to rule." A defiant shout rose from the crowd. Some woman hurled a gust of wind magic straight at us. The force sent Ryder flying backward, his body slamming into the wall with a sickening crunch as he was skewered on a pair of jagged Elsian ram horns mounted above the bar. His head slumped forward, lifeless. Leon's anguished cry echoed through me, the raw pain of his loss hitting like a physical blow. I snapped back to reality, trading the bat for a summoned blade just as the windwielder opened her mouth to taunt Ryder again. Vines erupted from the floorboards, silencing her as they coiled around her body and pinned her to a chair. "For crying out loud, can we go 5 minutes without someone trying to kill each other?" Scarlet's mocking laughter cut through the tension. "I won't waste my energy fighting you, Ryder. Your end was decided long ago." With a flick of her wrist, she signaled her followers, who surged forward like a tidal wave. Ethan's pack and the remaining loyal Lunars formed a defensive line, their battle cries clashing with the oncoming storm. The bar erupted into chaos flames, licked up Leon's arms as he vaulted onto the counter beside Ryder's body, his expression twisted in rage. Bill hauled himself up next to me, and a sudden flash of insight hit his powers could be our ticket out. But before I could act, thick vines snaked around Ryder's limbs, dragging him forward. Leon torched the Fae, holding him down, his teeth bared in a snarl, but it was too late. A water elemental seized Ryder's head, encasing it in ice before wrenching it clean off his shoulders. Horror coiled in my gut as I watched, helpless, before fury took over. I lunged into the fray, slashing through vines and hurling rocks at the earth elementals with deadly precision. Bill exhaled sharply when I grabbed his arm. "I need you to unleash your Cyclops scream, take out every enemy Lunar in here." He shot me a wary look but nodded. "That's gonna cost me, kid, give me a second." Leon didn't wait, he launched himself at another fire wielder, their duel sending sparks raining over the bar. Ryder, still fighting despite the odds, deflected attacks with a wooden shield strapped to his arm while hurling axes with terrifying accuracy. One strike split a man's skull like overripe fruit, and the victim's companion unleashed a flood of water magic, sweeping us all off our feet. I fought against the whirlpool, searching for Ryder only to find him drowning, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth as the magic drained him dry. The vision shattered, and I acted on instinct, freezing the grieving widow's hands before snapping her neck with a vine. Brutal, absolutely, necessary. No question. Ethan barreled through the crowd below, ice blades flashing as he carved a path through enemy Lunars, his laughter wild with battle lust. Today, no price was too high to keep Ryder alive, even if it meant painting the entire bar. Red, the tide of battle was shifting rapidly, with Scarlet's forces gaining the upper hand while Ryder's allies struggled to hold their ground. The air crackled with unleashed magic, walls crumbling under the assault, and the ominous creak of the ceiling signaled impending collapse. "Bill!" I yelled, spotting him crouched behind the bar, fingers pressed to his temples as he summoned every ounce of his power. "Almost there," he gritted out. Then chaos erupted. A flaming projectile struck a support beam, sending it crashing toward Ryder. My vision blurred as I lunged, yanking him clear just as the timber obliterated the bar where he'd stood. "Ears now," Bill bellowed. I grabbed Leon, forcing his hands over his head before shielding my own. Ryder whistled to Ethan, and within seconds his pack followed suit. Bill's psychic scream detonated like a shockwave, hurling us backward as the enemy Lunars writhed in agony. The pain was excruciating, but nothing compared to theirs. Bill staggered toward us, snatching the stardust from my pocket without a word. Ryder barked orders, and Ethan's pack bolted for the exit, dragging wounded allies into the dawn light. Leon vaulted onto the bar, seizing the stardust and scattering it over us. The world tore apart, then silence. We tumbled onto hard earth, dazed and tangled, my face smushed against Ryder's chest. "Pretty sure I owe you my life," he muttered, ruffling my hair. "No kidding, next time maybe avoid charging into a death trap," I shot back, struggling under Leon's weight. Nearby, Bill groaned, fishing out a cigarette while Leon lit it with a flick of his finger. We stood, blinking at the sprawling vineyard beyond an iron gate. "Where the hell are we?" Ryder growled. Leon shrugged. "Nowhere important." But the stars whispered the truth, and I smirked. "Really, Leon, this place?" Ryder's glare could have melted steel. "Explain, now." Before I could answer, Bill dusted himself off. "That's my cue. Anyone got extra stardust for a tired old man?" I hugged him tight. "You're a legend, Bill," Leon piled on. "Total hero, Dadsy." Bill rolled his eyes but didn't hide his grin. Yeah, I handed him the last of the stardust. "Try not to miss me too much." He vanished mid-laugh, leaving me to face Ryder's fury. "Gabriel, where are we?" I exhaled. "Oscura territory." His fist clenched, but I was already out of reach. Ryder gave a tense nod before spinning on his heel and marching down the road like he'd rather be anywhere but here. "You gonna chase after him, or should I?" Leon muttered under his breath. "I've got it. You just end up with a black eye," I shot back, earning a dry chuckle from him before I took off after Ryder. As I jogged, I silently begged the universe for some divine guidance on how to handle this mess. The night sky seemed to whisper that Dante's place was our only option, whether Ryder wanted to admit it or not. It was the one spot in the city where he wouldn't have a target on his back. which meant I had to somehow talk him into staying with the very family he'd once vowed to wipe off the map. The Oscura estate was chaos in the best way: loud, alive, packed with shrieking kids, rowdy wolves, and enough love to knock you over the second you stepped through the gates. We hadn't even made it inside yet, too busy getting roped into a game of hide-and-seek with Dante's little siblings and cousins. Their magic hadn't awakened, so no silencing spells to help them sneak around. The second they realized I was a vampire, they'd begged me to join, eager to test their luck against my abilities. After counting to 100, I darted into the vineyards, tracking them down one by one through muffled giggles and shaky breaths. Each time I caught them, they'd shriek with laughter before I vanished again, already hunting the next. With the sun warming my skin and their joy thick in the air, I could have played forever. But eventually I had them all except one. Dante wasn't playing fair. No sound, no trace, just the telltale absence that meant a silencing bubble. My gaze flicked to the sprawling white mansion, the heart of the Oscura clan, just as movement caught my eye near the side porch. A tall, infuriatingly gorgeous figure ducked out of sight. Gotcha. I bolted up the hill, kicking up dust as I rounded the corner into a secluded courtyard. Iron furniture framed a bubbling fountain, flanked by 2 towering lemon trees just beginning to bloom, their scent sharp in the air. Then electricity prickled over my skin. My fangs dropped. "Ready or not, Drago," I taunted, scanning the shadows between the trees. Nothing, until a split-second warning flared down my spine. More than enough time. I sidestepped Dante's lunge, pivoted, and slammed into his back as his concealment spell shattered. He caught me mid-pounce, spinning us until my shoulders hit the lemon tree. A growl vibrated against my throat as his hand locked around it, holding me in place. I snarled, pulse racing, torn between play and hunger as his heartbeat thudded under my gaze. He pinned my wrists above my head, leaning in with a smirk. "Maybe I can't outrun you, Bella. You really think you can hold me off?" I challenged, my voice laced with defiance. "Not a chance," he shot back, his grip tightening as I arched against him, our bodies pressing together in a way that sent heat coursing through me. His fingers slid from my throat to the back of my neck, pulling me in until our lips crashed together in a desperate, hungry kiss. I melted into him, my breath hitching as he nipped at my lower lip, sending a jolt of pleasure down my spine. His mouth left mine, trailing fire along my jaw up to my ear, and I didn't hesitate. My fangs found his skin, the taste of his blood flooding my senses like an intoxicating drug. The moment shattered when the door slammed open, followed by a furious stream of Fetalian curses. Dante jerked back, and I barely had time to register the interruption before his mom was standing there, glaring daggers at us. I froze, cheeks burning, suddenly feeling like the world's most awkward third wheel at a family reunion. Their argument escalated, rapid-fire words flying back and forth in a language I didn't understand, but the tension in the air made it clear I was the problem. "Enough," Dante's voice cut through like a whip, alpha authority ringing in every syllable. His mom stiffened, eyes widening in surprise. "Elise, I want to explain," a panicked howl cut him off. The courtyard erupted into chaos as a pack of wolf pups barreled in, yipping and tumbling over each other in their rush. A few shifted mid-stride, flashing bare skin without a care apparently. Nudity was just another Tuesday in this pack. "Alpha," one of the boys, probably Dante's brother, shouted. "Leon Knight just showed up at the gates and he looks like hell." An older girl shoved past him, breathless. "And Ryder Draconis is with him." The pups erupted into howls, while Dante's mom muttered something under her breath, casting a wary glance at the sky like it might offer divine intervention. The noise was deafening, questions flying from every direction, but my mind zeroed in on one thing: Ryder wouldn't be here unless something was seriously wrong. Dante silenced them with a sharp whistle. "Mama, gather the pack. I'll handle our guests, then we talk." She nodded, snapping orders, and the pups scrambled inside like scolded puppies. Dante and I exchanged a tense look before he turned toward the front gate. No way was I walking a mile at his pace. Before he could protest, I hoisted him over my shoulder and took off, ignoring his half-hearted growls of protest. If he wanted to complain, he could do it while we moved at my speed. We arrived at the gates in no time, and my breath caught at the sight before us 30 massive werewolves in their order forms, muscles taut and teeth bared as they prowled in front of the entrance. Dante hit the ground beside me as I set him down, and the pack whipped their heads toward us, hackles raised. Without hesitation, Dante stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. "Make way." The wolves obeyed instantly, splitting apart to clear a path straight to the wrought iron gates. On the other side, Leon flashed us a grin, waving like we were arriving at a damn barbecue, while Gabriel lingered behind him, arms crossed like a disapproving bouncer. Ryder stood farthest back, his icy glare locked on the gate, practically daring the wolves to try something stupid. Dante muttered something under his breath as we stopped just short of the entrance, and for a moment the only sound was the restless shifting of claws on gravel. Then, of course, Leon shattered the silence. "Dude, unlock the gate already. We've got intel, we're starving, and I swear if I don't get a bite of your mom's lasagna in the next 5 minutes, I might actually die." "Return to the house," Dante ordered, his voice sharp enough that every wolf around us stiffened. They hesitated, torn between protecting their alpha and following his command, until a growl from Dante sent them bolting all except one. A massive silver-furred wolf lingered, ears pinned back, defiance in its stance. Dante exhaled, ruffling the beast's fur before nodding once and positioning himself between it and the others. The wolf shifted, and suddenly Rosalie stood there, her skin marred by silver scars that ran from her thigh to her neck. She caught me staring and tensed, fingers flexing like she wanted to cover herself but refused to give in to the impulse. Dante handed her his shirt, whether for modesty or to shield her scars. I wasn't sure, and she yanked it on, drowning in the fabric. "What's going on?" Dante demanded, turning back to the others. Leon launched into a disturbingly vivid recap, complete with gory details, while Ryder remained statue, still, his expression unreadable. Gabriel finally cut in. "We need a place to lay low, just for a few days. After that, the heat dies down and we can move freely." Dante dragged a hand down his face before nodding. "Fine, but I won't lie to my family. If you step through this gate, they'll know exactly who and what you are." His words were aimed at Ryder, who finally spoke, his voice dripping with barely veiled disdain. "Guess we'll see how much loyalty your clan's really worth." Rosalie snarled, her dark hair slipping over her shoulders as she bared her teeth. "Show some respect," she spat. "You owe him more than that." Ryder's gaze slid to her, slow and calculating, but he said nothing. The air between them crackled with tension, thick enough to choke on. "I'll decide how I speak to him or anyone else, pup. Don't you dare tell me otherwise. This crown might be crooked, but it's still on my head." Dante rested a hand on Rosalie's shoulder, silencing her before she could snap back. I shifted impatiently as he took his time unlocking the gates, the air crackling with magic as he adjusted the protective wards to allow Ryder inside. The delay wasn't surprising, knowing Dante. He'd probably woven half those spells just to keep Ryder out. The tension between them was thick, yet here they were, Dante inviting his former enemy into his home and Ryder stepping into a den of people who'd wanted him dead for years. When the gates finally groaned open, Dante motioned everyone forward, his eyes locked on Ryder. "Welcome, brother," he said, voice heavy with meaning. "Time to meet the rest of your family." Rosalie's brow shot up. "Family?" Her voice was sharp, though her face stayed carefully blank. "What kind of game are you playing, Dante? I can feel the bond between you two now, just like I can feel whatever's going on with Elise. You've been keeping secrets." Dante didn't deny it. "I have, but I'm ready to share them if you trust me." Her gaze flicked between him and Ryder before she exhaled. "Fine, I'll make sure the others are ready." Without another word, she tossed Dante's shirt back at him, shifted into a massive wolf, and bolted up the driveway toward the distant manor. Ryder watched her go, skepticism darkening his expression. "You really think this is smart? Your people turned on you for less. Now you're bringing their worst nightmare right to their doorstep. You that sure they won't rip you apart too?" Dante just grinned. "What's wrong, brother? Scared of a few wolves?" Ryder's glare was ice. "Or maybe I'm just waiting to see if this is the part where you finally get me killed." Dante laughed, slapping him on the back. "You're about to learn what being an Oscura really means, snake. Come on, let me show you loyalty that doesn't come with a knife in your back." Ryder still looked like he wanted to argue, so I laced my fingers through his, tracing the word pain inked across his knuckles. "You're safe here," Gabriel added, tone leaving no room for doubt. Ryder sighed. "Fine, but I'm not sleeping in some fur-covered pile." Leon whooped, already stripping off his clothes and hurling them at Gabriel. "Then let's make an entrance." In seconds, he was a massive lion, crouching low and wagging his tail like an overgrown house cat. Ryder took one look at him and said flatly, "No." Dante just vaulted onto Leon's back, and I rolled my eyes before grabbing Ryder and heaving him up. He hissed a curse, but I shut him up with a kiss as I climbed up behind him. Gabriel took off in a blur, shouting a challenge, and Leon surged forward before Ryder could escape. The wind rushed past as we raced up the hill, my laughter lost in the speed, Ryder's arms tightening around me like he'd never let Gohe remain quiet, so I pressed against him, offering silent support while vowing to carve out time later for him to unpack everything with his crew. As we reached the porch, Gabriel lounged by the door, wings vanished and a smug grin plastered across his face, reveling in his victory. The moment we dismounted, Leon shifted back to human form, tackling Ryder with slobbery licks before darting off to do the same to Dante, escaping before either could retaliate. "Your damn junk just whacked my thigh," Ryder snarled. "Admit it, you've missed this," Leon shot back, right as Dante's mother swung the door open. Bianca's face drained of color the second her gaze landed on Ryder. I bit back a laugh as Leon hastily apologized for both his nudity and his crude remark, but her attention stayed locked on the Lunar King. "Everything will click once you hear the full story, Mom," Dante assured her, climbing the steps to grip her shoulder, redirecting her focus. "Do you trust me?" Her voice trembled. "Always, my sweet dragon, but he's the spitting image of the man who stole your father from us, that's all I see." Dante's grip tightened. "I once saw only that too." "Not anymore, come inside." He guided her backward just as Leon yanked his pants on, and the rest of us trailed behind, tension thick enough to slice. Ryder moved like a statue, so I kept my hand on his arm, a silent reminder I'd stand between him and any backlash. The mansion's grandeur blurred as we cut through to a sprawling terrace overlooking sun-drenched vineyards. The wolf pack's boisterous chatter died the second we emerged, every head swiveling between Dante and Ryder. "I know old scars still ache," Dante began, voice cutting through the silence. "But what I'm about to reveal will prove this alliance isn't just words, it's written in the stars." Not a single wolf dared breathe too loud. For a year now, since Elise walked into our chaos, the four of us have orbited her and each other like constellations realigning. We went from strangers or outright enemies to something none of us expected. Rosalie, perched at the front, nodded. "The barns are tangled, but they're there." Strong, Dante peeled back the glamour, hiding the mark on his palm, the proof of his oath, with Ryder glowing under the afternoon light. The pack surged forward, a mix of awe and wariness in their eyes. "Weeks ago I fought beside Ryder to save his life. Afterward the stars offered us a choice, bury the feud or let it destroy us. We chose peace, our rivalry is dead." A ripple of shock tore through the crowd, gazes darting between them like they were witnessing a miracle. "I vowed you'd have peace," Dante continued. "And Ryder, he's not the monster we were raised to believe." The admission hung in the air, heavy with the weight of centuries-old grudges crumbling deep down. "He's a decent guy, and I can honestly say this decision was the best possible outcome. Something profound connects us now, something so unique I'm not sure language has a word for it. We've both been changed, marked in a way that can't be undone." Dante motioned for Ryder to show his own matching mark, which he did reluctantly, his face still tense with hesitation. The room erupted in shocked murmurs until Dante silenced them with a raised hand. After this moment the stars guided Elise to us, offering a second bond none of us expected. When Dante dropped the illusion hiding the silver rings in his eyes, the entire pack froze, their stunned gazes darting between him, me, Leon, and back again like they couldn't process what they were seeing. Honestly, I didn't blame them. This kind of thing had never happened before. I quickly let my own concealment spell fade, and Leon, impatient as ever, yanked the magic hiding Ryder's rings away before he could react. "Dante, what is this?" Bianca demanded, her sharp eyes scanning us all, trying to piece together the impossible. "The stars gave Ryder and me the chance to be mated to Elise," Dante explained, calm but firm. "She's our Elysian mate, which means he's family now." For a heartbeat the room was dead silent, then absolute chaos erupted. Wolves howled, jumped, and swarmed us in a frenzy of hugs, nuzzles, and way too many enthusiastic licks. Laughter bubbled out of me as I lost count of how many arms were squeezing me at once. Ryder looked like he'd been thrown into some bizarre alternate reality, and eventually Dante had to whistle sharply to get the pack to back off. "We need a celebration," someone shouted. "Bring the whole family." Another voice added, while the youngest wolves chanted, "Party, party." Dante just shook his head amused and herded the four of us inside as the pack scrambled to prepare, hauling out tables, food, decorations. Ryder stood there completely bewildered. "What the hell just happened?" he muttered. "Did a wolf just lick my ear?" Yep, Leon grinned, far too pleased about it. Relax, Falcon, Dante said, pulling Ryder in with a rough but affectionate grip. They'll all learn you're one of us now. And trust me, your life's about to get a lot more interesting. Gabriel gave Dante a skeptical look but still smiled, gripping the back of his neck in a brief, wordless moment of closeness. My chest ached watching them. These men meant everything to me. I still don't get it, Ryder growled, frustration edging his voice. They just accepted this, just like that, no questions, no protests. Leon snorted, though his eyes kept drifting toward the kitchen, probably still thinking about that damn lasagna. Dude, Dante's the alpha. When he says jump, the pack asks how high, get used to it. So I'm just welcome here now. Ryder sounded like he was waiting for the punchline. I squeezed his hand, kissing his cheek. This is just the beginning, I promised. Dante slung an arm around his shoulders with a smirk. Welcome to the Oscura family, amico, buckle up. The door burst open and Bianca strode in, shooing away a few overexcited pups. Dante, she said, her sharp gaze lingering on Ryder, we need to talk. He nodded. Of course, Mama. Dante motioned for me to join him in his office, promising to explain everything while the rest of the group prepared for the festivities. Leon practically vibrated with excitement, reaching toward us as if bursting with news. Bianca chuckled and gave his arm an affectionate pat before whispering, check the kitchen, sweetheart, then shot Ryder one last glance before trailing after Dante. Leon didn't waste a second. He seized my hand and Ryder's sleeve, yanking us toward the hallway at a sprint. Ryder resisted, planting his feet, but Leon just released him and hauled me along instead. I glanced back to see Ryder muttering under his breath as he and Gabriel had no choice but to jog after us unless they wanted to be stranded in the middle of the wolves' territory. The kitchen was massive, the air thick with the mouth-watering aroma of garlic, herbs, and bubbling cheese. Leon barreled straight for the fridge, flinging it open with a dramatic groan before pulling out a steaming dish of vegetable lasagna. He slapped it onto the island, flames flickering at his fingertips as he reheated it in seconds, then piled a mountain of pasta onto his plate. Within moments, he was hunched over his food like a feral animal, growling between bites as if we might dare to steal from him. Rolling my eyes, I grabbed plates for the rest of us, serving Gabriel and Ryder while Gabriel practically melted into his stool at the first taste. Ryder, though, hovered awkwardly until I nudged him toward the counter. I'm not just gonna raid his mom's kitchen, he grumbled. She already hates my guts, please, I scoffed, waving a forkful of lasagna under his nose. You're telling me this doesn't smell like heaven? Trust me, refusing her cooking would offend her way more than you just existing here. He finally caved, taking the bite, and his eyes widened in surrender. I'd barely taken 2 bites before Leon was already licking his plate clean. He snatched the empty dish, staring into it like it had personally betrayed him. Who stole my last bite? He demanded, stalking around the island like a predator. Gabriel, ever the opportunist, scarfed down Ryder's leftovers while Leon zeroed in on me. Back off, lion, I warned, shielding my plate. Leon smirked. Sharing is caring, little thief, Gabriel snorted. Says the guy who unbuttoned his pants to fit more food. Leon ignored him, lunging for my plate. I barely dodged, laughing as the chaos erupted. Typical family dinner at the wolves' den. Cut it out. I yelped as Leon scooped me up effortlessly, flipping me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. His palm smacked against my backside to keep me steady while he lunged for the last bite of my breakfast, devouring it in one exaggerated chomp before shamelessly licking my plate clean. The smug satisfaction on his face as he plopped me back onto the barstool was almost comical until he caged me in with his arms braced against the countertop. Someone's been very, very bad, he rumbled, his dark eyes locking onto mine with unnerving intensity. I wiped a smear of cheese sauce from his mouth with my thumb, only for him to catch my finger between his teeth with a playful nip. You're actually deranged, Ryder muttered from across the table, shaking his head as he leaned back in his chair. Leon ignored him, his focus never wavering. Now, Elise, he murmured, pulling his hand from his pocket to dangle the crystal I'd swiped from Gareth's things right in front of my face. Care to explain how my heart of memory ended up in your sticky little fingers? I swatted at him, my cheeks burning. Quit stealing from me, you thief, that's mine. Not a chance, he said, tucking it out of reach. This belongs to me. I just had Gareth babysit it while I was indisposed. Indisposed, Gabriel cut in, eyebrows shooting up. Ryder just smirked. Yeah, well, let's just say the fib wasn't too happy when I took a chunk out of one of their agents. Had to lay low for a while. My fingers curled around the crystal when Leon finally dropped it into my palm, its warmth pulsing like a heartbeat. Then why do I feel Gareth when I hold it? I whispered, the realization dawning like a struck match. Leon's expression softened. Because white jasper stores memories, and if you're sensing him, maybe he left something behind. Before I could stop myself, I was clutching it tighter, desperation clawing at my ribs. How do I see them? Leon took it back, his magic flickering against the surface, then his face fell. Damn, he locked it. What does that mean? It means, he sighed, only Gareth can open it, his blood, his choice, no hacking this thing or poof everything inside's gone. The hope that had flared so brightly snuffed out in an instant. I turned to Gabriel, pleading silently, but he only shook his head after examining it. No loopholes, Angel, if Gareth sealed it, that's that. Ryder's hand found mine, his grip steadying as Gabriel worked his magic, crafting the crystal into a delicate silver bracelet. Wear it, he said, fastening it around my wrist, just in case. I stared down at it, the weight both comforting and cruel, same unanswered questions, same hollow ache. But now at least I had a reminder right there on my skin. Leon slid the bracelet onto my wrist, his fingers lingering just a moment too long. Keep this close if it makes you feel connected to him, he murmured, his voice low and secretive. But if anyone asks, you found it miles away from me, got it? A smirk tugged at my lips as the crystal settled against my skin, its familiar warmth both comforting and bittersweet. Outside, a cacophony of howls erupted, growing louder as if an entire army of wolves was descending on us. Ryder stiffened, his muscles coiled like a spring. What fresh hell is this? He snarled, scanning the darkness. Gabriel just grinned, tossing back his drink. That's the Oscura clan rolling in, and trust me, they know how to turn a gathering into an all-night rager. The chaos lasted well past midnight, with Uncle Claudio leading the charge literally. After one too many shots, he decided the makeshift pool was calling his name. Never mind that it was just a muddy pit Tula had dug with her earth magic, filled with water Louis summoned on a whim. 3 feet deep at best, and yet Claudio launched himself off the dining table like it was an Olympic diving board. The sight of him belly flopping into the murky water, then getting yanked out by his ankle with his pants around his knees, should have been hilarious. And it was for everyone else, but laughter stuck in my throat, heavy with guilt. Rory was locked away in Darkmoor because of me. No calls, no visits, nothing. He probably despised me, and who could blame him? The ache in my chest rivaled the scars on my skin, the ones that still burned when nightmares dragged me back to Papa's knife. At least physical wounds healed. This felt endless. Dante swore Lionel Acrux would free Rory once he got what he wanted, but my gut screamed it was a lie. I had to find a way myself, no matter how insane the odds. I'd slipped away when faking smiles became too much.